Chapter 1611 Escaping the Netherworld. Why would you say that? Am I such an unreasonable person? Look at how big this door is. There's no way I can carry such a thing, said Long Chen. Stop trying to fake it. After knowing you all this long, I've never once seen you be a reasonable person. Don't be a fool, warned Evilmoon. Evilmoon had originally thought that its guts were pretty big. After all, it had dared to challenge a sovereign, which had resulted in it paying a miserable price. However, after knowing Long Chen, it felt itself to be a coward in comparison. Long Chen couldn't be described as just having big guts. No, he was a madman. Don't worry, I have a plan. Evilmoon, help me out. Don't you think you should help me get some trump cards? Long Chen smiled mischievously. What are you planning? Do you see the nail on the lower left of the door? I want to take it. Long Chen pointed to a nail on the huge door. There were countless nails on this giant door. The door was pitch black, but the nails emitted divine light. They were definitely something good. Are you crazy? You want to take the nails of the gates of hell? Roared Evilmoon. Was this something a sane person would think of? Riches naturally had to be taken from danger. Long Chen ignored Evilmoon's roaring. He looked at the blood essence stones, blood soul stones, as well as the chains and blades from the skinners that he had in his primal chaos space. He couldn't help but sigh. This time, his trip had been very profitable. In fact, Long Chen had an urge to go take a look at the second level of purgatory to see what else he could get. Right now though, it was the nails that made him excited. You madman, the gates of hell definitely have their own restrictions on them. If you take a nail, it will definitely disturb some terrifying existence. Shouted Evilmoon. We'll just try it. Worst case, we turn and run. Furthermore, I feel like these gates only allow people through but not out. Whatever's inside should also be restricted and not able to come out. What do you think? Well, that does seem logical, but this is way too dangerous. With my current power, there's no way for me to fight against the existences here. If something unexpected happens, we won't even have a place to cry, said Evilmoon. It's fine, let's just try it. If we succeed, I'll have gained another terrifying trump card. Long Chen didn't waste any more time trying to convince Evilmoon. He ran directly to the door. All the lifeforms attacking the Nether Passage realm fell back. The sight of Long Chen killing that powerful lifeform before had shocked them. None of them dared to fight against him. Once Long Chen was close enough, he jumped up and began to run along the door to get higher. He only reached the nail after half an incense stick's worth of time. Only once he was there did he realize the doornail was even larger than what he had thought. Just this single doornail had a diameter of thousands of meters. In front of this nail, Long Chen was like a dragonfly trying to shake a tree. Evilmoon stabbed into a crack between the nail and the door. Long Chen slowly began to push. Evilmoon, are you alright? Don't worry, although I haven't recovered my power, my body is hard enough, said Evilmoon. Long Chen began to use his full power, forcing the nail out of the door. As he increased his power, the nail began to shudder. The lifeforms stared lifelessly at Long Chen's actions. When they saw that he wanted to take the door, they all turned green and began to shout. It really is possible. Long Chen saw that the nail was starting to rise slowly. However, as the nail slowly rose, the gates of hell began to shake. At the same time, divine might crashed down. The lifeforms all fled for their lives. Long Chen, I think we should just let it go. I'm feeling dizzy, shouted Evilmoon. We'll finish it in one burst. Long Chen shouted, and he activated his divine ring and 5-star battle armor. The world shook as the huge nail flew out of the gates of hell. At that instant, a berserk aura came from within the gates of hell. Terrifying killing intent filled the world. The small crack of the two doors opened wider, as a monster about to come out. In that instant, Long Chen felt a chill as some kind of energy locked onto him. Lightning flashed on his feet and lightning wings appeared on his back. He tossed the nail into the primal chaos space and fled. A huge hand suddenly came out of the gates of hell and reached toward Long Chen. Bye. However, Long Chen was too fast. He reached the whirlpool in an instant and fled up the staircase near the Black Lake. The hand missed. Just as Long Chen thought that the danger had passed, that hand snaked up from below and reached out for him again. It can curve like this. Long Chen let out a startled cry and slashed Evilmoon at it. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying up the waterfall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling like his body was about to break apart. He couldn't help being shocked. That hand contained the laws of this world. His power was unable to block it. Originally, going from the bottom to the top would have required a long time, but thanks to the attack, he flew out like a shooting star. Borrowing its power, he began to flee along the wooden logs. However, the huge hand followed him, once more slamming toward him. It was too big to dodge. Long Chen let out a furious roar and attacked. However, his saber image exploded, and he coughed up blood once more. How can this thing be so strong? Raged Long Chen. How could it not be so strong? It's condensed by the laws of this place. It won't stop until it kills you, said Evilmoon irritably. Long Chen was repeatedly blown back by the hand. He repeatedly coughed up blood. However, its attacks also increased Long Chen's speed. He quickly saw the bridge ahead of him. Just a bit more. Hope appeared in Long Chen's eyes. As long as he returned to the gate, he would be able to leave the netherworld. Long Chen blocked once more and was sent flying by the large hand. This time, he smashed into one of the monstrosities on the bridge. The two of them tumbled back. The monstrosity's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and runes revolved around it as it attacked Long Chen. Long Chen immediately grabbed hold of its chain and gave it a vicious slap in the face, also wresting the chains from it. The chains transformed into divine runes that attacked him like millions of vipers. They actually weren't true chains. Golden flames exploded out of him, burning the runes around him into ashes. As for the large hand, it returned, striking again. It seemed it really wouldn't stop until he was dead. Long Chen had no time to deal with it. He ran, barely dodging its attack. Its strike ended up breaking the bridge. Long Chen fled as fast as he could. He quickly saw many gates open in the darkness. He had already determined which one was the old man's, and just as he was about to run through, he came to a stop. He was being followed by that large hand. What if when he fled, the hand destroyed the old man's gate? Then the old man wouldn't be able to return. Fuck, why didn't I think of this problem? Long Chen was vexed. He couldn't go through the other gates, because once he did, he would enter that person's body. Who knew whether these gates would lead to the body of a human or a demon? What if they led to a completely different star field? One mistake, and he would never be able to return to the martial heaven continent. The hand, once more slammed toward him. Long Chen blocked it again, but this time, his bones almost shattered. He felt like he was reaching his limit. What do I do? Long Chen's heart raced. There was no other choice. He could only randomly pick a door. No matter what, he couldn't implicate the old man. Just as he was preparing to randomly pick a gate to go through, a fluctuation came from the surrounding space. A new gate opened, and an elder walked out. When Long Chen saw that elder's robes, he almost wept tears of joy. This old fellow really had come at the right time. Old fellow, I'm going to borrow your gate. Many thanks. That elder had just entered the netherworld and didn't even know what was going on when he was grabbed by Long Chen and thrown into the distance. At the same time, Long Chen charged into his gate. The elder was wearing robes of the corrupt path. He only recognized Long Chen once he was tossed aside. He had just recognized Long Chen when he was blown to pieces by the hand. The hand slammed into his gate, destroying it. However, Long Chen had vanished. Chapter 16:12 Old Patriarch Long Chen. The darkness was familiar. By the time the gate was destroyed, Long Chen had already escaped through it. Stimulating. Long Chen sighed with relief. That really had been dangerous at the end. He had almost made a big mistake. That huge hand had been a manifestation of the laws of the netherworld. Now that he had left, it would also vanish. The old man's gate would be fine. Long Chen, do you remember how you escaped from purgatory at the end? Asked Evilmoon suddenly. You know what, I really can't remember. I was caught by the chains when trying to take the purgatory evil dragon corpse. I remember struggling and not being able to escape the chains. And then my head's blank. My next memory is appearing outside the gates of hell. What happened in the middle? Asked Long Chen. Hello, why aren't you saying anything? Asked Long Chen when Evilmoon didn't reply. Evilmoon was silent for a long time. Eventually, it said, it's nothing. You managed to forcibly escape from purgatory. It makes sense that purgatory would erase those memories. The only strange thing is that it only erased a portion of your memories. Curious. In the end, Evilmoon decided to conceal what had happened to Long Chen in the end. It had sensed something, and after considering it, it decided that Long Chen shouldn't learn of this. That makes sense. Anyone who returns from the netherworld has their memories erased. But I didn't go through the gates of hell, so I only had a portion erased. It seems the netherworld really is strange. Long Chen nodded. The majority of nether passage experts were not as amazing as Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying had managed to seal a portion of her memories and bring them out, but the majority of nether passage experts had all their memories erased by some mysterious energy. It was said that the netherworld existed on a yin plane, while the world of the living existed on a yang plane, which meant that memories of the other plane had to be erased. However, this was just a guess, and it was just what everyone said. There was no solid proof of the matter. Long Chen, have you ever felt yourself to be evil or very sinister? Asked Evilmoon suddenly. What, did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Aren't you an evil weapon that has slaughtered countless people? Don't you feel embarrassed calling me evil? Long Chen was speechless. Alright, let's not talk about that then. Evilmoon shut its mouth. It felt that its own communication abilities were lacking. It couldn't pull any useful information out of Long Chen without him sensing something. Evilmoon, why are you acting strange? Asked Long Chen curiously. It's nothing. I'm going to absorb the purgatory evil dragon's soul essence. I won't be able to help you during this time, so try to act calm. After that, Evilmoon fell silent. Long Chen clearly felt that Evilmoon's words were a bit strange and off from how it usually acted. He was about to ask it for more details when his body shook. Long Chen opened his eyes. He found himself to be in a sealed-off room. At this moment, he was a white-haired skinny elder. The moment the Netherworld's laws had been about to kill him, an expert from the corrupt path had attacked the Nether Passage realm. Long Chen had instantly recognized his robes. At that moment, he had been so moved that he had almost cried. This was his first time feeling that the corrupt path's experts also had a lovable side to them. Now that Long Chen had gone through the expert's gate, he had entered his body. That expert's Yuan spirit had been destroyed, and this body had become a masterless object, allowing Long Chen to control it. Long Chen opened the door. The sight that entered his eyes was a naked man and woman sweating and plowing the fields. Both the man and woman were life star experts. In the midst of their plowing, they saw Long Chen walk in. They immediately knelt on the ground, quivering with terror. The woman was especially terrified. Greetings, Patriarch. Long Chen directly pressed a finger against the man's head. A lightning arrow pierced his head, killing him. A rush of information poured through his mind. Long Chen learned that the owner of the body he was in was called Zhao Manchu. He was the old patriarch of the evil spirit sect, while the man he had just killed was the evil spirit sect's new sect leader. As for the woman, that was a bit interesting. She was Zhao Manchu's disciple in his dual cultivation cauldron. However, just the third day after he went into seclusion to attack the Nether Passage realm, she had ended up with the new sect leader. Experts attacking the Nether Passage realm would take at least 3 months to succeed. Some would even take years. The two of them had never expected their old patriarch to return so quickly. Things are a bit messed up now. Long Chen clapped himself on the forehead. He hadn't expected this old ghost to still have such firepower at such an age. However, the old patriarch didn't know that someone else had already given him a green hat. Patriarch, don't kill me. Please, think of the years I've attended you. Long Chen pointed another finger, killing her. If you knew life was so precious, why did you take other people's lives so easily? Sighed Long Chen. If they weren't from the corrupt path, he wouldn't have killed them. Whether or not they wanted to give a green hat to this old ghost had nothing to do with him. However, the corrupt path's hands were covered in the blood of the righteous path. If it was just the blood of the righteous path, he wouldn't care that much. After all, the righteous path didn't have many good people either. However, the corrupt path's first step on their cultivation paths was to kill the innocent commoners and use their blood as proof of their conviction toward their corrupt god. That was something Long Chen couldn't accept, so he didn't feel any guilt about killing them. Long Chen entered a larger palace from his room. Sitting on the throne, he shouted, "All core elders are to come for an emergency meeting." The entire evil spirit sect was shaken. None of its members could understand how their old patriarch had come out so quickly from his seclusion. In just a bit, over 70 core elders gathered. Of these people, half were life star experts. This evil spirit sect had to be very powerful. "Two of you go and drag out those two brutes inside," ordered Long Chen coldly. All the elders' expressions were odd. Two of them entered the back of the palace and came out with two corpses. Everyone became shocked, but no one said a word. "Let me tell you, I'm in a bad mood, a very bad mood," said Long Chen gloomily. The elders were silent out of fear. If such a thing happened to anyone, they would also be in a bad mood. They just prayed that the patriarch's anger wouldn't fall on them. Tell me, what had happened during the time I was in seclusion? Demanded Long Chen. Reporting to the old patriarch, an emissary from Pill Valley came yesterday to discuss something with the sect leader. He has yet to leave, reported an elder. In truth, Long Chen already knew about this from soul-searching the new sect leader. He was asking on purpose as a cover. After the battle in the Grand Han, Ku Jianying had released the experts from the corrupt path so that they could bring word to the higher-ups of the corrupt path to not be used by Pill Valley. Ever since then, the corrupt path had become much calmer. The corrupt path wasn't led by fools. After being used for so long and suffering such losses, they hadn't gained anything. Pill Valley itself hadn't been bringing out its real power and only using others. In the end, they had retreated like turtles into their shells. That had made the corrupt path very dissatisfied with Pill Valley. That was why the various large forces of the corrupt path had no desire to work with Pill Valley again. Their cooperation had caused the corrupt path to suffer large losses. Before, those losses were secretly paid back with medicinal pills from Pill Valley. However, ever since the matter of Master Long San, their medicinal pills supply had also become tight. As a result, the corrupt path didn't wish to work with them any longer. However, Pill Valley really had some skills. They had taken advantage of when Zhao Manchu was attacking the Nether Passage realm to seduce the new sect leader. "Bring him over," shouted Long Chen. Very quickly, an elder wearing Pill Valley's robes walked in. When Long Chen saw him, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The thing he couldn't comprehend was that he recognized this elder. He was one of Pill Valley's grand elders. However, he belonged to the conservative faction. Wasn't the conservative faction supposed to focus on calmly developing and not interfering with the outside world? However, he had actually run over to form a relationship with the evil spirit sect. "Greetings, sect leader Zhao." The Pill Valley elder cupped his fists toward Long Chen with a faint smile. He seemed very relaxed. Long Chen smiled coldly. "What's with that smile? Are you prostituting yourself? Someone come beat him until he's dead." When Long Chen gave his orders, no one could believe their ears. They looked at their patriarch in shock. Had he gone mad? He wanted to kill one of Pill Valley's grand elders. "You, what are you doing?" shouted the grand elder. "I've already said that I'm not in a good mood. Anyone who dares to go against my orders will be executed. You all can choose who you'd rather die, him or you," roared Long Chen. "Die." Those elders hesitated no longer and attacked Pill Valley's grand elder. "You've gone mad," the grand elder roared, and flames exploded out of him. However, there were too many people here. After blocking one attack, he fled outside the palace. "Activate the grand formation. Don't let him run," shouted an elder. The grand protective formation was instantly activated, and Pill Valley's grand elder suddenly turned into a turtle in a jar. He was besieged by over 30 life star experts. Refreshing, truly refreshing. The feeling of playing people to death was truly good. Long Chen watched as the sanctimonious grand elder was forced to run miserably. It was a brilliant sight. Whoever kills him will become the new sect leader. Seeing that things weren't lively enough, Long Chen added some extra spice. Chapter 16:13 Conning Grand Master. Long Chen now had the title of the old patriarch of the evil spirit sect. Looking through the memories of the sect leader he had just slain, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Zhao Mencken was really unlucky. Just as his longevity was running out, he had managed to comprehend life and death, reaching half-step nether passage. After a year of preparing himself, he had made his determination to attack the nether passage realm. However, he had only just stepped into the netherworld when he was killed by Long Chen, and his body was taken over by Long Chen's Yuan spirit. However, this was not technically a possession since he was unable to use Zhao Mencken's energy. He was only able to use his own energy within this body. He couldn't activate the corrupt path's techniques. Possession required a long time to stabilize, and doing so would cause his Yuan spirit to adapt to this body. Then when he returned to his real body, it would feel unnatural. Although possessing Zhao Mencken's body would allow Long Chen to use this old fellow's status to do many things, for example personally taking a trip to Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, making some money, killing some people, and venting some rage, it wasn't worth it in the long run. That was why Long Chen was just controlling the physical body. If a real fight started, he would be exposed. However, even if he couldn't personally fight, just this husk was enough for him to do many things. For example, getting this Grand Elder of Pill Valley killed. When Long Chen said that whoever killed him would become the new sect leader, all those Life Star experts' eyes turned red. Although that Grand Elder was powerful and surrounded by intense flames, he was an alchemist, not a flame cultivator. In just a few seconds, he was surrounded by danger on all sides. Zan Menken, you've gone insane. Do you know the consequences for this? Roared the Grand Elder. He was unable to comprehend why the evil spirit sect's old patriarch would act like this. Fool, you bewitched my disciple while I was attacking the Nether Passage realm, wanting to completely overturn my evil spirit sect. If I don't give your Pill Valley a harsh lesson, won't you start thinking that the entire corrupt path is your dog? All of you, start using some real power. You're all cowards. Even now, you don't dare to kill him. You useless things, if you don't start fighting seriously, you'll regret it. Shouted Long Chen furiously. He had noticed that although these corrupt experts looked to be fighting fiercely, they were all holding back. They clearly wanted to capture the Pill Valley Grand Elder alive rather than kill him. After all, a Grand Elder was an extremely important position in Pill Valley. They were afraid. However, following Long Chen's shout, these people clenched their teeth. One of them raised his blade, and blood-colored light exploded out of it, transforming into countless skulls that attacked the Grand Elder. That Grand Elder raised flame barriers, but the skulls blasted large holes through them. As his defenses were torn apart, the other corrupt experts didn't hesitate. They attacked. At this moment, it revealed how vicious the corrupt path's experts were. With his defenses broken, the others all launched their strongest killing blows. The Grand Elder was instantly annihilated in body and soul. Good. A person must be firm and decisive. If you hesitate over everything, what accomplishments could you possibly have? If you always wait to see what other people are doing before you act, you won't even be able to grab crap while it's still warm. Yes you're the next sect leader. Long Chen pointed at the corrupt elder who had attacked at full power first. That elder was delighted and hastily fell to his knees and kowtowed. The other elders were holding parts of the Grand Elder's corpse. The one holding his head couldn't help being disappointed. He had thought that he would be the next sect leader. HMPH, you don't like it. A sect leader must have further vision and daring. Without that daring, what could you possibly accomplish? The opportunity was right in front of you, but you let it slip away for nothing. Tell me, how could I possibly give the sect to you? Long Chen looked at the elders with disappointment. Patriarch's teachings are correct. Those elders hastily bowed. His words were correct. All of them had hesitated. It was just that one of them had been one step faster than the others. As a result, that one step had resulted in him becoming the sect leader. His status was instantly elevated far above them. Everyone, return to the palace. Long Chen slowly walked back in with his hands clasped behind his back and sat on the throne. The gates were closed tightly, and a formation was activated to turn this into a restricted space. No one else could get close. The elder that was the future sect leader respectfully stood by Long Chen's side. That was a sign of his new status. When Long Chen wasn't present, everyone would have to listen to him. Although he wanted to conceal it and act low-key, he couldn't conceal his excitement. Just now, he had been standing with the rest. Now, he was standing beside the patriarch. To say the others weren't jealous would be a lie. However, what could they do? Don't blame your patriarch for not giving you a chance. You all had this opportunity, but you hesitated, letting one person grasp it. Now I'll give you another chance. As long as you can grab hold of it, although you won't be able to be promoted to sect leader, I guarantee you can easily comprehend life and death when you reach the peak of the Life Star realm. I will easily promote you to half-step Nether Passage, said Long Chen. All the elders were shocked. How could it be so easy to go from the peak of Life Star to half-step Nether Passage? Perhaps you don't believe me. It's true, in the rest of the world, there's no one else who can do this. However, I can. Long Chen waved his hand, and a thick black chain appeared. All the elders let out startled cries and retreated as it thudded into the ground. They didn't sense any pressure from the chain, but they did sense a powerful aura of death that made them instinctively distance themselves from it. It was like being too close would cause their life force to rot. All the elders were stunned. Some of them were old monsters that had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, but even people as experienced as them couldn't recognize what material this chain was made of. This chain is a priceless treasure I obtained from the netherworld. As long as your cultivation base reaches the peak of life star, you can understand the true essence of death by binding yourself with these chains. You'll be able to experience the process of going from living to dead, from dead to living. After a few times, you'll come to naturally understand life and death, said Long Chen. You really are a conner. If they bound themselves with these chains, well, I believe the part about experiencing going from living to dead, but the dead to living part. Absolute nonsense. Just as Long Chen was conning these people, Evilmoon couldn't help opening its mouth. This chain was the weapon of one of the skinners from purgatory. The death energy coming from it would guarantee that anyone who touched it would die. Now you want to talk. Didn't you say you were going into seclusion? Raged Long Chen. By going into seclusion, I meant I am busy absorbing energy and can't help you fight. It doesn't mean I have to keep my mouth shut, said Evilmoon indifferently. HMPH. Long Chen ignored it. He was holding the chains in his hands, as this body was already dead, while his Yuan spirit wasn't afraid of it. He continued, this chain comes from the netherworld and can allow one to experience the cycle of life and death. However, don't start dreaming too early. The chain only guarantees that you can comprehend life and death. As for surviving the netherworld, it'll be up to your luck. As for me, have you all not noticed that the fluctuations of my Yuan spirit are completely different from before? Could it be, Patriarch, you've already become a nether passage expert? The elders cried out in shock. Ha ha ha. Long Chen didn't reply and laughed instead. As for what that meant, he left it up to them. This mysterious laughter shocked these elders, as well as delighted them. Ignoring the nether passage realm, just the half-step nether passage realm was something countless life star experts wouldn't dare to achieve even in their dreams. So, let me tell you. In the future, Pill Valley will just be a fart. With this chain, in less than 100 years, our evil spirit sect can give rise to over 100 nether passage experts. Half-step nether passage experts will number in the thousands. At that time, we'll unite the corrupt path and topple the righteous path. The martial heaven continent will be ours. As for Pill Valley, who gives a damn? Long Chen's words shocked and delighted these elders, as well as inspired them. This fortune had truly come suddenly. However, there is only one chain, and it is to be our evil spirit sect's secret treasure. No one is to spread a word of it past these walls, otherwise. Long Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Patriarch, don't worry, we will add these memories to the corrupt god seal so that no one can learn of it. Cried an elder. Good, you're quite smart. Then let's discuss the plan for dominating the martial heaven continent within 100 years. The majority of you are at the life star realm, and as long as you have enough resources, you can quickly reach half-step nether passage. However, I don't want just you to advance. I want everyone to advance collectively and continuously over time. To do that requires one thing, money, and a lot of it at that. That's why all of you must listen well. Our evil spirit sect needs money, so all of you are to go borrow money from all the various sects using the name of the evil spirit sect. It doesn't matter how high the interest rate is. The only thing that matters is how much money you can get. Even if they want our divine item as collateral, even if they want a personal IOU from me, that's all fine. This is called borrowing chickens to get eggs. We will use their money to raise our power, and in 100 years, the martial heaven continent will be ours. At that time, would we still even need to repay that money? The most important thing now is to gather as much money as possible, but remember not to expose the matter of the netherworld chain to anyone. I will decide what order you get to advance to half-step nether passage based on how much money you can get. Of course, the first one will be the new sect leader, but the rest of the rankings are up to you all. I should also tell you that the more you contribute and the more money you gather, the greater your position will be in the future. You've already missed one chance, so if you miss this second chance, no one will be able to help you. Go. Long Chen waved his hand, and those elders instantly vanished from sight as they flew out of the palace. Long Chen, you really are shameless. I, Evilmoon, have never seen someone like you in all my years, sighed Evilmoon emotionally. Chapter 16:14 Crazily raking in money. The facts proved that people's potential was really limitless. As long as you could give someone a target that was easily obtained, they would unleash unimaginable power. It was unknown whether it was due to the identity of the patriarch, or whether it was because Long Chen's conning skills were simply so great, or perhaps it was a combination of both, but these elders who had lost their chance to become the new sect leader all went crazy fighting for this chance. None of them wanted to give up a second chance. After returning to their homes and gathering their things, they rushed off to sects that they had a decent relationship with. As elders of a sect, they all had their circle of friends. Some of these elders were friends with elders from other sects. Some were even close enough to certain sect leaders to call them brother. After all, the evil spirit sect was quite famous within the eastern Zan region's corrupt path. Back when Long Chen had charged into the corrupt path's minor worlds to take their heaven and earth spirit spring, the evil spirit sect had contributed greatly to the force that had managed to drive him away. Those elders immediately went to the sects that they had the closest relationships with and directly asked to borrow money. They were afraid others would take the initiative first. In any case, the patriarch had already said that the evil spirit sect would be filled with netherpassage experts in just 100 years. No matter how much they borrowed, they didn't need to worry about it. Even an insane interest rate was no problem. In any case, they were borrowing the money under the name of the evil spirit sect, with the backing of their patriarch. As a result, practically all the eastern Zan region's corrupt paths sects ended up visited by at least one elder of the evil spirit sect. Countless sects loaned money to them. One reason was because the evil spirit sect was a top-level sect, and they hoped to form a good relationship with them. Other than that, the evil spirit sect promised to repay them with extremely high interest. They promised to double their investment in 100 years. Not only could they form a good relationship with the evil spirit sect, but they could also gain so much profit. Where would one even look for such a great thing? Moreover, the evil spirit sect's elders conducted their money borrowing in absolute secrecy. They demanded whoever they borrowed money from to keep it secret as well. They were not to divulge a single word of what was happening. Long Chen was sitting in the evil spirit sect, with a large list hanging inside the palace. The list ranked the various elders' contributions. However much money they had gathered was listed beside their names. Yes, it was fair, very fair. Those elders seemed to have become insane as they borrowed as much money as possible, using any means necessary, from threats to promises, all to increase their own ranking. Some elders even went to rob their close relatives and friends, while they also brought out all their own savings. Long Chen sat there, spending each day counting money. He waited for the elders to come by, kneel toward him, and offer him a spatial ring. Each time, Long Chen would accept it without his face turning red at all. At the same time, he would encourage them to work harder, even saying that there was no need to be so rigid in their methods. The method by which they obtained the money didn't matter. What mattered were the results, not the process. When Long Chen said this, Evilmoon became speechless. Are you telling them to steal and plunder? Long Chen shook his head. That's their own problem. I've given them a kitchen knife, but as for what kind of food they make, it has nothing to do with me. TCH, you gave them a knife and then pointed them to other people's heads. What kind of food are you expecting? HMPH, the only food you're getting is pig heads. A master can open the gates, but cultivation depends on the person. The Tao is limitless and depends on each person's comprehension. Take me for example, I'm unlucky, and I have to fight for everything I get. However, I'm luckier than them, in that although I come from poor origins, I have a warm mother and a heroic father. They didn't try to brainwash me. They gave me a blank sheet and let me paint what I wanted. As for these people, there's already no saving them. They've been brainwashed by their so-called corrupt god. They don't even have their own thoughts. Not conning them would be letting down their years of brainwashing. I should tell you, the corrupt path's fellows are all very perseverant. They're vicious to others and vicious to themselves. That's why you should just watch. A shocking amount of money is about to come in. As Long Chen predicted, on just the second day, he received his first receipts. There were 10 million spirit crystals, but it was just a start. The first elder who came to give him a spatial ring immediately rushed off after handing him the money. By the third and fourth days, Long Chen was barely keeping up with recording how much they had earned. He was making so much that he was almost tired of recording it all. As Long Chen kept track of the money, the new sect leader kept track of the rankings. By the seventh day, Long Chen had taken in 480 million spirit crystals. Fuck, I didn't expect that the corrupt path to be so rich. Long Chen was shocked inside, but he didn't show it. He simply continued increasing the pressure on the elders, saying that they could use the sect's divine item as collateral. If the other side didn't believe it, they could come to the evil spirit sect and he would personally speak with them. Once Long Chen threw that into the mix, there were dozens of new loans approved, and his wealth leapt to 930 million spirit crystals. After another 3 days, Long Chen found that this was about the limit. The evil spirit sect's movements had not gone unnoticed. Although they had carried everything out secretly, there was no way such large movements could be made without raising suspicion. Long Chen was sure that it wouldn't be long before people would come to investigate. At this time, Long Chen made the wisest decision. On a moonless, stormy night, he patted his butt and left. The disappearance of their patriarch went unnoticed for 3 days before all the evil spirit sect's experts were thrown into a panic. It was just at that time that the corrupt path's higher-ups from the central Zon region came to investigate. Clearly the evil spirit sect's movements had been reported by others. This investigation revealed that the patriarch had vanished. As for the story Long Chen had come up with about creating countless half-step netherpassage experts, it was also exposed. The entire eastern Zon region's corrupt path went crazy. Only at this time did they realize that they had been tricked. Practically, all the corrupt sects in the eastern Zon region had loaned money to the evil spirit sect. When the central Zon region's experts came to investigate, they were stunned to find that all this money had been whisked away by the patriarch. Many people were now holding IOUs in their hands and had no idea who they were supposed to find to get the money. All the evil spirit sect's money had vanished as well. The entire corrupt path was enraged. Ever since the corrupt path had been established, they had never encountered such a thing. The higher-ups were infuriated and went all out to find Zhao Mencken. Unfortunately for them, Long Chen had long since disguised Zhao Mencken's body and headed off to the heaven-splitting battle sect. When he was close to the heaven-splitting battle sect, he took out his Yuan spirit and burned Zhao Mencken's body to ashes with the heaven-incinerating flame. He left behind no traces. Later, the corrupt path's higher-ups asked Heavenly Fate Island to calculate the fate of Zhao Mencken, only to find that he had long since died. After a careful analysis, they found that he had been dead even before he had come out of seclusion. The corrupt path was shocked. No matter how amazing Heavenly Fate Island was, they could only read the fates of living people. Dead people, especially matters relating to the netherworld, couldn't possibly be calculated. In the end, this matter was added to the ranks of the 4 mysteries of the corrupt path. Even countless years later, no one managed to figure this mystery out. However, due to the patriarch, one of Pill Valley's grand elders had been killed. As for how Pill Valley and the corrupt path settled that bill, only they knew. Long Chen took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The old man was sitting calmly in front of him. Their palms were still pressing against each other. The old man's eyes were still closed, and his aura had vanished. It was like he had died. "Old man, you have to come back." Long Chen made a prayer inside. The netherworld was truly dangerous. The slightest mistake would cause someone to lose their life. Long Chen carefully retreated from this place. This was a private room, and the heaven-splitting blade was protecting it. There was even a formation outside isolating it. This was the safest place in the heaven-splitting battle sect. Long Chen exited. The bosses were guarding the entrance and immediately began to ask him what had happened. "Little fellow, what happened? How did your Yuan spirit come from outside?" Long Chen's movement arts might be able to conceal his Yuan spirit from the regular disciples, but there was no way he could have snuck into this room with the 7 bosses guarding it. Long Chen hadn't explained at that time and had entered to return to his body before saying anything. Now that he came out, the 7 bosses crowded him. The matter of Long Chen entering the netherworld was only known by them. Not even Bao Buping and Chong Hao were told. It wasn't that they didn't trust them, but that the 2 of them were still young. They weren't experienced enough, and who knew what would accidentally come out of their mouths. Everything went smoothly. Long Chen didn't dare to tell them everything. All he said was that he and the old man had gone through everything up to the gates of hell smoothly. On the way back, he had encountered someone from the corrupt path called Zhao Mencken, slain him, and then entered his body through his gate. He gave a simple explanation of what he had done in the corrupt path to con money. Whenever he wanted to mention what exactly happened in purgatory, Long Chen felt a faint sense of unease, so he didn't mention it in the end. This kind of unease didn't stem from himself, it was unease for the 7 bosses. He now realized at least one restriction binding him, the existence known as karma. If he told them about everything, it would very likely harm them. "Little fellow, you have some talent. The corrupt path really has been conned." The 7 bosses cried tears of laughter when they heard about how Long Chen had conned the corrupt path. It was definitely satisfying. Perhaps only someone like Long Chen would think of such a con. This is even better than hacking them with a blade, praised the fourth boss. Although Long Chen's con wouldn't cause the eastern Zan region's corrupt path to collapse, it could count as at least giving them a serious blow. The new disciples would definitely end up falling far behind the others. Money really was the most frightening thing. Hehe, the Xuantian Dao sect needs money to rebuild. I had no choice. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Don't let it get to your head. Hurry and go back. You've been in seclusion for 2 months. The day before yesterday, I heard that the Xuantian Dao sect's construction already came to a stop. They probably ran out of money, said Boss Bao. Alright, then I'll leave for now. Long Chen said his goodbyes to the bosses. Without saying goodbye to Chonghao or Bao Buping, he began rushing over to the Xuantian Dao sect. Chapter 16:15 A Pageant. Only now did Long Chen learn that it had been 2 months in the outer world since he had entered the netherworld. By the time he returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, the basic shapes of the buildings had come into being. Many majestic mountains were already supported by formations. Although they were still barren, things were starting to take shape. However, when he returned, he only saw a portion of experts still working. The construction in many places had stalled. Long Chen, this goal of yours really is too big. Li Tianxuan looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. As the Zan master, reconstructing the Xuantian Dao sect was his responsibility. However, Long Chen's plans for the reconstruction were too grand. Only once the construction began did they realize that the cost would be even greater than what they had estimated. There was not one area that didn't need more money. Just laying down this basic foundation and finishing the cultivation and training areas for disciples had taken up as much money as the savings of any supreme sect. Finishing the training grounds could temporarily steady the hearts of the new disciples. Although they were geniuses amongst geniuses, if their treatment in the Xuantian Dao sect was so bad that they couldn't even train, their morale would drop. Then reconstructing would be even more difficult. The first thing they had done was to build the training grounds and lay the basic framework for the rest. Although some parts looked grand already, they were empty inside. The true money-burning areas involved the grand formation. Just building what was essentially an empty shell had used up all the money Long Chen had ripped off of Pill Valley and the money he had borrowed from Zheng Wenlong. The Xuantian Dao sect's original savings had also been tossed into the construction. However, they weren't even halfway done. In fact, Li Tianxuan estimated that they were only 30% of the way through. That was why he said that Long Chen's goal was too big. Worst of all, even Li Tianxuan, the leader of the sect, couldn't do anything about it. He could only hope for Long Chen to make more money. That was truly embarrassing. Hehe, in my view, any problems that can be solved with money aren't real problems. Long Chen handed Li Tianxuan a spatial ring. How do you have this much? Li Tianxuan gasped. Long Chen didn't hide what he had done. He told Li Tianxuan about how he had gone to the netherworld with the old man and then ended up causing a bit of trouble in the corrupt path. He concealed certain portions just like he had with the 7 bosses. You actually went to the netherworld. Long Chen explained the situation outside the netherworld's gates of hell. He didn't feel any sense of unease when speaking of those things, so he felt that there shouldn't be any. Karma, little fellow, you really were vicious. Li Tianxuan looked at the almost 1 billion spirit crystals in the spatial ring with admiration. Long Chen not only had heaven-shaking combat power, but his money-making abilities were also heaven-defying. Is wild all right? Asked Long Chen. His body seems to have reached a full state. However, it seems it will still be some time until he wakes up. All right then, Zan Master, I'll leave the matter of reconstructing the sect to you. This money should be enough for now, and after a bit more time, Zheng Wenlong should be sending over more money. Although it still isn't enough, it should alleviate some of the urgency. Again, just leave the matter of money to me. I'm going to go see my brothers. Long Chen said goodbye to Li Tianxuan and went to the mountain belonging to the Dragonblood Legion. All the other mountains were barren, and the formations supporting them hadn't been finished yet. However, the Dragonblood Legion's mountain was already flourishing with greenery. Dense spiritual qi circulated around it. There was clearly a powerful formation at work. The density of spiritual qi in the air could almost suffocate a mortal. This mountain was still called Crouching Dragon Mountain, and only the Dragonblood warriors could enter. This was a land belonging solely to them. The cultivation caves were all of the highest possible level, and there was an independent transportation formation that allowed them to go directly to the central plaza. This was the unique privilege bestowed solely to the Dragonblood Legion. Li Tianxuan's actions were very smart. This was an era where the strong were worshipped. Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion were the symbols of the Xuantian Dao sect. Li Tianxuan made them into stars shining in the bright sky, existences others would have to look up to. He did this not to incite other people's jealousy, but to increase their worship for them. Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion's rise was a legendary story. He had to maintain a mystical feeling around them to effectively keep the other disciples in high morale. "Boss, you're back." As soon as Long Chen appeared on Crouching Dragon Mountain, a Dragonblood warrior let out a startled cry, and the rest of the warriors surged out of their various residences like a swarm of bees. "Ha ha ha, good job, you've all reached the mid-soul transformation realm. This speed really is shocking." Long Chen was truly shocked when he sensed their auras. The majority of the Dragonblood Legion had reached the 4th heaven stage of soul transformation. Ji Yu Yang and the others had even reached the 5th heaven stage. As for Long Chen, he wasn't even at the 1st heaven stage. During this time, he hadn't had any time to cultivate, so his cultivation base had stagnated. Each of us has our own soul-nourishing formation in our caves. Even when we sleep, we continue to get stronger. How could we not be fast? Said Li Qi excitedly. They clearly felt very glorious with the special treatment the Xuantian Dao sect had given them. This was a symbol of their status. Soul transformation experts mainly cultivated the Yuan spirit. The main component of the Yuan spirit was spiritual strength, so soul-nourishing formations and pills were must-haves for them. Li Tianxuan had built the best possible soul-nourishing formations for the Dragonblood warriors. Even throughout the entire continent, they were top-level. That was the power of money. Even without soul-nourishing pills, just cultivating in their caves allowed them to progress rapidly. Of course, this kind of rapid pace would only occur at the start. Their speed had dropped after reaching the mid-stage, and by the late stage, their pace would be much slower. "Are the new fellows still obedient?" asked Long Chen. "Everything's well. The majority are courteous, and even if they challenge us, they do it with the attitude of learning. Some thorns became obedient after a few beatings. As for the few who liked causing trouble, after a few bashings, they couldn't bear it anymore and left," said Ji Yu Yang. There was an immense number of geniuses that had joined recently. Those geniuses had previously liked to look down on others. Some people who felt that they would be amazing existences in the Xuantian Dao sect, second only to Long Chen, realized that they were nothing here after a few beatings. They then decided to leave. Perhaps that was a case of rather being the head of a chicken than the tail of a bull. Being in the Xuantian Dao sect was truly a blow to arrogant geniuses. However, the absolute majority stayed. The cultivation conditions here were much better than where they had come from. Furthermore, they could exchange pointers with true experts. That allowed them to progress at the fastest speed. Furthermore, another important factor was the Xuantian Dao sect's potential. The scale at which it was being rebuilt was shocking. If the disciples had such excellent treatment while the sect was still being built, what about once it was finished? The people that left were viewed as fools by the ones who stayed. They were the typical short-sighted people. Xuantian Dao sect had the best training grounds, the best resources, and the best geniuses to exchange pointers with. What place could be better than here? That's good. In a new batch, there are always going to be a few arrogant and toxic people that need some wearing in. However, don't worry about it. Our Dragonblood Legion isn't taking in new people, no matter how good their talent is. Right now, your first goal should be to work on your cultivation. Maintain that feeling of crisis and urgency. None of us have any idea when the next battle will start. We have to stay on guard, said Long Chen. Boss, is there anything for us to do? Some brothers are feeling bored lately after having their power rise and only being able to play around with a bunch of brats. How about you bring us for a stroll through the corrupt path? Asked Ji Yu Yang suddenly. Long Chen's lip curled. Guo Ran, you little brat, why are you making Ji Yu Yang the villain? Before Ji Yu Yang had spoken, Guo Ran had stood behind him and poked him several times. Although it was out of Long Chen's sight, Guo Ran's actions couldn't escape Long Chen's spiritual perception. Hee, boss, these words are hurtful. I had Ji Yu Yang say it because other than you, he is the brightest, most dazzling existence in the Dragonblood Legion. Only Ji Yu Yang's brilliance can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, laughed Guo Ran. Everyone looked at Ji Yu Yang's bright and shining head and laughed. Ji Yu Yang awkwardly rubbed his bald head. However, he wasn't angered. His bald head was natural and it was his trademark. No one else had this kind of luster. This was his pride. Focus on cultivating. Did you think that just because there's no movement from Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the righteous sects, the Bloodkill Hall, and the Zon beasts that they've let this go? Stop dreaming. Although I don't know what they're up to, it's obvious they're just waiting for a chance to eliminate us. The initiative is now in their hands. What we have to do now is work hard on cultivating and accumulate our own trump cards so that we aren't slaughtered when the time comes. Don't be deceived by how much stronger you've grown. Our enemies are getting stronger too. Furthermore, our enemies won't follow any rules. They'll use any means necessary as long as it means we die. We don't have that much time to waste on having fun. Go back and do what you have to do. Long Chen dismissed these battle fanatics, speechless. It seemed that they were in a rush to fight after having their power grow. If they didn't have a real fight, they wouldn't be able to focus. As for himself, he was going left and right, busy with all sorts of things. Just who was the real boss here? Have Chu Yao and the others returned? While everyone was scattering, Long Chen suddenly thought of something and grabbed Guo Ran. Guo Ran clapped his forehead. Iya, that's right, I almost forgot. Boss, Sister Chu Yao sent a letter asking you to go to the Skywood Divine Palace. There's a pageant going on there. Chapter 16 Terrifying Nail. What pageant? Long Chen was dumbfounded. You can see for yourself. This is the letter Sister Chu Yao sent. Guo Ran hastily handed a letter over. Long Chen opened it and saw Chu Yao's graceful handwriting. The general meaning was that the three of them were very happy in the Skywood Divine Palace, and they were accompanying Chu Yao's master and getting her cultivation pointers. Originally, they had planned on returning after a few days, but the Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant was about to start. That pageant was a heaven-sent opportunity for soul cultivators. The three of them were planning on participating, and they also wanted Long Chen to come too. Chu Yao vaguely hinted that there was something inside that could change Tang Wan-er's life. However, the Jade Lake pageant was something that would gather all the elites of the southern Zon region. Even soul cultivators from other regions would come. Chu Yao and Meng Qi alone didn't feel any guarantee in getting what Tang Wan-er needed, so they hoped Long Chen could come too. This letter was written a month ago, but he had been in seclusion in the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect. Although Guo Ran had personally taken a trip to the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect to tell the 7 bosses to notify Long Chen about this as soon as he came out, the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect's men really were coarse. Guo Ran's words had gone in one ear and out the other. There are still 3 days, so there's no rush, said Guo Ran. No rush my ass. Going to the southern Zon region means passing through the ancient battlefield. I have to get going right now. When the Zon master asks where I went, you tell him. Long Chen directly set off for the transportation formation. Looking at Long Chen's departing back, Yu Zifeng shook his head. Boss is the busiest one in the Dragonblood Legion. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to cultivate. We'll have to work hard so that we don't hold him back. At that time, he won't have to be so tired. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan nodded. Long Chen had done so much for the Dragonblood Legion. They had to work hard. Long Chen's flying boat sped through the air like lightning. He was at top speed. In the beginning, he could go through transportation formations to the border of the southern Zon region. However, there was no transportation formation through the barrier. He had to use a flying boat. While he sat in the flying boat, Long Chen finally had the time to look through his gains this time. There was a mass of chains. He counted over 8,000, while he had over 6,000 of the triangular blades. He hadn't come up with any concrete plans on how to use them, but since they came from purgatory, and based on the intense aura of death they emitted, they had to be useful. He had 3 blood essence stones containing terrifying blood essence energy. Compared to the Aldeval monster's essence blood he had obtained back then, the blood essence stones contained many times the amount of energy. According to Xianxia's hypothesis, the blood essence stones were probably condensed of the purest, refined essence blood of the experts that failed to pass through the 9 springs. A single blood essence stone might contain the merged essence blood of millions and millions of lifeforms. He had 6 blood soul stones as well, while he didn't have even 1 life spirit stone. Those had gone to Xianxia, while the rest had gone to him. The 6 blood soul stones should be formed in a similar way to the blood essence stones. However, one condensed essence blood, while the other condensed soul essence. Xianxia had said that blood essence stones were priceless treasures and could be used to upgrade the Yuan spirit. That really did make them priceless treasures for Long Chen. He could use them to upgrade the Dragonblood warrior's yuan spirits. Other than those, he had a lake of death spirit water. That was definitely a treasure for scheming against others. Who could block such a terrifying thing? However, the thing that excited him the most was a 3-inch black nail. If Long Chen didn't recognize its aura, he wouldn't believe that this little nail was the huge nail he had taken from the gates of hell. He didn't know if it was because he himself was small when he entered the netherworld, which made everything look big, or if the nail had suddenly shrunk once he had taken it. The 3-inch nail had 8 corners. The back of it wasn't large, but its front was incomparably sharp, sharper than the tip of a sword. On the surface, it looked like a normal nail. No fluctuations or aura were coming from it. Did it change after I brought it back? Why don't I sense the slightest energy from it? Long Chen was dumbfounded. He lightly touched it. His fingertip brushed over the tip of the nail ever so slightly, and Long Chen felt a burst of intense pain. The slightest, almost imperceptible, hole appeared in his finger. This seemingly unremarkable nail was so sharp that it easily pierced his body. It had to be known that his current physical body was so strong that even ancestral items would have great difficulty harming him. The thing that shocked him was that in that instant, his whole body stiffened. He was unable to move at all. Not only was his body frozen, but even his soul had the same condition. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and a saber cut off Long Chen's finger. That finger had started to turn black. Blood covered his hand. Only once his finger was severed did Long Chen manage to let out a startled cry and regain his mobility. His face was pale. This time, he really was frightened. This was the closest he had ever felt to death. His finger fell to the ground. It was pitch black like a lump of coal. That's a nail from the gates of hell, something that separates the yin and yang planes. It's unknown how many resentful souls and death curses are contained within it. Your guts really are big to stab yourself with it while you're bored. Was it stimulating? Laughed Evilmoon. Long Chen's heart was thumping. That really had been terrifying. He had almost died. Fuck, it really was stimulating enough to die. Long Chen had to admit that nothing had ever been as stimulating as this. His finger quickly regrew as he circulated his life energy. He reached out to grab the nail that had fallen, but then he suddenly stopped, afraid to touch it as if it might bite him. As long as you don't touch the tip, you'll be fine. There's a mystical curse on it, but as long as it doesn't have contact with blood, it won't activate, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded and carefully made a wooden case, placing the nail inside it to avoid injuring himself accidentally. Experiencing something that stimulating once was enough. Looking over his gains, Long Chen smiled. The ancients really were wise. They were the ancestors of noble character and integrity. And I, Long Chen, am not at all inferior to them. What are you talking about? Asked Evilmoon. The ancients said that they would voluntarily go to hell. As for me, not only have I gone there, if I had another chance, I would go again. Long Chen patted his chest with a proud expression. TCH, they were talking about sacrificing themselves for others, while you're clearly just after the treasures in purgatory. Is there the slightest relationship between the two? Said Evilmoon disdainfully. The motivation and process aren't important. The important thing is, I'd be willing to go back to hell, said Long Chen. He looked over his treasures from purgatory with a pleased smile. That expression was one of a pleased petty little person in Evilmoon's eyes. The flying boat was speeding along when it suddenly began to shake intensely. Long Chen jumped in shock and immediately put away the nail. At some unknown time, he had entered a storm region. Everything around him was dusky, and the roar of thunder came with flashes of lightning. I've reached the ancient battlefield. Long Chen's expression became solemn. He had reached the border between the eastern Zon region and the southern Zon region. This was home to one of the 7 danger zones, the ancient battlefield. However, the 7 danger zones had now become the 6 danger zones. One of them, the heaven-devouring forest, had vanished because of Long Chen. As for the ancient battlefield, it had many names. It was also called the battlefield of gods. In truth, there were many names for many existences on the martial heaven continent. For example, the heaven-splitting battle sect's original name was the heaven-splitting divine sect. That was because it was rumored that the heaven-splitting battle sect had been founded by a god, so it had the word divine in it. However, the era of gods and legends had already passed, and the heaven-splitting battle sect declined. No one called it the heaven-splitting divine sect any longer, so it became the heaven-splitting battle sect. This battlefield was the same. It had once been called the battlefield of gods, but later, people had felt that calling it the ancient battlefield was easier to understand, as gods were too ephemeral. Damn, this lightning and storm is no natural manifestation. It's the result of laws clashing and breaking spacetime. Long Chen was stunned. He was now finally experiencing the ancient battlefield. He found that it was somewhat similar to the ancient battlefield in the spirit world. However, the clash of laws here was even more intense. Long Chen didn't even need to try and trace back to the origin to sense these terrifying laws. Long Chen continued through this region according to the path set on the map. He didn't dare to deviate even in the slightest. Any deviation could cause him to lose his life here. He saw countless illusions as he flew by. He saw meteorites pouring down in torrents, stars exploding, giants holding up the sky, a one-winged beast slicing through the starry sky. There were countless lifeforms fighting intensely. The images were all chaotic. Long Chen focused on controlling the flying boat and did his best not to be affected by the illusions. However, this was very difficult as these illusions were constantly trying to draw his attention. There were several times he almost went off track because of how shocking the scenes were. These definitely aren't illusions. Long Chen was sure that these scenes weren't simple illusions. They were reality. However, those realities came from the past. He sensed anger, despair, fear, and countless emotions within them. After a day, his flying boat finally passed through the ancient battlefield. Long Chen was covered in sweat. It felt like he had gone through a day of bitter fighting. He was exhausted. For others, they could have someone flying the boat while someone else gave directions, allowing them to not be so distracted by what they saw. However, Long Chen couldn't do that. After flying out of the ancient battlefield, he entered the southern Zon region. He soon saw an ancient transportation formation and flew there. After paying a considerable fee, he was sent directly to the Skywood Divine Palace. The formation lit up, and the first thing Long Chen saw was a sea of people. Chapter 16-17 Giant Crowd. Excuse me, can you let me through? I'm trying to join the Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant, and I'll be late if I'm held back. Long Chen tried to gently push his way through the crowd, but there were truly too many people. There was no way for him to squeeze his way in. It wasn't as if he could brute force his way through. Brother, you don't have to push. Everyone's the same as you. We're all here for the Jade Lake pageant. There's an extraordinary amount of geniuses attending this time, but you don't need to worry about being late. Because there are so many people, they've extended the registration period. The Skywood Divine Palace has already sent down word that they guarantee everyone will have a chance to register, said a friendly soul transformation ahead of him. Ah, is that so? Then I'm at ease. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to rush so quickly. Long Chen wiped off some sweat. When going from the eastern Zon region to the southern Zon region, few people would choose to cross the ancient battlefield. That was too dangerous. The majority of them went around through the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. Although the Martial Heaven Sea Ring was also dangerous, even when encountering the most terrifying sea demons, there was still some hope of escaping. In the ancient battlefield, the slightest slip-up could cost you your life. Long Chen looked around. There was a huge channel in front of the transportation formation. The entire path was packed full of people that stretched as far as he could see. What shocked Long Chen was that all these disciples that had come to register were soul transformation experts. Furthermore, the majority were women. This was Long Chen's first time seeing so many female cultivators gathered in one place. Long Chen was looking around when someone suddenly crashed into him. A woman's startled cry rang out. The transportation formation behind him had activated again, and someone new had come. As a result, this jam-packed crowd became even tighter. A woman ended up crashing into Long Chen out of control. Long Chen felt two soft feelings on his back. Long Chen turned back to see that the woman appeared to be in her late 20s. Her looks weren't bad. She hastily apologized. Sorry. The force behind her was too great, and she ended up pushing up even tighter against Long Chen. Long Chen held his hands high in the air to express his innocence. The woman tried to steady herself, but more and more people were appearing in the back, and she ended up tightly stuck to Long Chen. Hopefully, Wan'er isn't anywhere near. Otherwise, I won't be able to prove my innocence to her. Long Chen hastily looked in every direction. If Tang Wan'er's jealous eyes saw his current state, he would be doomed. However, he quickly realized that there were quite a few women crying out. Some of them were glaring furiously at the men beside them. Clearly, those men's hands hadn't been innocent. Long Chen saw one man laugh awkwardly after being glared at by a woman. He waded through the crowd away from the woman. Long Chen saw that he had a new target now, a woman capable of causing huge waves. Did they come here just to take advantage? Long Chen saw quite a few men with infatuated expressions. He became speechless. Hi, can you protect me a bit? I'm being squeezed. The woman pressing tightly against Long Chen's chest looked up at him helplessly. Only then did Long Chen start fighting back against the crowd, making some space for her. These people's physical bodies couldn't compare to his. If he wanted to, he could charge straight through the crowd. However, this was Chu Yao's sect. He couldn't cause trouble. Thank you, you really are a good person, said the woman with a red face. I'll have to thank you for saying that. Only a few people will call me a good person. Long Chen bitterly smiled. At least, in the eastern Zan region, there was no one who would do so. Oh, you look a bit familiar. Have we met before? Asked the woman. Haha, I'm just so ordinary that I look similar to a lot of people. Can you tell me what's going on with this Jade Lake pageant? Why are there so many people? You don't even know this. Are you not from the southern Zan region? That's right, I came over for tempering and suddenly heard something about the Jade Lake pageant, so I wanted to see what it was about. Then you'll probably be disappointed. There are 2 requirements to attend the Jade Lake pageant. One is that you must be a soul cultivator whose spiritual strength reaches a certain standard. The other is the vouching of your sect to guarantee your identity. There's quite a fee for attending, and that fee is normally paid by the sect. Without it, they won't let you in, said the woman apologetically. It's all right, I have my sect vouching for me, and I'm also a soul cultivator. Although I'm just a dabbler in that regard, it should be enough to pass. Since this was organized by the Skywood Divine Palace and it was Chu Yao who had invited him to come, he should definitely be able to attend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him to come. Long Chen was in the midst of speaking with her when he suddenly kicked someone away, shouting, "Are you blind? I'm a man, so what are you touching me for?" He had suddenly felt something strange and noticed an idiot behind him. He didn't know if this idiot didn't differentiate between men and women, or whether he had just made a mistake, but Long Chen directly kicked him away. His kick caused a disturbance. That perverted-looking man hastily covered his face and tried to escape attention. That bastard, he touched me before too. He didn't come to register, he's purely here to, in any case, beat him. Cried a woman suddenly, also kicking him. Following that woman's shout, a dozen other women immediately came to beat him. The perverted man didn't even dare to retaliate. He could only cover his head as he fled. HMPH, you're this ugly, and you want to randomly touch others. You're trying to antagonize us, is that it? Shouted a mighty woman as she gave him a beating. The perverted man was quickly beaten black and blue. However, he didn't dare to make a sound as he received their fury. After seeing the perverted man being beaten, quite a few other men's expressions changed. Feeling a bit guilty, they became much more reserved. No one wanted to become the next target. There was a saying that a person's accomplishments were 3 parts destiny, 7 parts hard work, and 90 parts looks. This perverted man was a perfect example. Everyone else was fine, but only he was beaten so badly. He used himself to prove that in the end, having a decent face was still very important. In the chaos, Long Chen took out a cloak and put on the hood, covering the majority of his face. Although this place was the southern Zan region, his fame from the eastern Zan region was too resounding. Just this first woman had felt him to be familiar. She had to have seen him in a photographic jade. Once the disturbance passed, the line slowly progressed. Long Chen no longer spoke and just silently followed the crowd. Just as Long Chen was listening to other people's conversations to see if he could learn anything more about the Jade Lake pageant, a cold shout rang out. Long Chen looked over to see a group of people slowly advancing. 4 people were opening a path, while 2 experts carried a palanquin. Everyone got out of the way, while those that didn't have time were forced back by the powerful auras of the 4 people. Long Chen was a bit surprised. The ones carrying the palanquin and opening a path were all rank 9 celestials with exceptional auras. To use experts on this level for such menial tasks showed how high the status of the person inside had to be. The palanquin was closed off with a curtain, and a terrifying pressure came from it. That pressure came not from within the palanquin but from the curtains. The curtains were created from the silk of an 11th rank magical beast, the Earth Heart Blood Silkworm. Each strand of it was a priceless treasure that could cut through king items. Rumor was that just 10 300-meter strands of its silk were as valuable as an ancestral item. All the curtains were made of that silk. Their price was unimaginable. There was not one part of the palanquin that wasn't a treasure. Even the poles carrying it were top-grade ancestral items. That's the palanquin of Han Feifei. She's the granddaughter of the Southern Zan region's ancient family alliance's branch master. Don't provoke her. She's extremely unreasonable and tyrannical. The woman who had spoken with Long Chen whispered to him. The ancient family alliance. The Southern Zan region's branch master. Was that so amazing? Long Chen's lip curled. In any case, the Eastern Zan region's branch master would quiver whenever he saw Long Chen. However, perhaps the Southern branch master would be different. He might be a nether passage expert. That could be why his granddaughter was so tyrannical as to view all the Southern Zan region's geniuses as nothing. Long Chen couldn't understand these heavenly geniuses who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Did people have to act high and mighty in order to feel like they had value? If they weren't high enough, did they have to trample other people's heads to prove that they were different from others? Long Chen shook his head. Although he felt a bit unnatural, he was past his competitive age. He retreated to the side. However, this path wasn't very large. This packed crowd could only make a 6 feet wide path. The palanquin was making things even tighter. Long Chen looked at the experts opening the path with ridicule. He saw them looking arrogantly at the people they forced out of the way. Did it feel very glorious being the dogs of other people? Originally, everyone was standing out of their way properly, when a woman was pushed forward by the crowd. It was just a single step, but she turned pale. Although she immediately pulled back, one of the men opening the path raised a whip in his hand and swung it at her face. This man was a whip expert, and his movements were very skilled. His whip was like a living viper, which had countless barbs on it. Anyone struck would be in immense pain. There was also a special poison on it that would cause scars even if heavenly Tao energy was used. The woman turned pale as paper. There was nothing she could do. Blood splashed as a man used his own face to receive that whip for the woman. Chapter 1618 Han Feifei. That man let out a miserable cry, causing everyone to jump. That whip had clearly been aimed at the woman. Why would that man suddenly act as the hero saving the beauty? Even if he wanted to be a hero saving a beauty, he wouldn't use his own face to receive it. However, when people saw that his throat was caught in someone else's hand, they couldn't help letting out startled cries. A cloaked man was holding him like he was a chicken. The former had used the latter's face to receive that whip. Even the whipper was startled. Naturally, this cloaked person was Long Chen. He coldly said, "Is it fun playing such a joke? Now you've experienced how it feels, so tell me, is it fun?" Who are you?" demanded that man. Previously, it had been this man who had smiled wickedly and pushed that woman forward just as the palanquin was approaching. That woman hadn't been expecting such a thing, and so she had been pushed out. Long Chen had seen it clearly. As a man, he wasn't opposed to pulling pranks. Who didn't have a bit of a petty side? However, a man had to take responsibility for his actions. Seeing this man push that woman to be beaten while acting like he hadn't done anything had sparked Long Chen's anger, so he had helped that man play the hero saving the beauty. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that as a man who stands while he pees, you have to bear the responsibility for your actions. If you harm someone, you have to help them bear the consequences. I knew you didn't have that courage, so I just helped you out. There's no need to thank me. Long Chen slowly released the man and patted him on the shoulder. When Long Chen said this, everyone immediately understood what had happened. They all glowered at the man, especially the women. If it weren't for the palanquin being present, they might have already charged forward and beaten him to death. Just wait. The man cried out some vicious words before covering his face and leaving. The woman who had almost been harmed thanked Long Chen, but Long Chen merely smiled and shook his head. You like meddling in other people's affairs? Scram. The expert with the whip was embarrassed at having his attack so easily blocked. Seeing the woman, who had been his original target, thank Long Chen, he was enraged and attacked Long Chen, eliciting startled cries. Long Chen caught his whip. His hand moved so fast that others couldn't even see it. The expert tried to pull back his whip, and the whip's runes lit up. It was a powerful ancestral item. However, no matter what he did, the whip was like a little snake caught in Long Chen's grasp. He couldn't pull it out. You should bless your luck. If the weather wasn't good today, you'd be a corpse. Scram. Long Chen shook his hand ever so slightly. That expert coughed up blood, while every inch of his whip exploded, its fragments scattering through the air. The expert's furious roar was cut off when Long Chen slapped him across the face. His head caved in, and he flew into the distance. Long Chen's gaze was cold. Originally, his mood was good as he had come to see Chu Yao. His mood was as sunny as the weather. Being in a crowd of so many people made him recall many things of a more mediocre time. However, there just had to be a fool who came to provoke him, ruining his good mood. If the weather wasn't good, or if his mood wasn't good, he'd have long since killed that idiot with the wave of a hand. Long Chen's actions startled everyone, and they backed up even further, looking at him in shock. Someone actually dared to attack Han Feifei's people. Just how tough was his backing? What is going on? A female voice came from within the palanquin. It sounded like its owner had just woken up. Reporting to the young lady, someone is blocking the path and causing trouble. Reported one of the experts. Then hurry up and kill them. I want to see Brother Di Shin already, said the woman. Yes. The experts immediately surrounded Long Chen. Brat, although you have some skill, you shouldn't have become enemies with my Han family. To be enemies with the Han family is to be enemies with the Southern Zan region's ancient family alliance. Before, you didn't know the young lady's status. But now that you do, it's too late. I'll give you to the count of 3. Kill yourself. Doing so has 2 benefits. You'll get to keep your corpse intact, and you won't bring disaster to your family. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Even in all his time dominating the Eastern Zan region, he had never encountered someone so wildly arrogant to the point that it was laughable. It seems you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Fine, you can die then, said one of the experts furiously. All of them raised their weapons at Long Chen. Wait a sec, Long Chen waved his hand. Are you regretting it now? It's too late. I've never done anything I've regretted, so there's no need for you to worry about that. I was just saying to wait because I want to ask if we can switch locations. Killing you here wouldn't be too good, said Long Chen. After all, this was right beneath the Skywood Divine Palace, Chu Yao's sect. Killing people here wasn't good. However, his killing intent had already been provoked. He definitely wouldn't be merciful once he attacked. The crowd was shocked. Just who was this cloaked man? Did he not know who Han Feifei was? He actually dared to go against her. Just as everyone was shocked, within the main palace of the Skywood Divine Palace, 4 women were drinking tea and looking at the scene on the wall. The 4 of them were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan as well as a beautiful woman looking to be in her late 20s. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and her bearing was natural and graceful. She was the Skywood Divine Palace's master. For Chu Yao, she had sacrificed her youthful appearance. However, Chu Yao had then brought back the divine life elixir from the spirit world which had restored her beauty. Furthermore, she looked to be even younger and more beautiful. When the 4 of them were together, it looked as if they were sisters. If it wasn't for the difference in their cultivation bases, it would have been impossible to realize the truth. They had been chatting here the entire day. The palace master was extremely experienced, and she would discuss the Tao with them every day, benefiting the 3 of them greatly. They were gaining new insights and benefits with each passing day. However, the 3 of them had recently been growing anxious because Long Chen hadn't come even after all this time. When they had seen him appear, Tang Wan had immediately leapt up. But after a moment of excitement, she gnashed her teeth. That scoundrel, who knows where he went all this time? He must be punished. Don't open a back door for him this time. Let him take the test with everyone else and fight for his own spot. That's no good. Long Chen isn't very good at minding his own business. If things get troublesome, it'll be hard to fix them, said Chu Yao with a laugh. Isn't this the Skywood Divine Palace? Would he dare to cause trouble here? Demanded Tang Wan. This was Chu Yao's home. Long Chen definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. I wasn't talking about that. You know how outstanding Long Chen is. There are so many women here, aren't you worried? Chu Yao winked at Tang Wan profoundly. He wouldn't dare. Tang Wan immediately raged, but her confidence flagged. In this world where experts were revered, a person like Long Chen has a fatal attraction for women. Furthermore, he also has that wild and fearless aspect to him. Long Chen is dangerous, and some women are very attracted to that. You want to toss him into a crowd of women. Isn't that like tossing honey into an ant's nest? Laughed Chu Yao. I refuse to believe he's so amazing. Quibbled Tang Wan. However, She had no choice but to admit that Chu Yao was right. Then Meng Qi, don't you think he should be punished? He ignored us for such a long time. Tang Wan turned to Meng Qi for help. Meng Qi shook her head helplessly. She patted Tang Wan on the head. You really are like a child. If Long Chen didn't get the message, that means he's very busy. If he received it and didn't come, it means he had something even more important to do. There's nothing to punish him over. Big sister, why do you always speak up for Long Chen? If you act like that, he'll become completely unbridled. There'll be no way to keep him in check, said Tang Wan. Meng Qi was always gentle and kind, as well as good at understanding others. Oftentimes, when it came to Long Chen, she would do whatever he said. Are you treating him like a child? Laughed Meng Qi. All right, if you want, he can muddle his way in with the crowd. Actually, if you look at him, he's reserved himself quite a bit. He's quite low-key in the crowd. Look at these geniuses puffing out their chests trying to impress others. Long Chen's intentionally trying not to draw attention. Hee, it's you, Wan who's trying to cause trouble for him. Sister, you're laughing at me, cried Tang Wan. Oh, Palace Master, quick, someone has to stop Long Chen. He's going to start killing. Meng Qi suddenly let out a startled cry. HMPH, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can die right here. Those experts sneered at Long Chen's expression, and their auras began to rise. Long Chen shook his head. Some people were in such a rush to reincarnate. If he didn't help them out, he'd feel bad for their energetic attitudes. Just as Long Chen was about to send these people to their deaths, a cold cry rang out. A figure appeared in the air. Chapter 16-19 Spiritual Test. The one who had appeared was a young woman in emerald green robes. She was one of the Skywood Divine Palace's elders. As a wood cultivator, she gave off a gentle feeling. She was a life star expert. Following her shout, those people stopped, glaring at Long Chen. Since everyone's a guest, why fight with your lives on the line? Young Lady Han, you have a violet golden invitation card and can enter without registering. There's no need to make things hard on others, said the elder while looking at the palanquin. I was sleeping and don't know what happened. Since you've come, I'll give you face. I can't be bothered to deal with him. Let's go. A woman's voice came from within the palanquin. She also didn't want to cause trouble as this was the Skywood Divine Palace's territory. Brat, count yourself lucky. Just wait, don't let me learn who you are. One of the experts said some vicious words as they left, but before he could get them all out, he was sent flying by a slap from Long Chen. You're the lucky ones, hurry up and scram. Since when did dogs start talking so much? Long Chen was irritated. Did these people really want him to kill them before they would be obedient? Arrogance. You are provoking me, raged the woman in the palanquin. HMPH, a granddaughter of some branch alliance master isn't worth me provoking. Youngster, you overestimate yourself, said Long Chen disdainfully. The most irritating people were the ones like this, who provoked others whenever they opened their mouths, yet cried that others were provoking them when they spoke back. Idiotic. The fact that Long Chen said this showed that he knew exactly who he was speaking to, but he still treated her like this. That shocked everyone. If Long Chen really had such backing, why was he lined up with everyone? People of his level all got some special treatment. Ha ha ha, good, then you can be arrogant for now. Once the Jade Lake pageant starts, I'll make you kneel for mercy. Laughed the woman in the palanquin. In all her years, this was her first time encountering someone who dared to take that tone with her. Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a brainless princess. Their intelligence wasn't on the same level. Let's go. Following the woman's orders, the others continued carrying her on her way. They glared at Long Chen, but they didn't say anything again. They really had to have something broken in their heads. They clearly could have just flown over if they had such special treatment, but they had to force people out of their way. Was that the only way for them to feel superior in the southern Zon region? Long Chen was feeling more and more loathing toward that group. He couldn't understand what kind of mental illness they had. He supposed they were just lucky. If the Xuantian Dao sect was in the southern Zon region, he'd have long since helped cure them of their illness. Long Chen sighed inside. The eastern Zon region had been mostly cured. Did he have to be a traveling doctor in the other regions now? Once she left, the elder made an apology to everyone. She said that everyone should just calmly wait to register. As long as they met the standards, they would definitely be able to attend the Jade Lake pageant. She calmed the emotions of the crowd. Thank you. If it weren't for you, the woman who had almost been whipped finally had a chance to thank Long Chen. If it weren't for him, she'd have been struck in the face. That scar would have followed her for a lifetime. There's no need to be courteous. Actually, I'm not that good of a person. I just felt angry seeing certain people's actions, so I wanted to vent, said Long Chen. I should tell you this. You shouldn't attend the Jade Lake pageant. Although there are many opportunities during it, that Han Feifei isn't so easy to provoke. Furthermore, a genius from the central Zan region is attending too, Di Xin. Di Xin is the son of the first wife of the master of the full ancient family alliance, Di Long. Not only does he have that special status, but he's also extremely terrifying. There has never been anyone who has managed to last longer than 3 exchanges against him. He's an unimaginably terrifying Empyrean. Here are a few travel expenses for you for coming this far, but please leave now so you aren't implicated, said the woman sincerely. She handed Long Chen a spatial ring. When he looked inside, he saw over 1,000 spirit crystals in it. For a rank 7 celestial like her, that was probably all her savings. Long Chen couldn't help smiling slightly, his heart warming. He never asked for others to pay him back for helping them, but he did rather care more about whether they appreciated it or not. If on the other hand, after he had saved her, she had stealthily slipped away, acting like she didn't know about how she had implicated him, that would make him feel uncomfortable. Di Long, why does that name sound familiar? Long Chen suddenly felt that this name was familiar. It seemed that it had been brought up before, but he hadn't been paying much attention at that time. Now that he heard this name again and learned of his status, it seemed his position and cultivation base were not any inferior to Ku Jianying. Thank you, but I have to attend the Jade Lake pageant. I can't leave. As for Di Xin or Han Feifei, I'm very curious about just how much ability they have to be so arrogant. There's no need for you to worry about me. My life is quite tough. Long Chen smiled. Of course his life was very tough. He had even charged out of purgatory. As for a little Jade Lake pageant, insignificant. The woman couldn't help but sigh sadly. She didn't bother trying to advise Long Chen any longer. The crowd continued onward. After half a day, they arrived in front of a huge gate. Some people were busy registering the participants and allowing them to enter. Long Chen saw that everyone needed to show their identity plate and also get their spiritual fluctuations tested. They were confirming whether the participants met the standards of soul cultivators to enter the pageant. When it was Long Chen's turn, the female disciple who received his identity plate only stared blankly. She looked up at him. Sorry, you aren't from the southern Zan region. What, can't people from other regions also attend? Asked Long Chen. This was different from what he had expected. If people from other regions weren't allowed to attend, then what had he rushed over here for? Wait, no, that Di Xin isn't from the southern Zan region either. Why can he attend? Raged Long Chen. Don't panic just yet. Geniuses from other regions can attend, but in order to show consideration to the people of this region, the test standards for them are increased by 100 times. I hope you can understand, said the disciple politely. 100 times, all right, then test away. Long Chen was confident he could pass. Quite a few people were shocked that Long Chen came from a different region. There were very few disciples from other regions that had the power to attend the Jade Lake pageant. The test was something only a few strong soul cultivators could pass, and to have its difficulty increased by 100 times made it almost impossible. For natives, their soul value must reach 10,000 points to enter. As for you, you'll need to reach 1 million points at least. Di Xin also had to take this test to enter, so we aren't being biased. Of this, you can be sure, said the disciple. If he can pass, then I can too. Just test me. Long Chen shrugged. As soon as he said this, someone laughed. How shameless. Does he think he can compare to Di Xin? Laughable. Di Xin is a peerless heavenly genius. A little puppy can't compare to him. Little people shouldn't say such big words, added another. Clearly, Di Xin's fame was quite great, and there were quite a few supporters of his in the crowd. For Long Chen to say that he could also pass had immediately caused quite a few disdainful snorts to ring out. Long Chen ignored them. How do I do the test? Normally, we just need to use the spirit testing stone, but it caps out at 20,000 points. You'll need to use the spirit testing tablet. The disciple waved her hand, and a 30-meter tablet appeared behind her. There was a red line carved onto it with red liquid flowing within. Along the line were several clear lines marked with numerical values written in immortal characters. When that tablet appeared, startled cries rang out. The very first mark is 100,000, while its maximum is 1,500,000. Is there really such an existence in this world? Didn't they already say that Destined passed? Hehe, Destined practically isn't human. Hopefully, this guy won't fail to even reach the first marker, or it would be too embarrassing. Is he covering his face because he's afraid of embarrassing himself? At least he made his preparations first. Long Chen had a hood on, blocking the upper half of his face. As for his identity plate, only the female disciple had seen his name there. The others had no idea who he was. They thought he was wearing a cloak to act mysterious. Yao are you sure that Long Chen's spiritual strength can compare to Destined's? If he embarrasses himself, it'll be difficult to let him in, said the Skywood Divine Palace's master within the main palace. Palace master, don't worry. I understand Long Chen's spiritual strength the most. Destined had a soul value of 1,200,000. Long Chen will definitely score higher, said Meng Qi confidently. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er had great confidence in Long Chen. They knew just how monstrous his spiritual strength was. To start the test, place your hand on the spirit testing spot. You can unleash your spiritual strength there, said the disciple. Long Chen nodded and placed his hand on a red-colored square sensor stone. The countless mocking voices made him smile coldly. The spiritual strength in his mind surged out. Chapter 16:20 Soul value off the charts. As Long Chen's spiritual strength surged, the red liquid in the tablet began to fluctuate. However, even after several seconds, it didn't climb at all. Ha ha ha, he probably can't even reach 100,000, and he acted so big. How laughable. Didn't he compare himself to Destined? I've never seen someone with such a thick skin. If I were him, I'd kill myself right now. Seeing that the red liquid didn't move, the sharp-tongued people immediately began to add on insults. Long Chen didn't say anything, but the disciple testing him coldly said, the spirit testing tablet is different from the spirit testing stones. It doesn't finish the test instantly, which is why we don't use it normally. He needs to use his spiritual strength to make the soul blood liquid inside reach a boiling point before it can start rising. That usually requires half an incense stick's worth of time, so if you don't understand, don't randomly speak. You only reveal how ignorant you are. Those mocking people's expressions immediately became ugly. The surrounding people were all looking at them disdainfully. HMPH, so what? I don't believe such a person has a soul value of 1,000,000. He's clearly just wasting time, quibbled a man. It's moving. Just at this moment, the red liquid representing his soul value began to rise. The disciple standing beside it was shocked. In just 5 breaths' time, Long Chen had made the soul blood liquid inside reach its boiling point. That was absolutely shocking. Even Destined had used over 10 breaths' time to reach this point. This not only represented that his soul value was double Destined's, but it also represented his terrifyingly powerful spiritual strength. Just at this moment, within the main palace, the palace master became shocked. Long Chen's spiritual strength, is it even greater than yours, Meng Qi? Meng Qi was a pure soul cultivator. In truth, her spiritual strength had mutated strangely and could no longer be classified according to normal standards. As for Chu Yao, she was the disciple that the palace master was fondest of, to such a point that the latter had been willing to sacrifice her longevity and beautiful appearance to make up for the fact that Chu Yao had missed her golden cultivation time. As a wood cultivator, Chu Yao had both plentiful spiritual yuan and spiritual strength that wouldn't lose out to her masters. When Meng Qi had arrived, the palace master had been shocked to find that Meng Qi's spiritual strength was even greater than Chu Yao's. That had already filled her with disbelief. As for Destined, his spiritual strength hadn't surpassed Meng Qi's. He had only reached the same level as Chu Yao. In truth, Meng Qi's spiritual strength was the result of Long Chen cutting off a portion of his own spiritual strength, creating a spiritual seed for her. That was what had resulted in the mutation. Chu Yao's soul value had been measured at 1,370,000 points, while Destined had reached 1,350,000 points. It could be said that he was equal with Chu Yao in this regard. However, Destined had been holding back at that time, but in the same vein, Chu Yao had only measured her soul value a few months ago, and it had now increased by quite a bit. It was just that she hadn't tested it again. In any case, their spiritual strength should be on the same level. However, Meng Qi's soul value had reached 1,490,000 points. She was at the top of all of them. On the other hand, Tang Wan was left out. Her soul value was only 57,000 points. In the outside world, this was incredible, but compared to these monsters, she was clearly much inferior. When they had tested themselves, even Meng Qi hadn't expected Tang Wan's soul value to be so low. However, she was a very brute force kind of fighter, so it was understandable. Nevertheless, Tang Wan couldn't help feeling disappointed. Her emotions were always written all over her face. She felt inferior. Hence, they had called Long Chen over mainly for Tang Wan. They had to fight for one of the many opportunities in the Jade Lake pageant that would increase Tang Wan's spiritual strength. This was also why Tang Wan was so anxious when Long Chen arrived so late. She wanted to get back at him for it. Hearing the palace master's shocked cry, Meng Qi merely smiled. She looked at the scene on the wall. The red liquid was still rising. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. As Long Chen's spiritual strength circulated, it continued to rise. The surrounding experts all stared in stunned silence. It had to be known that a normal cultivator at their level had a soul value under 3,000. After all, spiritual strength wasn't the only kind of energy used by a cultivator. In truth, when fighting, cultivators had to merge the essence, qi, and soul together. Those three things represented their physical strength, spiritual yuan, and spiritual strength respectively. Those three types of energy had to merge together to unleash magical arts. Different magical arts required different proportions of energy. For the majority of battle skills, unleashed with weapons or fists, the proportion was normally 4, 5, 1. In other words, 40% came from the physical body, 50% came from spiritual yuan, and 10% came from spiritual strength. There was also another aspect known as the body, mouth, and will. When unleashing one's greatest power, the body moved, the mouth made an incantation or shouted, and the will guided everything. The three worked simultaneously. When experts fought, they would often shout loudly what move they were using. In truth, that wasn't used to show off or frighten their opponents, but the result of this body, mouth, and will aspect. When they weren't united, it would reduce the power of the attack. In fact, if things went awry, the energy might simply explode in their bodies. There were plenty of cases of people crippling themselves due to the body, mouth, and will not working in unison. Shouting the move had a mental effect, and it allowed the essence, qi, and soul to flow through the requirements of the move naturally. This was one of the iron rules of the cultivation world that no one could change. Some moves had different proportions of energy. For example, Long Chen's double dragon destruction, star fall, and other magical arts usually had a proportion of 1, 4, 5. 10% physical energy, 40% spiritual yuan, and 50% spiritual strength. In addition, he had to summon Lei Long and Huo Long's energy. Such a magical art required much more spiritual strength. Without spiritual strength, there was no way to keep the magical art stable. It would just explode in the body. People, whose spiritual strength was lacking, couldn't unleash such techniques. They were all normally close-range fighters, while those with powerful spiritual strength had no problem fighting at long range or short range. All attacks with a huge range, especially ones with shocking areas of destruction, required a massive amount of spiritual strength. That was why a genius's soul value was a very important decider of their talent. The Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant required participants to be at the soul transformation realm and have a soul value of 10,000 points. That made countless geniuses cry in private. Even Empyreans wouldn't necessarily have such powerful spiritual strength, and if they didn't, then not even Empyreans would be allowed to attend the Jade Lake pageant. Seeing that Long Chen's soul value had reached 400,000 already gobsmacked countless people. On average, the people here had a soul value between 10,000 and 30,000. A very small portion might be able to reach 50,000. Those who could reach 100,000 were as rare as a phoenix feather or Keelan horn. They had the power to look down arrogantly on all the others. They had heard of people possessing a soul value in the hundreds of thousands, but they had never personally seen one. So all their hearts were pounding as they watched the red liquid slowly rise. Those people who had mocked Long Chen before were the most shocked ones. They felt a burning sensation on their faces. Worst of all, They had even been criticized by one of the disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace for being ignorant about the testing process, making them now look both stupid and laughable. As Long Chen's soul value continued to rise, their faces burned hotter and hotter. It was like each increase was a slap in the face. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. As Long Chen's soul value continued to rise, everyone was deathly silent, staring at the tablet as well as that mysterious figure. Eventually, Long Chen's soul value reached 950,000. However, it suddenly came to a stop, as if it couldn't progress any further. That made countless people sigh in disappointment. It had actually been a failure in the end, and it was just a little bit off. That was regretful. Ha ha ha, didn't I say that he wouldn't be able to do it? Now, do you see it? Isn't he still a failure in the end? How could he compare to Di Shin? HMPH, he's a far cry from him. Does the light of a firefly dare to compare with the light of the full moon? The people who had mocked Long Chen immediately sighed with relief and began with their insults once again. It was like Long Chen's failure was the result that they wanted to see the most. Their wish was finally fulfilled. The disciple testing him couldn't help feeling that it was regretful that he was just a bit off. She encouraged him by saying, "Sometimes people's spiritual strength fluctuates when they're panicked or in a rush. You can try again after steadying your heart." "Thank you." Long Chen smiled. "There's no need to waste the time. We're not amateurs. We know the test requires unleashing all his spiritual strength. Doing so is exhausting, and to do it right after it will multiply the difficulty. There's no chance for him," laughed a disciple. "You." The testing disciple glared at that person irritably. However, what he said was true. If one couldn't make it, then after tiring themselves out, it would be even more difficult to pass the second try. There was really no hope. However, for him to say such a thing before Long Chen had even tried again was irritating. "What do you understand? HMPH, what if I actually manage to pass? Will you eat the stone tablet?" said Long Chen disdainfully. "Haha, if you succeed, we'll eat the entire stone tablet. But if you fail, you have to kneel and lick our shoes." "Do you dare?" Over 10 people immediately raised. "A bet with Long Chen." "All right, then I'll bet with you." These were precisely the words that he had been waiting for. The red liquid that had been stagnating suddenly bloomed with light. Spiritual strength surged forward like a tsunami, and the red light soared. The red light reached the peak, and then the entire stone tablet exploded into fragments. It's off the charts. Chapter 1621. Eat it for me. The soul testing tablet. It exploded. Everyone was deathly silent. They were simply stunned. A red light soared into the sky. The soul energy that had been released in that instant terrified everyone. They felt incredibly minuscule in the face of that energy. They looked at the fractured testing tablet. That scene was one that they wouldn't be able to forget for a long time. In the palace, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan laughed. This result was not unexpected at all for them. On the other hand, the palace master was stunned. She had long since heard of Long Chen, but she only knew he possessed heaven-shaking combat power. She had never heard that he was an even more terrifying soul cultivator, as he had never used soul arts in his battles. What she didn't know was that although Long Chen had his terrifying soul energy, he didn't have the time or energy to train in soul arts. He didn't even fully understand the 9-star hegemon body art, so he had no time to be distracted. That stone tablet had a powerful formation supporting it. There were records of people reaching its maximum testing value in history. However, there had never been a case of someone's spiritual strength causing it to explode. In other words, Long Chen's spiritual strength had far surpassed the testing limits of the stone tablet. Now, no one knew just how high his soul value was. "Did you see that? If you did, then hurry up." "What? Don't tell me I even need to prepare chopsticks for you before you start eating," sneered Long Chen toward the people who had mocked him before but were now speechless. These disciples' expressions immediately became unsightly. They had never expected Long Chen to suddenly unleash a second burst of spiritual strength that not only broke past the 1 million point mark, but also caused the soul testing tablet to shatter. Although they had said some big words before, how were they supposed to eat the testing tablet? Those people didn't know what to answer. "Eat it for me," shouted Long Chen. Long Chen had never had any intentions of letting these people off. They were too irritating. He hadn't provoked them, but they had constantly insulted him. He was no saint, and if they irritated him, he would make sure that they were irritated too. Was it very refreshing to curse others? Well, it was time to pay the price for that enjoyment. Brat, don't go too far. You should know, I am. Long Chen slapped him across the face with one hand and caught his throat with the other. Long Chen then used his first hand to pick up a fist-sized stone and shoved it into that person's mouth. Once it was shoved into his mouth, Long Chen punished his cheeks, breaking the stone and forcing the fragments down his throat. That person was like a chicken and had no ability to resist at all. His eyes rolled back into his head. Sharp blades cause wounds that can be healed quickly, but the anger from insults doesn't wear off until it's vented. Originally, my mood was very good, but I ended up running into idiots with vicious mouths like you. You've ruined my mood, so you better eat all these stones for me. Even if I have to break your heads to stuff them down your throats, they're going down. Long Chen's gaze swept across the others as he held onto that disciple. Those disciples immediately felt like they were being stared at by a god of death. As long as Long Chen willed it, they would lose their lives. It's over. Long Chen seems to be really angry now. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen's eyes from the image. Meng Qi helplessly smiled. It's well within expectations. His temper was never good, and he almost tried to kill Han Feifei just now. As for these people, they were really dislikable. They kept trying to anger him. Well, now they've angered him. Chu Yao shrugged, expressing her helplessness. Long Chen was angry now, and no one would be able to stop him. Sir. The testing disciple wanted to advise Long Chen to just have these disciples apologize and let this matter end like that. This matter has nothing to do with you. If this place isn't suitable, I won't make things hard on you. I'll drag them somewhere else for them to fulfill their end of the bargain. But if you want to be a mediator, then I'm sorry to tell you that today, they have to either eat these stones for me or die. There is definitely no third path, interrupted Long Chen. Long Chen was a human, and he had emotions. Originally, he had been happy to come here, but now he had a belly full of anger. He didn't bully others, but he wasn't the kind of person to take hits without hitting back. Since they wanted to irritate him, he would make sure that they weren't having a good time. Who are you? Do you know? Long Chen pointed a finger, and a lightning arrow flew out, causing half that person's body to explode. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen had attacked twice, both times too quickly for them to react and without any warning. Everyone here was a genius, and even the weakest was a rank 7 celestial. However, by the time any of them could react, Long Chen's attack was already done. They realized that in front of him, they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Either eat it or die. This is the price of your foolishness. Perhaps you've gotten used to having a vicious tongue by relying on your status to harm others without them being able to retaliate. However, your luck today isn't good because my good mood is gone. No one can save you now. So let me repeat it one last time. Eat it or die, you can choose for yourself. Long Chen's voice didn't contain the slightest emotion, and it rang out in everyone's ears. His icy killing intent made them all shiver. The two women Long Chen had spoken with were shocked. They had never imagined that the kind and warm man would instantly transform into a life-reaping demon king. One of the disciples quivered and knelt. He grabbed a piece of stone, crushed it, and placed the fragments in his mouth. He really ate it. He had no choice but to eat it. Long Chen had locked onto the people who had provoked him with his spiritual strength. As soon as they resisted, they knew that Long Chen's lightning attack would mercilessly cut them down. If they didn't eat it, they would die. If they ate it, they would only lose face. In the end, under the threat of death, they submitted. Following the first one, all those experts, who had said that Long Chen would have to lick their shoes if he didn't succeed, bent down and crushed a piece of stone, putting the bits into their mouths. Seeing them start eating the stone, Long Chen's expression softened slightly. He turned to the testing disciple. Can I enter now? Yes, of course. The disciple personally led the way for him, bringing him away from this place. Once Long Chen left, the disciples eating the stones finally stopped. Their expressions were frighteningly gloomy. One of the disciples punched a rock, raging, "What a bully! How dare he humiliate us like this? I'm going to report this to my grandfather. We'll mobilize the entire sect's power to kill him. I'd advise you to endure it." A man with a sword on his back and a strong aura spoke indifferently from the crowd. "What do you mean?" raged that person. If this man wasn't a rank 9 celestial, while he was just a rank 7 celestial, he might have already attacked him. Before this, I went to the Eastern Zon region and attended a convention. I think this person comes from the Eastern Zon region, said the sword-bearing man. So what if he's from the eastern Zan region? That person had yet to understand what the sword-bearing man was saying. The eastern Zan region, however, other people let out startled cries. Could it be? All their expressions changed. When the eastern Zan region was brought up, they thought of one person. That person had challenged and defeated the entire eastern Zan region. He had annihilated dozens of sects. Both the righteous path and the corrupt paths were shaken by his slaughter. During the dragon slaughtering convention, he had killed until there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Heavens, is it really him? The woman who had pushed into Long Chen due to the crowd covered her mouth, filled with shock. Back then, she had felt him to be familiar, but she couldn't recall knowing such a person. Now, she finally recalled where she knew him from. Her heart pounded. Not even in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she'd end up intimately touching such a legendary figure by chance. However, she was curious. Didn't the stories say that Long Chen was cold-blooded and merciless? He had slaughtered countless people with his vicious means. However, even when she had crashed into him, and when he had saved that other woman, he had only punished the evildoers. Although his methods were tyrannical, they were righteous too. He didn't seem as bad a person as the stories made him out to be. Is it really him? The disciple who had spoken quivered. The others in the same position as him also quivered. They began to sweat. I was too far away at the time to see his face. But his face, it's very familiar. The sword-bearing man didn't say anything more after this. Instead, he went to register. After hearing that, the others didn't dare to say any more vicious words. Some of them came from top sects, but Long Chen had destroyed at least 100 sects on his own. How could they dare to provoke him further? Although they weren't sure it was him, their courage had been broken. In the end, everyone obediently registered. From start to end, they didn't bring up that name again, as if it was taboo, as if saying it would bring bad luck on them. Long Chen didn't make those people finish eating the whole stone tablet. However, they had to eat at least a bite. This way, they could count as even. Being led by the female disciple, as soon as he entered a set of gates, a peaceful and natural air rushed over him. Chapter 16:22 All play. Once he was past the inner gates, what was reflected in his eyes was a mountain stream and a waterfall cascading down like a heavenly ribbon from the sky. All the colors of the rainbow sparkled within it as the sunlight fell on it. The spray of water reflected the green surroundings. There was a stone path winding through this beautiful scenery. This was a world beyond the clamor of the mundane world. The beauty of this scenery couldn't compare to the spirit world, but it was still amazing and refreshing. Long Chen's anger started to naturally fade upon seeing this sight. Just by soaking in the scenery, he felt his heart open and his mind grow clearer. This was a mystical energy, and it was no wonder the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples looked to be so relaxed without any anger. Living in such a place for a long time would naturally influence them. The calm of the mountain, the life of no greed, they naturally made them feel at peace. It really is a good place, praised Long Chen. The disciple leading him sighed with relief upon seeing Long Chen's irritated expression fade away. She smiled and said, "Follow the stone path forward. Not only can you enjoy the scenery, but there are also all kinds of wild fruit you can taste. Feel free to pick them as you please, as long as you don't damage the tree. You'll also see other young cultivators just like you, and you can share your cultivation experiences and understanding. That way, everyone can get stronger together. However, do your best to control your temper. The Skywood Divine Palace doesn't like fighting and killing." "Yes, I just won't talk with them." "Where is Chu Yao?" asked Long Chen. "Fairy Chu Yao has long since been waiting for you. However, it's not convenient to open a back door for you, so you must follow through with the regular process." "All right, I understand. Thank you. I'll just stroll around." Long Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Once the disciple left, Long Chen continued on the stone path. An ancient mountain appeared before him on the winding path next. With each turn of the path, he saw a different scene. This was a sea of greenery. Ancient trees and winding vines grew everywhere. The grass was like a carpet. The air was refreshing and made him feel like his troubles were being washed away. This was a feeling Long Chen had only ever felt in the spirit world. The spirit race loved life. They were so kind that it was almost a bit foolish. The Skywood Divine Palace possessed a similarly relaxing air. Even if a person was infuriated, they would feel embarrassed to release it in front of the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples. As Long Chen continued forward, he quickly saw quite a few people. They were in small groups, privately whispering or loudly discussing the Tao. Some people were even singing or reciting poetry. In truth, the reason these people were here was because too many people had come to attend the Jade Lake pageant this time. They hadn't expected such numbers, so they had people wait here to stall for time. The people in the crowd who were still registering would end up waiting here as well. However, waiting here wasn't boring. There were plenty of heavenly geniuses, as well as beautiful women. When those people saw Long Chen, they all looked at him curiously. That was because his hood covered half his face. TCH, he's just trying to act mysterious. His face is definitely ugly, so he only dares to expose part of it, sneered someone. Although Long Chen only exposed the lower half of his face, he was well built. Just by walking, he possessed a cadence that others couldn't describe, but it was a pleasing sight. Many women looked at him curiously, which resulted in quite a few jealous glares from men landing on him. It would be best if you didn't provoke me. It wasn't easy to get myself in a good mood again. If it's ruined again, it won't be as simple as eating a few stones. If you ruin my mood, then you can count yourself tough if I don't manage to beat the crap out of you. But when I do beat the crap out of you, I'll make you eat it, snorted Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being speechless. Did his appearance really draw so much ire? Wherever he went, countless people would view him unfavorably. Long Chen continued forward, and more people were appearing. Eventually, he reached an empty space and happened to see a mustached man who appeared to be in his early 30s. He was loudly discussing something. Heavens, senior apprentice brother Wang Shan is expounding the Tao. A startled cry rang out from behind Long Chen. Then we have to go listen. Wang Shan has managed to become Di Xin's loyal follower. His meteoric rise is just around the corner. Senior apprentice brother was originally one of the southern Zan region's top experts. With a 7th heaven stage of soul transformation cultivation base in his manifestation that has started to awaken, we can't miss this chance to hear him discuss the Tao. Quite a few people immediately rushed over to that man. Long Chen looked around and saw at least 70 to 80 people. There were quite a few women looking at that man worshipfully. The heavenly Taos are ephemeral, like ice hidden within the sea, like stars hidden in the sky. If you want to comprehend the Tao, you must have a heart like water, a mind like the void. You must use the view of a spectator to observe the world. This Wang Shan was sitting on a rock as he spoke. Long Chen was a bit surprised. This person seemed to really have some skill. That's why, if you want to become a supreme expert, you must be able to view things from multiple angles. That will allow you to see the truth clearer, instead of just seeing a corner of the iceberg. When you look at others, you should look at yourself first. Only once you see yourself clearly can you see other things clearly. Otherwise, a mountain could be before you, but a single leaf over your eyes can make you blind to it. Tranquility leads to reflection, reflection leads to intelligence. Only then can you be free of your 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only then can you see things clearly. Only then will the gate to comprehension open for you. That is the best time to comprehend the heavenly Taos, continued Wang Shan, his voice solemn. The disciples around him were all paying close attention. Long Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Shaking his head ever so slightly, he turned to leave. At first, he had felt that this person had some skill. But as he said more, Long Chen realized that this wasn't the result of his comprehension but simply him reciting a portion of a scripture. Such a thing might sound correct and mysterious, and Long Chen had also read through quite a few fragments of scriptures that had been passed down from ancient times. Some of those scriptures were truly written by amazing experts. Their wisdom was something even Long Chen admired. Their scriptures were truly profound. Sometimes, a single sentence might have dozens of different interpretations. No matter how you tried to comprehend it, it would still make sense. It would still corroborate your Tao. Such a thing was truly the epitome. Those experts had been able to summarize the countless Taos into just a few lines. However, those scriptures were also too profound for people to understand. The inheritance and understanding of those scriptures had long since been severed. It was like the difference between an adult scholar and a child. There was no way for a child to understand a scholar's essay on the Tao. All a child could do was recite what the scholar had said. Due to the battle of the immortal era and successive dark eras, the martial heaven continent's cultivation culture had been fractured, resulting in many texts being lost. Any texts that managed to be preserved were damaged and incomplete. There was no way to fully understand them. During this era, A few people had added annotations to those texts based on their own viewpoints and comprehensions. However, Long Chen had read so many of those that he found that most of them were nonsense. They seemed right but were wrong. Some had even completely twisted the original meaning of the ancient text. At first, Long Chen had thought that Wang Shan was expounding the Tao and sharing his own comprehension with others, so that they could all corroborate their Taos. Only later did Long Chen realize that Wang Shan was reciting what he had read in some ancient scripture. Listening to this kind of thing was a pure waste of time. Brother, please wait a moment. Long Chen had just taken 2 steps away when Wang Shan suddenly stopped talking of the Tao and called out to Long Chen. Long Chen paused. Everyone was startled, and they turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen looked around himself and saw that there was no one else near him. Wang Shan was clearly talking to him. Do you need something? Long Chen frowned. I was simply wondering if you were doubting my comprehension of the Tao. Wang Shan looked at Long Chen politely. However, his tone possessed an arrogant tune. In truth, Wang Shan had been looking around as he had been expounding on the Tao. He saw everyone else run over as if they were afraid of missing a single word. However, Long Chen was the opposite, wanting to leave as soon as he said a few words. That had irritated him. No, I have no doubts. Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to participate in such a classless discussion of the Tao. Wait a moment, just now, you were shaking your head and muttering something disdainfully while I was speaking. You should have some issues with my understanding of the Tao. Please, tell me, what is your name? Where do you come from? If you dislike my Tao, can you share your own? Asked Wang Shan. Long Chen's fury immediately soared. When had he shaken his head? Furthermore, with his face covered, how was Wang Shan supposed to have seen a disdainful expression? He was clearly intentionally trying to find trouble with him. Was he really so dislikable that everyone he met would immediately try to find trouble for him? However, just at that moment, Long Chen saw a certain fellow standing by Wang Shan's side. Long Chen immediately understood because that fellow was one of the idiots who had been forced to eat stones just before. All right then, they wanted to play. Long Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Today, he would properly play with them. Chapter 1623 Sent flying with a kick. Just looking at that little fellow's vengeful smile and his previous mocking of him in defense of Di Xin, Long Chen knew that this little fellow was causing trouble again. Wang Shan was Di Xin's follower. Hence, if the little fellow wanted to cause trouble for Long Chen, Wang Shan would definitely help. Just as everyone was looking at Long Chen vanished, reappearing in front of that smiling little fellow. A large hand slapped across the little fellow's face, and he immediately coughed up blood, all his teeth flying out in a beautiful arc before scattering to the ground. Startled cries rang out as no one had expected Long Chen to suddenly attack. His actions were too quick for anyone to react. Long Chen clenched that person's throat in his hand. He was just a rank 8 celestial. In front of Long Chen, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. You didn't respect the gamble. I said you had to die or finish eating all the stones. Now you've decided not to finish the stone, so I'll be taking your life, said Long Chen coldly as he held that person like he was a chicken. The man struggled, trying to say something, but with his throat held by Long Chen, he couldn't form a complete word. He was filled with terror, courting death. Just at this moment, Wang Shan let out a furious roar. His hands became sharp claws, and he reached for Long Chen's back. His claws easily tore through space, showing that he was truly powerful. Scram! Long Chen's shout was like thunder, shaking everyone's ears and causing them to stumble. Long Chen met Wang Shan's claws with a kick. With a powerful explosive sound, Wang Shan was sent flying. However, Long Chen was a bit surprised. Wang Shan's power was also great, and he was only knocked back a few steps. He managed to kick Wang Shan. Flying. Just who is he? Everyone was stunned. Wang Shan was the southern Zan region's top expert. Rumor was that he had never suffered a defeat to anyone except Di Xin. How could he be sent flying by some nameless little fellow? Do you remember that I said that if I wanted to kill you, no one could save you? Originally, you managed to keep your little life, but you just had to send yourself to your death. That's fine with me. Startled cries rang out along with a bang. That fellow exploded into blood mist, and even his Yuan spirit exploded. He was fully and completely dead. Although that man who was killed had been told by others that the cloaked person was Long Chen, he had felt that Wang Shan was the peak heavenly genius of the southern Zan region and thus shouldn't be any weaker than Long Chen. So even if that person was Long Chen, Wang Shan should be able to protect him. So he had told Wang Shan about how Long Chen had said disrespectful things about Di Xin with exaggerated details, also that Wang Shan would handle Long Chen. Even if Wang Shan wasn't able to defeat Long Chen, he had presumed that the two of them would have a mighty fight of giants. That would at least be some vengeance for making him eat stones. However, he had never expected that even before a challenge was issued, Long Chen would instantly capture him. By the time he regretted it, it was too late. The blood mist slowly dissipated. A rank 8 celestial was slain just like that. People covered their mouths as they stared at Long Chen with shock. Those people who had entered after Long Chen shivered. They knew someone this vicious could only be that same person they had seen registering. The disciples who had eaten the stones quivered. They also hadn't finished eating the stone tablet. Would they be killed next? Long Chen, how brazen. You actually came to our southern Zan region to run amok. Today, I'll teach you that the southern Zan region is not somewhere you can be arrogant. Wang Shan's manifestation exploded into existence. The pressure of an Empyrean immediately filled this space. There were some strange images within his manifestation, proving his manifestation had started to awaken. Everyone's expressions changed, and they hastily retreated, afraid of being caught in any shockwaves. Long Chen, release your power. Otherwise, you'll be killed in an instant. That would be boring, said Wang Shan. Battle intent blazed in his eyes. Long Chen, he's the Eastern Zan region's demon king. Wang Shan had said Long Chen's name twice, shaking everyone's hearts. They stared in shock at the cloaked figure. Long Chen slowly pulled off his hood, revealing his face. Startled cries rang out. This was a face that they all recognized. Photographic jades of him had spread throughout the Central Plains, including the southern Zan region. Long Chen was claimed to be the Eastern Zan region's top expert. He had dominated everyone in the same realm. He and his Dragonblood Legion had created legend after legend. He was a figure shrouded in mystery. I'll let you attack me. If I can't kill you within 10 moves, I will leave the Skywood Divine Palace immediately. Long Chen looked indifferently at Wang Shan, who was floating in the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back. Each of his words was like a hammer striking people's hearts. That was too ridiculous, wasn't it? He wanted to kill Wang Shan within 10 moves. Wang Shan, an Empyrean whose manifestation had reached an initial awakening. Was there really such a person in this world? Such big words would only cause others to laugh, but when they came from Long Chen's mouth, they were filled with unquestionable confidence. They looked from the furious Wang Shan to the indifferent Long Chen. Their hearts pounded. They were about to witness an unprecedented battle of geniuses. One is the top genius of the southern Zan region who has never been suppressed by anyone but Di Xin, while another is the peerless demon king of the eastern Zan region, someone who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If they were to fight, just what kind of unimaginable sight would that be? People were nervous, excited, and afraid, yet also filled with anticipation. Wang Shan felt a bad feeling upon seeing Long Chen look at him so calmly. He didn't know why he felt like that. He had won countless battles in his life. Other than Di Xin, no one had defeated him. For Long Chen to say he could kill him within 10 moves, it was a giant insult. However, at the same time as he was infuriated, he felt a terror that stemmed from his soul. This was his first time feeling such a sensation. Ignorance is such bliss. You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think dominating the Eastern Zan region is so amazing? Today, I'll kill you to show you that you can't dominate the entire world. Understand that the southern Zan region will be your burial ground. Wang Shan's entire body began to shine. He shot at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't move. However, inside his body, the energy of his stars was already circulating. He was just waiting for Wang Shan to get closer. After entering the netherworld, he had not only obtained many treasures and learned many new things, but he also felt like his fighting skills had progressed to a new level. This kind of feeling was strange. Although Long Chen knew that this Wang Shan was very powerful, and the latter even had the aura of a divine item, which showed that he had a divine item protecting himself, Long Chen still felt completely confident in killing him within 10 moves. This was a kind of premonition. It was very strange. That was why Long Chen didn't take the initiative to attack. He simply looked at Wang Shan calmly. He was like a god of death whose blade was already raised. He was simply waiting for his prey to come to him. Just as Wang Shan attacked, the ground split open and countless wooden stakes flew out, forming a large net that separated Wang Shan and Long Chen. Those wooden stakes possessed great power. A life-star elder of the Skywood Divine Palace appeared. Please don't bring your personal grudges into the Skywood Divine Palace. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to expel you, warned the elder. Long Chen indiscriminately killed someone, shouted Wang Shan. It wasn't indiscriminate. I had a bet with that person, and after losing, he refused to follow through with the agreed-upon terms. That's why his life was mine. Everyone outside can testify to that, said Long Chen coldly. All right, this matter ends here. Don't cause a disturbance again, or you'll be kicked out of the Jade Lake pageant. That will become your life's regret, advised the elder before leaving. Wang Shan's expression was gloomy, but he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack again. This Jade Lake pageant was hosted by the Skywood Divine Palace. If he really dared to cause a fuss here and angered the Skywood Divine Palace, no one would be able to stop them from kicking him out. Count yourself lucky, otherwise, you won't have lived to see tomorrow's sun, said Wang Shan coldly. Fool, someone like you thinks he can expound on the Tao. Are you trying to make people die of laughter? Tranquility leads to reflection, reflection leads to intelligence. Only then can you be free of your emotions and desires, opening the gate to comprehension. Does your current appearance seem tranquil? Does it seem intelligent? Do you even have any intelligence? Truly laughable. I can't believe you didn't feel shame talking about the Tao to others. Do you know how to feel embarrassed? Sneered Long Chen. Since you're so wise, why don't you share your wisdom with us? Just at this moment, another man appeared behind Wang Shan. When he appeared, he immediately drew a burst of startled cries. Chapter 1624 Mind Block and Sand Blockage. It's Wang Hai. This person was also an Empyrean. He was a bit weaker than Wang Shan, as he had yet to begin awakening his manifestation. Wang Hai was the paternal half-brother of Wang Shan and was 5 years younger than him. He had been drawn over by the immense disturbance. In fact, countless other people had been drawn over, including several Empyreans. Are those two brothers going to attack Long Chen together? That'll be dangerous for him. It's unlikely. Just now, the elder already said that anyone who causes trouble will be kicked out of the Jade Lake pageant. Since they can't fight with martial power, it's changed into a battle of words. They want to discuss the Tao with Long Chen. Hehe, it's like two masters playing chess. If Long Chen receives their challenge, we'll all benefit immensely, said someone hopefully. Wang Shan was famous in the southern Zan region, and they had long since learned of his power. However, when it came to Long Chen, all they had were stories from another region. They hadn't confirmed anything for themselves about him. They wanted to see who was stronger. They wanted to see if Long Chen's rumors were just bragging or if he had the power to back them up. If you want me to share my understanding of the Tao, that's no problem. Even giving you pointers is no problem, said Long Chen lightly as he looked at Wang Hai. An uproar exploded. Long Chen actually said he would give pointers to Wang Hai, an Empyrean at the 4th heaven stage of soul transformation. On the other hand, Long Chen's aura showed that he had yet to reach the 1st heaven stage. He had barely stabilized himself in his current realm. Give me pointers. Haha, that's the first time I've heard someone say such a thing to me. Good, then please go ahead, tell me what areas do I need to improve. Laughed Wang Hai. Although it sounded like a simple question, it was filled with thorns. If Long Chen said one point that was wrong or that Wang Hai could question, he would immediately use it to counterattack and make Long Chen out to be a fool. Then let me look. Long Chen slowly walked over to Wang Hai, looking up and down him. People held their breath as they waited in anticipation. HMPH. Wang Hai just stood there, staring coldly at Long Chen. His gaze was disdainful. As long as Long Chen opened his mouth, he would immediately prove him wrong. Both Wang Hai and Wang Shan were not only top experts but had also studied ancient scriptures. Both of them were known for their achievements in that regard, as well as their eloquence. That was why people had rushed over upon hearing that one of them was discussing the Tao. Before, Long Chen had managed to act so arrogant, but Wang Shan hadn't had a chance to counterattack. Now Wang Hai was using a different method to challenge him. Since Long Chen had shamelessly said that he would give Wang Hai pointers, there was no way out for Long Chen now. Furthermore, Long Chen had said it so confidently that his opponent had already prepared countless ways to counterattack. He was just waiting for Long Chen to open his mouth. Long Chen examined Wang Hai solemnly. At the very least, his appearance was a bit intimidating. No one dared to make a sound. They were all waiting for his evaluation. As a supreme expert, Long Chen was naturally able to determine a person's elemental attribute and fighting style based on their appearance, eyes, aura, and spiritual fluctuations. However, Wang Hai was also an expert, and he had hidden any obvious clues. In fact, he had intentionally created some fake clues to mislead anyone trying to judge him. After a long while, Long Chen sighed, "I didn't expect you to have so many fatal flaws." Startled cries rang out from the crowd. Long Chen said that Wang Hai had flaws, and even fatal flaws at that. "Ha ha ha, then please give me advice." Wang Hai smiled. He was very pleased. He knew Long Chen was an outsider and couldn't tell anything about him. He could already see the sight of Long Chen shamefully leaving with his head down. Wang Hai and Wang Shan looked coldly at Long Chen, with everyone else looking at him in anticipation. "Based on your expression, you are unconvinced. If I tell you, don't get angry," said Long Chen. "What a joke. I, Wang Hai, am not such a petty person. As long as you can describe any weaknesses I have, and as long as they are correct, I won't mind pouring tea for you as an apology," said Wang Hai coldly. "All right, then I'll tell you. These are golden words of wisdom, so listen well. Don't miss a single word. Your nose is crooked, your eyes are twisted, you're short, your arms are so hairy it looks like you have dogs running across them. It's fated that you'll never be able to find a female partner. These are all your fatal weaknesses. Why are you trembling?" Long Chen spoke very solemnly, in the end looking at Wang Hai in confusion. There were immediately quite a few women who couldn't help but chuckle. Long Chen's serious expression and Wang Hai's fuming expression were lethal. Those people who chuckled immediately felt uneasy and shut their mouths. However, it was too late. Wang Hai was ashen with rage. Neither Wang Shan nor Wang Hai was very tall. That was related to their father. In truth, their father was a dwarf, and their generation had already greatly improved upon the previous generation's height. However, they still didn't reach average height. Furthermore, their looks also weren't that good. They had too much hair, which was also inherited from their father. There was nothing they could do about those things. One reason that they liked to expound on the Tao was because they could be high and aloof at that time, looking down on everyone else, finally feeling superior. "Long Chen, are you asking to die?" Wang Hai and Wang Shan shouted together. "I've heard such a thing so many times from the eastern wasteland to the central plains that I'm tired of it. What? It's only natural when you humiliate others, but when others humiliate you, they're looking to die. In my eyes, your conduct is simply foolish. You grew such a large head, but the only thing inside is rotten tofu. I've killed so many people like you, and I really can't understand you folks. Is the feeling of trampling over others so great? Is trampling over other people's dignity the only way for you to feel good about yourselves? I'll just tell you that if you keep playing like this, sooner or later you'll end up losing your lives over it." After saying that, Long Chen turned to leave. "Stop right there. Do you think you can leave right after insulting me?" shouted Wang Hai. Long Chen helplessly turned back. "Fine, I suppose that the fatal weaknesses I just told you aren't things you can change. Then I'll talk about things that you can fix. First, let's discuss your spiritual strength. Your soul value should be between 147,000 to 147,500 points, correct?" Wang Hai and Wang Shan's expressions completely changed. Wang Hai was especially shocked. He had just tested his spiritual strength and gotten 147,000. Long Chen was actually right. The only way to get such an accurate judgment was to do a spiritual test. Although there were stories of people with sharp spiritual senses who could give a general judgment for someone, there was no way that they could be so accurate. Seeing those two brothers' shock, everyone's hearts pounded. Long Chen was actually right. How had he done that? Wang Hai's soul value was something only he and Wang Shan had known. The two of them had done the test privately before coming to the Skywood Divine Palace. There was definitely not a third person who should know it. Then let me ask you, when you tested your spiritual strength, did you feel a chilly pain on your Baihui acupuncture point at the top of your head? Does that spot always give away a needle-like pain when you circulate your spiritual strength with your full power? Probed Long Chen. How? How did you know that? Wang Hai's shock intensified. This was a secret only he knew. Not even Wang Shan knew of this. Long Chen laughed inside. He naturally knew. This was all told to him by Evilmoon, who possessed the ability to rifle through a target's memories. As long as that person's spiritual strength wasn't very powerful, it could silently dredge up that person's secrets. Long Chen also knew that neither of them was a good person, especially Wang Hai. His appearance had caused his heart to twist. He had assaulted hundreds of innocent women and even killed them in the most ruthless and humiliating way possible. That was why Long Chen didn't hesitate to tear away at his scars. He didn't feel any guilt at all. This is called a conduction block of the spiritual type. In my professional field, it's called a mind block. Long Chen continued, next, let's talk about your physical body. You are an earth attribute expert, but your earth energy isn't pure enough. There's also sand energy mixed into it. Normally, having this kind of special mutation is a good thing, allowing your earth energy to become more flexible. However, because you rushed your cultivation, even using forbidden medicines to increase your cultivation speed, you spoiled things. Each time you use your earth energy, you feel like sand is flowing through your meridians, causing them to spasm and giving you sharp pain. In truth, this kind of symptom is known as meridian invading sand energy bone pain, called a sand blockage in short form. If I'm correct, I suppose you rarely fight with others now because you will always feel enough pain to die before even starting the fight. What nonsense. There is no such thing. If you have the guts, then let's fight 300 rounds right now. Roared Wang Hai. His face was so twisted that it caused others to jump. Long Chen smiled contemptuously. Perhaps this was retribution for all his evil deeds. Each time he put on a sanctimonious act and discussed the Tao, he was concealing this pain torturing him. The truth was that Wang Hai's talent was greatly inferior to Wang Shan's. In order to not be thrown behind, he had secretly consumed forbidden medicines to forcibly increase his cultivation speed. Now, he had to deal with the consequences. Each time he used a magical art, the pain would rack his body, and yet he still had to act indifferent and arrogant. The despair and pain he was feeling weren't something a normal person could imagine. Everyone looked at Wang Hai's terrifying appearance and seemed to understand something. They felt that Long Chen was even more unfathomable than before. He was even more terrifying than the legends. You don't have to lie. I have a way to cure your mind block and sand blockage. Do you want to try it? Long Chen smiled warmly. Really? Wang Hai immediately stopped roaring. He looked at Long Chen with disbelief. Of course, I, Long Chen, often help others cure their illness. I have the cure right here. Come, stand here. Yes, now bend forward slightly and stick out your neck. Stick out your face a bit. Good, don't move. Long Chen taught Wang Hai a very strange posture. Looking over him to confirm there were no mistakes, he swung his hand in an arc and slapped Wang Hai in the face. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Hai was sent flying like a shooting star. Chapter 1625 I'm a divine doctor. At first, no one had understood why Long Chen had made Wang Hai take such a strange position. But now they understood. That was the best posture to be slapped. They found it both shocking and funny. Wang Hai was among the southern Zan region's top heavenly geniuses, but he had been duped like this. They didn't know that the reason Wang Hai was so easily duped was because Long Chen had laid his betting so well. Each of his words had struck Wang Hai's vitals. Wang Hai was forced to endure great pain and pressure each day. His heart had grown more and more shadowed. That was why he harmed so many innocent women. Not only did he sexually assault innocent women, he even killed them brutally. His heart had become completely abnormal. So when Long Chen said that he could cure his illness, it struck him in his most vulnerable spot. Even if there was only the slightest hope, he wanted to try it. With this slap, Long Chen could have killed him. Long Chen naturally didn't care about any rules. However, knowing that Wang Hai's life was so painful, he changed plans and first slapped him before deciding on anything. Bastard, you! Wang Shan roared. He was just about to get vengeance for his brother. Shut up. Long Chen conveniently slapped Wang Shan across the face as well. The two were too close, and Long Chen's slap was like lightning. He didn't need to accumulate any energy. Wang Shan was sent flying. Long Chen's hand was like a specter's curse. At such a short distance, it would definitely land. The only regretful thing was that without accumulating any energy, this move had no danger to experts. However, its destructive power was even greater than just breaking an opponent's limbs. Compared to the injuries of the body, the humiliation to the mind was much worse. Long Chen's easygoing appearance was like he was beating children. All the experts gasped. Long Chen was practically a monster. When Wang Hai crawled up, he staggered and fell back down. Long Chen's slap was truly vicious. The reason Wang Hai's head hadn't exploded was because his earth energy had automatically defended him. Wang Hai had just crawled up when Long Chen grabbed his neck and gave him 7 slaps to the face in a row. The rhythmic sound was clear and crisp. Now you should be feeling all the stars in the sky revolving around you, and you should be hearing booming sounds. Your mind is like paste. Yes, this is the effect of the cure. Remember, this cure must be administered 7 times in one dose, 7 doses in one round, and 10 rounds to finish the treatment. If you can persevere to the end, you'll see your symptoms lessen in 2 months and be fully cured in just half a year, said Long Chen. By this time, Wang Hai's face was swollen like a pig's. It was so inflated that people were worried that it might explode. You dare to trick me? Die! Wang Hai finally recovered from his dizziness and roared. An earthen spear appeared in his hand, and he slammed it at Long Chen. At the same time, Wang Shan's manifestation circulated, and he smashed a fist at Long Chen. Both of them wanted Long Chen dead immediately. Someone's trying to kill people here. Someone's biting the hand that feeds them, shouted Long Chen. Countless wooden stakes grew out of the ground, forming a huge dragon, and both of their attacks struck the wooden dragon, causing it to explode. However, their attacks were also blocked, causing no shockwaves at all. The previous elder reappeared. It went without saying that while a wood cultivator's attack power wasn't very great, their defensive might was astonishing. According to reason, earth elemental cultivators should have the strongest defenses. However, while their defenses were unyielding, they lacked flexibility. A stiff rock never appeared as relaxed as a wood cultivator's defense. This elder was just a rank 8 celestial. Although she was a peak life star expert, to block the attack of 2 Empyreans would be very difficult for other experts at that level. Even if they were able to block it, it would require their full strength, and the collision of power would definitely cause wide-scale destruction. However, this elder was able to rely on her plentiful energy and precise control to cancel out their attacks. It could be seen that wood cultivators required an incredible level of control. They weren't limited to just healing. Great Elder, please give us justice. They wanted to kill me. Long Chen immediately expressed his own innocence upon seeing that elder's anger. Bastard, you were clearly the first to attack, roared Wang Hai and Wang Shan. They felt like they would explode from anger. Long Chen was clearly the guilty party here. Nonsense. I helped to heal you out of the kindness of my heart, but you wanted to kill me. It's a clear case of repaying kindness with enmity, cried Long Chen. You were clearly toying with me, roared Wang Hai. So you refused to admit it? Then tell me, were the illnesses I brought up correct? Do you dare to swear on your Yuan spirit? Demanded Long Chen. Wang Hai instantly became lost for words. He now understood that Long Chen's made-up diseases were just cursing him for being an idiot. However, the symptoms Long Chen had described were true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled and slapped for nothing. He wanted to refuse to admit this, but he couldn't swear on his Yuan spirit. Lying like that would plant a heart devil. It wouldn't cause a problem normally, but when he attacked the Life Star realm in the future, it would erupt, possibly killing him. What? You can't swear such a lie, pressed Long Chen. Even if you blindly guessed right, you can't randomly hit someone and curse them for being an idiot. Your motives were clearly malicious. You were intentionally provoking me, shouted Wang Hai. Seeing Wang Hai in such a furious state, everyone felt a chill. They didn't know how Long Chen had managed to make a person's head swell like this. A person's skull bones were fragile, but Long Chen had managed to make only Wang Hai's flesh inflate like a balloon. Some people were worried that if Wang Hai kept acting so vehemently, his head might explode out of anger. They all backed up a bit, afraid of being splattered. That's where you're wrong. A doctor treats his patients in a parental way. How could I provoke someone with a problem in their head? Furthermore, tell me this. When I slapped you, you sensed your earth energy circulate automatically to protect you. That should have caused you immense pain in your meridians, but did you feel any pain at that time? Don't lie, unless you don't want to reach Life Star ever, said Long Chen. Back then, there was no pain, but Wang Hai wanted to say that it might be a coincidence. There's no buts. My slap contained 19,480 different streams of energy that stimulated your nerves, alleviating your pain. This is a secret method unique to me, even when considering the continent as a whole. No one else has such a technique. I'm a divine doctor whose specialty is in handling various idiots. I help cure them in the fastest, most painless way possible, said Long Chen. The surrounding people looked at each other strangely. This was the figure from Legends. Why did he seem so different from what had been described? He seemed more like a rascal than an expert. In the main palace, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er were laughing uncontrollably. Tang Wan'er was even crying. Even the palace master, a dignified and strict figure, couldn't help smiling and shaking her head. This was her first time seeing such a marvel of a youngster. Didn't I hear that this scoundrel Long Chen would punish fools? That Di Xin actually dared to flirt with Big Sister. Now it's time for Long Chen to properly teach them a lesson, said Tang Wan'er. It wasn't really flirting. Di Xin just expressed some affection. For a man to act that way to a woman isn't something to place in your heart, said the palace master. Palace master, you don't know what happened afterward. If that Di Xin just liked my big sister Meng Qi, I could brush that off. However, when big sister Meng Qi said that she was Long Chen's wife and told him to give up on that thought, that bastard smiled and said that with Long Chen's arrogance, he'll die sooner or later and that she should reconsider. Don't you think that's maddening? Raged Tang Wan'er. Di Xin actually said such a thing. The current youngsters are lacking wisdom. How could such people handle big things? I originally had such a high opinion of Long Chen and Di Xin, but now. She couldn't help shaking her head. For Di Xin to have said such a thing, it showed that he had yet to escape the childish nature of youth. He was too competitive. As for Long Chen, the palace master didn't have a very high opinion of him either. His character clearly wasn't steady enough. In fact, he almost seemed like a child now, completely unreliable. Meng Qi smiled. Palace master, the Long Chen you see right now isn't the real Long Chen. Even the Long Chen we see isn't the real Long Chen. You'll understand in the future. I hope that's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease leaving my most beloved apprentice with such an unreliable fellow, said the palace master, causing Chu Yao to blush slightly. You're twisting words and just making up nonsense, roared Wang Hai. You're the one repaying kindness with enmity. I helped to cure you, but you decided to bite me. You said that there was no effect to my cure. All right, if you stay with me for half a year, I promise that if you aren't fully cured, I'll give you my life. Do you dare? Said Long Chen. Long Chen hoped that he would agree. That way, even if he was in a bad mood, he would have a constant target to slap. Long Chen had simply clamped down on his reason for striking Wang Hai being to cure him. That way, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules, it was simply treatment. That elder didn't know what to do. Everyone was dumbfounded. All right, count yourself vicious. We'll remember this enmity, so just wait. Wang Shan dragged Wang Hai away. He knew that Long Chen was too slippery for them to get an advantage over this time. They would have to settle this debt later. Hold it, are you two pigs? Do you not understand the rules? Demanded Long Chen. Didn't I just give you treatment for your illness? Hurry up and pay the doctor's fee. Long Chen extended a hand. Wang Hai couldn't hold on any longer, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1626 Criticized by everyone. Long Chen, how can you be so shameless? Roared Wang Hai, his eyes scarlet like a furious lion. How can you call this shameless? Although I practice medicine to help others, that doesn't mean I treat their illnesses for free. Furthermore, I put in good work to help cure you, so how is it shameless? Could it be that a Grand Empyrean doesn't even have the money to pay your medical fees? Long Chen looked curiously at Wang Hai. My Wang family has plenty of money, but you. Wang Hai couldn't keep going. He was slapped, couldn't retaliate, and now the other side wanted him to pay money for the slap. Long Chen was clearly the one with a mental illness. You have money, but don't want to pay. Then I really look down on you. As a doctor, I operate in good faith. I can't accept IOUs. Hurry up and pay, urged Long Chen. Everyone looked oddly from Long Chen to the Wang brothers. They didn't know exactly what they were feeling right now. They had never experienced such a thing before in their lives. How much money? In front of countless strange gazes, Wang Shan spat out some words since Wang Hai was quivering too hard from rage to speak. Not that much. After all, I practice medicine to help people. It didn't take much effort on my part, and your illness wasn't fully cured. I'll charge a very small fee of 10,000 spirit crystals, said Long Chen generously, raising a single finger. This generous offer caused everyone to suck in a cold gasp of air. This was definitely extortion. For most of the heavenly geniuses present, even their entire net worth would only be a few hundred spirit crystals. For that previous woman that Long Chen had saved to offer him 1,000 spirit crystals showed that she was actually very rich. Now, Long Chen was charging someone 10,000 spirit crystals for a slap in the face. That was definitely going too far. Just as everyone was feeling like Long Chen had gone too far, Wang Shan tossed out a spatial ring at Long Chen. He sneered, "Take care to stay alive long enough to spend it." Clearly, Wang Shan and Wang Hai hated Long Chen to the bone now, and the enmity between them was one that would not end without the other side's death. If this wasn't the Skywood Divine Palace, they would probably have started a fight to the death. "Thank you for your care. I don't have many outstanding points, but my life is pretty tough. If anyone wants to take my life, they can come at any time." Long Chen received the spatial ring. Looking at the 10,000 spirit crystals inside, he laughed just like a petty person who had gotten their way, causing Wang Shan and Wang Hai to clench their teeth furiously. "Just wait, my brother is friends with Di Xin. He's a heavenly genius from the central Zan region. Now that you've offended us, no one can save you," said Wang Hai through clenched teeth. He didn't care about the 10,000 spirit crystals, but he was thoroughly infuriated and said some vicious words. Long Chen placed the spatial ring in his pocket and disdainfully said, "You shouldn't constantly bring up who is friends with who. Does that have any meaning? Is a court eunuch capable of having the emperor avenge him? He doesn't even have his life rod, so who cares? You." Wang Hai coughed up another mouthful of blood, and sharp pain suddenly racked his body. His unmentionable illness was flaring again, and he hastily swallowed a medicinal pill to suppress it. "I'm sure you know best just how many evil things you've done. If you're so bored as to cough up blood constantly, you should think about those resentful spirits. If you simply think of your current situation as retribution for them, you'll feel much more at ease," advised Long Chen. "Long Chen, you have gone too far." Just at this moment, someone new spoke out, criticizing Long Chen. He was another expert from the southern Zan region. He felt like Long Chen had gone too far with his bullying. "That's right, are you challenging our southern Zan region? If you weren't a guest here, there wouldn't be any chance of you leaving alive now. How can you humiliate others like this? You've lost the demeanor a cultivator should possess. So what if you're strong? All you are is a strong monster." More and more of the southern Zan region's experts added in their criticism. One reason was that they didn't know what the retribution Long Chen was talking about, while another reason was that Long Chen was, in the end, an outsider. There was naturally discrimination in each region toward people from the other regions. Some women even stood up and said that Long Chen was as skinny as a monkey and had no muscle. He wasn't a real man, so he didn't have the qualifications to mock others. Toward their criticism, Long Chen merely smiled and didn't retort. People always liked to judge things from their point of view and think that they were the ones who were correct. There was no need to explain anything to them. In any case, Long Chen had finished slapping some faces and extorting some money. His mood had improved. At this time, he should quit while he was ahead. If he decided to try explaining things to fools, he'd just end up irritated again. That wasn't worth it. Ignoring these people, Long Chen left. Those people thought that he was afraid and immediately charged over to block him. As a result, that elder reappeared and stopped them, saying that this matter ended here. Anyone who brought it up again would be kicked out. After throwing off those people, Long Chen continued strolling through the Skywood Divine Palace. It was truly unimaginably huge. In truth, the Skywood Divine Palace's main palace wasn't that much bigger than the original Xuantian Dao sects. However, its outer territory was huge. Everything within hundreds of thousands of miles was their territory. This entire territory was filled with beautiful scenes of nature. Range upon range of mountains, crisscrossing streams, heaven-reaching ancient trees, it was like a scene out of a painting. However, this previously peaceful scene had become rowdy with the countless geniuses that had come. Long Chen had to cross 2 mountains before shaking off those people. Here, the path diverged into many possible routes. Long Chen then chose an isolated little path. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to provoke them, but that looking at idiots irritated him. He was constantly busy, and it was rare for him to get a chance to relax on a scenic stroll. He naturally didn't want to bother with them. As he was walking, he saw a plum tree with plentiful red plums, so he turned to walk toward it. It was a 30-meter tall tree. He climbed up, sat on one of the branches, and plucked a plum. As soon as he bit into it, its juices overflowed and sweetness filled his mouth. Long Chen smiled. He still remembered that when he was young, there were a dozen plum trees in the corner of his home's courtyard. Each summer it would be packed with fruit. At that time, the Long family had already started to decline. All the fruit he had eaten had basically come from their own yard. That had resulted in plums being his favorite fruit. Ever since leaving the Phoenix Cry Empire, he had eaten countless delicacies, however, he hadn't eaten such simple fruit. The Skywood Divine Palace had all kinds of precious fruit around. Only the few plum trees here were ordinary. The flavor was the same as back then, however, he no longer had that nostalgic feeling. He remembered when his mother would look after him and not allow him to eat too many plums, saying that it would hurt his stomach. So many years had passed. He had obtained many things, but at the same time, he had silently lost many precious things as well. Brother Long Chen. Long Chen was silently contemplating this when a small figure rushed over to him. What startled Long Chen was that he had only just sensed her existence when she threw herself into his embrace, too quickly for him to react. Long Chen was startled. The one who had charged into him was a seemingly 14 or 15-year-old girl. Although she was still young, she was already starting to show a nation-collapsing kind of beauty. She was a very cute and beautiful girl, but Long Chen didn't recognize her. Big brother Long Chen, I'm Little Cloud. Do you not recognize me? I helped carry you so many times, have you forgotten? Asked the girl disappointedly as she hugged Long Chen's neck. Only at this time did Long Chen realize that this girl was no human but the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow that had taken on human form. Long Chen was about to speak when a group of men and women walked by and heard Cloud. They immediately stopped and looked over with strange expressions. Cloud was sitting on Long Chen, her arms wrapped around his neck. That appearance was very intimate. Adding on her words, they were clearly shocked. What a brute! How could he do such a thing to a little girl? Said one man angrily. However, he couldn't conceal a trace of envy in his eyes. The others were also staring strangely at Long Chen. However, when they sensed Cloud's terrifying fluctuations, their expressions changed. She's a Zon beast. Only now did they realize Cloud was no human but a Zon beast. A human wouldn't possess such fluctuations. Cloud, you've managed to transform. Congratulations. Let's go find somewhere to talk. Long Chen pulled Cloud away, finding a private place. He gently rubbed her head. I didn't think you'd be able to transform so quickly. And you're so beautiful. She truly was beautiful with her curves already starting to show. Furthermore, her legs were longer than average, just like the spirit race's warriors. This was a golden ratio countless women would long for. Hee, Sister Wan'er said that you would definitely like me, especially if I wasn't wearing any clothes. Big brother Long Chen, do you want me to take them off right now for you to look? Cloud actually began to take off her clothes. No, no, no. Long Chen jumped in fright and hastily stopped her. Even if she wanted to undress, she couldn't do it here. Why not? Sister Wan'er said that you would like it, said Cloud with a confused and naive expression. Doom. Wan'er, you wretch, you completely ruined my reputation. Long Chen turned red with rage. Cloud was still a child. How could Wan'er say such a thing to her? Just as Long Chen was embarrassed and wondering how he could explain this to Cloud, the sound of a melodious zither came from the distance. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Had she also come? Chapter 1627 Di Xin. The zither music came from a great distance. However, it was still sharp and clear, penetrating deep into the soul. This is definitely the sound of the 7-string C suppressing zither. Long Chen recognized this familiar zither sound. It belonged to Xian's divine item. Oh, no, this isn't Xian playing. Suddenly, Long Chen paused. He had heard Xian play the zither several times now. Her music was always boundlessly majestic but gentle like water, without any trace of the mundane world. However, this zither music, while it came from the 7-string C suppressing zither, was entirely different. It lacked a bit of gentility and instead had a sharpness to it, as well as a kind of faint decisiveness. Its style was completely different from Xian's. Cloud, let's go and take a look. Long Chen pulled Cloud over in the direction of the music. Cloud was like a little girl, she jumped and skipped happily along. Wan'er, how could you say such a thing to Cloud? Rebuked Mengqi when she heard what Cloud had said to Long Chen. I was wrong to do it, but it wasn't as if it was entirely a lie. That fellow Long Chen, he has a perverted side. Tang Wan'er lowered her head but still quibbled. Mengqi and Chu Yao exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's helplessness. Fortunately, the palace master had taken her leave already, or if a senior had heard this, what could they have said? Cloud is still a child. Although she's strong, her intelligence hasn't caught up yet. She'll believe anything you say. Long Chen probably hates you now. Did you not see how he looked like he wanted to find a hole to bury himself in? Said Meng Qi, shaking her head with disappointment. Cloud had just taken her human form, exciting her. While Meng Qi and Chu Yao were both the calm types, Tang Wan was very lively, perfectly matching Cloud's nature. So these days, it had always been Tang Wan accompanying Cloud to play. Who would have thought that Tang Wan would say such a thing to Cloud? Cloud didn't know anything about the human world and almost stripped right in the open. Alright, Long Chen knows Cloud is still a child. He can understand it. Just don't blame Wan said Chu Yao. Meng Qi shook her head. I'm not blaming Wan it's just that Cloud is still a Zon beast. In her foolish youthfulness, her instincts in that area are particularly intense. As for Long Chen, it's not like he's ever had a chance to do it with us. What if the two of them? What would we do? It's so serious. Tang Wan jumped in shock. Of course, even if you don't get jealous, Cloud still needs decades to fully mature. If anything happens between her and Long Chen, it will gravely affect her growth and future, sighed Meng Qi. Heavens, then what do we do? We can't let Cloud be harmed like that. Only now did Tang Wan realize how grave the situation was. It'll be fine. While Cloud still doesn't understand anything, you warn her not to get too close to Long Chen. We'll also warn Long Chen. He'll understand, said Chu Yao. Ah, why me? Tang Wan blushed. This is your punishment, said Meng Qi and Chu Yao in unison. Tang Wan could only helplessly agree. However, she had no idea how she was supposed to say such a thing. Long Chen didn't know that each and every one of his actions was being watched by Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan. He pulled Cloud over to the source of the music. Cloud, are your injuries healed yet? Asked Long Chen on the way. Cloud had suffered serious injuries in the Grand Han, and even its soul had been harmed. She had been recuperating within Meng Qi's spiritual space ever since. This was Long Chen's first time seeing Cloud since. Cloud said that her injuries had fully healed, and the trickery that Sha Guangyan and Hu Zhaolin had done to her soul had been erased. When she brought up what happened, she clenched her fists and began punching furiously, saying she had fallen for a trap. At that time, she had just advanced to the 10th rank and hadn't become accustomed to her new power, which was the only reason she had been caught. However, despite not being accustomed to it, Cloud had still been extremely powerful at that time. Back then, there had been over 40 experts of the Zon beasts who had surrounded her. They had all been 11th ranked Zon beasts. However, Cloud's death struggle had killed half of them before she was caught. Once she was brought back into the Zon beasts' land, they had done a soul search and learned her secrets. As soon as they had found out about the heaven-defying treasure that was the myriad spirit diagram, they immediately brainstormed over how they might obtain it. It just so happened that at that time, Pill Valley had invited them to attend the dragon slaughtering convention, so they had sent Hu Zhaolin. That way, not only could the Zon beasts get a favor from Pill Valley, but they could also obtain the myriad spirit diagram. Originally, they had thought that since Pill Valley had made the arrangements, Long Chen would be a turtle caught in a jar, and that everything would go seamlessly. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. Not only had they not obtained anything, but they had also lost a genius like Hu Zhaolin. I'm still curious about how they found me. They caught me as I was traveling. Sister Wan guessed that there might be some traitors amongst my cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, said Cloud. That possibility can basically be eliminated. If there were traitors amongst the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, they'd have long since found your nest. There's no foundation to this deduction. Also, Cloud, Sister Wan is very fiery and excitable. Don't listen to her so much. It would be better if you listen more to Sister Meng Qi and Chu Yao. Learn from normal people like them, alright. Long Chen felt that Tang Wan had taught Cloud quite a few bad things, most likely quite a few about him. He had to make some defenses first. Why, Sister Wan is very nice. She plays with me all the time. However, she did say that she is a bit empty-headed sometimes, so I need to go find Sister Meng Qi for big decisions, said Cloud. It's not that her head is empty. It's that she's so fiery that she doesn't even open an umbrella when it's raining. It's easy for water to get in. Here. Long Chen pointed toward his head. Bastard, you're the one with water in your head. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan were listening attentively to what Cloud and Long Chen were saying, and their ears immediately perked up when Long Chen told Cloud not to listen to Tang Wan's words. However, His final line made Tang Wan fly into a rage. She looked like she wanted to drag Long Chen out of the image on the wall and strangle him. Meng Qi and Chu Yao laughed. These two were really a pair of clowns. Hee, then I'll just listen to Brother Long Chen. Brother Long Chen always treats me the best. Cloud intimately wrapped an arm around Long Chen's elbow. Do I really treat you so well? Long Chen smiled. Of course. In the Grand Han, when those evil people used me as a hostage against you, you saved me regardless of the danger. Furthermore, you're the strongest because you beat those evil fellows Black and Blue," said Cloud excitedly. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked. They quickly arrived at a mountain stream with a waterfall falling from midway up the mountain. Mist spiraled through the air and toward the other mountains. Between these mountains was a small, mirror-like lake. There was an island in the lake, and the zither music came from the island. The island had no buildings. However, it was packed with people now. Long Chen roughly estimated them to be in the tens of thousands. There was a woman gently plucking a zither, infatuating those who listened. As expected, it's not Ziyan. Long Chen couldn't help being curious. He didn't recognize this woman at all. However, she was definitely holding the elusive Music Immortal Palace's divine item, the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. As this woman played, the music flowed out like water falling from a high mountain. The music began to grow in tempo. It was like it had reached its climax. In the blink of an eye, her fingers plucked dozens of strings. However, the music never grew chaotic. Each sound was still completely clear. It grew louder and louder, like a great pung soaring into the sky, spreading its wings and soaring beyond the horizon. In the end, she suddenly pressed down the zither with both hands, and the music came to an abrupt stop. The image of the great pung in everyone's minds shattered, as if it had fallen. The music had stopped, but it still seemed to echo in their ears. That feeling deeply shocked everyone. When the woman stopped, a tall man in the crowd clapped and praised. Fairy Baijian's divine technique is truly admirable. I, Di Xin, have never heard such beautiful zither music. It was like being between the mountains and the clouds. This kind of music can only exist above the heavens. As expected, the elusive Music Immortal Palace's fame is not for nothing. This zither-playing woman was Ziyan's senior apprentice sister, Shen Baijian. Her cultivation base and combat power were not any lower than Ziyan's. As for the man in front of her, he wore white robes and looked majestic. Each of his movements was graceful and easy. He was exceptionally handsome. Is he Di Xin? Long Chen finally managed to see this famous Di Xin. He had to admit that the latter was really handsome. His skin was fair and clear, untouched by dust. He definitely had the looks that women liked the most. His aura was reserved, and his voice was confident. Just the simple movement of him standing caused countless women to look at him with adoration. His control is so great that he can even prevent the slightest trace of his aura leaking. Normally, only those shameful fellows of the Bloodkill Hall can do that. It seems this fellow is really terrifying. Long Chen nodded inside. This person's fame was not for nothing. He was extremely powerful. Young Master Di Xin overpraises me. This little song is just a humble little tune. Shen Baijian smiled. Oh, then I wonder what a real song from you would be like. Di Xin was a bit surprised. Shen Baijian did not directly reply. Instead, she turned toward the distant Long Chen. Young Master Long Chen, I've long since looked forward to meeting you. Chapter 1628 Justice Before Family. Following Shen Baijian's gaze, everyone looked into the distance to see Long Chen and Cloud. When they saw and heard that it was Long Chen, quite a few people let out startled cries. Although they had never seen Long Chen before, they had heard his name. There was no one who didn't know of the Eastern Zan region's Demon King. You are? Asked Long Chen. Oh, I'm sorry, I am Shen Baijian, from the same sect as Ziyan. In terms of seniority, she has to call me senior apprentice sister. I've long since heard of your great name, and seeing you today is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. I wonder if young Master Long Chen can give me face and come to chat with me for a bit. Shen Baijian respectfully made an inviting gesture. Thank you, but my character is too coarse. I wouldn't want to be rude. Long Chen cupped his fist slightly, tactfully declining her invitation. Although this was just his first time seeing Shen Baijian, he could sense a barely discernible killing intent coming from her that made him very uncomfortable. Most importantly, he didn't know what she had done. Why would Ziyan's 7-string sea-suppressing zither wind up in her hands? Although he was curious, he didn't want to be with anyone from this group. He saw quite a few people glaring at him hatefully. He also saw Wang Shan and Wang Hai. Most likely, there would be people targeting him again if he went over, so all he wanted to do was leave. Young Master Long Chen, please stay. Am I not worth you staying for you to leave so hastily? Shen Baijin looked at Long Chen, seeming a bit disappointed and bitter. Shen Baijin was a remarkably beautiful woman, only slightly inferior to Meng Qi. Her elegant beauty combined with her current expression was something no man could refuse. This woman's actually trying to seduce Long Chen. How shameless, raged Tang Wan. I've long since told you that Long Chen's very charismatic and that it wasn't a good idea to let him show his face in such a situation, but you refused to believe me. Now you're getting jealous again, laughed Chu Yao. HMPH, this woman's definitely up to no good. I feel irritated, just looking at her. It's no good, I'm going out. I'm not going to let her seduce Long Chen. Tang Wan angrily glared at Shen Baijin. Chu Yao laughed as she held Tang Wan back. If Tang Wan went out now, she would definitely cause trouble. Wan don't make a fuss yet. Long Chen isn't the kind of man to be seduced. Furthermore, this matter isn't so simple, said Meng Qi gravely. What? Chu Yao and Tang Wan were both startled. Have you noticed? These days, Shen Baijin has always been with Di Xin. She treated him very fondly, delighting Di Xin. When Han Feifei came, he sent someone to send her away, just to show Shen Baijin his affection for her. Shen Baijin has also expressed the same affection for Di Xin these days, but as soon as Long Chen arrived, she immediately acted like this to Long Chen without caring about Di Xin. Although Di Xin's acting like he doesn't mind, his eyes have turned cold. That emotion in them should be jealousy, said Meng Qi. Shen Baijin and Di Xin had both arrived several days earlier. The two of them were both peak geniuses and had begun discussing their cultivation experiences. In the eyes of others, their relationship had to be very good. Then you mean, this woman is intentionally harming Long Chen? But why would she do something like that? She has no enmity with him, asked Tang Wan. I don't know either. According to reason, since she's Ziyan's senior apprentice sister and would know Ziyan's feelings toward Long Chen, she wouldn't act this way. However, she gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. I feel like she's a deeply scheming woman. But don't worry, Long Chen's gaze is far sharper than mine. There's no woman that can trick him. It's always him tricking others, so let's watch. Following Meng Qi's deduction, Tang Wan calmed down. The three of them focused on Long Chen. In the face of Shen Baijin's strange actions, Long Chen was startled at first, but he quickly saw Di Xin's eyes. He hid his emotions very well, but Long Chen saw the jealousy deep within his eyes. He looked from Di Xin to Shen Baijin and smiled. Miss Baijin has misunderstood. My temper is strange, and I'm not good at interacting with others. I wouldn't want to accidentally be rude to you and everyone else. Although Shen Baijin was very beautiful, it wasn't to the point of causing others to stop breathing. To attempt shaking Long Chen's soul with just beauty might only be possible for Meng Qi. Shen Baijin was still greatly lacking. Long Chen's first impression of Shen Baijin was extremely bad. He felt that this bad feeling came from the 9-star hegemon body art, so he didn't want to get too close to her. Young Master Long Chen is too humble. I've heard of your matchless miraculous feats. You dominated the Eastern Zon region, and I've even heard that you are skilled in the music Dao. I've always been hoping to get your pointers. I still remember that when Ziyan was roaming the world, she encountered you several times and benefited endlessly. Are you really unwilling to give me a few pointers? Asked Shen Baijin sadly, her gaze filled with worship and admiration for Long Chen. Shen Baijin's words caused countless people's expressions to change. Some men in particular were glaring at Long Chen with hatred. Shen Baijin was the apprentice of the master of the elusive music Immortal Palace. Her skill in the music Dao was unfathomable. If anyone could obtain her favor and cultivate while she played her music, their mental realm would advance by leaps and bounds. During these past few days, Shen Baijin had played several songs, which had benefited them greatly. They viewed her as a godly figure. Originally, seeing Shen Baijin and Di Xin form a couple had caused them to be filled with envy. Everyone saw that Di Xin was pursuing Shen Baijin, and while Shen Baijin hadn't directly accepted, she hadn't refused. In their view, the day that Di Xin won Shen Baijin over would come sooner or later. After all, Di Xin's talent was shockingly high, while his background was also something others could only look up to. However, as soon as Long Chen arrived, Shen Baijin expressed her worship and admiration toward him. That made these men uncomfortable because in their eyes, Long Chen was an outsider. I think that Fairy Baijin has been tricked by others. This person is nothing more than a filthy-mouthed, despicable little bully. Just as Long Chen was wondering how to refuse Shen Baijin, Wang Hai couldn't help opening his mouth, sneering at Long Chen. Wang Hai hated Long Chen, and seeing Shen Baijin show affection for him, Wang Hai immediately launched an attack on Long Chen. Long Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. This Wang Hai really didn't wait when it came to courting death. His head had just returned to its original form, yet he had already reached a new milestone on his path of courting death. However, Long Chen had no time to bother with him right now. He didn't know Shen Baijin's intentions. She clearly felt hostile toward him but still put on such an act. Wang Hai had just spoken when a zither rang out once more. Wang Hai clenched his head and let out a miserable scream. At this moment, countless scenes appeared before everyone. Those scenes were of innocent maidens in the face of death, their bodies naked and covered in injuries. They were all killed brutally. Your own heart is so despicable, so what qualifications do you have to criticize others? Through the cycle of karma, I've brought back the resentful spirits circling around you. You can finally experience what they experienced. Shen Baijin looked at Wang Hai, continuously plucking her zither. As she played, the music raged. It was unknown what method she had used to dredge up Wang Hai's most sinister memories. Everyone could tell that these were real memories. Long Chen was also startled. Shen Baijin's zither arts were truly powerful and domineering. She managed to invade Wang Hai's mind in an instant. Wang Hai wasn't even qualified to resist. This meant that Shen Baijin had to have powerful spiritual strength that completely suppressed Wang Hai's. This person's practically a beast. Cursed several women. Those innocent women Wang Hai had killed provoked their righteous indignation. Wang Shan was astonished. He hadn't expected that his little brother had done such things. He didn't know what to do. He saw Di Xin looking coldly at him. Wang Shan looked from Di Xin to his brother Wang Hai. He suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at Wang Hai, who was clenching his head painfully and wailing. A spiritual arrow shot out and pierced Wang Hai's head, ceasing his cries immediately. He slowly collapsed. Wang Shan had actually killed his Yuan spirit. It was my family's misfortune to give birth to such a monster. As his brother, I have unavoidable responsibility for this. I, Wang Shan, will apologize to everyone here for my brother's actions. I will report this to my elders when I return home. We'll investigate those women's origins. I'll bring Wang Hai's corpse to their families as an apology. Hopefully, those innocents can find some peace, said Wang Shan. Everyone had been filled with righteous fury upon seeing Wang Hai's memories, but for Wang Shan to put justice over family shocked everyone. His words showed his attitude. Now that Wang Hai was killed and Wang Shan said that he would give an explanation to the families of the dead, this matter was handled perfectly. It wouldn't affect the Wang family's prestige at all. In fact, their name would shine even brighter. Long Chen looked at the furious Wang Shan to the expressionless Di Xin and couldn't help but nod inside. This Di Xin's scheming ability was truly profound. Wang Shan's actions had clearly been directed by him. He was both decisive and smart. Young master, can you come here for a chat? Shen Baijin affectionately invited Long Chen once more. Chapter 1629 Refusing a Beauty's Intentions. Fairy Baijin has invited you twice. If Brother Long still refuses to give this little face, it really would be rude. Di Xin, who hadn't said anything this entire time, suddenly opened his mouth. Di Xin's voice contained a special magnetism. Combined with his handsome face, each of his movements made people form a good opinion of him. Since you put it like that, then if I refused, it wouldn't be good. Long Chen smiled ever so slightly and pulled Cloud over to the island. Ignoring what goal Shen Baijin had, by helping Long Chen resolve Wang Hai, she had made it so it would be unreasonable for him to just leave. TCH, how arrogant. Seeing Long Chen only accept the invitation after Shen Baijin had repeatedly invited him irritated the others very much. Shen Baijin was one of the elusive music immortal palaces, dual fairies. She was on the same level of fame as Ziyan, and they were known as two remarkable and beautiful sisters. Not only was she a terrifying Empyrean, but she was so skilled in the music Tao that she used it to peer into the heavens and become closer to the heavenly Taos. Even Di Xin deeply respected her. That was why each time Shen Baijin played a song, countless experts would flock toward her like ducks, afraid of missing a single note, which was equivalent to missing a chance to increase their level of insight. It was up to Shen Baijin's mood when she would play her music. Otherwise, even if it was to give Di Xin face, she wouldn't play. In their eyes, Shen Baijin was so arrogant that it seemed that she didn't want to speak to anyone outside of Di Xin. However, no one felt angry due to her arrogance. They felt it was simply the manner an expert should possess. Of everyone here, only Di Xin was qualified to get close to Shen Baijin. Everyone else could only look at her from a distance. Now, Long Chen, an outsider, had only just arrived and somehow won over Shen Baijin's affection. Furthermore, her affectionate expression toward him wasn't concealed at all, causing everyone to be jealous. That was why someone immediately said that Long Chen was too arrogant. Although he had said it quietly, everyone here was an expert and could hear it. That person had clearly said it on purpose. Long Chen ignored that person as he walked over with Cloud. Cloud was intimately holding his arm. She was very cute, with the energy of a Zon beast. Her looks wouldn't lose out much to Shen Baijin. This made others even more jealous. When Long Chen and Cloud arrived in front of Shen Baijin and Di Xin, Shen Baijin bowed slightly, seeming excited. I've long since heard of young Master Long Chen's great name. It truly is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to see you today. I hope you won't mind my rudeness in inviting you over. There was no such thing. I am just a coarse fighter, so I hope I don't do anything to make you laugh at me. Long Chen cupped his fists, which could count as returning her greeting. I've long since heard that you are extremely talented and skilled in the music Dao. Both in the Eastern Wasteland and the Grand Sha ancient nation, you said some stunning words that made me admire you. I have always hoped to be able to see you since that time so that I could receive pointers from you. I didn't expect to have such luck that we could meet today. I hope you can give me some pointers, said Shen Baijin excitedly. Her voice was even trembling a bit from her excitement. The air was filled with jealousy. Practically, everyone was glaring at Long Chen with killer eyes. As for Di Xin, although he looked indifferent on the surface and he was even faintly smiling, his gaze had changed. He came from the central Zon region. That was where heavenly geniuses of the entire martial heaven continent gathered. He usually looked down on the experts from the other 4 regions. However, the Jade Lake pageant had something that he needed, and it just so happened he was qualified to enter, so he had come. As soon as he had come, he had encountered a woman with shocking talent. Furthermore, she was like a fairy that had transcended the mortal world. Such a woman shouldn't even exist in this world. Just as he struck up a conversation with her, he saw another 2 shockingly beautiful women. Although in terms of appearance they were ever so slightly lacking to the first woman, they were still unbelievably beautiful. They were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan. At that time, Di Xin had expressed his affection for Meng Qi, but unexpectedly, before Meng Qi even replied, Tang Wan had directly told him not to get any wild ideas because they already had a husband. At that time, he had been shocked and angered, especially when he learned that this husband was the one who had caused a storm in the Eastern Zon region, Long Chen. Unable to hold back, he had said a few mocking words about him. As a result, he had infuriated the 3 of them. After scolding him with a few words, they left and stayed within the palace the entire time, not wanting to see him again. Then Shen Baijin came. Although her beauty was a bit inferior to the 3 of them, because she cultivated the music Dao, she had a special kind of charm and elegance to her. Furthermore, she had stunning accomplishments on the music Dao. Di Xin decided to be friendly with her. The 2 of them had talked, and their relationship had become quite good, almost intimately so. However, as soon as Long Chen arrived, he was tossed to the side. The only one in Shen Baijin's eyes was Long Chen. That made Di Xin's anger slowly rise. Di Xin was only acting indifferent and watching calmly in order to protect his image. I wouldn't be able to give you any pointers. In truth, I don't understand anything about the music Dao. You should find someone else for that. Long Chen shook his head. He really didn't know anything about the music Dao, so he naturally refused. You're too humble. How about I play something and see if you can give me any advice? Shen Baijin immediately began playing. As she gracefully played, the zither music rang out again, sounding like immortal music. This time, the zither music was no longer as solemn as before. It was happier, refreshed. Even the jealous men felt their jealousy suppressed. What powerful zither arts! With the very first note, she can enter a person's heart and mind. Her spiritual strength is probably terrifying. Long Chen's expression didn't change, but he was shocked inside. This Shen Baijin was extremely powerful. She had said that she was Ziyan's senior apprentice sister. It seemed her achievements on the music Dao were even greater than Xian's. This music was completely different from the boundlessly majestic song she had just played. After a short moment, everyone's expressions changed. This is the Phoenix Dance. The Phoenix Dance was a famous song practically everyone had heard. It was both well known in the secular and cultivation world. In the secular world, the phoenix was known as a legendary auspicious beast, signifying peace and good fortune. However, in the cultivation world, the phoenix was known as a divine beast. It was its own race that stood at the peak of all beasts. However, those that could truly be called phoenixes had to possess very pure bloodlines. It was said that the phoenix race's requirements toward their bloodline were very strict. As soon as one of their members' bloodline regressed or was tainted, they would be expelled from the phoenix race. Those who were expelled could only change their name from being pure phoenixes. Whether it was in the secular world or the cultivation world, the song known as the Phoenix Dance was something only to be played during weddings. The song had lyrics as well, but Shen Baijin didn't sing them. That was because this song was originally something played by a man to show his affection for a woman. This song was meant to be sung by a man. However, now that it was being played by Shen Baijin, even Di Shen's expression changed. Even an idiot would know that Shen Baijin was expressing her love toward Long Chen. Di Shen finally understood. He had clearly expressed his adoration for Shen Baijin, and he hoped to become Dao companions with her. Although Han Feifei was one of his worshippers, as a powerful genius, he didn't mind taking a few more Dao companions. Beautiful Dao companions were one of the signs of glory of a powerful man. Shen Baijin hadn't refused him. However, she hadn't accepted him either. That had made his heart itch. As an expert, it would be a huge accomplishment to conquer such a powerful beauty. Now, this woman he had done his best to pursue had expressed her love for another man. That made his fury erupt like a volcano. However, Di Shen's control was extremely great, and he suppressed his anger, not expressing it. That would damage his reputation as a peerless expert. The Phoenix Dance song was not very long, and its tempo was fast. It was a song of jubilation. Shen Baijin quickly finished playing, and she lowered her head, blushing. No one clapped or praised her. Everyone was silent while looking at Long Chen. Those gazes were extremely strange. There was jealousy, envy, bitterness, and even hatred. Only Cloud was just sitting there blankly, not knowing what was going on or what this Phoenix Dance song was. She was curious why so many people were staring at Long Chen after it was played. Long Chen had closed his eyes to listen to Shen Baijin's playing. He had used his heart to listen and his soul to sense what was within it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shen Baijin. The song was a good one, but your heart wasn't in it. Many thanks for your divine music, but I still have things to do, so I'll bid you farewell. Hearing this, no one could believe their ears. Long Chen was refusing the loving heart of a peerless heavenly genius from the elusive music immortal palace. Was he a fool? It had to be known that any expert that had the support of one of the geniuses of the elusive music immortal palace would be able to make rapid advancements with their cultivation. They would skyrocket and rarely encounter any bottlenecks. Shen Baijin's body shook. Her face paled as if she was on the verge of collapse. Her disappointed expression made people's heart ache. Young Master Long Chen, am I really so lacking? Can't I win your favor? Shen Baijin's tears dripped down. Chapter 1630 Shen Baijin's true face. The fact that Shen Baijin would express love for Long Chen was something that no one would have dared to imagine. However, Long Chen had coldly refused her. All the experts present felt like their heads had broken. Long Chen looked indifferently at Shen Baijin, a touch of coldness in his eyes. He pulled Cloud to leave. Young master, please wait. I'm not someone with no sense of shame. Since you don't like me, I won't force you. Please just let me play another song for you as thanks for meeting with me. Shen Baijin wiped off her tears and began to gently pluck her zither again. This was a completely different song from the Phoenix Dance. It was a song of heartbreak. With a heartbroken expression, Shen Baijin began to softly sing, falling in love with the Phoenix Dance ends in sorrow. Hopefully in the next life, the phoenix can dance with the dragon beneath the moonlight. Her sorrowful song contained all her love and grief. Just hearing it made others sad. The women in particular felt sympathetic and even began to feel intense hostility toward Long Chen, viewing him as having a heart of stone that had let down Shen Baijin's love. Even the men were feeling more and more pity for Shen Baijin. Some of them even had a desire to protect her even if it cost them their lives. She's so pitiful. Should we? Tang Wan-er's own heart was starting to soften despite her dislike for her. Foolish girl, her zither music contains powerful spiritual strength. She's doing it all on purpose, so don't be fooled, said Meng Qi helplessly. For Tang Wan-er to be affected just by seeing this showed that she was too naive and easily fooled. However, Meng Qi had no choice but to admit that Shen Baijin was truly terrifying. Even listening through an image on the wall, her music was able to affect them. If they were present, perhaps all their emotions would be played by Shen Baijin. Ah, then you mean Shen Baijin is doing everything on purpose? Asked Tang Wan-er. I'm not too sure, and I don't think Long Chen is sure either. That's why he's probing her right now. Let's just keep watching, said Meng Qi. Long Chen closed his eyes to listen to the music closely. Cloud patiently guarded his side. The song was one of sorrow, but Cloud wasn't affected at all because she had no idea about things like romance. Long Chen's body shook slightly, and his mind became chaotic. Following that, he found that his surroundings were changing. He appeared in a world of birdsong and flowers. Upon a carpet of emerald grass, Shen Baijin was looking coldly at him with the 7-string C-suppressing zither in her hand. This place is the mental domain of the 7-string C-suppressing zither. Your Yuan spirit has already been drawn in. Shen Baijin was completely different from her previous self who had been so heartbroken. Currently, Long Chen was in his Yuan spirit state. Without him even being aware of it, Shen Baijin had managed to connect to his Yuan spirit and pull him into her trap. Amazing. Long Chen gave her a thumbs up. To be able to draw his Yuan spirit into the C-suppressing zither's domain without anyone being the wiser was truly worthy of admiration. Long Chen, do you realize that you are a dead man right now? Shen Baijin smiled slightly. She sat on the grass, the C-suppressing zither resting in front of her knees. She was acting like victory was already in her grasp. I really didn't realize. Long Chen shook his head. Ha ha ha, so you didn't even know that death had come for you. You really are foolish. In the mental domain of the C-suppressing zither, I am the ruler. I decide who lives and who dies. Long Chen, before you die, tell me why you refused me. Am I really so lacking? After sneering, Shen Baijin's expression became dark. Her gaze was chilling. Do you want me to tell the truth? In truth, it's not that you're so lacking. You're alright, it's just that compared to Ziyan, you are completely inferior. Shen Baijin's gaze became even colder. You like that slut Ziyan. Why her and not me? How am I inferior to her? Through her tone and gaze, Long Chen immediately saw the crux of everything. This senior apprentice sister of Ziyan most likely didn't like her. Ha ha ha. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. You're still in the mood to laugh with death at hand. I'm simply laughing at you for being so jealous of Ziyan. Thanks to your jealousy, I've confirmed that Ziyan really does like me, so thank you. Long Chen smiled. You want to laugh at me? Haha, then go ahead and laugh. Hopefully, you can still laugh after I tell you a certain piece of news. Shen Baijin also laughed. Her laugh was full of contempt. Are you not curious why the C-suppressing zither ended up in my hands? It's Ziyan's punishment for liking you and being merciful in the Grand Han. Because she refused to use her strongest attacks to kill you, she has been stripped of her title as the successor of the elusive Music Immortal Palace and was even imprisoned in the Devil Music Cave. She will feel the pain of the devil music invading her soul for the rest of her life there. Can you still keep laughing now? Ahahaha. Shen Baijin laughed delightedly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. As he had thought, Ziyan had held back at that time. It was no wonder he felt that the power she had shown didn't match the threat he had felt from her. Shen Baijin was correct, he really couldn't keep laughing now. His expression also became ugly. He would rather have Ziyan faced him with her full power than for her to be punished because of him. I expressed love for you, but I didn't expect you not to know kindness. If you had been obedient, perhaps I could have spared your life. However, you were too foolish. How am I inferior to Ziyan at all? Shen Baijin's expression darkened. It was even a bit sinister. Long Chen looked at her expression and laughed again. Shen Baijin, you are really inferior. Your expression completely exposes your lie. What do you mean? Now it was Shen Baijin's turn to be startled. You view Ziyan as a thorn in your side. If Ziyan was really being tormented every day, you'd be delighted. Even if you still had hatred in your heart, it wouldn't be this crazy. Your overflowing hatred shows that Ziyan is still completely fine. I also know why you would want to seduce me. If I did accept you, you would tell Ziyan, and it would become one of your cards to deal a blow to her. However, you underestimated me. The only things I see in your eyes are desire, greed, and control. You will never love anyone in this world. You will only love yourself, said Long Chen. Even if I refused you as I did, I would still be falling for your trap. You would be able to make those idiots outside hate me and make things harder for me in the Jade Lake pageant. This little scheme of yours is really brilliant. No matter what happens, you are the winner. That's why I had to give you a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Shen Baijin laughed as if she had heard something very funny. You really think of yourself as smart. Oh, am I wrong? Of course you're wrong. Do you still think you can escape from the sea-suppressing zither's mental domain? My goal in bringing you here is to kill you. However, before killing you, I wanted to enrage Ziyan. Although that didn't work, it's no problem. Once I wipe out your soul, I'll control your body and make you kneel before me. I can even bring you in front of Ziyan and have you clean my feet before her. That bitch, she has no skill at all other than using other people's pity for her, cursed Shen Baijin. So you actually wanted to kill me? I didn't expect that. Long Chen rubbed the top of his head. So now you know. You have two options. One is to let me place a slave mark on your soul. At least you'll stay alive that way. The other is to have me destroy your Yuan spirit and find another Yuan spirit to control your body. Which do you choose? Is there a third option? Long Chen frowned. Since there's not, then I'll just create my own third option. Then you die. Shen Baijin pressed her hand on the sea-suppressing zither. The world changed. The birdsong and flowers vanished. This new world was barren and boundlessly desolate. Dense killing intent filled the air. So this is the world of your inner heart. There's not the slightest greenery or sunshine. There's simply icy coldness. Long Chen looked at these new surroundings and shook his head. Shen Baijin plucked a single string. An invisible spatial blade tore at Long Chen. This is the domain of the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. Even if you had a divine item, you wouldn't be able to bring it here. Your Yuan spirit can only await its annihilation. The space behind Shen Baijin suddenly split open. A huge wing crashed toward her. Shen Baijin immediately sensed something wrong. Ripples spread from the sea-suppressing zither, forming a shield behind her. The powerful shield exploded on contact with the huge wing. Shen Baijin was sent flying. As she flew through the air, she saw a large sphere appear in Long Chen's hand. The huge sphere shot toward Shen Baijin. Chapter 1631 Despicable Woman. Shen Baijin had no time to react. She was struck by starfall, and the immense explosion almost caused this entire world to collapse. Although Shen Baijin had a divine item protecting her, she still coughed up blood wildly. Just at this moment, a huge gaping maw appeared like a black hole. The owner of that mouth was Cloud. From the start, Long Chen had been on guard against Shen Baijin. Just as his Yuan spirit was drawn into this mental space, he had Cloud's Yuan spirit enter his mind sea. Although Cloud was Meng Qi's housepet, she had a definite connection to his soul too. Furthermore, they had absolute trust in each other, resulting in a spiritual resonance. That was why ever since his Yuan spirit had been drawn into this mental space, he had possessed the ability to draw Cloud in as well. When Shen Baijin tried to attack him, he immediately summoned Cloud, wanting to kill her in one blow. Cloud had opened its mouth. The devouring ability of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was their strongest divine ability. If swallowed, Shen Baijin's Yuan spirit would be instantly annihilated. Even with a divine item, due to the limitations of her cultivation base, it wouldn't have the slightest use. Just as Cloud was about to devour Shen Baijin, space shook. The barren world vanished, and Long Chen opened his eyes. His Yuan spirit had returned to his body. Facing him was a pale-faced Shen Baijin. She even had a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected Long Chen to have a contracted housepet. That was something she had never heard of before. She had long since investigated him and learned that he had only had one magical beast housepet, a scarlet flame snow wolf called Little Snow. However, ever since Little Snow had died, he had never taken another housepet. Long Chen's greatest power lay in his physical body and magical arts. That was what was commonly known. No one knew that Long Chen's Yuan spirit could unleash terrifying power as well. If Shen Baijin hadn't dispelled the sea-suppressing zither's mental domain quick enough, she would have been killed. The others were completely unaware that Shen Baijin and Long Chen had just fought a life-and-death battle. All they saw was Shen Baijin suddenly stop playing her zither and blood started dripping out of the corner of her mouth as she looked at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen was also coldly staring at Shen Baijin. Just now, he had just been a bit off from having killed Shen Baijin. Regretfully, that domain was her battlefield. If she dispelled it, no one could do anything to her. Shen Baijin was shocked, never having expected Long Chen to be so crafty and bring the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. Yuan spirit in as well. Normally, the Yuan spirits of Zon beasts weren't very powerful, but Cloud was an exception. Mengqi had used her own spiritual strength to nourish Cloud constantly, and the myriad spirit diagram also had the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows' intact inheritance. Those factors allowed Cloud's Yuan spirit to easily match a human's Yuan spirit. That miscalculation had almost cost Shen Baijin her life. Just thinking about it made her feel a burst of fear. With tears streaming down her face, Shen Baijin miserably said, "Long Chen, I opened my heart to you, but you harm me like this. Do you really dislike me this much? What, Long Chen, you're this cruel. Fairy Baijin gave her tender heart to you, but you harm her over and over again. You're worse than a pig. You are really a giant bastard. Who do you think you are to trample over other people's feelings?" It went without saying that Shen Baijin's acting abilities were absolutely amazing. Countless experts immediately began to roar angrily at Long Chen. "How can you be so shameless? It was you who..." Cloud was enraged. It was clearly Shen Baijin that had wanted to kill Long Chen, and now she was crying thief. "Cloud, leave it be." Long Chen tugged on Cloud, not letting her continue. In this kind of situation, arguing didn't have any meaning. These people all believed the heartbroken Shen Baijin. They wouldn't believe him. Long Chen looked at the still acting Shen Baijin. "Count yourself lucky this time. If it happens again, even the 7-string C suppressing zither won't be able to protect your life." Neither of them had managed to get an advantage over the other this time. Long Chen didn't intend to pursue this matter further, but if it happened another time, he definitely wouldn't mind using all of his power to kill her. He began to leave with Cloud. "Stop right there, you bastard." A rank 9 celestial came to block his path, and before he could finish cursing, Long Chen's palm landed. This person hadn't expected Long Chen to really attack just like that. He was instantly blown to bits along with his Yuan spirit. "Long Chen, your grievance is only with me. Why bother drawing in the innocent? If you want to kill someone, you can kill me. If killing me can put you at ease, I can die with no regrets," said Shen Baijin. All the experts were infuriated to see Long Chen kill one of them. They immediately surrounded him. Their expressions were like Long Chen had just killed their fathers. These experts were the heavenly geniuses of the southern Zon region, and there were over 10 Empyreans amongst them. There was an even more terrifying genius from the central Zon region, Di Xin. Seeing Long Chen surrounded by tens of thousands of experts, Shen Baijin was extremely pleased. Long Chen was really stupid to jump into such a simple trap. In the face of these tens of thousands of experts, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all, nor did he have any urge to explain. He simply stared at them coldly. As long as they dared to attack, he wouldn't show mercy. The worst case was not being able to attend the Jade Lake pageant. In that case, he could attend a slaughter feast instead. "Long Chen, if you don't kneel down and apologize to Fairy Baijin, don't even think about leaving alive," said a powerful Empyrean as he held a large hatchet. He was an extremely physically strong Empyrean with bulging muscles. Based on his appearance, it looked like he had muscles for brains too. He was an annoyance whose intelligence wasn't much higher than an idiot's. Shen Baijin stood shyly behind Di Xin, still sobbing lightly and looking like she had no idea what to do. That further provoked these experts' intent to stand up for her. "Long Chen, originally I respected you for being a man, but I misjudged. A man should be magnanimous. To be liked by a woman is a blessing, and even if you didn't accept her love, you should have declined tactfully. To treat someone who likes you like this is truly contemptible. By using a woman's tears to express your own superiority, you can no longer be called a man. No man would be as heartless and despicable as you. You could have refused Fairy Baijin's affection, but you can't trample over other people's dignity. Each person has a right to express their love for someone, and doing so is courageous. Don't use other people's love as a symbol of your status. I won't make things hard on you, Long Chen, but you went too far today. So either kowtow to Fairy Baijin in apology, or you can fight me. If you can defeat me, I will take your place to apologize toward Fairy Baijin." If you lose, I also won't take your life. You can just be my servant for 3 years. Not only will I provide you with cultivation resources, but I will also teach you how to be a real man. It'll be beneficial to your future, said Di Xin. Di Xin's voice was very calm. He didn't sound angry, yet there were several spears hidden within his words. By giving Long Chen only 2 options, he was already trapping him. Although he acted like an amiable person, his words were still full of the arrogance of a haughty expert. HMPH, count yourself lucky. If it weren't for young Master Di Xin, you would have been torn to a million pieces by us. Exactly. To be young Master Di Xin's servant is a blessing for you. You should hurry up and kowtow in thanks to him. Di Xin's supporters immediately spoke up. Di Xin came from the central Zan region, a holy land for cultivators. They were all full of reverence for Di Xin. Over half the experts here were his supporters. That was because other than listening to Shen Baijin play music these past few days, they had also listened to Di Xin expound on the Tao. He was truly worthy of being a genius from the central Zan region. His understanding of the various problems cultivators could run into was far beyond others, and he could give them extremely detailed answers to their questions. That had won him countless worshippers. As for Long Chen, he had offended Shen Baijin, but Di Xin was helping Shen Baijin out of her pitiful predicament. Hence, Long Chen had ended up becoming everyone's enemy, to the point that they all longed for Di Xin to kill Long Chen right now. Haha, how interesting. There really are a lot of people helping dogs eat shit. Di Xin, what bastard hole did you crawl out of? Where do you get off acting so superior? Do you think a bright and shiny turtle shell makes you look better than others? You really overestimate yourself. I don't know how many arrogant people like you I've killed ever since I rose in the eastern wasteland. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. If you want to trample me, then just come. Where did all these sanctimonious words come from? Is there a point to such things? My slogan has always been either fight or fuck off, sneered Long Chen. Originally, he had been planning on quietly attending the Jade Lake pageant, but while he didn't go find trouble, trouble always came looking for him. He couldn't even hide from it. Today, Shen Baijin had put on a play that had made him become the public enemy of all these experts. Long Chen was also angry now. It had been a few days since he had slaughtered people. Did they think that he had become a pushover? Arrogance. Young Master Di Xin, kill this arrogant brat. Countless experts roared. Long Chen's words were too arrogant. He didn't even place Di Xin in his eyes. There's no need for young Master Di Xin to do anything. I'll teach him a lesson. Wang Shan, who had been standing behind Di Xin the entire time, walked forward, looking coldly at Long Chen. Before, Wang Shan had suffered repeatedly to Long Chen's hands, and in the end, he hadn't managed to get any vengeance because an elder from the Skywood Divine Palace had stopped him. Now he wanted to kill Long Chen. Come, just like I said, I'll take your life within 10 exchanges, said Long Chen indifferently. His gaze turned cold as his fury began to grow out of his control. Chapter 1632 The Southern Zan Region's Power. Ignorant arrogance. Wang Shan sneered. He had previously been humiliated by Long Chen because he had been caught off guard. He wouldn't be careless again. Senior apprentice brother Wang Shan, kill this fool. Teach him that this isn't the eastern Zan region. Those who come to the southern Zan region have to rein themselves in and conduct themselves as decent people. It would be best not to kill such a person. Cripple his dantian and soul, and then he won't look down on others like this again. The southern Zan region's experts began cheering for Wang Shan and opened up a space for them to fight. Although Wang Shan was just one of Di Xin's followers, his fame in the southern Zan region was extremely great. When he had challenged Di Xin, he had lost by just one move, becoming his follower. Other than to Di Xin, there was no record of Wang Shan losing to anyone. Killing you doesn't even require me to personally attack. Long Chen, you're too immature. Shen Baijin was still crying, but she sent a faint spiritual message to Long Chen. It was filled with disdain. You're the one who's too immature. You still don't understand who I, Long Chen, am. The instant you try to kill an enemy you don't understand, you've already taken a step into the gates of hell, replied Long Chen. Is that so? Then let's see. Shen Baijin was completely confident. As Wang Shan walked closer, his aura rose. His manifestation appeared behind him, and the world quivered. Everyone's hearts shook as a majestic pressure descended. This time, Wang Shan wasn't holding back. He wanted to kill Long Chen domineeringly in front of everyone to win back his lost face and his vengeance for his little brother. Although his brother had been killed by him, he had placed this debt on Long Chen because there was no way he could go and find Shen Baijin for vengeance. Cloud, go way to the side. Just give me a few seconds to send him to see the Yama King and I'll go play with you. Long Chen patted Cloud's head. Alright, brother Long Chen is the strongest, so it would be best if you could kill him with a single punch. Cloud nodded and obediently went to the side. Her bright eyes were filled with expectation. The atmosphere instantly became fiery. This was a clash between top experts. They were all filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the Skywood Divine Palace. A voice like the sound of nature announced, "The registration for the Jade Lake pageant has been completed. Everyone, please hurry to Falling Bull Mountain for the next stage. During this time, it is forbidden to fight, or it will be viewed as giving up your right to attend the pageant." Hearing that, everyone couldn't help being disappointed. Just a bit more and they would have started fighting. Count yourself lucky, Long Chen. But it's fine, your life is mine, and I'll take off your head sooner or later, said Wang Shan, not concealing his killing intent at all. Long Chen didn't reply. He was smiling as if he hadn't heard Wang Shan's provocation. That voice was still ringing out in his head. That voice was Chu Yao's, and hearing her voice calmed him down quite a bit. Knowing that he would quickly be able to see her excited him. After returning from the netherworld, Long Chen had a feeling of being reborn. Although his guts were big and he hadn't felt this way there, once he was back in the world of the living, he felt a bit of lingering fear. Only by being with his lovers and hot-blooded brothers could he feel warm and steady. Hearing Chu Yao's voice made his heart beat quicker, and he didn't even care about Wang Shan's provocation. At this time, hundreds of disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace in emerald green dresses appeared, respectfully guiding all the experts in one direction. The Skywood Divine Palace's outer region was extremely large. Long Chen held Cloud's hand, laughing and talking as they followed the crowd. Quite a few people were mocking Long Chen, saying that his death was at hand and that he was despicable and wouldn't have a good death, essentially doing everything they could do to provoke him. Long Chen looked at those people with a faint smile. Why were these people so stupid? Did they think cursing him a few times allowed them to stand at the same height as Di Xin, Shen Baijin, and Wang Shan? Or was it just to show that they were badasses? For a momentary pleasure, they threw their lives away. Examples of this were a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Was cursing others really so refreshing? Or did they simply feel safe, that by cursing him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them? Long Chen didn't get angry, but Cloud did. If it weren't for Long Chen holding her back, she'd have personally killed those bastards. The current Cloud was definitely extremely powerful. However, Meng Qi didn't let her show her power for nothing, while Long Chen also didn't want her to attack either. Once a trump card was exposed to everyone, it wouldn't be a trump card. Exposing a trump card for these people wasn't worth it. Brother Long Chen, I can't hold back any longer. I can just use half my power and kill them. Cloud tugged on Long Chen's arm, begging. Meng Qi and Long Chen were the existences that Cloud respected the most. She wouldn't hesitate to go all out if others insulted them. Don't be in a rush. Have you not heard the expression, settle accounts after autumn? We'll deal with them later. The main thing is that killing them won't do anything and would ruin the mood, so let them be. Remember, people curse you in order to anger you, and if you get angry, you're letting them have their way. They'll be incredibly pleased. To get angry when people curse you is instinct, but to not get angry is skill. Right now, I am cultivating that skill, so you cultivate it with me. Long Chen smiled and patted Cloud's head. Big brother Long Chen, you're so amazing. Cloud felt that Long Chen's words were very reasonable, and she looked up at him worshipfully. Long Chen shook his head inside. In fact, his mood had been ruined by their cursing, and he was consoling himself by saying that when the time came, he would beat them until they cried for their mothers. He was no saint. Although anyone could understand the theory, when it actually happened, they would be unable to be so wise. Unfortunately, despite his anger, now wasn't the time to deal with them. As he followed those disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace, he saw more and more experts coming from various paths. All of them were gathering. The southern Zan region seems to have several times more geniuses than the eastern Zan region. Long Chen was startled to see several more Empyreans. Each Empyrean was surrounded by a group. Those were their followers, like stars surrounding the moon. Most Empyreans would be viewed as peerless experts wherever they went, and some disciples would take the initiative to ask some questions they had about cultivation. Any pointers from Empyreans could benefit these disciples. As for expounding on the Tao, that was even more amazing. In truth, the Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant was almost like a blind date. Countless geniuses had come in hopes of finding their own Tao companion. There were two kinds of Tao companions. One was like husband and wife, the kind used to carry on one's ancestral line. The other kind focused on dual cultivation of the mind and soul. For example, the elusive Music Immortal Palace's disciples never married and had to maintain an unsullied body. However, they could taste some slight feelings of love sometimes that could let their comprehension of the world grow. It was very beneficial to their growth. That was why Di Xin's show of affection for Shen Baijin was not the kind where he was hoping to have babies with her, but to undergo this kind of dual cultivation. That would be greatly beneficial to him. Shen Baijin's high comprehension of the heavenly Taos would be shared with him during dual cultivation, allowing him to cultivate faster and to progress without bottlenecks. That was something any cultivator would dream of having. That was why Di Xin had used all his tricks. One reason was because dual cultivation with her would bring unimaginable benefits to him, while another was that dual cultivating with the disciple in line to inherit the elusive Music Immortal Palace would be a supreme glory. Long Chen saw that there were men and women amongst the Empyreans, and they were surrounded by countless worshippers. In this world where the strong were respected, it was all too easy for the strong to obtain powerful followers. He looked at those people surrounded by worshippers and then looked around himself. Only Cloud was beside him. His heart soured. Different people really had different lives. Cloud, want to hug? Long Chen extended his arms to Cloud. It was a good thing Cloud was beside him, or he would really be embarrassed. Although Cloud was young, both her power and beauty could match 1,000 of those supporters. This comforted Long Chen. Cloud had no idea what Long Chen was thinking, but she was happy to hug him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on the face. How despicable. He doesn't even let off a child. He's practically a beast. No, he's worse than a beast. Quite a few curses were going his way. Many people had realized that Cloud was a Zon beast who possessed great power. They were all jealous that Long Chen had such a powerful housepet. Long Chen didn't get angry. He laughed and continued walking forward with Cloud. Cloud skipped energetically. When people looked from Cloud being cute and happy to the pleased Long Chen, their fury almost ignited. As they advanced, Long Chen saw more and more paths converging together and also heavenly geniuses that formed a seemingly endless line. They turned, joining with another path. Within a crowd of thousands of disciples, Long Chen saw a figure that made him come to a startled pause. Chapter 1633 Falling Bull Mountain. She was a white-robed woman surrounded by countless experts. She was like a lotus blooming out of water, elegant and refreshing, sacred and noble. Black hair fell to her waist along her white robes, fluttering in the wind. She was like someone who had walked out of a painting, and it was like just looking at her was a blasphemy. It's the Pill Fairy. Startled cries rang out as people recognized that figure. Seeing the Pill Fairy, Long Chen sensed a difference in her. She looked the same, but there was a mortal spiritual chi swirling about her. Combined with her original beauty, she was like a transcendent being who had come to the mortal world. Startled cries rang out when the Pill Fairy appeared. The Pill Fairy was just that beautiful. Even Shen Baijin couldn't hold a candle to her. I hadn't heard that the Pill Fairy was coming to this. She probably just came. I can't believe I was able to see her in my lifetime. That's a real fairy. I can die without any regrets after seeing her. Countless people sighed in admiration. Long Chen glanced at Shen Baijin and saw her acting as pitiful as ever, but he noticed the jealousy and resentment in her eyes. When Shen Baijin heard that Pill Fairy was like a real fairy, Long Chen immediately saw a reaction. Those words had touched upon one of Shen Baijin's sensitive nerves. He shook his head and sighed. Jealousy was really a frightening monster. If it was allowed to grow, it would overwhelm the mind. Shen Baijin's intelligence, potential, and perseverance were all top tier. If she didn't have this jealous heart, her current accomplishments would probably be far above what they were. Regretfully, her mind had been consumed by her jealousy. It was fated for her to be limited. I didn't expect that you would also come. After 3 years apart, your cultivation base has grown, and your beauty has also grown with it. Di Xin was the first to go over and greet the Pill Fairy. The two were clearly old acquaintances. The Pill Fairy politely replied, "Brother Di Xin is too courteous." Being able to meet again is truly fortunate. The pill fairy only used the most basic formalities to greet him before continuing onward. She didn't say much. Brother Long Chen, why are you lowering your head? Are you looking for something? Asked Cloud. This foolish girl. Long Chen was speechless inside. Cloud was still too foolish. She had exposed him at such a time. The pill fairy, who had already been moving on, turned back upon hearing Cloud's words. When she saw Long Chen hidden in the crowd, her body shook. She immediately paused. Long Chen sighed inside. In the end, he had still been noticed. He raised his head and looked at the pill fairy face to face. The pill fairy began walking backward to Long Chen, drawing everyone's attention. Does the pill fairy know Long Chen? Long Chen's scalp turned numb. He even had an urge to run. He had faced armies of men and crossed mountains of corpses. However, he didn't want to face the pill fairy. She was a woman whose heart was filled with kindness. The pill fairy arrived in front of him. Neither of them said anything. However, Long Chen knew that the pill fairy knew everything. As expected, she eventually said, "Great heroes are born on the martial heaven continent. The true dragon rises arrogantly above all. Unrivaled divine power shatters heaven and earth, a power that looks down on all others. Nowadays, mediocrity is everywhere. People think themselves amazing without realizing others are laughing at them. The Divine Valley and Ghost Forest are still present, but the Master Long San of that time has vanished. The legacy Master Long San has left behind is still unrivaled. The Divine Valley was half crippled, while the Ghost Forest left. Just thinking about it makes one emotional." The pill fairy looked at Long Chen. She recited a poem that people had made to honor Master Long San's death. Her expression seemed to be lonely and even sad. Long Chen's identity as Master Long San was able to even escape the eyes of the Valley Master, however, it couldn't escape the eyes of the pill fairy. She had spent a long time with Long Chen and had recognized his identity. Long Chen had thought that the chapter of his life known as Master Long San had already passed. However, today it had come back up. With his current enmity with Pill Valley, the relationship between him and the Pill Fairy, who was the daughter of the Valley Master, was extremely complicated. Long Chen knew that the Pill Fairy was a kind person. However, she was still one of Pill Valley's people, and he was Pill Valley's mortal enemy. He really didn't know how he was supposed to face the Pill Fairy. Long Chen and the Pill Fairy were 3 feet apart, looking silently at each other. Everyone saw their complicated expressions, and they couldn't help being shocked. The people who had shouted for Long Chen to die were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? Even someone like Shen Baijin had her love coldly rejected, and now the Pill Fairy, someone who was most worthy of the title of Heavenly Genius, the daughter of Pill Valley's master, also knew him. They even seemed to have such a close relationship. Di Shin's expression was still flat, however, he was clenching his fists inside his sleeves. Why was it that all the peerless beauties were close to Long Chen, while they were treating him, a peerless genius, as nothing more than thin air? Ever since birth, he had always been the brightest. He was the bright moon, while others could only be the dim stars setting off his light. Wherever he went, he was the main focus. However, ever since Long Chen appeared, whether it was because of Shen Baijin or the Pill Fairy, Di Shin suffered blow after blow. Long Chen didn't pay any attention to the others. His focus was only on the Pill Fairy. Looking in her eyes, he saw that he could still face her. He looked in his heart and felt no shame. He didn't need to hide. Is that little girl Wan Qing doing well? Long Chen broke the silence. She's doing very well. Her talent in alchemy isn't much less than my own, and she works hard. She is particularly good at enduring hardship. It's just that after she has learned that Master Long San died, she cried for a long time, saying that he tricked her. How could a grand warrior of the starry sky die? Long Chen felt a bit guilty. He hadn't expected that girl to still remember his story about the warriors of the starry sky and even believe it. He sighed, not knowing how to reply. Little sister, you should be Cloud, correct? The Pill Fairy turned to Cloud. Yes, I'm Cloud. Cloud obediently replied. She was still a child and didn't understand the world. However, she could sense another person's hostility or goodwill. Sorry, big sister, why are you apologizing to me? Asked Cloud. Long Chen knew what she was apologizing for. She was apologizing for Pill Valley's standpoint. The dragon slaughtering convention had been secretly controlled by Pill Valley. The Pill Fairy didn't reply. She turned back to Long Chen. Long Chen, do you hate me? I have never hated you. This matter had nothing to do with the Pill Fairy. In fact, he didn't even know why Pill Valley had to target him like this. His original enmity with them was just nonsense to them. However, there was no need to know the reasons behind it. That was meaningless now. Thank you. Let's not block the way here. Do you want to walk together? Asked the Pill Fairy. Long Chen shook his head. Thank you, but Cloud doesn't like fuss. I'll walk with her somewhere quieter. Oh, that's good too. Then I'll leave first. The Pill Fairy nodded with a faint smile and turned around. Seeing Long Chen refuse the Pill Fairy, everyone's jaws dropped. Long Chen had already rejected Shen Baijin, and now he had also rejected the Pill Fairy. Was he even a man? If he was, how could he repeatedly reject such heavenly beauties? Some women were staring at him curiously, trying to understand him. Was there some aspect about him that they hadn't noticed? Otherwise, why would Shen Baijin and the Pill Fairy look at him with such favor? However, even after a long time, although they felt that he was a bit handsome, they didn't notice anything particularly amazing. When it came to looks, Di Xin was better off than Long Chen. Why would those two fairies ignore him and only focus on Long Chen? Long Chen ignored the strange gazes. His emotions were complicated. The Pill Fairy's smile at the end looked a bit forced. He knew he had misspoken. He shouldn't have mentioned Cloud when coming up with an excuse to decline. That made her feel like he wasn't joining her because of what Pill Valley had done to Cloud. However, there was also no way for him to explain such a thing. That would just make things more awkward. Looking at the Pill Fairy's back, he didn't know what emotion he was feeling. Big brother Long Chen, that big sister's very heartbroken, said Cloud. Foolish girl, you're still too young. You don't understand the matters of the heart yet. Come on. Long Chen pulled Cloud away. This was the main path, and by blocking it, the people behind them were already starting to clog up the path. If it weren't for the Pill Fairy, they would already be cursing him for this. As they advanced, they saw high mountains and flowing rivers. Ahead of them was a flat meadow, with the grass in full bloom. A relaxing scent filled the air. On one side was a meadow, while the other side was a cliff. The path led to a gate that was guarded by the disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace. Everyone, this place is Falling Bull Mountain. This is the first barrier for attending the Jade Lake pageant, announced one of those disciples. Chapter 1634 Jewel Blood Jade Orchid. Long Chen was startled, so there were further tests to attend the Jade Lake pageant other than registering. However, seeing the other disciples' calm expressions, it seemed they had long since known about this. Each time the Jade Lake pageant occurs, the rules are different. This is to prevent other people from cheating and preparing ahead of time. This time, the test isn't very difficult. Within this flourishing field, simply collect one flower that you recognize. As long as you can say its name and origin, you'll pass. However, I should warn you that you only have one chance per flower. Once one person picks a flower, no one else will be able to use that flower to pass, announced the Skywood Divine Palace disciple. Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. There were hundreds of thousands of experts present. Even if there were that many flowers present, who could possibly recognize that many? This is clearly nonsense. We cultivators care about martial power. When did recognizing flowers become a mark of heroism? If that was the case, what would be the point of martial arts? We'd just spend all day reading, roared a man with thick facial hair. He was clearly a coarse man who probably didn't recognize any flowers, which was why he was so angry. Quite a few people joined in. He's right, this is unfair. Recognizing flowers? That's too laughable. Why not ask us to sew or cook? Everyone here was a cultivator and was busy with cultivating. Who had time to go study flowers? This was clearly making things hard on them for no reason. The Jade Lake pageant is not a competition of martial power. In all previous openings of it, the trials and barriers have all been like this. You're not the only generation to run into bizarre and difficult tests. Complaining doesn't have any use. If you have the time, you should instead search for a flower that you can recognize. I hereby announce that the trial begins. That disciple paid no mind to the complaining and directly started the trial. Countless experts immediately charged out, flying through the meadow. Some flew up the cliff looking for flowers that they recognize. I've found it. This is rainforest grass. It grows in the dark and will only come out of the earth when it's raining. When the sun reappears, it will shrink back beneath the ground, cried a female disciple, handing over a stalk of grass. Correct. Congratulations on passing. The Skywood Divine Palace disciple nodded. What? Didn't you say it had to be a flower? How can grass count? Raged an expert. That Skywood Divine Palace disciple calmly said, the rainforest grass also blossoms. This simply isn't the season for it to bloom yet. Long Chen wasn't quite able to understand what the Skywood Divine Palace was doing with this trial. It seemed like they were treating the Jade Lake pageant as a game. Looking at this group of heavenly geniuses scattering like sheep in search of flowers was truly an odd sight. Cloud, I'll help you find a flower others won't recognize. Long Chen began leading Cloud into the distance. I don't need it, I'm one with big sister Meng Qi, hee, laughed Cloud. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. Cloud was Meng Qi's housepet and could be drawn into her spiritual space. The two of them could truly count as one. Then what is Meng Qi doing now? Why haven't I seen any of them yet? Asked Long Chen. Sister Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Wan are all waiting for you inside. You'll see them in a bit. Sister Meng Qi said that the palace master only has a quota of 3 for letting disciples skip the first trial. I wanted to bring big sister Ruyan here to see you too, but she said she didn't want to see you, said Cloud happily. Long Chen rolled his eyes. That Lu Ruyan really knew how to hold a grudge. Even now, she hadn't forgotten about her disgrace of being captured. Long Chen looked around and quickly saw a small flower poking out of the cliffside. He carefully dug it out of the earth. The entire plant was only the size of a fist. It had 7 leaves and sparkled like a jewel. It had a small flower with 9 blood-red petals along with a dewdrop that was also blood-colored. It was filled with the flavor of poignant beauty. I didn't expect to see this kind of flower here. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He examined it carefully to confirm that it was really what he thought it was. As an alchemist, he was naturally skilled in recognizing plants and flowers. That was why this trial could not be more simple to him. He was in no rush. He looked at the others rushing around like a swarm of bees. Some were lucky and instantly passed. However, some were unlucky. The common plants that they recognized had already been used by others to pass. They could only search for rare plants. Some tried to muddle their way in, but they ran into a thick wall. The Skywood Divine Palace's disciples were wood cultivators, and it wasn't so easy for others to fool them about what a plant was. After 2 hours, only a few thousand disciples had passed. Of course, this kind of trial couldn't stop the likes of Di Xin, Shen Baijin, and Wang Shan. Even if they didn't recognize any flowers, they had people courting favor with them who would search for them. They passed easily. After passing, they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they stood at the gate, calmly looking at the surrounding scenery. Of course, it was possible that they were appreciating the sight of others panicking. Fuck, what kind of idiot came up with such a trial? They wanted a bunch of cultivators to recognize flowers. A disciple that had failed several times couldn't help but roar furiously as he saw more and more flowers be recognized. At the start, it was easy as there were many common flowers. However, after thousands of disciples had passed, thousands of flowers had become useless, and the remaining ones were unrecognizable. They were martial cultivators. Just being able to recognize a few trees was not bad for them. That person had just started cursing when a wooden stake burst out of the ground and pierced him. The immense power instantly blew him apart. Everyone jumped in shock. One of the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples coldly shouted, to dare to insult the palace master, he was clearly courting death. My Skywood Divine Palace is the protector of the Jade Lake pageant. Each time it opens, the trial standards are decided in accordance with a calendar calculation. The palace master personally does the calculations and gives out the orders. If you are a cultivator, you should know that the heavenly Taos have a cycle, and luck won't always be on your side. Some things are fated to not be yours, and complaining doesn't have any use. Insulting people only shows your own foolishness and lowliness. If you want to participate in the Jade Lake pageant, then participate obediently. If you don't want to participate, then leave. But anyone who dares to blaspheme my Skywood Divine Palace better not blame the Skywood Divine Palace for being pitiless. Clearly, the orders for this test had been passed down by the palace master. For someone to curse the sect leader in front of the sect leader's disciple was truly courting death. Although others had complained as well, they hadn't used such intense words. So he ended up being the unlucky fellow warning others not to go too far and lose their lives. Everyone's hearts shook after that expert was slain. This place was the Skywood Divine Palace's territory. They had to abide by the Skywood Divine Palace's rules unless they didn't want to participate in the Jade Lake pageant. After that expert was slain, the others were all warned. Although there were still complaints, they were much more limited in number and scale. In truth, this trial was near its end. The flowers that they could possibly recognize had been recognized by others. Those rare and unused flowers were very difficult to recognize. Only now did Long Chen walk over with Cloud. What startled Long Chen was that the pill fairy was walking forward at exactly the same time with a flower. "You can go first." Long Chen gestured. "Thank you." The pill fairy handed her flower over. This flower is called the prismatic tree peony. It is a 9th-tier medicinal ingredient. The flower contains ice chi, making it a main ingredient in the high ice pill. However, the flower, leaves, root, and stem of the prismatic tree peony are all of different colors, representing the changes of the 4 seasons. The 4 form a cycle, making it also called the 4-crest prismatic tree peony. As expected of Pill Valley's top alchemist genius, you even know so much about such a neglected flower. Admirable, praised the disciple in charge of the trial. She immediately passed the pill fairy, giving her a tablet. The other disciples also admired the pill fairy. They weren't stingy with their praise. The pill fairy didn't immediately walk through the gate. Instead, she went to the side and looked at Long Chen's flower. "Long San, I suppose I should call you Long Chen now." As soon as the pill fairy opened her mouth, she realized she had called him by the wrong name. She couldn't help feeling a bit sad. "It's fine. If you're used to it, you can call me Long San. This name represents a special set of memories to me. Long Chen or Long San, their hearts are the same." "Thank you. Then I'll just call you Long San, because I'm used to it. I'm very curious about that flower in your hand. I don't have any memory of such a flower." The pill fairy pointed to the flower in Long Chen's hand. Everyone was startled. Even the pill fairy didn't recognize this flower, but Long Chen did. This flower is truly a bit neglected. Its name is the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid. It's a legendary existence. Long Chen carefully handed the flower to the pill fairy. The pill fairy received it. Even the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples were carefully examining it. HMPH, giving a random name to a flower no one recognizes really is a crafty way of passing, sneered someone. The pill fairy glanced at that person and shook her head. "You don't understand him, he has always disdained lying. Furthermore, with Long Chen's alchemy arts, he has no need to go to the trouble of fooling others. Sometimes, those who know how to respect others appear more self-cultivated than people who randomly mock others." The pill fairy's chiding immediately caused that expert's face to turn red. He didn't dare to say anything back to the pill fairy. Otherwise, he might be beaten to death by her worshippers. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Long San was still Long San. However, was the pill fairy still the old pill fairy? Fate truly had a way of playing with people. Long Chen sighed. "Let me tell you a story about the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid." Chapter 1635 White Snow Spirit Cow. It is said that in the era of legends, there was a man and woman falling in love with each other. The man's name was Luo Kai, while the woman's name was Ling Long. Fairy Ling Long was the descendant of a true immortal who had come to the mortal world as training. When she met Luo Kai, it was love at first sight. However, Fairy Ling Long was the descendant of a true immortal, while Luo Kai was just an ordinary cultivator of the mortal world. It wasn't just their status that was worlds apart, but it was also a matter of lifespan. The two of them were unable to overcome the barrier known as life. Luo Kai didn't want Ling Long to suffer alone once he was dead, so he asked her to give him 100 years. He would work hard on his cultivation until he could shed his mortality and become an immortal as well. Fairy Ling Long returned to the immortal world once her training in the mortal world was finished, and Luo Kai worked hard on cultivating, driven by his love. He cut his way through his obstacles, and after countless setbacks, he managed to ascend to the immortal world in less than 100 years. However, when he arrived there, he was suppressed by Ling Long's father and kept in a desolate land so that the two couldn't meet. Fairy Ling Long waited 100 years for Luo Kai, but he never appeared. When she descended to the mortal world again, she couldn't find him. She searched for 1,000 years, but her efforts bore no fruit. Thanks to her father, she was unable to find any clues of his whereabouts. The years of depression eventually gave birth to a heart devil, causing her to perish. Ling Long's father had assumed that after a moment of grief, Ling Long would give up on Luo Kai after not finding him. He had even arranged a suitable fiancé for her. However, he had underestimated how deep her emotions were toward Luo Kai. Filled with regret, he ended up bringing Ling Long's corpse to Luo Kai. Luo Kai had suffered for millennia in Ling Long's father's imprisonment. However, he had never submitted to him and had always persevered. It was only when he saw Ling Long's corpse that he finally wept tears of sorrow. Those tears caused the very sky to rain blood as the world grieved with him. Each day of his imprisonment, Luo Kai had spent his time planting the white jade orchids that Ling Long had adored. After 1,000 years, that barren land had become covered in white jade orchids. That was what he had focused on and what had gotten him through his years of torment. For 3 years, he held Fairy Ling Long's corpse. He cried for 3 years, and during that time, a continuous rain of blood fell from the sky. The original white orchids were dyed red and were later called Ling Long's jewel blood jade orchids. After 3 years, Luo Kai died, and even in death, he held Ling Long's corpse. However, before dying, he made a plea to the heavens. The two of them did not wish to reincarnate. They wished to become a jewel blood jade orchid. She would be the flower, and he would be the leaf. They would live and die together, grow and wither together, spend the rest of eternity together. When he made this plea, both of their bodies turned to dust. In that instant, the millions of orchids on the previously barren land vanished with them. It is said that even the heavens were touched by their unswerving love for each other, and after hearing their heartfelt wish, the heavens cast the jewel blood jade orchids throughout every corner of the world. The jewel blood jade orchid represents a firm and steady love. However, it is said that it requires great luck to find one. There was once a saying, Luo Kai touched the sky, making the cosmos weep blood. Time mercilessly passed, leaving behind only Ling Long's jewel blood jade orchid. Long Chen's voice was solemn, and each word deeply shook people's hearts. This story of unswerving faith and love touched people intensely. The Pill Fairy was crying as she listened. It went without saying that Long Chen's storytelling abilities were very amazing. The majority of the women here were crying. Long Chen, your pickup arts are truly unrivaled. You've managed to con this many maidens. I really admire you. How did you come up with such a story? Asked Evilmoon. This isn't a con. It's a real story, raged Long Chen. This was a story from his pill god memories. The jewel blood jade orchid was no medicinal ingredient. It was known as one of the 8 wonders of medicine. However, his pill god memories didn't say anything about its medicinal effects. Instead, it had such a clear record of its name and origin. Otherwise, there was no way Long Chen would come up with such a story. What if the real origin had long since been recorded? Wouldn't he just be slapping his own face? Long San, can I have this jewel blood jade orchid? Asked the Pill Fairy. This was her first time taking the initiative to ask something from others. Long Chen naturally couldn't say no, although he had been planning to keep it for himself. He had just wanted to show the Pill Fairy that there were 1,000 lines on the petals of this flower. That represented 1,000 years of memories. He supposed that the worst case would just be a beating from Tang Wan. Of course you can. Properly cherish it because it is called one of the 8 wonders of medicine. Although I don't know its medicinal effect, as long as you treasure it, it will give you reciprocation, said Long Chen. Hearing that it was one of the 8 wonders of medicine, the Pill Fairy knew that it had to be very valuable. However, for some reason, she felt very attracted to it and didn't want to give it up. You're welcome. Since you like it so much, it means you have a destiny with it, said Long Chen. This jewel blood jade orchid was truly strange. Long Chen's memories contained knowledge of every medicinal ingredient's attributes. Only the jewel blood jade orchid's properties were missing, yet he knew its name and origin. He had no time to study it. Originally, he had been planning on giving it to Chu Yao to study, but now he could only give it to the Pill Fairy. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please take this tablet. A disciple handed Long Chen the tablet for those who passed this trial. To tell the truth, even we have never seen this jewel blood jade orchid, nor have we ever heard of it. We have also gained new knowledge today. Even the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples nodded in admiration toward Long Chen's knowledge. Seeing Long Chen was about to pass, Di Xin cast a glance at Wang Shan. Wang Shan immediately understood and nudged one of the people beside him. That person immediately said, "Hold it. If even the Skywood Divine Palace does not recognize it, who can determine that Long Chen isn't making up nonsense? Maybe he just made up the flower's name and origin. You really are a despicable person. How could he have randomly made up such a story? You've been constantly targeting Long Chen. It's clearly intentional." Exactly. Mr. Long Chen didn't even say anything back when you mocked him the entire way here. and now you're still trying to find trouble for him. Don't you think you're being too much of a bully? Before Long Chen could open his mouth, countless disciples began to speak up for him. Most of these disciples were women. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw quite a few of those women were ones who had glared angrily at him before because of Shen Baijin, but now they were speaking up for him. He felt that women really were emotional creatures. A single story could change their standpoint. I'm just judging the matter as it stands. Who could guarantee Long Chen isn't making stuff up? Demanded that person. That's fine, making stuff up is also a kind of ability. As long as anyone is able to trick us with a story, it'll also count as a pass. However, I should first say that basically all the flowers in this place have been registered. There are 318,673 species. In fact, you don't have to come up with a story. As long as you can find one that we don't have registered, it'll count as a pass, said the disciple in charge indifferently. Hearing that reply, that person deflated like a balloon. He didn't say anything more. The disciples with no knowledge of flowers felt despair upon hearing that terrifying number. They couldn't possibly find a flower that was unregistered. People continued testing their luck after the waves caused by the jewel blood jade orchid passed. Sometimes, opportunities simply came like that. It was only possible to make more opportunities for oneself by working harder than others. After 6 hours, another 20,000 people managed to pass, but in the next hour, there was not one other person who managed to do so. Another thing that happened during the trial that was worth noting was that some people were truly brilliant. They knew the names of many flowers, and as a result, they helped hundreds of others pass. Each person paid 1,000 spirit crystals, so not only did those people pass, but they also made hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Long Chen couldn't help but clap his forehead. How come he hadn't thought of this? The southern Zan region's people clearly had money. However, he had already passed and couldn't go back. After another 2 hours, the bell sounding the end of the trial rang. There were 45,000 people who passed. However, the number that had failed made people sigh. Congratulations on everyone who passed. As for those who didn't pass, there's no need to be discouraged. Cultivation is just like this. Sometimes, luck is also another form of power. However, you can't force it. Some things are fated to be yours, and some are not. Forcibly trying to take those things can make you lose your life. The opportunity this time isn't yours, but there is definitely another opportunity waiting for you. A person can't possibly only have one chance in their life, so maintaining a proper attitude is very important. Furthermore, even though you couldn't reach the end of the Jade Lake pageant, anyone who attends will still get corresponding benefits. Everyone, come with me. The disciple in charge began to lead Long Chen and the others who had passed down the path. The others who didn't pass were also led by other disciples down the same path. This confused everyone. If you could get in even without passing, what was the point of the test? However, they quickly reached a fork in the road. Those who passed went right, while those who didn't pass were led to the left. At the end of the path was an endless green field. Sunlight was shining brightly. There was a large group of cows eating in the field. Someone let out a startled cry. Are these the Skywood Divine Palace's unique white snow spirit cows? Chapter 1636 finally appearing. The white snow spirit cows were completely white. Even their horns were white like jade. They were not technically wild beasts, or magical beasts, or even Zan beasts. They were classified as spirit beasts. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, only the Skywood Divine Palace still had these spirit beasts that had survived from the ancient era. They had gone extinct in the rest of the world. They were around the size of regular cows, and they were very gentle. They only ate flowers and not grass. Their milk was known as one of the top delicacies of the entire continent. However, none of that was the most important thing. The most important thing was that as a spirit beast, they were blessed by the heavens. Their milk contained the essence of the heavenly Taoes, and it was something cultivators would dream of having. This milk was incredibly rare and was usually only enjoyed by the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples. Furthermore, the Skywood Divine Palace was not lacking money, so they essentially never sold it. Only some sects that had good relationships with the Skywood Divine Palace would be able to get a bit of the milk as a gift. That was an incredible blessing to them. Correct, these are my Skywood Divine Palace's white snow spirit cows. The disciples who didn't pass can have 1 cup of their milk. As for everyone here, you can drink as much as you want. If you wish to do so, you can even milk the cows. It is said that in the ancient era, women would personally milk these cows and give the milk to the person they liked. Legend said that doing so meant that they would be together forever. As for whether that legend is believable, no one knows. But if you like it, you can try it. However, this is limited to only women, said the Skywood Divine Palace's disciple. Hearing that, the women immediately ran over to milk the cows. At some point, a certain woman had appeared by Di Shin's side and said, "Big brother Di Shin, just wait. I'll get you some milk." Long Chen immediately recognized that voice. It came from the woman in the palanquin. She was the granddaughter of the Southern Zan region's ancient family alliance's branch master, Han Feifei. He supposed her looks and body were good. However, that constant haughty expression of hers made it look like she felt that just existing in someone else's sight was giving them charity. If she hadn't spoken, Long Chen would have forgotten about her. In the face of Di Shin, she didn't show any arrogance. She seemed to be one of his worshippers. Only women were qualified to enter the meadows, and some began to play with the calves. The white snow spirit cows were not afraid of people, and they began to lick the faces of those women. The itchy feeling made them laugh. They were truly gentle and even cute. Practically, all the women ran in, and the men could only watch on enviously. This kind of spirit beast was incredibly rare, so they also wished to be able to touch them. There were disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace handing out wooden cups. If anyone wanted to, they could try squeezing out some fresh milk. "Brother Long Chen, I'll get you a cup too. I'll forever be by your side." Cloud was too fast. Others were still playing around while she had already squeezed out a cup of milk and came back to Long Chen. That appearance was like she was afraid someone else would get there first. "I'll always be by your side whether I drink the milk or not." Long Chen rubbed Cloud's head affectionately. "Brother Long, drink it quick. They're coming back too. I want you to be the first to drink the milk," cried Cloud urgently. She pushed the cup to Long Chen's mouth. Long Chen bitterly smiled. This girl was really still a little girl. Then, he drank the milk. Although it was very fragrant, smelling like hundreds of flowers, he still felt like there was a faint grassy smell. This milk wasn't as good as the legends made it out to be. Perhaps that was because he never drank milk. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, he had never drunk any. "Young Master Di Shin, this is the milk I squeezed for you." "Young Master Wang Shan, this is mine." "Big Sister Chi Yu, this is for you." Countless women flocked over to the ones that they worshipped. Those people included men and women, but they were all terrifying Empyreans. The largest crowd was around Di Shin. Di Shin graciously thanked them as he drank their milk one by one. As for Long Chen, he had no one. He looked the loneliest here, with only Cloud by his side. Di Shin cast a glance at Long Chen. He didn't say anything, but just his gaze was clear. This was a display of his glory. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Originally, he had felt that since Di Shin came from the central Zan region, he would have at least a somewhat formidable character. However, Long Chen had underestimated him. He wasn't as sophisticated as Long Chen had thought. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this is for you. I really like your story." Just as Long Chen was snorting at Di Shin inside, a woman bashfully ran over to Long Chen's side. She was nervous and also a bit afraid. However, she had still mustered the courage to walk over to Long Chen. Long Chen gave others a very strange feeling. He was even given the title of Demon King of the Eastern Zan region. When he killed people, he did it without batting an eye. However, when he smiled, he felt very warm. The stories also said that he cared a great deal about his people. Getting close to him felt dangerous and unknown. Getting close to him might result in getting devoured, but it also stimulated her curiosity. Furthermore, he was even someone who had declined Shen Baijin and the Pill Fairy. This woman had hesitated a long time over this decision, but she had still come to express her worship toward him. Long Chen received her cup with a smile. Although he didn't like the taste, he drank it all. As for the legendary heavenly Tao essence supposedly contained in the milk, he didn't sense any bit of it. Thank you, that woman excitedly cried out when she saw him drink her milk. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Was he really so frightening? It was like she thought he was a Yama king. That woman's success immediately drew countless others to him. That scene made him jump in shock. He was instantly crowded by even more people than Di Shin. If he had to drink all this, wouldn't he end up vomiting? The cultivation world's women were all bold and daring. This wasn't an expression of love. It was an expression of worship, of admiration. In truth, it wasn't just women. Even men were the same. This was the cultivation world, and the strong were worshipped. Hey, although they said that you can milk the white snow spirit cows as much as you want, we shouldn't waste such a precious treasure. I'll thank you for your praise, but let us all toast together to pass the next trial and charge all the way until the end. Thank you. Long Chen raised his cup, using the milk as a toast, treating it as thanks to everyone. All the women drank the milk. In their hands. Unlike Long Chen, their gazes all brightened when they drank it, and heavenly Tao energy flowed around them. As expected, the heavenly Taos didn't care about him. Long Chen sighed inside. The women scattered, getting more milk. This kind of opportunity only came once in a lifetime. They couldn't waste it. As for the men, they couldn't go milk the cows. They could only receive some more cups from the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples. Long Chen, I wonder if I can offer you a cup as well. At this time, Shen Baijin, who hadn't spoken in a long time, came over with 2 cups, immediately drawing people's attention. Di Xin looked over. Anyone could see that he was angry. Of course. Long Chen smiled. Thank you. Shen Baijin handed a cup to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head and pointed to her other hand. I want the other cup. Did she think Long Chen was blind? Did she not know he was an alchemist? She had clearly added some kind of powder to that cup. He was enraged inside, but he put on a smile. Shen Baijin's expression changed. She sadly said, Are you afraid I'd hurt you? As expected, this woman truly had no sense of shame. She had intentionally come to ruin the new goodwill people felt toward him and had laid another trap. No one would believe that Shen Baijin would so openly harm Long Chen, but if he didn't drink it, it would appear heartless. Although he didn't know what she had added to the milk, he was sure it was something fatal. Sorry, but can you let us through? Just as Long Chen was considering how he could expose this evil woman's goal, 4 nation-toppling beauties walked over. When they appeared, everyone's gaze focused on them. Chapter 1637 Not differentiating between male and female. Those 4 women were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan as well as an icy-faced undying willow, Lu Ruyan. Startled cries rang out at the sight of 4 peerless beauties appearing at once. The entire world seemed to transform into a wonderland because of their presence. Meng Qi was at the front in a white dress. She gave off a grand and sacred air that made other women feel ashamed of their inferiority. She was like a goddess who didn't eat the food of the mortals. It was as though she had accidentally fallen into this mortal world. This sacred air of her was inherent. People almost had an urge to prostrate themselves before her. With Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Lu Ruyan next to her, the 4 of them offset each other's beauty, making each other appear even more beautiful. Their 4 different kinds of beauty had a powerful visual impact. At this time, the 4 of them were standing behind Shen Baijin. The speaker who had asked her to get out of the way was Lu Ruyan. Her gaze was icy and filled with hostility. They are. Shen Baijin was startled. The first thing she sensed was Lu Ruyan's terrifying killing intent. They are my wives. Sorry, can you please go? Otherwise, they'll get jealous. Long Chen laughed. Meng Qi and them had come at just the right time to relieve him of his current predicament. When Long Chen's words fell, the surrounding men all had their eyes redden. Of course, that wasn't out of excitement, but out of jealousy. Just the fact that Shen Baijin and the Pill Fairy had been so friendly with Long Chen, with Shen Baijin even openly expressing her affection, had caused them to grow crazily jealous. Now, 4 heavenly women had come, all of whom were his wives. What the fuck? Shen Baijin looked at Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Lu Ruyan with a hint of envy. The 4 of them were all more beautiful than she was. In front of these 4 flowers, she could only be a green leaf. Sorry for disturbing you. Shen Baijin quietly apologized and left with her head lowered. However, a sharp light flashed in her eyes as she left. She had received an impact from Long Chen and the Pill Fairy, and now these 4 had completely destroyed her confidence in her looks. Should I kill her? She has some killing intent toward us, said Lu Ruyan to Chu Yao privately. Leave her be. This isn't the right place to fight. Chu Yao shook her head. Shen Baijin might have concealed her killing intent well, but it hadn't escaped her senses either. However, it wasn't possible to start fighting just because someone felt some killing intent. Chu Yao was essentially half the host of the pageant right now. Without a justifiable reason, she couldn't attack a participant. Husband, it's been tough on you. This is the milk I personally squeezed. You wouldn't decline it, right? Meng Qi walked over to Long Chen with a teasing smile. That beauty infatuated Long Chen's heart. Furthermore, this was Meng Qi's first time calling him husband, and it made his heart feel like it could burst from emotion. Even if it was poison, I would drink it for you. Long Chen received the cup and drank it in one go. Husband, don't favor just one of us. Chu Yao also came with a cup of milk. Long Chen naturally didn't refuse and drank it as well. Then Tang Wan came. Husband, I'm not as warm and gentle as my two big sisters. I know I make you angry a lot of the time. Do you no longer like me? Tang Wan walked over cutely. How could that be? Both your merits and demerits make up your character. You are you, so why learn from others? There is only one you. Long Chen smiled. Although Tang Wan sometimes gave him a headache, as if she was a child that wouldn't grow up, she was pure-hearted. Long Chen still loved her either way as that was just who she was. Husband, you really treat me well. Here, Tang Wan happily gave Long Chen a cup. Long Chen drank it without thinking about it. As a result, he almost spat out the first mouthful. Only now did he find out that this wasn't milk, but vinegar, and an extremely strong one at that. His face immediately darkened, and he glared at Tang Wan. Meng Qi and Chu Yao turned away, laughing. Husband, do you not love me? Why aren't you drinking it? Do you not want to be with me for eternity? Pouted Tang Wan. Alright, just wait. If I don't make you grab the bedsheets one day, my son will have your surname. Long Chen clenched his teeth and drank the cup of vinegar. It was so strong that tears squeezed out of his eyes. Husband, why are you crying? Tang Wan intentionally acted like she didn't understand, taking out a handkerchief to help wipe away his tears. Long Chen really did want to cry. How had he ended up with such a troublemaker? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just emotion. I'm going to be with you forever and will repay you for this favor. Not even a lifetime of repaying you for this will be enough, said Long Chen. Huss. Banned. It should be my turn. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also went up. Her face was like iron the entire time. She also had a cup. Seeing that cup, Long Chen raged, are you playing with me? How was that a cup? It was a barrel that could fit an entire cow. Did she want him to burst from drinking? He didn't even like the flavor of the milk. Didn't you say you'd drink it without hesitation? Is your word worth so little? Demanded Lu Ruyan. I wasn't talking about you. You can just count as part of Chu Yao, raged Long Chen. How shameless. Didn't you just say that we are all your wives? Everyone here heard it. Long Chen, I already looked down on you before, but if you dare to go back against your word now, I'll have to look down on you even more, said Lu Ruyan without giving him any room to back out. The two of them glared at each other. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan were laughing, and no one was going to come to help him. Their laughter improved Long Chen's mood. He said, fine, count yourself vicious. Long Chen hated himself for having said such a thing. He had forgotten about this thorn, Lu Ruyan. If he didn't drink it, it would be going back on his word and make everyone look down on him. Well, he didn't care about others looking down on him, but Lu Ruyan would definitely use it against him for the rest of his life. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen lifted the barrel and began to drink it. However, after just a few mouthfuls, his expression turned green. This was no milk. It was sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, containing every flavor beneath the sun. It must have been hard on you, said Long Chen viciously at Lu Ruyan after a few mouthfuls. Lu Ruyan's expression didn't change. She coldly snorted, this is your punishment for being fickle-hearted. Now you should know what it means to want a taste of all flavors. The only reason they indulge you is because they love you too much. However, that doesn't mean that they don't feel jealous, uncomfortable, or pained. They keep that pain in their hearts and let you do as you please. Wanner wasn't willing to make you drink that much, so I'll take the place of the bad person. What you're enduring isn't 1,000th of what my master has to feel in her heart. They sacrificed so much for you. Did you ever consider them in your actions? Long Chen's fury was extinguished by a bucket of ice water. He looked at Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan with shame. Which one of them wasn't a nation-toppling beauty? Any man would be able to live happily ever after to have just one of their hearts. Lu Ruyan was correct. He was too greedy. He hadn't put himself in their shoes. Well said. I deserve this punishment. Long Chen nodded and began to drink the 5-flavored liquid in the barrel with all his might. Ruyan. Chu Yao spoke up for Long Chen. Don't pamper him. I originally had an even larger barrel prepared for him, but his display this time wasn't so bad. He wasn't seduced by that shameless slut. That's what got him a reduced punishment, said Lu Ruyan, not giving Chu Yao any chance to plead for mercy for Long Chen. Shen Baijian's expression sank. The shameless slut Lu Ruyan was referring to was clearly her. Her gaze became even sharper. The huge barrel fell to the ground. It was now empty. Long Chen felt like a sea was flowing within his stomach. However, he didn't use his spiritual yuan to suppress it. This was his punishment. He had truly been unfaithful, causing Meng Qi and the others to suffer. This little bit of punishment was nothing. Big brother Di Xin, my milk has come as well. You have to drink it all for me. It was really hard to squeeze it out. At this time, Han Feifei, who had been gone for a long time, finally reappeared. She had a translucent cup in her hand. There was very little milk inside. Long Chen looked at that cup and immediately felt like he would puke. He forcibly held that feeling back. What are you looking at? This is all the best essence, which is why there's so little. Big brother Di Xin, drink it quickly or a certain someone will get jealous. Han Feifei glanced disdainfully at Long Chen. She handed the cup over to Di Xin. Di Xin drank it in one gulp. However, he frowned. When he thought about the flavor, he found that it was a bit strange. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it anymore. Everything he had just drunk came vomiting out of his mouth. Long Chen pointed at the cup in Di Xin's hand. You damn woman, you don't differentiate between male and female. The cow you milked was a male. Chapter 1638 The Pill Fairy's Attitude. Long Chen's words caused quite a few others to also feel an itchy sensation in the back of their throats. Their stomachs began to heave. Everyone looked oddly at Di Xin. Di Xin's face was ashen, and he was quivering uncontrollably. Han Feifei was still lost. She said, who knows whether it was a male cow or female cow? Either way, I picked the biggest, strongest cow. It took a lot of work to milk it. Shut up, shouted Di Xin. He could no longer control himself and began to vomit as well. Han Feifei had been spoiled since childhood and was known for her temper. Although her talent was top tier, and she came from a great background, no one in the southern Zan region liked her. As a result, when Han Feifei had been busy milking her bowl, no one had said anything to her. She was completely unreasonable and could not be spoken to. If they drew her attention due to her mistake, instead of being grateful, she would say that they had offended her. If Han Feifei's attendants were still here, perhaps she wouldn't have done such a thing. However, her attendants only managed to find one flower that they recognized, so she was the only one that had passed. Her attendants were not allowed in here. Quite a few people felt pity for Di Xin for drinking that milk. Han Feifei was truly talented at conning people. After vomiting, Long Chen felt very refreshed. Chu Yao and Meng Qi came over with handkerchiefs, helping him wipe his mouth clean. Tang Wan'er gently patted his back, and Cloud on the other hand was still lost. As for Lu Ruyan, her expression was icy, but she was pleased with her vengeance. Long Chen, you definitely did that on purpose. Once Di Xin finished vomiting, he turned to Long Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Are you ill? What does this have anything to do with me? Sneered Long Chen. Didn't you already know about it before I even drank it? However, you only said it once I was done. It was clearly intentional, roared Di Xin. Are you trying to find trouble? Warning you would make you owe me a favor. Not warning you was simply playing my role. If you want to fight, then I'll put it this way, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting. If no one warned you, you can only blame yourself for not having any friends. Do you know how many people saw her milking her bowl but didn't say anything? Do you not understand why they were all silent? HMPH, rather than first looking at yourself for the reasons, you push the responsibility onto others. Hypocrites like you are the most detestable, snorted Long Chen. Long Chen really had done it on purpose. When Di Xin had raised his cup, Long Chen had already lost control of his stomach. However, he had forcibly suppressed his vomit until Di Xin had finished drinking it. By that time, it was too late. You're courting death, shouted Wang Shan. He could tell that Long Chen was intentionally embarrassing Di Xin. This was his best time to attack. All the resentment and hatred in his heart was released as he attacked Long Chen. Long Chen didn't even have to attack. It was Lu Ruyan who swung a whip composed of hair-like branches. Long Chen had never seen it before, so he supposed it was a divine ability she had learned recently. The whip was as quick as lightning and easily tore through space. Its power reached its peak in just an instant. It had to be known that in order to unleash all one's power, there were only two options: to accumulate energy beforehand before attacking, or a kind of layering of power after the attack, like climbing a staircase to increase the power. If you didn't do either of those, then instantly unleashing 80 or 90% of your power would end up injuring yourself due to the sudden burst. In the worst-case scenario, your body would explode. However, Lu Ruyan seemed capable of doing so. It was like her skill had reached a higher level, allowing her to instantly unleash all of her power. Blood splashed through the air as Wang Shan's arm was blown apart by Lu Ruyan's whip. He flew back, crying miserably. Long Chen was shocked. Fortunately, this was something Lu Ruyan had only learned recently. If she had possessed such a move back in the spirit world, he wouldn't have lasted 3 moves with her. Not everyone is as cowardly as Long Chen. If you continue not knowing what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious, said Lu Ruyan, her whip dancing through the air like it was alive. What a terrifying woman. Everyone was shocked. Wang Shan was one of the southern Zan region's top experts. Although it couldn't be said that he was unrivaled in the southern Zan region, he stood at the peak level of their geniuses. However, he was unable to receive a single attack from Lu Ruyan. Long Chen was speechless. This was his first time hearing someone evaluate him as a coward. He had simply been waiting for a better opportunity to handle all of these people at once. Even Di Xin, Shen Baijin, and Han Feifei's expressions changed. Lu Ruyan's thunderous blow was too quick to defend against. That whip had no fluctuations of a divine item but was still so terrifying. What they didn't know was that Lu Ruyan was an undying willow. She had even managed to block the attacks of 3 divine items back in the Battle of the Grand Han. The name Undying was not for nothing. This whip was manifested through one of her innate divine abilities. It was incredibly powerful, so naturally Wang Shan suffered. Everyone, let's not fight for no reason. This matter has nothing to do with Long Chen. If anyone tries to be a troublemaker, don't blame my Skywood Divine Palace for making sure things stay calm, said Chu Yao. Perhaps the southern Zan region's experts didn't recognize Meng Qi or Tang Wan but the name of Fairy Chu Yao was something everyone in the southern Zan region knew. Her fame was even greater than Wang Shan's. Is the Skywood Divine Palace using their status as the protector of the Jade Lake to forcibly suppress people? Asked Shen Baijin. For you to say that, perhaps you misunderstand my Skywood Divine Palace. We never use power to suppress others. This Jade Lake does not belong to us. It belongs to the southern Zan region, or more accurately, the Martial Heaven continent. As its protector, we have to follow the established rules. Furthermore, each time the Jade Lake pageant is held, my Skywood Divine Palace gives some side benefits to everyone. The fresh milk of the white snow spirit cows that everyone has just drunk would require 100 spirit crystals in the outside world for just 1 cup, and there isn't even any on sale. After eating and drinking what is ours, how dare you say that we are forcibly suppressing you for asking you to not cause trouble? Do you think that is right? Is this the style of the elusive music Immortal Palace? Asked Chu Yao calmly. Chu Yao had once been the princess of the Phoenix Cry Empire and had been schooled in palace etiquette since youth. Hence, she was able to speak back against Shen Baijin without any obscenities while still keeping her words sharp. Furthermore, there was no way for Shen Baijin to retort. In truth, Chu Yao's character was very gentle, and she wouldn't normally speak this way. However, anyone would detest someone who tried to seduce their man. Furthermore, Shen Baijin's words were clear nonsense intended only to provoke. She directly pulled the entire Skywood Divine Palace into her insult. That was something Chu Yao couldn't tolerate. Shen Baijin's eyes were cold, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. She immediately apologized. Big sister, please forgive me. My heart is just a bit chaotic right now, causing me to say something I didn't mean. If I've offended you, I'll apologize right now. Shen Baijin actually made a special bow to Chu Yao. It was a bow of apology and was extremely solemn. It was second only to kneeling to apologize. Big sister, please rise. Since your words were unintentional, you're making me look petty. This matter can end here. There are still hours left until this portion is complete, so I should remind everyone that if you want to drink more milk, you should take advantage of this time. This opportunity is rare, said Chu Yao. Of course, when she said that this matter was over, it wasn't just Shen Baijin's offensive words. She was also including the matter of that special milk. From the start, this matter couldn't be blamed on Long Chen. It could only be blamed on Han Feifei for being so dumb that she couldn't even recognize the difference between a bull and a cow. Naturally the largest, biggest bull was male. She had thought that it was a cow with the best milk. Anyone who had tried approaching her had been shouted away by her as if she was afraid of them taking her milk. Chu Yao had personally seen several people try to warn her, but they had been shouted away, which was the only reason she had ended up making such a huge fool of herself. Han Feifei was still bewildered. She quietly stood behind Di Xin, not daring to make a sound. However, based on her current appearance, it seemed she still didn't know what she had done. "This big sister, can you come over for a chat?" Long Chen was in the midst of talking to Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Cloud, and Lu Ruyan, when Meng Qi suddenly beckoned to a certain person in the distance. That person was the pill fairy who was currently alone. She was the only one simply standing there, while everyone else was busy milking as many cows as possible. The pill fairy had many supporters, but she had said that she wanted some quiet time, and so they hadn't wanted to disturb her. Hearing Meng Qi's call, she hesitated. However, she walked over in the end. "You must be Xianxia, correct? We've heard Long Chen talk about you. I'm glad we've finally gotten a chance to meet. You're just as beautiful as Long Chen described," said Meng Qi. "Thank you." The pill fairy couldn't help but feel a bit nervous in front of Meng Qi and the others for some reason. According to reason, she should now say some polite, conventional words as a greeting, but her mind was blank. The atmosphere immediately became odd since the pill fairy wasn't saying anything. Meng Qi and Chu Yao didn't know what they were supposed to say in this silence. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you any longer," said the pill fairy eventually. "Big sister, do you want to give this milk to Long Chen?" asked Tang Wan suddenly. Long Chen was startled. He looked at Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan and immediately understood they had seen through his questionable relationship with the pill fairy. They were inviting her for him, making him both grateful and ashamed. The pill fairy hesitated and looked at them with disbelief. A faint smile appeared for a moment before it turned to sadness. She shook her head. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Truly, thank you. I'm going to go." With an apologetic smile, the pill fairy turned and left. Chapter 1639 Long Chen's killing intent. The pill fairy left, leaving Meng Qi and the others a bit befuddled. As women, they could clearly sense her feelings for Long Chen. Furthermore, they also knew what Long Chen had done in Pill Valley as Long San. Originally, he had been keeping it secret, but Tang Wan had wheedled him until he had spat out the truth. Back then, Tang Wan had actually gotten quite jealous, but when she saw the pill fairy in person, she found that her pure-hearted nature made it very difficult for one to feel badly toward her. In truth, women were just that curious. When the pill fairy had invited Long Chen to join her, they had felt jealous, but when Long Chen had turned her down, her sad expression and lonely figure had made them feel pity. How Long Chen had acted toward the pill fairy when he had seen her in the Skywood Divine Palace had also satisfied the three of them, so after discussing it, they had decided to give the pill fairy a chance. Meng Qi was their representative in expressing their goodwill toward the pill fairy. Her attitude was their attitude. However, the pill fairy had actually declined. Is this her way of winning her face back after Long Chen refused her first? Wondered Tang Wan How could that be possible? She's not that kind of petty person, said Meng Qi. Long Chen, what's going on? Tang Wan turned to Long Chen. Perhaps you've just misunderstood and she doesn't have such thoughts at all. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. The hearts of women were so difficult to understand. Anyone who could understand them could directly be bestowed the title of a god. We're being serious here, rebuked Tang Wan I'm not kidding. There really is nothing between us, said Long Chen. There really had been nothing between them. They hadn't had a kiss or anything like that. He had always felt great respect for the pill fairy, but nothing more. Long Chen, are you really this dumb or are you just acting? Asked Meng Qi. Meng Qi shook her head. It seems you really don't understand women. The pill fairy gave you her identity plate to allow you to leave Pill Valley. Do you really think that was purely out of the kindness of her heart? Long Chen looked at Meng Qi, speechless. Meng Qi couldn't help sighing. Fool, she was unwilling to see you die in Pill Valley and would rather take the responsibility herself to let you live. Do you realize her actions are equivalent to a betrayal? Do you know how serious the consequences would be? You might be a fool, but she's not. If it weren't for her feelings toward you, Would she be willing to do such a thing? If you had used that identity plate at that time, then even if she could escape death since she's the Valley Master's daughter, her future prospects would surely come to an end. Did you not think of that outcome? Well, Long Chen's heart pounded. At that time, he had thought that Pill Fairy was just helping him because of her feelings of right and wrong. He hadn't considered all of this. Only now that Meng Qi told him did he realize he had been thinking too simply. However, this was too crazy. He and the Pill Fairy hadn't even been together for that long, and they hadn't had any life and death experiences together. He was unable to believe that the Pill Fairy had fallen for him. Long Chen, I order you to win back the Pill Fairy, said Tang Wan solemnly. Are you talking in your sleep? Long Chen looked at her with surprise. Who's sleep-talking? I'm being serious. I don't believe you. You're definitely testing me again. I won't fall for it, said Long Chen. Tang Wan often laid traps for Long Chen in her words. Sometimes when they saw a beautiful woman, she would intentionally have Long Chen appraise her. If he refused, she would say it was because he felt guilty and had definitely had those thoughts toward that woman. On the other hand, if he did as she asked and appraised her to prove his innocence, she would demand why he had been looking so closely if he hadn't been having those kinds of thoughts. Either way would end up with some torment for him. That was why Long Chen's guard was immediately raised when Tang Wan said this. He refused to fall for her trap again. You fool, this time it's real. Raged Tang Wan. You said that every time, and every time, the only real thing was the trap. You. Tang Wan clenched her teeth furiously. Meng Qi interjected, Long Chen, this time Wan is being serious. This is our collective view as well. There's no need for you to find it curious. We might get jealous, but we understand you. It's not that you have no feelings for the Pill Fairy but that you don't dare to have them. We're happy you feel that way, but there's no need for you to express your innocence. Just tell me, if the Pill Fairy was married off to someone tomorrow, would you feel alright in your heart? Remember, you can't lie in front of me. Meng Qi looked closely into Long Chen's eyes. This question wasn't something Long Chen could answer. To say that he didn't like the Pill Fairy would be a bald-faced lie. The time they had spent together would always be in his memories. The two of them had worked together to kill Zhan Jizi, they had helped Wan Qing together, and she had been the one to tell him that the second volume of the Nirvana scripture was in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Then, when he had been chased down and surrounded by Pill Valley, she had let him pass, even giving him her jade pendant that would allow him to escape. She would rather face the punishment than him. How could his heart not be moved? The reason he didn't admit it was because he didn't want to hurt Meng Qi and the others' feelings. However, if there came a day that the Pill Fairy married someone else, he would definitely feel sad. Go, we all love you, so we can understand the pain of losing you. You aren't really fickle-hearted. No one can say anything for sure about the fate that draws people together. If there comes a day you lose her, it might even become a heart devil for you. It'll be a regret you can never make up for. When the day comes and your cultivation base stagnates, how are you supposed to lead us through this world? How are you supposed to lead the Dragonblood Legion to the peak of the martial path? Meng Qi reached out a hand and rubbed Long Chen's cheek softly. Meng Qi. Long Chen was incomparably moved. She was really the one who understood him the best. She always thought of him. Go, we support you, said Meng Qi softly. I'm supporting you too. However, it's just this one time. Tang Wan laughed. That loathsome woman is coming back. Just as they were talking, Shen Baijin walked over to them. Lu Ruyan drew their attention. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Cloud's smiles vanished. Their feelings toward Shen Baijin were the opposite of what they felt toward the Pill Fairy. Shen Baijin acted as if she didn't see their expressions. When she was 10 feet in front of Long Chen, she stopped. Long Chen, since you already have your wives and have no destiny with me, I won't act shamelessly. I won't bother you anymore. This jade pendant is a small token I've always carried with me. I hope you can keep it with you in the future. I suppose that can count as fulfilling my dream. Shen Baijin took out a very high-quality ancient jade pendant. Divine marks were carved into it. It was definitely no ordinary object. Upon looking at the jade pendant, tears streamed down Shen Baijin's face. She made the pendant slowly float over to Long Chen. A lightning arrow shot through the air, blowing the jade pendant to dust. Everyone jumped in shock. They saw Long Chen with his hand raised. That attack had clearly come from him. Long Chen, do you hate me so much? Shen Baijian's expression was the very picture of grief. She looked absolutely heartbroken as she covered her face and ran away. Long Chen's expression was gloomy. He sent a message to Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, and Cloud. If you encounter Shen Baijian in the future, don't have any mercy. Kill her with your full power. She's extremely sinister and will use any means necessary for her goals. She's expressing love for me so that no one will suspect her once she kills me. That, or it's to create a reason for her to kill me. Although I'm not sure what exactly her goal is, that jade pendant was definitely tampered with and might have been able to kill me. I already gave her one chance before, but she still wants to kill me, so I don't mind being vicious. Long Chen was infuriated. He had never encountered such a sickening woman. She was capable of doing anything. Long Chen, you went too far. There's no need for you to hurt others like this. Someone who doesn't understand how to respect others will never receive other people's respect. Just because she likes you doesn't mean you can trample over her dignity. How can your heart be so vicious? The sight of Long Chen destroying Shen Baijian's tablet, as well as the sight of her sobbing as she left, immediately caused quite a few people to stand up and criticize Long Chen out of a sense of justice. Lu Ruyan's expression sank, and the whip in her hand began to glow. Long Chen immediately grabbed her hand and shook his head. Leave it be. There's no meaning in quibbling with some brainless haters. There are far too many people who like to talk and criticize others without having any skill. You're growing more and more unlike yourself, said Lu Ruyan frostily. TCH, he was being looked down upon again. It seemed Lu Ruyan was quite warlike herself. At this time, a bell rang out again, signifying the end of this portion of the pageant. Everyone was summoned and led down another path. Shen Baijian's expression was still aggrieved as she followed Di Xin, Han Feifei, and Wang Shan. Long Chen saw many experts who hadn't been close to Di Xin before now standing closer to him. Those Empyreans hadn't had a negative or positive feeling for Long Chen before. However, now Long Chen sensed that he was being rejected by them. He didn't know if it was because of Meng Qi and the others that had caused them to become jealous, or because he had rejected Shen Baijian and brought out their desire to protect the weak. It went without saying that Shen Baijian's acting was top-notch. Each of her schemes was win-win for her. Whether Long Chen accepted or declined, she was the winner. She had managed to push Long Chen into the heart of the struggle. The only one who wasn't glaring at him with hostility but still maintaining a certain distance from him was the Pill Fairy. In fact, she didn't even dare to look at him. The atmosphere between them was a bit awkward. When everyone reached the end of the path, they arrived at a set of gates. Those gates opened, revealing a sight that made everyone jump in fright. Chapter 1640 Black Channel. The gates opened, and the world darkened. A sinister aura crashed over them, giving them goosebumps. Behind the gates was an endless desolate land. Countless withered dead trees could be seen, isolated and alone. The thick air of death here was completely different from the vibrant and thriving Skywood Divine Palace. What is this? Why do I have such a hair-raising feeling? Asked a disciple. Whatever was behind these gates made them feel very afraid. This is the black channel that my Skywood Divine Palace protects. The Jade Lake's sacred land rests at the end of it. Just at this moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Everyone hastily looked back. A beautiful woman was walking over with over 10 Life Star experts following behind her. When that woman appeared, all the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples bowed. Greetings, Palace Master. This person was Chu Yao's master, the Palace Master of the Skywood Divine Palace. She was called the Woodplant Sea Fairy. As for her real name, no one knew. The Palace Master nodded, and her gaze swept over everyone. When her gaze met Long Chen's, her heart began to pound wildly. She sensed a strong feeling of danger from him. It was a danger that had nothing to do with cultivation base or combat power. It was a kind of elemental restriction. She had heard from Chu Yao that Long Chen controlled powerful thunder force and flame energy. However, she hadn't expected to feel such a dangerous feeling from him. Both thunder force and flame energy were the banes of the wood element. They were both destructive energies, the opposite of wood cultivators, life energy. However, Long Chen was only at the soul transformation realm. For him to give her such an intense feeling of danger was practically impossible. The Palace Master didn't express her shock. She walked over to everyone and said, "There are some of you here that know at least a bit of the secret of the ancients. There are also some who might not have touched upon such things due to your sects. If you wish, I can give you a simple explanation about a portion of the Martial Heaven continent's history." Please, Palace Master, we are eager to know the truth, said Di Shin first. All right, then I'll say a few words. The Palace Master nodded. Her voice was gentle and calm, without any of the arrogance of a master of such a powerful sect. She treated them like friends she liked to chat with. Perhaps you've heard some ancient stories, but the timeline of those stories is all muddled. The ancient era, ancient times, antiquity, it's all garbled. To put it generally, basing the terms around the battle of the immortal era, the time before that battle can be classified as the immortal era. Then there was the dark era, and then the ancient era. Before the immortal era was the era of legend. Due to the flow of time, it's impossible to trace back any history to that point. That's why everything about it is simply imagined by people, so it is naturally an era of legend. The meaning is that you can just listen to those legends, but don't treat them seriously. As for the immortal era, it truly existed. Although there are very few records of it, they definitely exist. Other than a very small portion of people who had inherited special things, the others had no idea about these ancient secrets. The martial heaven continent had gone through countless wars. Much of its culture and inheritance had been lost. Although there were still some secret realms, that era was so far gone, it was impossible to trace things back. That was why many things that people knew about the immortal era and the dark era were filled with questions and suspicions. Palace Master, if the immortal era really existed, then can people really ascend to become a god or immortal, to have a lifespan as long as the heavens? Asked someone reverently. It was possible in that era. Our era is a declined era, and no one is capable of ascending. However, there are no absolutes. The heavenly Tao's exist in a cycle. When things reach a peak, the only option is to go in the other direction. The era we are in right now can be called the worst era. When things get so bad that they can't get any worse, they can only get better. The chi flow of the world is changing. You are lucky to have been born during this part of the cycle, said the Palace Master. However, there was one thing that she didn't say. That was that they might also be the most pitiful people. If this cycle didn't complete, the world might end during this era. We've gotten sidetracked. This place that you see is the black channel that leads to a battlefield. It is the connection point between the worlds of the martial heaven continent and the black continent. Every so often, the wall between them will weaken. A huge mass of that world's creatures will try to charge through the portal into the martial heaven continent, wanting to slaughter our lifeforms. The martial heaven continent has similar channels all over. You should be familiar with those because many of your sects are also protecting their own regions. Long Chen nodded. The Xuantian Dao sect also had its own stronghold it was protecting. Back in the infernal devil abyss, he had used his tribulation to annihilate the creatures that had suddenly surged in number. The main thing was that those spatial channels limited people's cultivation bases. Higher-level experts weren't able to enter. However, that effect was double-edged. This side's experts couldn't enter, but neither could the powerful enemies on the other side. So both sides could only wear each other down slowly. In the last month, the Black Channel has had a large number of Black Tree Demons appear. So the second trial is to fight against those Black Tree Demons, said the Palace Master. Palace Master, are you making us clear away the hindrances to the Skywood Divine Palace? Asked Shen Baijin suddenly. The Skywood Divine Palace's disciples were all infuriated at that question. However, the Palace Master smiled lightly. If you want to take it that way, it's not a problem. If you feel like you're being used as a free fighter for my Skywood Divine Palace, losing your life for nothing would naturally not be worth it. However, if you want to attend the Jade Lake pageant, you'll have to be a free fighter because the Jade Lake is beyond the Black Channel. You have no choice if you want to attend. The Jade Lake is a priceless treasure left behind by the Jade Lake Venerate before she fought to her death during the Dark Era. She left all her comprehension there for any human with destiny. Furthermore, when the Jade Lake will appear within the Black Channel is not set in stone. No one can predict when it will appear. As the protector of the Jade Lake, we simply have to follow the rules laid down by the Martial Heaven Continent and the Southern Zon region. The fact that the Black World's creatures would suddenly invade at the same time as the opening of the Jade Lake is something no one can predict. You should know that we have our own pride and would disdain using the Jade Lake as bait to trick people into being our free fighters. The Palace Master's words were very calm, but anyone with a brain could tell that Shen Baijin's words had irritated her greatly. The Palace Master was very magnanimous. Anyone else would have told her to scram. I trust that the Skywood Divine Palace would disdain doing such a thing. Only certain petty little people would think that others would act in the same way as they would, said Tang Wan-er. Shen Baijian's expression sank. Tang Wan-er was clearly cursing her. However, she had no way to retort. Originally, she had been hoping to plant the seed of enmity by provoking dissatisfaction out of everyone. That way, a few people might cast their fury on Chu Yao, the heir to the Skywood Divine Palace. After all, the competition within the Jade Lake was very intense, and killing people for treasures was unavoidable. Regretfully, Shen Baijian had underestimated the palace master. With just a few words, she had left Shen Baijian without a way to retort. Not only had she not achieved her aim, but she had also caused quite a few people to look down on her for going too far. Shen Baijian hastily apologized, saying that she had had no evil intentions. The palace master merely smiled and didn't say anything further about it. One of the Life Star elders walked out. The Black Channel is a wrestling arena between two worlds. Because the energy of the two worlds is clashing, the space there is unstable. Hence, spatial cracks and unstable dimensions will appear. Anyone who is sucked into those places will definitely die. Other than being careful of that, the most terrifying things inside are the dark tree demons and magical beasts. Most of those are of 11th rank, equivalent to our Life Star experts. Don't look down on them. Although you are geniuses, those enemies are also very powerful. The stronger ones can compare to Empyreans, so don't be careless. Other than that, remember that the greatest enemy of humanity is not tree demons or magical beasts, but ourselves. You should understand that in front of priceless treasures, there is nothing that can't be tossed aside. Once you enter the Jade Lake, no rules will be able to hold others back. This is no game, and there are no rules. In front of the enticement of priceless treasures, rules are as weak as a cotton cloth that can be torn to shreds at any moment. Even if you don't feel that way, others won't feel the same as you. By that time, you'll be dead. Don't attack others, but don't expect others to do the same. We'll give you 2 hours to prepare. Remember, this is no game, but a life and death fight. That elder's words caused everyone's hearts to shake. They had been treating the Jade Lake pageant as a game. Now this warning and terrifying Black Channel made them nervous. After 2 hours, a rumbling sound rang out from the gate. Its runes activated, and a huge vortex appeared before them. It was like a gaping maw waiting for them. Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan-er, Lu Ruyan, and Cloud walked in together. Before they had even gotten that close, they were instantly sucked in, vanishing from other people's sight. Chapter 1641 Silver Tree Demons. The huge gates were actually a giant transportation formation, and the Black Channel they had seen beyond it was a projection. Long Chen and the others had already entered, Sidi Shin didn't tarry. He walked in, followed by Han Feifei, Shen Baijian, Wang Shan, and dozens of other powerful Empyreans. Only after those experts had entered did the rank 8 and rank 9 Celestials follow. That was to be safe. However, this safety measure meant that they were leaving the first opportunities for the first group. They would always be one step behind. Long Chen had just walked through the gates when space twisted around him. A dark and sinister aura crashed down on him. They had yet to even land on the ground when the withered trees on the ground sprang to life. Countless roots shot out of the ground at them. Endless wind waves. Tang Wan-er formed a hand seal, and a sea of wind blades exploded, cutting those roots to pieces. Don't get entangled with them. Their true bodies are underground, and it's difficult for us to do any real damage to them if they only use their roots to attack. Moving on is more important, said Chu Yao. The Skywood Divine Palace had to deal with these tree demons all year round, so Chu Yao knew how crafty and difficult to deal with they were. Suddenly, Cloud summoned the true body of a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. With a single flap of her wings, the roots were blown to bits. The terrifying astral winds tore through the ground, making Long Chen jump in shock. This was Long Chen's first time seeing Cloud use her real power after advancing to the 10th rank. She was truly worthy of being a legendary existence. Her power was not inferior to Hu Xiaolin's at all. It was just that Cloud didn't have a divine item. Carrying the 4 of them, Cloud transformed into a ray of light that shot deeper into these lands. Tree roots continued to spring out of the ground and attack them, covering the sky with their numbers. However, Cloud charged straight through them in the most direct, most barbaric method. Cloud was incredibly fast. Due to her speed, the space around her twisted, and just the shockwaves were enough to blow away those roots. They weren't able to touch Cloud. Cloud, you're amazing, praised Long Chen. He had thought that when he used his lightning wings plus his new lightning flash step, he had reached a kind of pinnacle in speed. However, now he found that he was a far cry from Cloud. Long Chen, do you want to charge straight through or first find a place to hide? If we charge straight through, we'll end up disturbing all the tree demons in the Black Channel. That will only benefit the people behind us, said Chu Yao. She was worried about them charging too far forward and being the focus of all the tree demons. That would increase the pressure on them. No need, let's charge straight through with absolute power. Their schemes are pure nonsense. Chu Yao, are you sure there's something Wan needs in the Jade Lake? Asked Long Chen. Yes, I'm sure. We've been guarding the Black Channel all this time. One reason is because we are wood cultivators, so we're the best people to counter the tree demons, but the other reason is that the Jade Lake sacred land doesn't have anything that the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples need, so there's no need to worry about us occupying it for ourselves or abusing our position. In truth, that Jade Lake Venerate was extremely terrifying. She was in possession of 4 kinds of energy: earth, water, fire, and wind, said Chu Yao. 4 types. Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. Those who could control 2 kinds of energy were already few and far between. He had never heard of anyone capable of controlling 3 kinds. However, the Jade Lake Venerate could control 4 types. That's not all. It is said that the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air were the foundation of the birth of this world. When they are combined, their power is terrifying. However, her ability to control 4 kinds of elemental energy is definitely related to her magical arts. Or perhaps that level of magical art should be called divine art. Our cultivation civilization has declined, and there's no way anyone in the present era can control 4 kinds of energy. Just trying to control water and fire, 2 opposing elements, is enough to cause someone to explode. We called you over because we're worried about competing with Di Shin and him taking the opportunity Wan needs, but the other reason is that you should have an affinity with the fire element. It's a win-win, explained Chu Yao. There's an opportunity for me too. That is really good. Do you know what kind of flame is inside? Long Chen began to grow excited. If there was a powerful flame, Huo Long would be delighted. Chu Yao shook her head. It's unknown what flame it is. All we know is that there is a flame beast inside, and everyone who has entered its territory has been killed. In all these years, the fire region is the only place that no one has managed to gain an inheritance from. Many people have entered the earth, water, and air regions and gained their own special opportunities, but those who entered the fire region all died. As the 4 of them were conversing, the ground in front of them exploded, and a huge figure appeared before it. It was a giant tree demon blocking their path. It looked like a wooden giant with a saber in its hand. Its entire body emitted a bronze color. It's a bronze tree demon, explained Chu Yao. Bronze tree demons are true members of the tree demons fighters, not like the weak ones we just charged past. They have about the power of ordinary life star experts. Cloud opened its mouth as soon as the tree demon appeared, and a black light ray shot out. The tree demon's saber had just been raised when the black ray pierced its body, blowing it apart. What a powerful divine ability. Long Chen was shocked at Cloud's power. Even he had sensed danger from her attack just now. Don't underestimate Cloud just because she's still a child. Her killing moves are all frightening, and even Hu Xiaolin with a divine item wouldn't be a match for Cloud. She has already inherited a portion of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's divine abilities that have vanished from the rest of the world. When Cloud advances to the 11th rank, she'll even be able to challenge Netherpassage experts. Meng Qi smiled proudly. The myriad spirit diagram that Long Chen had given her was a priceless treasure. Amazing. This is definitely good. No wonder the Zon beasts want the myriad spirit diagram so much. Long Chen nodded. Hu Xiaolin had participated in the dragon slaughtering convention specifically for the myriad spirit diagram. Long Chen, we'll have to be careful in the future. After that battle, Hu Xiaolin completely exposed the existence of the myriad spirit diagram. The complete inheritance of the Zon beasts exists inside it, and much of that inheritance has already been lost in the outside world. They probably won't let us off, warned Meng Qi. No need to worry. Whether it's a blessing or a calamity, it can't be dodged. We'll just have to counter whatever they try. Speaking of which, Little Snow's crystal core is still being nourished inside the myriad spirit diagram, right? What's the situation? Asked Long Chen. Little Snow's soul is being nourished and is getting stronger with every passing moment. If you want to Little Snow could probably manage to take over the body of a 10th ranked Zon beast. If you find a suitable race, you can try it. If we could awaken Little Snow, we could all rest easier. Then let's keep nourishing Little Snow's crystal core until Little Snow's soul grows to the limit. But the myriad spirit diagram is extremely powerful. Little Snow's soul in the crystal core has already gone through 3 mutations. I don't know how many months or years it would take to reach the peak. That's fine. It just means that this isn't a good time to do it. Even if I captured a talented Zon beast, it wouldn't be perfect. There would definitely be flaws in the possession, and then Little Snow's cultivation base would fall behind again. I'm going to find a body that will allow Little Snow to walk to the peak of the martial path along with me, said Long Chen firmly. Thinking about Little Snow made his heart ache. Long Chen knew that Little Snow had felt aggrieved at not being able to help him in the end. So he would either find a perfect, powerful body for Little Snow, or he would wait until he found one so that Little Snow could accompany him forever. Clouds sped through the sky. More and more tree demons appeared ahead, and they were also growing stronger. However, they couldn't stop Cloud. After advancing to the 10th rank, Cloud had become a true expert. Based on Cloud's speed, we should reach the Jade Lake in an incense stick's worth of time. There will be true experts of the tree demons there, so everyone be careful, warned Chu Yao. Suddenly, a huge silver tree demon appeared in front of Cloud, and the two crashed together. The tree demon was smashed apart, but Cloud's momentum instantly dropped. As a result, Long Chen and the others almost flew off her back. It's a silver tree demon, and there are so many of them. Chu Yao was startled. There was a mass of silver tree demons ahead. In the past, each time the Black Channel began to act up, the silver tree demons had been the leaders of the insurrection. They had been very rare, but now they were everywhere. Cloud, be careful. The silver tree demons are very powerful, called out Chu Yao. Hundreds of silver tree demons attacked with their silver blades. Those huge blades whistled as they slashed down at them. They were truly terrifying. Wind Moon Slash. Tang Wan'er summoned another sea of wind blades, but she was disappointed to see that her sharp wind blades shattered on contact with the silver tree demons. They were only able to leave some tiny, unremarkable marks on their bodies. They couldn't even count as wounds. Cloud spread her wings. Runes lit up, and she slashed her wings at the tree demons like sharp blades. However, she was only able to knock them back, not kill them. There were too many of them. Long Chen, I'll make you kneel and beg for forgiveness for humiliating me before. Having been held back by the silver tree demons, a voice rang out from behind, one fuming with rage. Chapter 1642 Treacherous and Cunning. It's Di Xin, Meng Qi called out with some surprise. It was unexpected that he would be able to catch up so quickly considering Cloud's speed. He came at the perfect time. It just so happens that I want to test him out. Long Chen smiled coldly. He wanted to see just how strong Di Xin was. How strong were the experts from the central Zon region? Let's attack together, said Lu Ruyan, wanting to fight immediately. No, now isn't the best time to attack. I just want to test him out so it'll be easier to launch the killing blow later. If we were all to fight, we would have to make sure that he definitely couldn't leave here alive. Just leave this to me. Cloud, put away your true body and get going. Don't go too far or expose your true power. Just get further away so you don't get splattered with blood, said Long Chen. Long Chen jumped off Cloud and floated in the air, his arms clasped behind his back, calmly waiting for Di Xin and his group. Cloud put away her true body. With Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Lu Ruyan, they sped away toward the Jade Lake. Long Chen, you pompous bastard, I, Wang Shan, will smash apart your undefeated legend today. Wang Shan was the one who flew to the front, his primal chaos manifestation appearing behind him. He let out a punch. Wang Shan viewed Lu Ruyan's whip attack that had destroyed his arm as a huge disgrace. Thus, he blamed himself for being too careless and not using his full power, resulting in him being embarrassed. This time, he wasn't holding back at all. The world crumbled around him as he shot through space at Long Chen. As I said, it's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. Long Chen snorted and stamped on the ground. He shot over at Wang Shan. Wang Shan's expression changed. He found that he was unable to block Long Chen's punch. The earthen runes around Wang Shan's arm exploded, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His earthen armor shattered. The experts following Di Xin were shocked. Even when Wang Shan used his full power, he was injured by a punch from Long Chen. Even Di Shin's expression changed. Perhaps others might not have seen it, but his vision was sharp. Wang Shan hadn't lost in power but technique. Long Chen's punch had contained two kinds of energy. The first had been the thunder force that had invaded Wang Shan's arm, paralyzing it and making it so Wang Shan was unable to release his full power. His power had dropped to just 80%, which was what allowed Long Chen to crush him so easily. However, even if Wang Shan had known about it, he wouldn't have been able to defend against it thanks to Long Chen's meticulous skill. When it came to battle experience, Long Chen completely outclassed Wang Shan. Not wanting to expose his trump cards, Long Chen relied on technique to defeat Wang Shan instead, not giving Wang Shan any breathing room. After punching with his right hand, Long Chen slapped Wang Shan with his left hand. "Someone like you is only fit to be someone's dog. Scram and call over your master," sneered Long Chen. This was Wang Shan's second time being slapped in the face. The first time was due to carelessness, but this time he didn't even manage to see Long Chen's action. Long Chen's divine face slapping art was practically transcendent. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Wang Shan roared furiously. His eyes were completely red as he charged at him once more. "Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you think my southern Zan region has no one that can handle you?" Over 10 experts of the southern Zan region followed Wang Shan this time. As Wang Shan pounced on Long Chen, the ground behind Long Chen exploded, and a huge earthen hand snaked out at him. That hand was larger than a mountain and covered in yellow runes. "Your diversionary tactics are garbage. Considering your level of control, are you treating me like an idiot? This is your attempt at drawing my attention and launching a sneak attack." Long Chen didn't even look back at the earthen hand. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, and he swung it behind him. The huge hand blew apart without any suspense. Long Chen then stabbed Evilmoon forward. An Empyrean who had just reached him was stabbed through and raised into the air just like that. The other Empyreans had all attacked at the same time, but this person in particular was very fast and had ended up isolating himself. He was unable to break fast enough before he ran himself onto Long Chen's saber. It was like he had been sending himself over. "Why are you in such a rush?" "Well, fine, I'll send you on ahead of the others. There's no need to thank me." Long Chen looked at the shocked Empyrean. Evilmoon shook ever so slightly as an earth-shattering power poured through it. Long Chen ignored his cry and directly blew the Empyrean apart. However, he was startled to find that this Empyrean's Yuan spirit was exceptionally powerful. It survived and fled. "Long Chen, you destroyed my physical body. This enmity will not end until one of us perish." That Empyrean roared furiously. However, he had misjudged one thing. While his Yuan spirit had fled, it hadn't fled far at all. Long Chen conveniently raised a finger and pointed. A violet bolt of lightning struck the Yuan spirit, turning it to dust. An Empyrean died just like that. At this time, the other experts had also reached this point. But after personally seeing Long Chen kill an Empyrean, they turned pale. "Long Chen, you dare to kill the heavenly geniuses of our southern Zan region? Don't even think of leaving this place alive," roared another Empyrean. They were both shocked and infuriated. "Are you all idiots? You want to kill me, so why can't I kill you?" sneered Long Chen. "Nonsense. We were fighting with an attitude of exchanging pointers. We have no intention to take your life. Do you think the southern Zan region's experts are the same as a murderous demon king like you?" shouted another Empyrean. "Long Chen, you're looking down on the southern Zan region. Killing our heavenly geniuses is provoking the entire southern Zan region. I'll immediately report this to my father and have you captured and torn apart," shouted Han Feifei. She finally had a reason to use her connections to kill Long Chen and vent her rage. Although Di Shin hadn't blamed her for the matter of the male milk, she could clearly feel him being much colder to her. Her resentment for that was given to Long Chen. If Long Chen didn't have such a big mouth, perhaps such a thing wouldn't have happened. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. He disdainfully said, "If you want to kill me, then just come. Don't play such childish games. I only have this one little life, but I'm not afraid of anyone." Long Chen had finally come to the conclusion that the so-called experts of the southern Zan region were nothing more than a group of slightly stronger pigs. They didn't have the slightest brains as they had been raised by their sects to simply look amazing. Their sects wanted to have an Empyrean, so they hadn't experienced any true slaughter. "Di Shin, stop using others as cannon fodder to test me. If you really want to know how strong I am, you'll have to do it personally. Long Chen pointed his saber at Di Xin. Of all these experts here, the only ones he felt a bit of apprehension toward were Di Xin and Shen Baijin. He had already exchanged blows with Shen Baijin, but he still knew nothing about Di Xin. Long Chen, why bother? Why do you have to force people like this? Is killing people the only way for you to show your grandness? Young Master Di Xin, I really misjudged him. Don't be a brute like him. Those who could stand at the peak of the martial path were respected by everyone, not just because of their power, but because of their character and intelligence. The sovereigns didn't rely on slaughtering everyone to reach their height. Shen Baijin spoke up all of a sudden. Now when she looked at Long Chen, there was icy killing intent in her eyes. It seemed she didn't want to keep acting. Fine, Long Chen, I'll let you off this time. But even if I don't kill you, the southern Zan region won't let you off. You will definitely die. Di Xin actually listened to Shen Baijin's advice. His climbing aura dissipated. Long Chen, you want to test Di Xin's power? Keep dreaming. As for everything about you, I've already told it all to Di Xin. I'll repay the humiliation you gave me 100 times. Now do you regret it? Shen Baijin sent Long Chen a spiritual message. Now, Long Chen understood what Shen Baijin was doing. She was doing the same thing as him, waiting for an opportunity to kill the opponent in one blow. Hence, she intentionally ruined his goal of testing Di Xin. She had seen through his intentions and wouldn't let things go as he wished. As for what she was saying, it was to disturb his mental state. Long Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. He wouldn't get angry over someone who would die soon. Since this was the case, there was no longer any need for him to stay behind. He began rushing over in the direction Meng Qi and the others had gone. Once he was gone, Di Xin sent a message to Shen Baijin. You better not be tricking me. If I find that you are helping Long Chen, I will kill you. Don't worry, we're on the same side now. I just want Long Chen, alive or dead. As for his women, they'll be yours. Shen Baijin smiled. That smile was a bit malicious and chilly. Fine, then I'll follow your plan for now. Di Xin nodded and led his people in a different direction. Everyone was moving closer to the Jade Lake sacred land. Chapter 1643 Charging into the Jade Lake. Long Chen flew forward. Any tree demons that blocked his way were slashed apart by Evilmoon. He quickly caught up to Meng Qi and the others. Why didn't Di Xin fight? Asked Tang Wan. Long Chen told them what Shen Baijin had messaged him, resulting in them all raging, that Shen Baijin is too sinister. She schemes deeply and is completely unscrupulous. We should be careful. The current situation isn't favorable to us. We have exposed many of our trump cards during the Grand Han. Hence, Shen Baijin has definitely prepared before coming and will tell those trump cards to Di Xin. Meanwhile, I still know nothing about him. That's very dangerous, said Long Chen gloomily. I'm not afraid. You'll handle Di Xin, and we'll handle that woman. We still have the absolute advantage, said Tang Wan confidently. There was Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Cloud, and Lu Ruyan. 1 against 5, they should have no problem. Foolish girl, you've been tricked by Shen Baijin. Just because she is such a schemer doesn't mean she isn't powerful. If you think she only schemes because she isn't strong enough, you'll have fallen for another one of her schemes. Last time, Ziyan didn't kill me, and this time, the elusive music immortal palace sent Shen Baijin. From her 7-string C suppressing zither, it can be seen that she was following the will of the higher-ups of the elusive music immortal palace. In other words, she has to be stronger than Ziyan, or they must think she would be better than Ziyan at killing me. Even if the 5 of you joined hands, it's unknown whether you could defeat her. She has the 7-string C suppressing zither and has yet to expose her trump cards. We know nothing about her, but we are in the palm of her hand. So don't be careless. Everything she has shown us so far is to numb us to her true power. If we are even slightly careless, we'll fall for one of her schemes, said Long Chen gravely. This was his first time running into such a difficult woman. Or perhaps he should say it was his first encounter with such a shameless woman. Meng Qi and the others' hearts shook. Chu Yao nodded. That Shen Baijin is Ziyan's senior apprentice sister. My master told me that her talent is even greater than Ziyan's, but because the elusive music immortal palace's master doesn't like her character, she isn't suited to be the successor of the palace master position. However, her combat power can only be greater than Ziyan's. In any case, we just need to be careful, but we don't need to be afraid. Once we find a suitable opportunity, we'll get rid of them all at once. I'll open a path for us forward. We should charge in before them and get Wan or her inheritance before they can bother us. Long Chen walked to the ground. In the face of the endless silver tree demons, he actually put away Evilmoon. A black sphere appeared in his hand and shot out like a shooting star. The air resistance caused specks of black dirt to fly out of it. When that black dirt landed on the silver tree demons, they immediately began to corrode. They let out strange wails and fled. This was the primal chaos space's black soil. To tree lifeforms, it was an absolute poison. Up to now, other than the undying willow being able to block it temporarily, no other tree lifeforms had been able to resist it. Those silver tree demons immediately opened a path that Long Chen and the others rushed down. He hadn't used too much of the black soil, only enough to make the tree demons afraid. He definitely didn't want others to take advantage of his work. That was why he didn't unleash a huge wave and instead shot it out bit by bit. Just as Long Chen was forcibly tearing a path through the tree demons, 1,000 miles away, a white light soared into the sky. A white dragon roared and sped forward. Any tree demons in its way were turned to ash. It's the Pill Fairy. Her flame is actually white. It's so beautiful, exclaimed Meng Qi. The Pill Fairy was rushing at full speed as well. She was standing on a dragon formed of her white flames. In front of her, those tree demons were like rotting wood. Sometimes, the dragon would breathe out fire and exterminate everything in front of it. She's even stronger than before. Long Chen's heart shook. The current Pill Fairy was far stronger than she had been back in Pill Valley. Furthermore, her flame had completely transformed. It possessed a sacred air to it. Many experts were following behind her, trying to take advantage of the path she made to conserve energy. Long Chen was rushing forward with black soil, while the Pill Fairy was rushing forward with her white dragon. The two of them were neck and neck, with their speed equally matched. As for Di Xin's side, they had to rely on brute force to kill the tree demons. Although they were very powerful, their speed couldn't compare to these two groups. He's still holding back. This Di Xin really knows how to endure. Long Chen looked back at Di Xin in the distance. Clearly, Di Xin was thinking just like him. He wouldn't easily attack, but when he did, it would be to kill. We're close to the Jade Lake Sacred Lake, called out Tang Wan excitedly. There was a distant serene lake vaguely in sight. This was the Jade Lake. Its surface was like a mirror. Faint immortal chi could be seen swirling around it. Just as they were getting closer, the ground exploded, and golden arrows shot out from underground at them. Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he slashed apart the golden arrows. However, those golden arrows were so powerful that his arm became a bit numb. Large, sharp tentacles now shot out of the ground at Long Chen, like golden war spears. It's golden tree demons. They're extremely powerful, so be careful. Chu Yao's expression changed slightly. This time, the tree demons that had appeared in the Black Channel were not just unprecedented in numbers, but also unprecedented in power. Due to the wall between worlds, there were normally very few golden tree demons capable of entering the Black Channel. However, there were so many of them this time. Split the heavens 5. A huge saber image soared into the sky and slashed down. The ground split apart. Those golden tentacles exploded and a huge ditch appeared. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that the golden tree demons' true bodies that had been hidden underground hadn't been killed. Instead, they had fled so quickly that they had avoided being killed. Let's go. Since the tree demons had been forced back, Long Chen rushed forward. Meng Qi and the others quickly followed. The 6 of them crossed a certain distance before the golden tree demons attacked again. This time, they weren't using tentacles. Their true bodies came out of the ground. They looked like they were made of gold. They didn't have large treetops, but they had countless roots. Their trunks were like giant mountains. Damn, these golden tree demons can instantly kill Life Star experts, exclaimed Long Chen. Just how had the Skywood Divine Palace managed to defend this channel for so many years against so many golden tree demons? No one knows what happened, but some problem has occurred in the Black Channel. Before, when we tidied up the Black Channel, there would only be 2 to 3 golden tree demons at most. There have never been this many, explained Chu Yao upon seeing Long Chen's shock. How were there 2 to 3? 30,000 probably wasn't even enough to count them. They had completely surrounded the Jade Lake. These golden tree demons are absorbing the Jade Lake's immortal spiritual chi. However, they can't absorb it directly and can only assimilate the energy from the earth. All we have to do is charge our way through their blockade and reach the Jade Lake. They are very afraid of the Jade Lake's water, so if we get past them, they won't be able to do anything to us, said Chu Yao. These golden tree demons have a certain resistance to my black soil. Let's try something else. Long Chen found that the black soil he had summoned wasn't that effective against the golden tree demons. At the very least, they weren't terrified of it. He didn't want to bring out too much of it and let it be seen by Di Xin and Shen Baijin. Flames enveloped his body and formed a huge sea. These golden flames instantly set the golden tree demons on fire. However, the golden tree demons were extremely tough and were not immediately burned to death. They dug their way underground again in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, their thinking was too simple. The heaven incinerating flame was not so easy to deal with. Only extremely powerful heavenly Tao energy could extinguish it. These golden tree demons might be powerful, but they had no heavenly Tao energy. Most importantly, they were weak to fire. Let's go. Long Chen slashed his saber, destroying the tentacles of the tree demons. In the domain of his golden flames, their defensive power sharply dropped, allowing him to cut through them like tofu. Long Chen charged his way through, quickly reaching the edge of the Jade Lake. The 6 of them jumped in together. The flames vanished, and the golden tree demons charged to the edge of the lake. However, they didn't dare to take half a step further. They didn't dare to attack them now that they were in the Jade Lake. Long Chen put away his heaven incinerating flame, and the flames on the tree demons vanished. Although they had been burned black, their combat power hadn't dropped much. Just a few seconds after they entered the Jade Lake, the Pill Fairy also arrived, diving into the lake. With their 2 groups inside the Jade Lake, the golden tree demons formed an impenetrable wall against Di Xin's group. Young Master Di Xin, now you don't need to hold back. Let everyone see your power. Shen Baijin smiled at Di Xin. Chapter 1644 Mysterious Sphere. Di Xin's expression was a bit gloomy. Originally, he had wanted to use his real power to annihilate these tree demons, but Shen Baijin had made him wait. Now Long Chen and the Pill Fairy had gone off, throwing them far into the distance. The way these people were looking at him now was a bit doubtful. Some people even felt that his fame was fake, and that his power was lacking compared to Long Chen and the Pill Fairy. That infuriated him. Now that Long Chen and the Pill Fairy had entered the Jade Lake, there was no longer any need for him to worry about exposing his trump cards. With a cold snort, he made a hand seal. The water inside the Jade Lake exploded, and water droplets rained down in every direction. When the Jade Lake's water landed on the tree demons, they let out startled cries. Smoke started coming out of their bodies like they were being corroded. They rapidly withered. The golden tree demons dug their way into the ground and didn't dare to come back up. Now the land was empty of tree demons. Young Master Di Xin is mighty, praised Shen Baijin. These tree demons were dark creatures, while the Jade Lake possessed a sacred aura that was their bane. They could only retreat in front of it. The golden tree demons had to run, but the silver tree demons instantly vanished into smoke when touched by the water. Di Xin had forced back tens of thousands of golden tree demons with the wave of a hand and tidied up the majority of the battlefield, causing the other disciples' jaws to drop. They weren't clear on the secrets of the Jade Lake and thought that this was purely Di Xin's power. Don't be angry. Not letting you expose yourself is for your goal as well. Long Chen's craftiness is beyond your imagination. Each bit of power that you expose will be one more chip Long Chen uses to run away. Why bother fighting for a momentary glory? Once he's dead, his women will be yours, messaged Shen Baijin. Fine, I'll listen to you. However, I'm still not at ease. I want to personally kill Long Chen, so I can only give you his corpse, said Di Xin cautiously. Ever since becoming Long Chen's enemy, he was standing on the same battlefront as Shen Baijin. However, he felt that she was too much of a schemer, and working together with her made him a bit uneasy. Furthermore, he was worried that if he left Long Chen to Shen Baijin, she might not be willing to kill him and instead join him. If the 2 of them joined hands against him, it would be troublesome. No problem, as long as Long Chen is in my hands, it's the same whether he's dead or alive, said Shen Baijin indifferently. Di Xin nodded, a bit more at ease. Alright, then let's continue with the plan. Di Xin and Shen Baijin were communicating spiritually, and the others were unable to tell. Only Han Feifei was extremely displeased to see Di Xin looking at Shen Baijin. Due to the matter of the male milk, she didn't even dare to speak to him. She did her best to endure as Shen Baijin was a main disciple of the elusive music immortal palace. It was fated that she couldn't marry anyone. Thus, Han Feifei could accept a bit of flirting between them. Furthermore, in this world where the strong were revered, which expert didn't have a mass of wives and concubines around them? Han Feifei might be irritated, but she endured it. Di Xin took the lead in entering the Jade Lake. The other Empyreans followed suit. As for the disciples who entered after them, due to Di Xin, there was practically nothing blocking them. They easily entered the Jade Lake and were extremely grateful to him. After all, whether it was Long Chen or the Pill Fairy, they had only looked after themselves. Only Di Xin had helped them, and this raised his position in their hearts. Long Chen and the others followed Chu Yao's directions after entering the Jade Lake. They continued swimming down toward a ball of light at the bottom of the Jade Lake. That ball of light was like a full moon. "This is the entrance," said Chu Yao. Although this was Chu Yao's first time entering as well, she knew a great deal about the Jade Lake sacred land. As they descended, they saw that it truly was an entrance. It was huge. It was just that they were so far away that it looked like a moon. When they reached it, Long Chen felt his body lighten. The water around them vanished, and they slowly descended. There was an endless mass of giant palaces here. It was so huge that Long Chen thought that he had returned to the netherworld. This is the Jade Lake Sacred Palace. Rumor is that the earth, fire, water, and air elemental inheritances are all located within one of these palaces. We can only test out luck looking for them, said Chu Yao. But there are tens of thousands of these palaces, and we're like ants in comparison. How are we supposed to look? The Skywood Divine Palace oversees the Jade Lake pageant. Do you really not know where the wind element inheritance is? Asked Tang Wan. Chu Yao shook her head. To tell the truth, we don't actually know more about the Jade Lake Sacred Palace than others. Some sects might even know more. The earth, water, fire, and wind inheritances have no affinity with the Skywood Divine Palace, which is why the southern Zan region's experts are comfortable with us overseeing this place. Furthermore, this is the inheritance land left by the Jade Lake Venerate. To obtain her inheritance naturally requires affinity and destiny. Rumor is that the position of the palaces changes every time this place is opened. You might have obtained an amazing treasure entering one palace the first time, only to find a death trap the second time. Wan if you can obtain the Jade Lake Venerate's wind element inheritance, you'll definitely become the strongest amongst us sisters. Relying on destiny and luck is the most irritating thing. This kind of thing has no affinity with me. Wan just go crazy here and see if you can find it, said Long Chen helplessly. Dislikable, how are you still in a mood to joke? Rebuked Tang Wan. Wan release your wind energy and focus your senses. If you really have an affinity with it, it'll definitely form a resonance. But if you aren't destined for it, all we'll be able to do is test our luck, said Meng Qi. You really are the more reliable one. Tang Wan nodded and unleashed her heavenly Tao energy. Just as she did so, she let out a startled cry. I can feel something summoning me. It's coming from over there, exclaimed Tang Wan excitedly. She pointed in a direction and rushed off. What the fuck? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. Was having destiny with something really so simple? This was too fake, wasn't it? He had never encountered such a simple thing in his whole life. His opportunities were all paid in blood. Either he had to take it from others or risk his life getting it. Something as easy as closing his eyes and sensing it completely baffled him. Everyone followed Tang Wan. They carefully went through palace after palace. Eventually, they saw an unremarkable temple. The temple was worn down with age. The gates were broken to the point that they didn't even need to open them. There was a large enough crack for them to squeeze their way in. Once they were in the temple, they saw an altar inside the palace. There was a sphere lying on the altar that was several feet wide. It was a bizarre sight. When they carefully entered, the dim sphere began to slowly light up, illuminating the palace. Long Chen was originally at the front and suddenly sensed danger. He retreated, but he was one step too late. An invisible blade cut a large wound in his chest. Meng Qi and the others jumped in shock. They hastily looked around, spreading their spiritual strength to see who had sneak attacked them. It's not a sneak attack. It's the domain of that sphere, said Long Chen. He touched his chest with some lingering fear. That sphere was too terrifying. Just now, an invisible blade had cut him silently. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he might have been split in two. That blade was so sharp that even his powerful body was unable to resist it. Long Chen took out an ancestral item spear and slowly moved it forward. His hand suddenly quivered as the spear was cut into 15 pieces. It was like a blade had cut through sugar cane. The cut was as clean as glass. How terrifying. Cloud looked ahead in fear. The most frightening attacks were those that couldn't be sensed. You would be struck before even realizing it. Wan are you sure it's calling you? I can't sense any wind energy, asked Meng Qi. She didn't sense any wind energy from the sphere. Yes, this is it. It's the thing summoning me. Long Chen, let me try it. Tang Wan walked forward with a determined expression. All right, just go slow. If you can't, don't force it. I'll protect you. Long Chen took out Evilmoon, prepared to save her if anything went wrong. Tang Wan nodded and slowly got closer. She was very careful. The others held their breaths in apprehension. Long Chen watched with his full attention. He was tightly gripping Evilmoon. Tang Wan finally stepped into the spot where Long Chen had just been cut. Long Chen's nerves tightened. However, it did nothing to Tang Wan. Despite that, Long Chen didn't dare to relax. However, Tang Wan didn't run into anything unexpected as she continued forward. Wan are you alright? Meng Qi suddenly cried out as she sensed something wrong. Tang Wan's eyes had lost their focus as if she had lost her soul. She was walking to the sphere mindlessly and pressed a hand against it. Tang Wan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and it landed on the sphere. Wan Long Chen cried out in shock and charged forward. Chapter 1645 Catching One. Just as Long Chen rushed over to Tang Wan he noticed that the invisible blades in this space didn't react to his presence. Long Chen, wait, shouted Meng Qi suddenly. Long Chen immediately stopped. Wan should be in the midst of an inheritance. Her soul is in a different world right now, so she can't hear us. However, her wind soul mark has appeared on her forehead. Long Chen saw a mark on Tang Wan's forehead, which represented her wind energy. Her soul was in a calm state. There wasn't anything strange about her right now. When she had coughed up blood, everyone's nerves had tightened, resulting in Long Chen charging out. However, now he saw that her fresh blood was entering the sphere, almost like a seed germinating within it. Seeing this, Long Chen relaxed. It had really been frightening just now. Long Chen, we'll guard this place. You can find an opportunity somewhere else, proposed Meng Qi. Me, I'm not good at finding opportunities, but I'm decent at snatching them. Long Chen shook his head. He would never have this kind of good luck, of that he was sure. You can't put it that way. Although the Jade Lake Venerate's main inheritance was the 4 kinds of elemental energy, there are others as well. Furthermore, you're a flame cultivator, so you should have an affinity with the fire inheritance. With the 4 of us guarding Wan no one can get close, so don't worry, said Meng Qi. Long Chen hesitated. I'm just worried about Di Xin and Shen Baijin. Shen Baijin is especially sinister and difficult to deal with. I don't want you falling for one of her schemes. Even if Shen Baijin comes, we have 4 people here. She won't have an advantage, said Meng Qi confidently. Just go. I'm here, and even if Shen Baijin comes, she won't be able to harm any one of us. I'll be the one killing her. Her zither music is ineffective against me, said Lu Ruyan indifferently. Lu Ruyan wasn't a human. She was an undying willow, and her senses were different from humans. Shen Baijin's music was truly unable to do anything to her. All right, then I'll go for a stroll. Be careful. Long Chen nodded. Lu Ruyan's promise was very relieving. In truth, the one he was most worried about was Shen Baijin. She was too sinister. The most frightening thing wasn't someone suicidal, but someone absolutely shameless. Those people were the most difficult to deal with. However, Lu Ruyan's power was the greatest amongst them, and with her undying body, she should be able to fight even one-on-one against Shen Baijin. He exited the palace and looked around at the surrounding giant palaces. He felt himself to be an ant crawling around in an imperial palace. He left a spiritual mark on this palace so that he could return as fast as possible if he needed to. He then went in a random direction. He knew that with his bad luck, rather than running into a lucky opportunity, he'd more likely run into a death trap. He was most interested in seeing if he could catch Di Xin and his group. Those fellows were all Empyreans with great luck. Stalking them might get him some benefits. The fact that Tang Wan had instantly found her inheritance made him sigh about how people really had different fates. He was someone whose opportunities had to be won through risking his life against other experts, and if he did manage to win it, it would become like a slippery loach in muddy water. Then if he did catch it still, it would become a viper and bite him. That was why he didn't dare to live off luck. He had to live off power and intelligence to snatch those opportunities out of adversity. Long Chen was rushing forward when one of the gates he had just passed blew open. A figure flew out, his blood splattering. This was a disciple from the southern Zan region, a rank 8 celestial. As his body tumbled back, it actually split in two. He had been severed by some blade. He was already dead, and his Yuan spirit didn't even manage to escape. His expression was one of terror, as if he had run into something unbelievably terrifying right before his death. Long Chen had looked through several palaces only to find nothing. Most likely, others had long since plundered them. Even if there had been treasures in them, they had long since been taken. There should be something here. Long Chen was still in the midst of observing the corpse when another figure flew out of the palace. When Long Chen saw who it was, he was startled. Wang Shan. Long Chen immediately understood that this was a case of killing to snatch treasures. He checked the corpse again and saw that it was holding something in its hand. It was a small jade tablet, and an ancient, desolate aura came from it. It most likely was no ordinary object. Without another word, Long Chen took the jade tablet. Wang Shan, who had just charged out, jumped in surprise when he saw Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen take the jade tablet, his expression changed. He had killed this person specifically for the jade tablet. Although he didn't know what it was, this was the Jade Lake sacred land, and anything left here had to be a priceless treasure. Long Chen, how dare you kill one of the southern Zan region's disciples to take their treasures? You're worse than an animal. Wang Shan immediately shouted loudly, spreading his slander as far as possible. This move of yours is useless against me. I've been falsely accused of so many things that this little bit doesn't do anything. If you like, you can continue with more lies. In the future, you won't have another chance. Long Chen smiled coldly and shot forward like a bolt of lightning at Wang Shan. Long Chen attacked without storing up any energy. Relying on just his physical body, he punched Wang Shan. Boom! Wang Shan's arms were both broken with a single punch. He smashed into one of the stone pillars at the entrance of the palace. In terms of physical strength, he wasn't even close to the same level as Long Chen. The entire palace rocked, and Wang Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He roared and summoned his heavenly Tao manifestation, but it had yet to fully appear when Long Chen slapped him across the face. Just like before, he relied only on his physical strength, not giving Wang Shan any chance to store up energy. His manifestation was interrupted. Wang Shan flipped through the air. Long Chen's left arm snaked up and caught Wang Shan's hair, forcibly stopping his momentum. At the same time, his knee came for Wang Shan's nose. Bang! Wang Shan's head almost exploded, and blood poured out from his 7 orifices. If his earth energy hadn't automatically activated, he'd have died. Wang Shan's body crashed into the stone pillar once more. He was stuck to it like a pancake. Wang Shan was appalled as Long Chen's speed was too great. He was unable to bring out any of his power against Long Chen. He couldn't even summon his manifestation. His head was muddled. However, he did his best to focus and also circulated his dantian. He had to summon his manifestation, or in a clash of just physical strength, he couldn't possibly win. However, just as his dantian was circulating, he felt a burst of pain. A finger was pointed at his forehead. He saw Long Chen's ice-cold eyes looking at him like he was a god of death. I said that I could take your life in 10 exchanges. It seems I overestimated you, sneered Long Chen. He had overestimated the southern Zan region's so-called heavenly geniuses. So they were nothing more than a pack of idiots. Even summoning their heavenly Tao energy took them so much time, and yet they dared to get so close to their enemies. He had captured him without requiring any effort. Wang Shan hadn't even had a chance to unleash any of his power before being defeated just like this. It could only be said that Wang Shan's battle experience only came from martial competitions of exchanging pointers. He hadn't fought any life and death battles. Such a person, no matter how strong they became, would never be more than a slightly stronger pig. When they ran into a butcher, they would instantly be slain. Perhaps the southern Zan region was just too peaceful, which resulted in such an idiot being born. Compared to Hu Xiaolin, Jin Mingwei, and the others whom Long Chen had fought in the Grand Han, Wang Shan's actual power was around the same level, but his real fighting experience wasn't worth a fart. Long Chen, don't kill me. I know many secrets that I can tell you. I know that Shen Baijin and Di Xin have joined hands. Long Chen coldly looked at Wang Shan. Lightning suddenly circulated around his finger. Wang Shan's body stiffened. A sharp dagger clattered to the ground. That dagger sparkled with 7 differently colored runes. Those 7 different runes contained terrifying power. It was an incredible one-time killing tool. Once stabbed into a person's body, those runes would explode, killing whoever was stabbed. What an idiot. To use such a flashy dagger to assassinate me, did you think I was blind or stupid? Long Chen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. This Wang Shan was really stupid. To use such a bright object as a sneak attack, it was probably something only a pampered young master would think of. A normal person wouldn't be so stupid. Long Chen had just slain Wang Shan when several other experts of the southern Zan region appeared, looking at Long Chen with shock. When Long Chen turned to look at them, they immediately fled in terror. Long Chen ignored them. He grabbed Wang Shan's spatial ring and saw a small mountain of spirit crystals in it. There should be hundreds of thousands of them. There were also quite a few weapons and other treasures that he didn't look through closely. He tossed the ring and the jade tablet into the primal chaos space. He'd look through them later. Just like that, Long Chen patted his butt and continued. Although his luck wasn't good, who said a blind cat couldn't find a mouse? After over 2 hours of searching, he didn't run into any opportunities as this place was too big. He also didn't make any gains. There were even several times he encountered hidden mechanisms that injured him. Just as Long Chen was flying around like a headless housefly, he heard a loud roar, and a surge of flames appeared in the distance. He immediately looked over. "Damn, I finally know what kind of flame it is," exclaimed Long Chen, delighted. Chapter 1646 Black Illusion Dragon Flame. Flames surged in the distance for just a moment before vanishing. However, Long Chen still managed to see it. It's the Black Illusion Dragon Flame ranked second on the Earth Flame rankings. It has to be it. Long Chen looked in the direction it had come from with shock. Long Chen was no longer a rookie when it came to the Earth Flame rankings. He instantly recognized the flame. There was only one black flame on the Earth Flame rankings. It was the Black Illusion Dragon Flame, which made it very easy to recognize. What he knew of this flame was that it was very berserk and was known as the most violent flame. It was something no one could control, so it was known as the only flame that could not be used for alchemy. Although the heaven incinerating flame was known to burn anything, it could be controlled and used to refine pills. It was just that controlling it for alchemy required a huge amount of spiritual strength, which made it not viewed highly by alchemists. It was more of a flame that flame cultivators longed for. In truth, the heaven incinerating flame was not very suitable for refining pills. It was just that Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength made it not a problem. Unfortunately, amongst alchemists, probably the only one with such monstrous spiritual strength was Long Chen. As for the Black Illusion Dragon Flame, spiritual strength had no meaning when it came to it. If you used this flame to refine pills, there was no way around the pill exploding in the end. Even furnace explosions would be expected. The Black Illusion Dragon Flame was too tyrannical and refused to lower its head to anyone. There had yet to be anyone who could control it. Nevertheless, Long Chen started rushing off in that direction. Something's wrong. There's an illusion. Long Chen suddenly found that he had returned to his original location after just a moment. He immediately activated his sixth sense and saw the space around him twisting. Many channels were interweaving like a maze. There's only one path. Long Chen used his sixth sense to observe this spatial illusion formation. He quickly found a path, but this path snaked back and forth just like a maze. He spent a long time going through it before managing to get past this illusion formation. Once he was out, he saw a pitch-black palace whose gates were half open. He carefully walked in. As soon as Long Chen was in, black qi enveloped him. This black qi was coming from the ground. A berserk aura hung in the air, and breathing it in felt like breathing gunpowder. His nose felt like it might explode. Long Chen was shocked. This kind of aura was something that an ordinary person would probably immediately die to. What terrifying existence was hidden within this palace? He carefully continued forward. As he was walking, he suddenly slid to the side. A black gas bubble appeared on the ground and popped. Long Chen was blown back by the explosion despite instinctively dodging. Black flames spurted out in every direction, forming a huge mushroom cloud that soared into the sky and then vanished. How terrifying. Although Long Chen wasn't injured, he was shaken. This black bubble had caused such a huge explosion. Those black flames possessed a destructive nature, and even though he had instinctively summoned a flame barrier, These black flames even managed to destroy the heaven-incinerating flame that claimed to be able to burn anything. This is definitely the black illusion dragon flame, or there's no way it could be powerful enough to suppress my heaven-incinerating flame. Long Chen felt a burning sensation in his heart. If he could obtain the black illusion dragon flame, Huo Long's power would explosively grow once more. He carefully crept forward. Black mist appeared, growing denser and denser, turning the world dark. Toward the end, the mist was like a flame, and even Long Chen's physical body couldn't bear it. He had to summon flame armor to protect himself. Long Chen, is that you? Just as he was walking through the bubbles, a familiar voice rang out. Pill Fairy. Long Chen immediately recognized the voice. It's me. Long Chen followed the voice. He quickly saw a woman wrapped in white flames in the endless darkness. It was the Pill Fairy, Yu Qingshan. You've also come for the black illusion dragon flame? Asked the Pill Fairy. Long Chen nodded. The Pill Fairy's goal in attending the Jade Lake pageant was now clear. She had come for the black illusion dragon flame. She must have come prepared, however, this black illusion dragon flame was too strong. Long Chen also wanted it, and while he wanted to say the Pill Fairy could have it, he couldn't say something so fake. You'll probably be disappointed, sighed the Pill Fairy. I don't need the complete black illusion dragon flame. I just need a portion of its energy, said Long Chen. He just needed a bit of its power to transform Huo Long. The Pill Fairy shook her head. You've misunderstood. What I mean is that this black illusion flame dragon has fully matured. It's not something we can touch. What do you mean? Long Chen was startled. This Jade Lake sacred land has 4 inheritances: earth, water, fire, and wind. They are all gifts that the Jade Lake venerate left to future generations. When it comes to the earth, water, and wind inheritances, it was some special techniques or such. However, the fire inheritance is different. She left behind this earth flame spirit beast. She sealed it below the palace, but because no one took it after so long, it slowly grew to the point that it is now too terrifying to take. Just now, I used my core flame to investigate what's below, and it seems like I came for nothing, sighed the Pill Fairy. She helplessly said, 800 years ago, one of my Pill Valley's experts participated in the Jade Lake pageant and entered this place. But at that time, the palace was still fine, and there was no black chi. The black illusion dragon flame was just 3,000 meters long. However, when I checked just now, I saw that its body had grown to 10 times that. It probably managed to break one of the restrictions binding it and advanced in power. Here, let me share what I saw and you'll understand. The Pill Fairy gently pressed her hand against Long Chen's forehead. Her hand was very warm. As for that white flame, Long Chen couldn't sense any heat from it. His heartbeat quickened. This was his first time being in such an intimate situation with the Pill Fairy. Before he could carefully experience this feeling, the image of a huge black dragon appeared in his mind, making him jump. It was a 30,000-meter black dragon covered in pitch-black sparkling scales. Black chi surged out of it constantly, and it was coiled around a huge pillar. He sensed endless berserk energy from it. Its eyes were closed as if it was in slumber, but looking at it still made Long Chen's hair rise. If it woke, it would be like a volcano bursting. Based on my guess, the Jade Lake venerate left the black illusion dragon flame as a gift. However, no one ever managed to subdue it, which made it grow stronger and stronger. At this rate, it won't be long before it completely breaks through its seal. The black illusion dragon flame is claimed to be the most tyrannical flame in this world. It's number 2 on the Earth flame rankings. It's very difficult to subdue it while it has yet to give birth to a mind, but now that it's already matured to this point, its power will probably be something even Nether Passage experts have to fear if they don't have a divine item, said the Pill Fairy. Did you not bring a divine item with you? Did you try it? Asked Long Chen. The Pill Fairy shook her head. I brought the Daynite Furnace. Based on the previous estimate of the black illusion dragon flame, I would have had a 30% chance of capturing it. However, now that it has already advanced, there's no chance. If things went badly, I could even lose my life. What if we work together? Long Chen refused to give up just like that. The more terrifying it was, the more he wanted it. His see a treasure and can't walk away disease was acting up again. It's very dangerous. Even with a divine item as protection, we probably won't have a 1% chance of success. Furthermore, failure will spell certain death, warned the Pill Fairy gravely. This black illusion dragon flame is something very important to me. I want to try it. However, I have no divine item to store it, so I'll need your day-night furnace for that. How about this? If we get it together, we'll split it 30-70. I'll take 30, and you can take 70. I just need 30% of its essence, said Long Chen. Are you being serious? Of course I'm being serious. Do you not want to try it? Long Chen had learned from Evilmoon just how powerful the day-night furnace was. Without it, Long Chen wouldn't be able to subdue this terrifying flame. However, he felt that he had a high chance with the Pill Fairy and the day-night furnace. The Pill Fairy hesitated. In the end, she agreed to take the risk. Even the Pill Fairy herself didn't know why she had agreed. This was crazy. The two of them entered deeper. It was unknown what material this palace was made of in order to block the encroachment of the black chi. However, based on the erosion on the walls, it wouldn't be long before this palace collapsed. Many runes were starting to grow dim. At the center of the palace was a spiral passage going downward. It led to an underground palace. This underground palace had a single pillar holding it up. Long Chen finally personally saw the black dragon. When he saw it, his scalp turned numb. Does my disease really want to kill me? Chapter 1647 Strange Power. Do you have a good plan? The Pill Fairy looked at Long Chen. Since she had agreed to take this risk, she wanted to know his plan. A plan, Long Chen awkwardly said, it seems. I don't have one. The Pill Fairy's beautiful eyes looked blankly at him. She almost didn't believe her ears. Then how are you going to handle it? I feel like fighting to the death should work, right? Long Chen felt a bit helpless. He had no method to deal with the black illusion dragon flame that he knew nothing about. The Pill Fairy was speechless. You don't even know the abilities of the black illusion dragon flame, and you want to subdue it? You're too impetuous. I feel like as a youngster, I need to be hot-blooded. That's my drive to keep going forward, said Long Chen unabashedly. Take this more seriously. You should know that the black illusion dragon flame is extremely terrifying. Not only does it have its berserk energy, but it also has the ability to create illusions. That illusion formation you encountered outside wasn't installed by someone, it's the result of the black illusion dragon flame's energy leaking out. If we want to subdue it, we need a detailed plan, or there's no chance to succeed. Then do you have any good plans? The Pill Fairy shook her head. If even you, someone who grew up from childhood in Pill Valley, a genius who knows everything about every flame, have no plan, that means that there is no good plan for handling the black illusion dragon flame. Daydreaming will only waste time. That's why I said we can only fight to the death with it. I'll go draw its attention to make it leave the pillar before looking for some kind of opportunity. You back up a bit. A golden flame spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. He threw it at the black dragon's head. The golden flame spear exploded. Long Chen was shocked to find that this flame spear, which was powerful enough to pierce through mountains, was barely able to shake the black dragon's head slightly. However, he had succeeded. It had been slumbering, and now it slowly opened its eyes. Its huge eyes contained two different runes. One was a flower-shaped design, while the other was a spherical design. When it opened its eyes, Long Chen and the Pill Fairy's hair stood on end. A terrifying sensation of death enveloped them. A berserk energy surged along with endless black flames. Long Chen and the Pill Fairy immediately poured more energy into their flame armor to block these black flames, but Long Chen was shocked to find that his heaven incinerating flame was being suppressed. This black flame possessed a corrosive effect that was able to invade the heaven incinerating flame. It cost him a huge amount of spiritual strength to block this flame. The Pill Fairy was enveloped by white flames, a stark contrast to the black flames. The sight of one black and one white flame fighting was strange, however, it seemed the Pill Fairy didn't find it taxing. She seemed to have come prepared, and her flame had a definite resistive effect against the black illusion dragon flame. Seeing that the Pill Fairy was able to block it so easily, Long Chen summoned his divine ring, and he unleashed a huge saber image at the black dragon. Long Chen's attack landed right on the black dragon's head. A powerful explosion rocked the palace. Long Chen's first attack, the flame spear, had been like an itch to it. It hadn't caused any pain. But this time, the black dragon let out an ear-ringing roar, and it opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of dragon breath that swept toward the two of them. Quick! Dodge! The black illusion dragon flame's dragon breath possesses a holy energy that will quickly exhaust your spiritual yuan and soul energy. Shouted the Pill Fairy as she flew back. With the Pill Fairy's warning, Long Chen shot out of the flame breath. He was shocked to find that this flame was actually liquid. The dragon breath corroded a large hole in the ground. The black dragon suddenly left the pillar and charged at Long Chen. It slammed a claw at him. Although its body was huge, it was still very nimble and its movements were like lightning. As its claw was like a small mountain, Long Chen had nowhere to dodge. With a cold cry, he slashed his saber at it. Boom! Long Chen's arms trembled. An irresistible power sent him flying. He took 9 steps to stabilize himself after that blow. On the last step, the immense power caused him to smash a hole in the ground. What immense power! Long Chen's heart turned cold. This was an earth flame spirit beast. It was not a true magical beast, so how could it possess such terrifying power? However, while he had been sent flying, he saw that the black dragon had stiffened from his attack. It could be seen that his own power was not completely useless against it. Spirit flame seals the heavens, divine will locks the earth. I summon the spirit of gods, the will of immortals. Spirit lock seals the universe. The pill fairy formed hand seals enchanted. Her sacred voice resounded through the air. White flames appeared in the air, filling this space. They condensed into runes that linked together, forming a square arch that slammed down on the black dragon's neck. The arch then nailed itself deep into the ground, forcibly dragging the black dragon's neck to the ground. Just as it was bound and attempted to struggle, more square arches condensed in the air and fell, covering it from head to tail, making it so it couldn't move. This is a good chance. Long Chen was delighted, not having expected that the pill fairy would possess such a powerful magical art. He immediately stabbed Evilmoon toward the black dragon's head. Golden flames burst out of Evilmoon. He wanted to use Evilmoon's energy to send the heaven incinerating flame into the black dragon's head. That was the only way to heavily injure it. The black illusion dragon flame was too terrifying. His heaven incinerating flame was helpless to do anything to it. But if it exploded inside its head, he was confident it could deal a heavy blow. Wait a moment, cried the pill fairy. She actually jumped in front of him. Long Chen jumped in fright and hastily stopped his saber. The feeling of forcibly pulling back his blow was striking himself, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia, you. Long Chen looked at the pill fairy in disbelief. Long Chen, watch out. Just as Long Chen was trying to figure out her incomprehensible actions, a voice rang out from a great distance. At the same time, a terrifying sensation of crisis enveloped him. Suddenly, the pill fairy in front of him vanished, replaced by a giant claw. By the time Long Chen reacted, it was too late to dodge or block. The claw slammed into Long Chen, and he shot back, smashing into a wall. A huge hole was smashed into it. Long Chen coughed up blood once more, looking in shock up ahead. He saw the pill fairy, who had summoned a giant white flame shield for him, block the black dragon's attack. The flame shield then exploded as the black dragon's tail whipped toward her. She had to retreat, narrowly dodging it. The black dragon roared and its dragon breath spurted toward her. Furthermore, Long Chen was shocked to find that the pill fairy's expression seemed lost and was dumbfounded. She didn't seem to see the danger in front of her, and tears appeared in her eyes. Split the heavens 5. Long Chen roared and slashed Evilmoon at the black dragon's head, forcibly diverting the dragon breath. Xianxia, what's going on? Shouted Long Chen. The pill fairy stiffened. Her face reddened but quickly returned to normal. She gravely warned, be careful, the illusion part of the black illusion dragon flame's name refers to its ability to peer inside a person and create illusions. These illusions are not transmitted through the senses, but through the heart. It can be likened to a natural reflection of the heart, making it unpreventable. Long Chen cursed inside. Didn't that mean his sixth sense was useless? The black dragon roared again. Its scale began to rise, and its body grew larger. Its berserk aura grew stronger and stronger. It seemed fully angered. Xianxia, let's try again. Prepare your seal just like last time. If I can heavily injure it, immediately use the day-night furnace. Long Chen was already rushing over to the black dragon. Enlightenment Palace Star. 4 stars appeared in his divine ring behind him. He seemed like a sharp blade that had come out of its sheath, unleashing brilliant light. Like an arrow shooting from a bow, he charged at the black dragon. Chapter 1648 Bad Person Doing Bad Things. The black dragon roared and slammed its claw at Long Chen's saber. The entire palace shook violently. How is its power so great? Even with the 4-star battle armor activated, Long Chen was still having trouble with it. He almost lost his grip on his saber. The black illusion dragon flame has 2 kinds of strange energy. One is to manifest illusions within the heart, while another is that each of its core runes possesses immense destructive power. That energy is like a volcano erupting or gunpowder exploding and is more like a law. Just relying on physical power, there's no way to fight it, explained the Pill Fairy. Could it be that he would have to activate the 5th star? However, he couldn't maintain that state for long, and even if he did, he wouldn't necessarily be able to suppress the black illusion dragon flame. If he couldn't subdue it and ended up wasting all his energy, it would be over. Long Chen repeatedly attacked with his saber, lightning wings on his back. He flitted back and forth, fighting with the black dragon. Each time he clashed against it, he felt like he was striking an exploding star. With each collision, he felt like he would be blown back. That power wasn't just being transmitted through Evilmoon, but it was also being transmitted through space, as if it was being rapidly compressed and then exploding. Since the power was coming from all directions, it made Long Chen's fight extremely bitter. He had never encountered this kind of power. It was absolutely bizarre. It was like the black dragon had endless firecrackers inside its body and would release one each time they clashed, shaking his body violently. "Watch out, it's preparing an attack," shouted the Pill Fairy, who had been maintaining a ready state to unleash her magical art this entire time. The black dragon's scales, which had been raised, now stuck back onto its body. However, this time, each of those scales had a black rune shining in the middle of it. At the same time, the spherical rune in one of its giant eyes blazed with light. The black dragon opened its mouth. This time, what came out wasn't a dragon breath attack but a huge black sphere. Long Chen's hair stood on end as he felt a horrifying sensation of death. There was no way he could receive this attack. When he was preparing to attack, he felt the surrounding space compress, binding him. Just as he was about to helplessly activate the 5-star battle armor, a white flame chain snaked around his waist and pulled him out of that spatial domain. The black sphere shot past his body like a shooting star. It struck the palace's wall, and surging astral winds crashed toward Long Chen and the Pill Fairy. Long Chen was worried that the Pill Fairy's physical body wouldn't be able to handle such a powerful impact, so he pushed the Pill Fairy further away before the impact came. When the impact came, he felt like he had been struck by a star and was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling like every bone in his body had shattered. The Pill Fairy caught Long Chen to avoid him smashing into a wall and being further injured. Despite doing her best to alleviate a portion of the power, Long Chen still coughed up blood when he crashed into her. The two tumbled back. The two of them were about to crash into the wall, and so Long Chen grabbed the Pill Fairy's waist. Slamming his foot on the wall, he forcibly changed their momentum, charging straight up. The black illusion dragon flame was too monstrous. This kind of power simply wasn't reasonable. There was no way of subduing it. He had seen it clearly just now. The black dragon's aura hadn't dropped at all after unleashing that attack. In other words, it could unleash a similar attack at least dozens of times. There was no way for them to defend against that. Long Chen gave up and prepared to flee. However, just as he was preparing to flee, the underground palace shook. Broken parts of the wall shattered and fell, revealing a light barrier. "There's a formation." Long Chen and the Pill Fairy were startled. They hadn't sensed this formation before. Divine runes flowed, enveloping the underground palace. Countless divine chains appeared and bound the black dragon. The black dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar. All of its black scales rose, and its berserk energy continuously magnified. Ripples spread in every direction from it. However, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from these chains. That delighted Long Chen and the Pill Fairy. It seemed that the Jade Lake Venerate had wisely seen through the possibility of the black illusion dragon flame maturing and growing too powerful for others to subdue, so she had left behind a restriction to prevent it from fleeing. Long Chen and the Pill Fairy exchanged a glance. With the formation's help, subduing the black dragon should be easier. However, just as they were getting excited, they heard a cracking sound. Those chains began to break as the black dragon struggled with all its might. Not good. The black illusion dragon flame has grown too powerful, and the formation has weakened over time. It might not be able to hold it, exclaimed the Pill Fairy. "Alright, then I'll attack it and try to give it a heavy injury. Then you use the Daynite Furnace to capture it." Long Chen charged out alone. The Pill Fairy wanted to attack with him, however, the black illusion dragon flame possessed the strange ability to control a person's heart. Attacking together would just cause chaos, so she stayed back to wait for her chance. Golden flames enveloped Evilmoon again. Long Chen stabbed it toward the black dragon's head. Just as Evilmoon was about to stab through the black dragon's head, Long Chen's head became muddled. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. Die. He knew that this was the black illusion dragon flame attempting to disturb him. With a furious roar, he concentrated his sixth sense on his saber and expelled all other thoughts. Those strange scenes turned dark. However, just as Long Chen used his own will to block the black illusion dragon flame's illusory arts, the sound of a zither rang out. An invisible blade sliced toward him. This isn't an illusion. Long Chen instinctively gave up his attack and slashed his saber to the side. Boom! Long Chen's wrist shook as immense power knocked him back. Aiya, so sorry. This black illusion dragon flame is an earth flame spirit beast, a natural creation of heaven and earth. How could you be so cruel as to kill it? Don't you think it would be better if I took it as a housepet? A melodious voice rang out. Shen Baijian's figure appeared in the sky, right where the entrance was. Clearly, she had come a long time ago. However, because Long Chen and the Pill Fairy had been completely focused on this terrifying black illusion dragon flame, they hadn't sensed her existence. Cracking sounds rang out in increasing intensity. The black illusion dragon flame seemed to go crazy. Both the runes in its eyes were rapidly spinning, and its power continued to rise. Long Chen, watch out. She's using her zither music to draw out the black illusion dragon flame's berserk nature, stimulating its potential. Shouted the Pill Fairy. This Shen Baijian was both sinister and powerful. She was able to use her zither music to control the emotions of this earth flame spirit beast. This way, she might really be able to control the black illusion dragon flame. Once she was in control of it, she would become truly terrifying. Since you want to court death, fine. Long Chen took a deep breath. His energy circulated within him as he prepared to summon the 5-star battle armor. Long Chen, don't be in such a rush. I still have something important to tell you. Don't you want to know where Di Xin is? Shen Baijian smiled as she continued playing the 7-string C-suppressing zither. You can't stall for time. Divine Gate Star. Long Chen shot forward, the 5th star in his divine ring lighting up. 5 stars revolved in his eyes, and an undefeatable will burst out. That will was like the king of gods had appeared, staring at Shen Baijian. Ah, Long Chen, you are really laughably arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible in the same realm? Fine, I'll tell you. Last time, if Ziyan hadn't held back, you'd have long since died. Since Ziyan could kill you, I can do the same. Shen Baijian smiled coldly. All of a sudden, she slammed her hand on the 7-string C-suppressing zither. Endless heavenly Tao energy coalesced, and her manifestation sprang into existence. All the heavenly Tao energy in the world seemed to have been summoned by her zither music, forming a mass of primal chaos behind her. Within the primal chaos was a vague zither. Divine music flowed out of her manifestation. It was just like Ziyan's manifestation, the unique manifestation of the elusive music immortal palace, divine music through eternity. However, Shen Baijian's manifestation contained slaughter. It was heartless, merciless, and tyrannical. Her aura explosively rose. Just as she said, her aura was even stronger than Ziyan's, and her cultivation base had reached the 7th heaven stage of soul transformation. I believe you when you say Ziyan is capable of killing me, but you, you won't be able to achieve such a thing in your entire lifetime. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at Shen Baijian. The world shook from his power. Arrogant brat, you'll pay a huge price for your ego and foolishness. Shen Baijian's expression sank. She fiercely slammed both hands on the 7-string C-suppressing zither, and a wave of light shot out at Long Chen. Wherever that wave went, space was ripped apart. It was like up and down were being displaced. Long Chen's Evilmoon clashed fiercely against Shen Baijian's attack. Chapter 1649 The Black Illusion Dragon Flame escapes its seal. Two powerful forces clashed in the sky. Divine music rumbled and runes exploded. Long Chen was unable to break Shen Baijian's attack and was deadlocked with her, unable to reach her. Did you think that your fight with Ziyan would make a good estimate for my power? What a huge joke. Ziyan walks her hypocritical peaceful path, wanting to subdue people with kindness, to use music to educate people and bestow benevolence to the world. In truth, that's a completely foolish and unrealistic way of thinking. In front of foolish people, slaughter is the most direct path. That's why I cultivate the music-killing path. Now, do you understand the difference between me and Ziyan? Shen Baijian smiled with profound ridicule. Ripples were spreading from her zither, unleashing powerful waves that surged toward Long Chen. Long Chen forcibly endured the 7-string C suppressing zither's sound waves. He sneered, although Ziyan is my enemy, there is an important place for her in my heart. There's a huge difference between our understanding of the heavenly Taos, but I should tell you that Ziyan's height isn't something someone like you can reach. To be decisive with killing isn't wrong in itself, but you don't even have a bottom line as a person. The fact that you will use any despicable means only proves that your heart is shadowed, and that you hate this world. You cast that hate onto others. Someone like you is completely selfish and opinionated. You never use a mirror to look at yourself. You just feel like everyone else is wrong but you are always right. Or perhaps when you find your own mistake, you'll comfort yourself by saying that it wasn't you that was wrong, but this world. Do you think someone like you can be compared to Ziyan? Don't be so shameless. Die. Shen Baijin let out a sharp cry. Her face was twisted in fury, becoming incredibly sinister. Each of Long Chen's words had been like poison darts shooting into her heart. Ziyan had become her heart devil. People comparing her to Ziyan had become her nightmare. The divine runes of the 7-string C suppressing zither unleashed even greater brilliance. When Shen Baijin was enraged, her manifestation shook, and the sound of slaughter came out even louder from it. A ray of brilliant divine light shot at Long Chen. Evilmoon, stop acting dead. She's been using her divine item's power this entire time, and it's getting tiring using only my power. Hurry up and help, demanded Long Chen. Long Chen had been relying on his own power to block her divine item, and he was only able to barely block it. However, now that Shen Baijin was using her full power, combining her power with the 7-string C suppressing zither, it was taxing for Long Chen to fight without Evilmoon's help. If the rest of the world learned that he was able to use his own power to resist a divine item, people's jaws would definitely drop. That kind of power was something only Nether Passage experts could possess. About that, I'm in a crucial juncture right now. If I help now, I'll lose half of the energy from the Purgatory Evil Dragon I absorbed. That's too much of a waste. Can you see if you can handle it yourself? Asked Evilmoon awkwardly. The soul essence from the Purgatory Evil Dragon was currently being absorbed by it. However, it couldn't be refined in bits and pieces, but only as one full body. It was 80% through the refinement, and using its energy would cause the energy of the Purgatory Evil Dragon to dissipate. Evilmoon was unwilling to do so. However, Long Chen was only at the soul transformation realm. To have him fight against Shen Baijin and the 7-string C suppressing zither without a divine was too difficult. You really are a conner. Seeing that divine light coming toward him, Long Chen could only helplessly prepare to take out the heaven-flipping brick. Suddenly, a golden furnace appeared in front of him, blocking the divine light. It was the Day-Night Furnace. The Pill Fairy had blocked it for him. The Day-Night Furnace's divine light blocked the light of the 7-string C suppressing zither. Shen Baijin's body shook, and she looked at the Pill Fairy with shock. The name of the Pill Fairy is not for naught. You are actually able to place your soul within your divine item and activate its power at will. Admirable. Shen Baijin's words were a compliment, but her gaze was icy cold. Long Chen, the black illusion dragon flame is about to break out of its seal. I tried to draw it into the Day-Night Furnace several times, but it wouldn't work. You think of something, and I'll handle Shen Baijin, messaged the Pill Fairy to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. This was good too. Since Evilmoon couldn't bring out its power, and the heaven-flipping brick was a defensive weapon and a hidden trump card, it was too difficult for him to deal with Shen Baijin. He told the Pill Fairy to be careful as Shen Baijin schemed very deeply. The Pill Fairy nodded. Seeing Long Chen go toward the black dragon, she indifferently said, "Why are you so fake? You and I are the same, 30% of our soul is resting within our divine items. We both have an initial level of control over them. If one of us should be admiring the other, it should be me admiring you. I started communicating with the Day-Night Furnace from the age of 10, which is the only reason I have this level of control over it. According to what I know, the 7-string C suppressing zither was always held by Ziyan, so if my guess isn't wrong, you only came to possess the 7-string C suppressing zither after Ziyan returned from the Grand Han. In other words, you managed to reach this level of control in just a short 3 months. To tell the truth, I really find it difficult to believe." She truly found it difficult to do so. The item spirits of divine items felt a great aversion to being controlled by other people's souls. Most experts were only capable of using a portion of a divine item's power because they were unable to gain the approval of the item spirit. To obtain that approval required lowering the item spirit's wariness and dislike toward you. That took a very long time. Another requirement was that the item spirit had to approve of your talent. Only when a divine item thought you could grow into a supreme expert would it accept you. The majority of experts in control of divine items were unable to win that approval and were only able to order their divine items to attack based on the control of contractual divine runes. That would make the divine item even more irritated, and it would use the minimum energy possible when attacking. However, when an expert was able to send 30% of their soul energy into a divine item to control it, it meant that the item spirit had approved of that person. It was just that for both Xianxia and the Pill Fairy, due to the limitations of their cultivation base, 30% was their limit. Any more and they wouldn't have enough soul energy to control their own bodies. If they were sneak attacked while focusing all their soul energy on their divine item, they would lose the ability to protect themselves. Adhering 30% of one's soul to a divine item was equivalent to forming a mental connection with it. Not only could you control it, but the item spirit would also work together with you to unleash the maximum possible amount of power. There's no need for you to admire me. The reason I was able to gain the 7-string C suppressing zither's approval is because most people don't know that this core divine item of my elusive music immortal palace is actually an item for killing people. Both Xian and my master are wrong. Only when the 7-string C suppressing zither is in my hands can it unleash the greatest power. Only I, Xianxia, am fit for the 7-string C suppressing zither. Pill Fairy, I don't want to be enemies with you, but I must kill Long Chen. I hope you can move out of the way, or don't blame me for being vicious, said Xianxia icily. As the Pill Fairy and Xianxia were talking, an explosive sound distracted them. Long Chen had slashed his saber at the illusion black dragon flame's head. However, he was startled to find its long tail had whipped toward him. He had barely noticed it in time to change his attack. He managed to cut off a portion of its tail. Impossible. How can an earth flame spirit beast possess such high intelligence? Long Chen was startled. Earth flame spirit beasts were mindless, berserk, and wild. They couldn't possibly have such fast and skillful reactions. His attack had been so sudden, but it had blocked with the least amount of effort. The black dragon roared, and its whole body shuddered. The majority of the chains binding it had broken now. It roared once more, and now the remaining chains exploded. At the same time, the divine runes on the walls rapidly faded. The formation began to disappear. Having escaped its bindings, the black dragon roared and opened its mouth. A black sphere shot toward Long Chen. At the same time, that spatial compression reappeared. However, now that Long Chen had the 5-star battle armor activated, this locking power was unable to fully bind him. With a single step, he escaped the domain. The black sphere shot past him and struck the wall. This time, because the formation had vanished, the black sphere pierced the land. The entire palace crumbled. Long Chen flew into the sky out of the ruins. He saw that everything in 1,000 miles had collapsed, forming a giant hole. There was also a huge line of palaces that had crumbled. That was the result of the black sphere shooting through them. The black illusion dragon flame's power was truly terrifying. The ruins exploded as the Pill Fairy and Xianxia appeared. The day-night furnace slowly revolved around the Pill Fairy, unleashing divine energy that protected her. She held a white flame sword in her hand as she attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's fingers danced across the 7-string C suppressing zither. Waves of divine music resounded throughout the air along with sharp blades that sliced toward the Pill Fairy. The ground caved in as a furious roar shook the sky. The huge black dragon charged out of the ground and at Long Chen. Having escaped its seal, its aura was more terrifying than ever. Chapter 1650 Spirits Suppress the Heaven's Song. The black illusion dragon flame had broken free of the bindings of the formation. Its aura instantly rose to a new peak as it attacked Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber at it. Earth flame spirit beasts like it practically had no intelligence. They relied purely on brute force. Boom! The black dragon was forced back by Long Chen. With his 5-star battle armor, even the black illusion dragon flame with its strange explosive power was blockable. However, just as he blew it back and was preparing to attack again, the black dragon's tail whipped over from behind him. Long Chen was startled and hastily blocked. Just as he blocked it, runes filled the sky. The tail had whipped him into the black dragon's open mouth. It was about to devour him. Long Chen was delighted by that. Being devoured by it would be amazing. As long as he was sent inside the black dragon's body, he had several ways to instantly kill it. Unfortunately, just as he was about to be devoured, a black sphere condensed in the dragon's mouth. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling, and thunder force circulated around his feet. He flashed to the side, narrowly dodging it. A black ray of light shot past him, destroying all the palaces in its path. Something's wrong. An earth flame spirit beast cannot possess this level of intelligence. Long Chen's expression was gloomy. He looked into the distance and saw the pill fairy fighting Shen Baijin. Shen Baijin had a faint sneer on her face. Her fingers were constantly dancing across the 7-string C-suppressing zither. Waves of divine music were resounding through space, and invisible blades would constantly fly toward the pill fairy. The pill fairy's white flame sword constantly sliced through them, resulting in powerful explosions. It was an incredibly fierce fight. Ha ha ha, not bad, so you saw through it. Yes, the black illusion dragon flame is currently under the control of my zither. A mindless brute like this only requires the most rudimentary spirits suppress the heaven's song to control it. How does that taste? Laughed Shen Baijin. The black illusion dragon flame was berserk but had little intelligence. Hence, it was actually affected by Shen Baijin's music, and her control over it was getting better over time as her music sank into it. Although she could only control it for a moment, it was still amazing. The flavor's not bad, but it's not the flavor that I like. You should prepare yourself. Long Chen sneered and sent the black dragon flying with a slash of his saber. He knew that he couldn't continue like this. He might be able to fight against the black dragon now, but the 5-star battle armor took up too much of his spiritual yuan. As time stretched on, he would be at a disadvantage. Long Chen suddenly put away Evilmoon. He formed hand seals, and his expression became solemn. He began to chant, and the entire world was filled with the sound of a sacred scripture. Long Chen was activating the Nirvana scripture. The scripture sounded like gods and devils were chanting along with him. Endless flame energy surged toward Long Chen's divine ring. In that instant, it felt like the world's flame energy was sucked dry. The distant pill fairy was shocked. Her own flames were affected greatly, and her manifestation was rippling. Even a portion of her heavenly Tao energy was being sucked away by Long Chen's Nirvana scripture. It's the same scripture, so why is the difference so great when he uses it? That kind of will can order heaven and earth to do its bidding. The pill fairy looked at Long Chen with shock. When Long Chen began chanting, he seemed to become the flame ruler of this world. Even the black illusion dragon flame shuddered as if it had sensed something terrifying. Long Chen's hand seal suddenly changed. Heaven and earth rumbled. The void split open, and huge flame pillars descended from the sky. There were a total of 108 of those golden flame pillars, and they completely sealed the black illusion dragon flame in a cage. The cage then rapidly shrank, binding the black dragon tightly. It struggled fiercely, but as Long Chen continued chanting, it was unable to break free from the golden cage. The black dragon's scales suddenly lit up, and its stomach bulged as if a sphere was condensing inside it. A terrifying pressure descended as it was preparing a powerful attack. Right at that moment, the day-night furnace above the pill fairy's head unleashed a sharp ray of light that shot at Shen Baijin. It was a completely sudden attack that made Shen Baijin's expression change. She hastily slammed the 7-string C-suppressing zither, and a wave of divine light blocked the attack. However, her block was too hurried, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying back. Don't think you can do the same thing twice. The pill fairy pressed her hand against the day-night furnace, and it grew larger until it was like a mountain. It smashed toward Shen Baijin. This time, the power of the day-night furnace caused space to explode. The pill fairy was finally bringing out her full power. Pentatonic breaks the void. Shen Baijin suddenly plucked 5 strings of her zither. Her fingers immediately split open, revealing bones. The 7-string C-suppressing zither had 7 strings, but 5 of those strings represented the pentatonic scale, while the other 2 represented heaven and earth. Rumor was that the 7-string C-suppressing zither's origin was extremely shocking. 7 strings to suppress the C didn't refer to a sea of water, but a sea of blood. Shen Baijin's words from before were correct. The 7-string C-suppressing zither was a weapon for slaughter. The reason she could win its approval was because she was vicious enough. Shen Baijin's attacks had always been made by plucking 1 string at a time. Activating 2 would cause its power to double. As for activating 5 at once, it wasn't 5 times the power. It was doubling its power 5 times. That was absolutely terrifying. Legend had it that when the 7-string C-suppressing zither's 7 strings rang at once, everything within heaven and earth would die. This time, Shen Baijin had activated 5 at once, and her fingers immediately split open. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and turned pale as paper. However, there was a vicious light in her eyes. Although she had paid a price, she had activated the music of annihilation. It was like thunder, shaking the world. A terrifying sound wave crashed toward the day-night furnace. 2 divine items had activated their strongest attacks. The shockwaves spread in every direction, and the surrounding palaces were turned to dust. This world-shaking collision sent the Pill Fairy and Shen Baijin flying. An unhealthy rosiness appeared on the Pill Fairy's face, showing that she had also been injured. However, Shen Baijin had paid an even heavier price. She looked at the Pill Fairy in shock. Right at that moment, Shen Baijin's expression changed. She realized that the instant she had exchanged full-power attacks with the Pill Fairy, Long Chen had stabbed his saber into the black dragon's head. The instant the saber stabbed its head, the black dragon let out a mournful cry. Although it was incredibly powerful, it had no intelligence. Once its weak point was caught, it was doomed. Originally, Shen Baijin had been splitting her attention to control the black dragon and direct it in combat. She was confident in using it to at least heavily injure or even kill Long Chen. Now she knew why the Pill Fairy would instantly erupt with her full power despite injuring herself in the process. It was to win Long Chen this opportunity. Golden flames on top of Long Chen's saber erupted, causing the black dragon's head to explode. However, the black illusion dragon flame was not a magical beast, and its head was just a portion of its energy. It didn't die. Nevertheless, with such a core region destroyed, its aura weakened greatly. Long Chen immediately kicked it over toward the Pill Fairy. "I'll leave it to you." The Pill Fairy didn't hesitate. The day-night furnace opened and swallowed the black illusion dragon flame. The day-night furnace rumbled as the black illusion dragon flame fought back. The Pill Fairy was doing her best to suppress it, however, it was taxing. "You want to subdue the black illusion dragon flame? Keep dreaming." Shen Baijin finally realized she had fallen for Long Chen's plan. Their goal had always been to first eliminate the threat of the black illusion dragon flame and then team up against her. Without the black illusion dragon flame, Shen Baijin had lost a powerful trump card. She had no assurance to win in a 1 against 2. Her hand recovered, and she began to play the sea-suppressing zither rapidly. Meanwhile, the Pill Fairy coughed up a mouthful of blood as the black illusion dragon flame's struggling grew even more intense. She was starting to be unable to suppress it. Shen Baijin's music was stimulating the black illusion dragon flame, causing its berserk energy to constantly rise and allowing it to fight in the most effective way possible. With the Pill Fairy's current power, she was not strong enough to suppress it. Even a heavily injured black illusion dragon flame was something she could barely handle. With Shen Baijin causing chaos, it was getting difficult. While Shen Baijin was using her zither music to control the black illusion dragon flame, a black saber light pierced through heaven and earth. A sensation of death enveloped her, and Shen Baijin immediately sensed it. Seeing Long Chen had slashed Evilmoon at her with both hands, her expression completely changed. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. That was her essence blood, and having obtained it, the 7-string sea-suppressing zither instantly blossomed with divine light. Spirits suppress the heavens song. Shen Baijin crossed her arms in front of her and pressed them on the zither strings fiercely. With a buzzing sound, Shen Baijin's arms exploded, filling the air with blood. Chapter 1651 Spatial Projection Divine Talisman. Shen Baijin's arms exploded, and within the resulting mist of blood, various figures could be seen, including dragons, phoenixes, divine tortoises, white dragons, etc. Those figures were incredibly lifelike. They roared, and a kind of heavenly Tao music appeared in the air. They rapidly merged with the zither music, until over 10,000 beasts merged into one giant arrow. Spirits pierced the cloud's arrow. Shen Baijin was as pale as paper, but a vicious and crazy light appeared in her eyes. This was a powerful killing move that was part of the Spirits Suppress the Heavens song. It was even stronger than the move she had just used against the Pill Fairy. In front of this arrow that had been condensed of over 10,000 beasts, Long Chen was still absolutely fearless. He knew that this should be Shen Baijin's strongest attack, and it was definitely the most terrifying attack he had seen so far. However, he continued slashing Evilmoon, and a will to split anything in his path, even if it were the heavens themselves, erupted out of him. Long Chen's giant saber image struck Shen Baijin's arrow. A blinding explosion of light erupted. Shen Baijin coughed up a mouthful of blood. She was shocked to find that her full power attack had been cut in two by Long Chen's saber. Furthermore, his attack was still coming for her. She hastily placed the 7-string C suppressing zither in front of her. The ancient zither trembled, and its strings lit up. Long Chen's saber image exploded, but the resulting power sent the 7-string C suppressing zither flying. Flying alongside it was Shen Baijin. She had never expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying move. This was completely different from what she knew of him. She had seen the images of his fight in the Grand Han. Although he was powerful, she was completely confident that as long as she used the spirit suppress the heavens song, he would definitely die. However, the current Long Chen had totally transformed. The 6th form of Split the Heavens was a turning point within the 9 forms of Split the Heavens. The power contained within this move was not just pure power. It also contained the power of Allah, a kind of will to not bend to heaven and earth's restrictions. Shen Baijin coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Her body almost broke apart because of this move. She actually didn't die. Long Chen was startled. The 6th form of Split the Heavens was his strongest move right now, but he didn't manage to kill Shen Baijin with it. This attack should have been enough to finish the job, but Evilmoon was unable to support him right now. If he had had divine power backing his attack, Shen Baijin would definitely have died. This move was incredibly powerful, but it was also exhausting. It had taken almost half his spiritual yuan to unleash it. If Evilmoon had helped, its power would have magnified, but its cost would have increased as well. After unleashing it, he would be weary to the bone. Seeing that he hadn't killed her with this attack, Long Chen immediately shot forward, attacking her again. However, before his saber could land, Shen Baijin regrew her shattered arms and plucked one of the 7-string C suppressing zither strings. Her figure began to ripple like water, and she vanished just like that in front of Long Chen. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky. This strange movement art caused Long Chen to miss. Shen Baijin was pale as she stood in the sky. She coldly looked at Long Chen. I didn't expect you to have such a move. Those old bastards from the heaven-splitting battle sector really meddlesome. Otherwise, you would already be dead. The 9 forms of Split the Heavens were a secret art that the heaven-splitting battle sect had never transmitted outside their sect. The fact that Long Chen had learned the 6th form was outside the scope of her plans, causing her to almost lose her life. If a woman has a malicious mouth and a sinister heart, then she's just trash in human skin. As for you, you are the very definition of trash. In all my years, you are the first person I've met who is such garbage. Long Chen's gaze was icy cold. This was his first time encountering such a sinister woman with such an irritating mouth. From the old man to the 7 bosses to the regular disciples like Bao Buping and Chong Hao, from top to bottom, the heaven-splitting battle sect's people were all rare, straightforward, and upright. That was why, despite knowing that there was no need to get angry, Long Chen still couldn't suppress his anger at Shen Baijin's malicious mouth. Ha ha ha, go ahead and curse me. Are you angry? Then let me tell you something even better. Are you wondering what Di Shin is doing right now? He has gone to find your little wives. As he has found the heavenly water jewel pearl, if nothing unexpected happened, he must have found your wives as well, and they're already in the palm of his hand. How's that? Are you even angrier? Laughed Shen Baijin crazily. Long Chen sneered, I don't believe he could find them so quickly. Looks like you're underestimating me. I have immersed myself in the music Dao for 28 years. Whether it's talent, aptitude, or willpower, I'm above Ziyan. Don't you know why I had you all listen to my music before? Fine, I'll tell you. Anyone who listens to my music will have their spiritual fluctuations memorized by the 7-string C suppressing zither. I can then easily use the 7-string C suppressing zither to find their locations. Otherwise, how do you think I found you? Shen Baijin was very pleased with herself. Long Chen's expression immediately changed. A bad feeling rose in his heart. The elusive music Immortal Palace had a long history and inheritance, and there was a high chance that Shen Baijin's words were true. In that case, Meng Qi and the others were in danger. Without saying a word, thunder force circulated around Long Chen's feet, and he shot toward Shen Baijin like a bolt of lightning. However, Shen Baijin plucked a string once more, and those water-like fluctuations reappeared. She vanished, reappearing a mile away. This was a very strange ability. I admit that the 6th form of Split the Heavens is very powerful. Even with the spirits suppress the heavens song, I couldn't kill you. However, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me. You only have 2 options now. One is to chase after me here, but with my evasive arts, even though I've used up the majority of my spiritual yuan, you will be helpless to do anything to me for hours as we play hide and seek. 2 is to leave and go save your wives. However, once you leave, I will kill her. She's currently at a crucial moment in sealing the black illusion dragon flame. Once you leave, I will stimulate its power and cause it to break out of her seal. By myself, I wouldn't be able to do anything to the pill fairy, but with its assistance, she will definitely die. If you leave, the pill fairy dies. If you don't leave, your wives will fall into Di Shin's hands. Long Chen, what do you think about the choices I've given you? Ha ha ha. Shen Baijin laughed maniacally, her expression twisted. Where was her original air of a beautiful fairy? She was practically a madwoman. Long Chen's killing intent immediately surged. His fury was at a peak. Shen Baijin and Di Shin were really courting death. Shen Baijin was too sinister and novel. Her schemes always resulted in her being the winner no matter what choice Long Chen made. Long Chen, don't bother with me. She can't kill me, said the pill fairy. There are no buts. You must leave. Long Chen, I'm very grateful to you, but you must go, said the pill fairy decisively. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before he took a deep breath and shot away like a bolt of lightning, going in Tang Wan'er and the other's direction. Seeing him leave, Shen Baijin wasn't surprised at all. She smiled at the pill fairy. So, you've been abandoned. Long Chen never had you in his heart. Now you're alone, and you're not a match for me. Shen Baijin began to play her zither again. The day-night furnace, which had stabilized, was now starting to quiver again from the black illusion dragon flames struggling. I admit your schemes are smart. However, other people aren't fools, so don't think you're the only one with a brain. I've already trapped the black illusion dragon flame, and while you were fighting with Long Chen, I activated the day-night furnace's formation. Your actions just now are only causing a bit of trouble for me. It's unable to shake the seal, said the pill fairy indifferently. Shen Baijin's sneer quickly vanished. As she controlled the black illusion dragon flame, she found that the pill fairy's words were correct. The day-night furnace's formation was already complete. The black illusion dragon flame had used up too much of its energy, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't have it. Break free, slut, you're courting death. Release the black illusion dragon flame, and I'll spare your life, shouted Shen Baijin. The pill fairy smiled faintly and shook her head. Tell me, even if I were to just stand here and do nothing, would you dare to kill me? Shen Baijin's expression changed. She truly didn't dare to kill the pill fairy. Even if she was the apprentice of the elusive music Immortal Palace's master, she didn't dare to. If she killed the pill fairy, she definitely wouldn't survive Pill Valley's wrath. It's fine even if I can't kill you. Once I use you as a hostage, I'll still be the winner. I wonder, if I use you as a hostage, will Long Chen kowtow to me for you? Shen Baijin laughed and divine light flowed around the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. Just like that, she smashed the ancient zither at the pill fairy's waist. Shen Baijin, although I can't do anything to you, you are also powerless to do anything to me. The pill fairy suddenly took out a talisman. She crushed the talisman, and in that instant, she and the day-night furnace became translucent. Shen Baijin's zither went right through the pill fairy without harming her in the slightest. A spatial projection divine talisman. Shen Baijin finally became ashen. She recognized this divine talisman from legends. The pill fairy was right in front of her, but because space had been displaced, what Shen Baijin was seeing was nothing more than a projection. She couldn't harm the pill fairy. This was a divine talisman that only existed in legends. This divine talisman should lose effect within 2 hours based on legend, however, she couldn't wait 2 hours. By that time, the pill fairy would have fully suppressed the black illusion dragon flame. Staying here was meaningless to Shen Baijin now. We'll see who wins in the end. Hopefully, you can still smile once you see Long Chen's head in my hand. Shen Baijin let out some vicious words before rushing off in the direction Long Chen had gone. Chapter 1652 Despicable Di Shin. In the palace where Tang Wan'er was receiving her inheritance, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan were pale, glaring at the figure standing above them. That figure was Di Shin. The palace they were in had become a world of water, and they were all within it. Tang Wan'er's eyes were closed as she absorbed the large sphere's wind energy. She had no idea that she had fallen into a crisis in the outside world. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan had summoned a light barrier blocking the water from interfering with Tang Wan'er's inheritance. It's useless. Within my heavy water world, you won't be able to last long. Within this domain, I am the ruler. No one can resist. Di Xin had his arms clasped behind his back, looking arrogantly down on them. His voice was full of confidence. Despicable. If you're a man, let's have a real fight instead of taking advantage of others when they're having trouble, demanded Lu Ruyan coldly. They had been in the midst of guarding Tang Wan'er while she absorbed the energy in the sphere when Di Xin had suddenly appeared. Before they could react, he had summoned this water domain. Di Xin was a terrifying water elemental cultivator, and his heavy water domain was extremely powerful. Each drop of it was half a ton. It had instantly sealed the palace and trapped the 5 of them. What infuriated them the most was that Di Xin was too despicable. Seeing that they were defending Tang Wan'er, he had immediately attacked her, trying to interrupt her. Right now, Tang Wan'er was in a critical moment and could not be disturbed. The 4 of them had joined hands to form this barrier to block him. However, this just made them fall into Di Xin's trap. They were within his heavy water domain and forced into a passive position. This heavy water domain was truly powerful, and its weight was astounding. However, the most irritating thing was that the 4 of them couldn't use their full power for fear of disturbing Tang Wan'er. They could only passively defend. This made Di Xin even more fearless. Even in a 1 against 1, you won't be a match for me. I'm just not wasting the time or effort. There's no need for you to wait for Long Chen either. Shen Baijin has already gone to personally kill him, said Di Xin with a smile. Nonsense. Big brother Long Chen is undefeatable. If you were to fight against him, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough for you. Cloud was the first to stand up and defend Long Chen. In her heart, Long Chen would always be undefeatable. How laughable. In my eyes, Long Chen is just a jumping clown. If it weren't for the Skywood Divine Palace, I'd have long since slaughtered him. Regretfully, Shen Baijin said that she wanted his life, and I didn't want to fight with her over it. Otherwise, I could show you Long Chen's head right now. Stop trying to stall for time. As I said, submit and become my women, or you'll all die, sneered Di Xin. Keep dreaming, Lu Ruyan replied coldly, her voice full of disdain. Di Xin furiously formed a hand seal, and his heavy water domain shuddered. Immense power crashed down on them from all sides. Meng Qi was the first to become unable to bear it. Blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. As a soul cultivator, her spiritual yuan wasn't particularly powerful. As they had been enduring for a long time, she was about to reach her limit. Big sister Meng Qi, cried Cloud. Cloud's feelings toward Meng Qi were very deep. Seeing her injured, her eyes immediately reddened, and a wild aura began to rise. Cloud, don't do something stupid. If we use our full power, we'll interrupt Wan'er's inheritance. We have to persevere. Long Chen will definitely come to save us. Meng Qi immediately prevented Cloud from continuing. They had very little space here. If Cloud unleashed her true body, it would definitely disturb Tang Wan'er. Then all her progress would be ruined. Cloud was infuriated, but she obediently continued enduring with the 4 of them. She was very sullen. The feeling of having power but not being able to use it was very irritating. This Di Xin is a complete bastard. He's intentionally using this heavy water domain to exhaust our spiritual yuan. He is able to replenish his energy from outside this domain, while we are unable to absorb any energy. If this continues, we'll eventually be completely exhausted, and he'll launch a thunderous strike when we have no energy to resist, said Lu Ruyan to the other 3. Chu Yao shook her head. We know that, but this opportunity is too important to Wan'er. Unless it reaches the point where we have no other choice, we can't give up. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er were like sisters, and they all understood each other's hearts. Tang Wan'er was especially fierce and could never keep any secrets from them. Meng Qi and Chu Yao had long since noticed that ever since Tang Wan'er had entered the spirit world, she had started feeling inferior and frustrated. That was because Meng Qi had Cloud, and Chu Yao had Lu Ruyan. Both of them had incredible power now. Only Tang Wan'er was still standing in her original spot. Last time, in the Battle of the Grand Han, she had felt exceptionally ordinary. In that battle, whether it was Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, or even Ji Yuyong, they had displayed terrifying combat power. Yu Zifeng especially had shown the power of the sword Dao, sweeping away everything before him. Tang Wan'er had felt like she was becoming more and more ordinary. As women, Meng Qi and Chu Yao understood her the best. That was why this opportunity was one they refused to let Tang Wan'er miss out on. Otherwise, it might be a fatal blow to her. However, As time passed, their spiritual yuan continued to be exhausted without any means of replenishing it. They were quickly down to half their energy. We can't continue like this. We have to attack. Lu Ruyan shook her head. If they didn't fight back now, they wouldn't have a chance in the future. They would simply be captured helplessly. Meng Qi and Chu Yao exchanged a glance. They then looked at Tang Wan'er, who was still in her meditative state. They were forced into a painful decision. We should attack. As long as we're living, we can always find more opportunities. Dead people don't get that chance, advised Lu Ruyan. However, Meng Qi and Chu Yao continued to struggle with this decision when they looked at Tang Wan'er. Although they had seen through Di Xin's plot, they couldn't do anything about it. Di Xin was standing outside the barrier. He smiled as he looked at their conflicted expressions. He sighed in admiration for Shen Baijian's methods. That woman was truly sinister. This entire idea had been Shen Baijian's. Now, he had caught the 5 of them without the slightest effort. However, just as his smile appeared, his expression changed and he hastily dodged to the side. As a result, a black saber mercilessly slashed through his shoulder, destroying one side of his body. Behind Di Xin was a black-robed man who looked like a devil god that had walked out of hell. After destroying half of Di Xin's body, he attacked again. Wild chi waves shattered the palace. Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan let out a startled cry. Long Chen had finally come. Long Chen attacked Di Xin once more. Di Xin, who had recovered from his shock, took out a water thorn weapon that blocked Long Chen's saber. It was a powerful divine item, and huge ripples spread when they clashed, instantly blowing away Di Xin's heavy water domain. Di Xin was sent flying, and Long Chen shot after him, quickly catching up and attacking again. Divine Ring, 5-star battle armor. When Long Chen appeared in front of Di Xin this time, his divine ring shone with the 5-point star inside blazing with light. Di Xin's manifestation also appeared, and a vast sea could almost be seen within the primal chaos. Di Xin was a powerful expert with immense battle experience. Although Long Chen's sneak attack had caught him off guard, he still managed to instantly unleash his aura. He stabbed his water thorn forward. Heaven and earth reverse, stormy seas swallow the sky. Huge waves surged out of Di Xin's manifestation, and those seas superimposed over each other, devouring this space. Within those huge waves were countless water dragons that attacked Long Chen. Long Chen's saber fell, and those water dragons were blown apart, filling the sky with water droplets. The saber image continued forward, breaking through the waves. However, by the time it reached Di Xin, the majority of its power had been eroded by the huge waves. Di Xin's water thorn easily shattered it. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Di Xin surrounded the area in water, forming a new, giant heavy water domain. Long Chen was also within it. The fact that I'm still alive signifies that you will soon be dead. Long Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to bully his women, not even if they were a god. Ha ha ha, looks like Shen Baijian failed. Good, very good. I wanted to kill you personally from the start. For you to send yourself to me is truly great, laughed Di Xin. No one has time to waste talking to you. Hand over your life. Long Chen pointed his saber at Di Xin. His aura was slowly condensing. He had abandoned all thoughts of holding back. Chapter 1653 The Wood Spirit Union reappears. You're the one who will be handing over your life. Within my heavy water domain, I am the ruler. Your speed, your power, they will all sharply drop. What are you going to use to compete against me? If you hadn't been enveloped by my heavy water domain, perhaps you would have some chance to fight against me, but now, you've lost that qualification, sneered Di Xin. Each drop of this water weighs half a ton. No one can fight against me within it. Di Xin had spread his heavy water domain for thousands of miles, forming a giant globe that enveloped Long Chen, as well as Meng Qi and the others. This was an incredibly powerful magical art that Di Xin had merged with his manifestation. He had absolute control over this space. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan had profoundly experienced the power of this move. There was practically no way to resolve this magical art. It was almost perfect. Unless you could escape this domain, you would be at a disadvantage no matter how you fought. So Di Xin was fully confident after drawing Long Chen into his domain. Long Chen's expression was strangely calm as he looked at Di Xin. Even his previous fury and wildness had vanished, replaced with icy calm. That kind of coldness was frightening. Long Chen's divine ring started to slowly revolve, along with the 5 stars in his eyes. There were 2 states to the 5-star battle armor. One state was calm while the other state was excited. In the calm state, his energy came at a steady pace. With his current spiritual yuan, he could maintain that state for an incense stick's worth of time. As for the excited state, it represented him at full firepower. It was like raising the dams. When unleashing all his power like that, he could only fight for 10 breaths' time. However, his power would instantly be raised to the peak. The divine ring spun faster and faster until it looked like it was still again, and a pillar of light soared out of Long Chen's body, blowing apart the clouds. The entire Jade Lake sacred land started to shake. With Long Chen at the center, the light spread until it formed its own domain that forced back the heavy water. How is that possible? Di Xin immediately sensed that Long Chen was no longer restricted by his domain. Long Chen shot forward, slashing Di Xin with his saber. He appeared in front of Di Xin instantly. "You're unaffected by my domain." "Impossible," roared Di Xin as he hastily blocked with his water thorn. Boom! Both sides were blown back. "Haha, so what if you can create your own domain within my domain? Each drop of this water is the strongest magical water essence I've been condensing since childhood. I've long since merged my heavenly Tao energy into it. It can constantly absorb energy from the surroundings to replenish my energy, while you will only exhaust yourself within my heavy water domain," sneered Di Xin after a moment's shock. 10 moves. I'll kill you within 10 moves. Long Chen once more shot after Di Xin. Di Xin was infuriated. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. His water thorn blazed with divine light. "Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Let's just see if you can even receive 3 of my attacks." Water Dragon Roar. Di Xin's entire body began to shine. The water around him suddenly began to twist and turn. It condensed into many 30,000-meter water dragons that coiled together and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen directly unleashed the 6th form of Split the Heavens. His saber image tore through the heavy water domain. Di Xin's powerful attack was split in 2. The huge saber image didn't pause at all as it continued toward Di Xin. What? Di Xin was filled with disbelief. His attack had contained the power of millions of runes, and its destructive power was astounding. However, it was like a watermelon in front of Long Chen's saber and was unable to block Long Chen's attack in the slightest. What he didn't know was that the 6th form was a turning point within the 9 forms of Split the Heavens. It contained boundless profundities and was a law in and of itself. Split the heavens. Even the heavens could be split, let alone some magical art. In the first 5 forms, its power was focused on the saber image. However, in the 6th form, it depended on the will. Similar to the sword chi of sword cultivators, it was the will that drew the attack and the spirit that made it sharp. If you believed there was no obstacle that could stop it, then nothing could stop it. That was why the 6th form of Split the Heavens took so much energy and was also so powerful. Heavenly Spirit Water Shield, 1 shield to block the heavens. Di Xin let out a furious roar. The huge heavy water domain around him vanished instantly, compressed into a 3,000-meter shield in front of him. This was Di Xin's strongest defense, and he had to use his Water Thorn divine item to draw all his energy into one spot. This shield coupled hardness and softness, making it tough and incredibly difficult to break. At the very least, he had never encountered anyone who could break it. However, this incredibly powerful defense was like paper in front of the 6th form of Split the Heavens. The saber image pierced it and slashed onto Di Xin's water thorn. With an explosive sound, the water thorn cracked and shattered. Di Xin coughed up a mouthful of blood with a pained grunt. "My cloud-splitting water thorn." Di Xin's eyes immediately turned red. This cloud-splitting water thorn was a rare water attribute divine item. As a water attribute expert, he was perfectly suited to it and cherished it deeply. Although the water thorn was a divine item, it wasn't a powerful offensive divine item. Its material was made to store water essence and not clash directly. Thanks to Long Chen's full-strength blow, its edge was broken, causing its power to sharply drop. That made his heart drip blood. "Long Chen, I'll kill you," roared Di Xin. He suddenly stabbed his own heart with the cloud-splitting water thorn. The previously translucent water thorn became scarlet. Di Xin pulled it out of his heart and waved it through the air. His blood splattered, and huge blood dragons flew out of Di Xin's manifestation. "This aura is..." Long Chen almost couldn't believe it. Correct, it's the aura of a true dragon. However, this aura is very weak. It shouldn't be an inheritance involving true dragon essence blood but some kind of aura contamination. Although he's using a magical art to forcibly use that aura to take the form of the true dragon, don't get cocky. Those blood dragons might be made of runes, but they seem to have merged with his blood. Their power is extremely great, warned Evilmoon. The first blood dragon charged at Long Chen, its sharp claw the size of a mountain as it smashed down at him. When Long Chen slashed his saber onto it, he forced it back. However, he also felt his blood flipping inside him. Long Chen, now do you know my power? Di Xin was clenching his teeth furiously as if he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. Each of these blood dragons has power comparable to an Empyrean. As for you, your aura is currently dropping. Let's see what you will use to fight me. He was spent. After unleashing the sixth form of Split the Heavens, Long Chen's aura had started to drop quickly. He had used up even more energy than last time. Although he had recovered a bit of energy on his way here, this attack had made him run out of spiritual yuan. What will I use to fight you? I still have plenty of trump cards. Long Chen smiled. At the same time, the distant Chu Yao also smiled. She knew what Long Chen wanted to do. She closed her eyes and formed a hand seal. 3 flower petals suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. When they appeared, Long Chen's originally dropping aura instantly rose explosively. Split the Heavens 6. Long Chen unleashed another huge saber image. How is this possible? Di Xin roared furiously. Long Chen's aura had clearly been dropping. How could it suddenly recover to its peak in an instant? However, he had to accept this cruel reality as he felt Long Chen's attack lock him down. He was powerless to flee. The most shameless thing about this attack was that it cut through any magical arts. Just how was Di Xin supposed to block it? Di Xin was unwilling to use his water thorn to block it again, afraid that it would explode if it was struck once more. However, it had to be said that this genius from the central Zan regions was truly a rich silk pants. He waved his hand, summoning 2 divine items. One was an ancient turtle shell covered in divine runes, while another was a piece of armor sparkling with golden light. Although these 2 divine items were just quasi-divine items, they instantly grew larger and formed a sturdy defense in front of him. 2 explosive sounds rang out as those 2 quasi-divine items were blown to bits by Long Chen's attack. In front of him, even quasi-divine items weren't enough. One reason was that those 2 quasi-divine items were not Di Xin's main divine item, and he didn't constantly nourish them with his soul, meaning the power they could unleash was limited. Furthermore, they had slave seals on them to limit their own power, resulting in them being destroyed in an instant. The huge saber image only paused slightly in front of those 2 quasi-divine items before continuing toward Di Xin. Di Xin was infuriated and had no choice but to raise his water thorn to block. However, just as he was about to sacrifice his main divine item, the sound of a zither exploded into existence. An ancient zither appeared in front of Di Xin, and divine light circulated to block Long Chen's attack. Chapter 1654. No need to hold back any longer. Divine light exploded into the sky. 3 figures were sent flying at the same time. Shen Baijin had appeared, using the 7-string sea suppressing zither to help Di Xin block Long Chen's attack. Again, Split the Heavens 6. Long Chen laughed and slashed Evilmoon once more. Powerful astral winds erupted away from him. This is completely impossible. Di Xin roared. Such a terrifying attack was something a normal person could only unleash once before being exhausted. However, it was like it wasn't costing Long Chen to unleash the 6th form of Split the Heavens. This was already his 3rd time. Long Chen couldn't help sighing emotionally. Wood cultivators truly had the greatest spiritual yuan reserves amongst all cultivators. Chu Yao's spiritual yuan had been half exhausted due to resisting Di Xin's heavy water domain before. However, she still had enough for Long Chen to continuously use the 6th form of Split the Heavens. Don't be afraid, that energy is just borrowed. After one more attack, he'll be out of energy, said Shen Baijin. She slammed both hands on the 7-string sea suppressing zither, swinging it at Long Chen just like that. Di Xin didn't tarry, and his water thorn blazed with light as he used it to block Long Chen's terrifying attack with Shen Baijin. Di Xin and Shen Baijin were working together to block it, but they were still sent flying. Both of them wildly coughed up blood. I don't have enough spiritual yuan to attack again, sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao didn't have enough spiritual yuan to unleash the 6th form of Split the Heavens again, or he'd have definitely chased after them and attacked. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook, and he hastily cut off the wood spirit union. Chu Yao, watch out. Shen Baijin was rushing toward Meng Qi and the others. She had clearly seen through some clues and wanted to sever Long Chen's energy store. Waves of divine light came from the 7-string sea suppressing zither. Die sluts, you're the slut, how do you even have the face to live? Lu Ruyan immediately summoned her true body, becoming a giant undying willow. Countless tree branches shot toward Shen Baijin. However, Shen Baijin was holding the 7-string sea suppressing zither. It had its own terrifying origin, and Lu Ruyan's branches were all blown to bits. Countless wooden stakes shot out of the ground, whistling toward Shen Baijin like spears. At the same time, a bird cry rang out as Cloud took her true form as well. Her runes lit up all around her body as she attacked. Only Meng Qi stayed behind to protect Tang Wan in case anyone wanted to launch a sneak attack. Having more people is useless. Trash bunched together is just a bigger pile of trash. Have a taste of my pentatonic slaughter arts. The waves of divine light coming from Shen Baijin's zither transformed into thousands of sharp blades that shot toward Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan. Each time Shen Baijin plucked a string, a sharp blade would shoot out. Even Cloud's wings were unable to block them. Each time she was struck, she would be injured. However, amongst the three of them, Lu Ruyan was vanguard. With her undying body, she received the majority of Lu Ruyan's attacks herself. Although her branches were constantly destroyed, more constantly grew. She was unafraid of this kind of injury. Lu Ruyan was the main attacker, with Chu Yao and Cloud looking for opportunities to launch their own attacks. Even though Shen Baijin possessed the 7-string sea suppressing zither, she was unable to do anything to the three of them. As they fought, Long Chen also continued fighting against Di Xin. However, without Chu Yao's wood spirit union, Long Chen could only rely on his depleted spiritual yuan. Long Chen, now let's see how you reverse the tides. Di Xin's expression was twisted, and he summoned his heavy water domain once more. As for Long Chen, the 5 stars in his eyes dimmed, and he put away the 5-star battle armor. The divine ring continued to spin behind him to fight against Di Xin's domain. With just the divine ring powering him, Long Chen could save energy while fighting. However, within this heavy water domain, he was only able to create 30-meter space for himself. His speed and power were all affected. Then I'll let you see it. Long Chen smiled. He might be out of energy, but Di Xin was definitely not in better condition. If it weren't for the fact that water cultivators also had deep reserves of spiritual yuan second only to wood cultivators, Di Xin would have already died. However, Long Chen was still at a disadvantage. He was rejected by the heavenly Daos and couldn't absorb their energy to recover. He could only slowly extract energy from his 108,000 stars to recover. Unfortunately, this recovery speed was a far cry from an Empyrean's. When they had their manifestations activated, they recovered energy so fast, that if it wasn't an extremely intense fight, they could maintain a constant energy level. Despite the faster recovery of Empyreans, Di Xin definitely didn't have more spiritual yuan left in him. If it hadn't been for Shen Baijin, he'd have long since died. HMPH, within my domain, you can't recover. I can easily exhaust you to death, sneered Di Xin. His heavy water domain isolated heavenly Dao energy, and it was the skill he was most confident in. No matter how strong someone was, in his heavy water domain, they would become his prey. No one could escape. Then let's see who runs out of energy first, said Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen was in the core of the heavy water domain. From a distance, it looked like a giant ball of water, with Long Chen and Di Xin staring at each other from a distance. You want to stall for time to recover your physical energy. Keep dreaming. There's no hope for you within my domain. Suddenly, countless water dragons sprang into existence and shot toward Long Chen, roaring angrily. Long Chen destroyed them with a slash of his saber. These water dragons weren't that powerful, but he couldn't ignore them. He couldn't let them get close. Di Xin was clearly using them to exhaust his precious physical energy so that he couldn't recover. As for Di Xin, he could use the heavy water domain to rapidly recover. Unfortunately for Di Xin, Long Chen wasn't using any spiritual yuan to kill these water dragons. He could destroy them with his physical strength alone. His 108,000 stars were circulating rapidly. Long Chen was recovering slowly. In the distance, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Cloud were fighting Shen Baijin intensely. The three of them had the numbers advantage, while Shen Baijin had the advantage of a powerful divine item. It was difficult to determine a winner. However, fighting evenly was still good. The main thing was that the three of them had exhausted the majority of their spiritual yuan, or even if they couldn't kill Shen Baijin, they would be beating her heavily. This fight caused the entire Jade Lake sacred land to shake. The experts participating in the Jade Lake pageant were all hiding in the distance, staring in shock at this world-shaking battle. They didn't even dare to come out, afraid that they would be killed by the slightest shockwave. Only Empyreans would dare to slip a bit closer. Getting to see such an intense fight was a rare opportunity. Shen Baijin tried to break past Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Cloud's blockade to attack Tang Wan several times without succeeding. She suddenly retreated, and her zither music transformed. It instantly became impassioned, causing people's blood to boil. Chu Yao and the others didn't quite understand what she was doing, but they were on guard against whatever move she was preparing. Long Chen, you slaughtered countless innocents in the Jade Lake sacred land. Do you think this place is your eastern Zan region? Those experts of the southern Zan region suddenly began to roar furiously after the zither music changed. Do you think the southern Zan region's people are easy to bully? The southern Zan region isn't somewhere you can run wild in. You're courting death. Since you're so arrogant, viewing other people's lives as nothing more than blades of grass, don't blame us for taking advantage of your situation to strike your people. The southern Zan region's experts suddenly charged toward Chu Yao and the others' battlefield. However, what startled them was that they weren't coming for Chu Yao. No, they were going for Tang Wan instead. It would be best if you didn't come, or don't blame me for being vicious. Warned Meng Qi. Damn women, just die. None of you is a good person since you're with Long Chen. You can all die. Meng Qi's warning didn't stop them. Instead, it seemed to fan the flames of fury in them, and they all raised their weapons. The soul is drawn into a dream, the sea of blood is born. When those experts were about to enter the range of launching effective attacks, Meng Qi sighed and formed a hand seal. A spiritual ripple spread from her. Those experts, who seemed to have gone insane, didn't even see Meng Qi's attack. They charged forward regardless of the danger. As a result, when they entered Meng Qi's attack range, they all collapsed. Shen Baijin, you despicable bitch. Meng Qi's expression changed. She looked up at Shen Baijin who was in the sky. This was her first time cursing someone like this. When those people had charged into her domain and their souls had been extinguished, she found that their souls were being controlled. It was clearly done by Shen Baijin. Once those people collapsed, Shen Baijin's zither music changed again, becoming mournful but heroic, bringing forth the image of brave warriors who would never return from the battlefield. The experts that were still clear-headed felt their heads buzzing. When they saw their fellow southern Zan region experts collapsing, when the music changed, their heads became blank. Their eyes turned red. Even Empyreans were affected. Kill Long Chen, kill his people. Empyreans summoned their manifestations one by one and charged forward. The other experts followed like bloodthirsty beasts. They were like a tide crashing over Meng Qi. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you are nothing in front of me. This is the price for humiliating me. I'll let you personally see your wives die in front of you one by one, ha ha ha. Shen Baijin laughed maniacally. Despicable, cursed Chu Yao. She and the others were about to go assist Meng Qi when they were stopped by Shen Baijin. Shen Baijin unleashed her full power and the power of the seven-string sea suppressing zither, blocking their path. Meng Qi unleashed her soul arts. Those experts fell one by one, their souls extinguished. However, the Empyreans with powerful Yuan spirits managed to resist her soul arts. 3 Empyreans surrounded Meng Qi, while 2 others went to attack the motionless Tang Wan. Just as the 2 of them were about to reach her, a golden furnace appeared above Tang Wan's head, unleashing a light barrier that protected her. Sorry, I'm late. The pill fairy was standing above the golden furnace, looking at the distant Long Chen apologetically. It's not late, it's just right. Since you've come, I no longer need to hold back. A faint smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 1655 Yuan Spirit comes out to fight. The pill fairy's arrival immediately revitalized Long Chen. He had been waiting for just this moment. The pill fairy's day-night furnace unleashed a bright barrier that enveloped Tang Wan, and even if those experts from the southern Zan region unleashed all their power, they wouldn't be able to break that defense. You Qingshan, are you trying to join hands with a homicidal demon king? Have you thought about your position? Raged Shen Baijin. For a human to be shameless to this extent, my eyes have truly been opened to the world. Although I've never seen Fairy Ziyan, I know that your character is a million miles from hers. The pill fairy coldly looked at Shen Baijin. She had never looked down on someone as much as she did Shen Baijin. Even at this time, Shen Baijin could manage to criticize the Pill Fairy's morality. HMPH, so the Pill Fairy is completely unreasonable and can only resort to personal attacks. All of Pill Valley's face has been lost by you. Since you refuse to see the difference between right and wrong, don't blame the heroes of the Southern Zan region for being forced to stop you," shouted Shen Baijin. The Southern Zan region's experts didn't stop because of the Pill Fairy's arrival. Instead, they crazily unleashed their strongest attacks at her. Tens of thousands of attacks struck the defenses of the Day-Night Furnace, which was constantly shuddering, infuriating the Pill Fairy. There were dozens of Empyreans amongst the attackers. Since she could only defend and not strike back, she wouldn't be able to last long. "Shen Baijin, you're actually controlling them," raged the Pill Fairy. She had seen through some clues. These experts had gone insane. Their current condition was completely out of the ordinary. "Pill Fairy, please don't slander others. It's clearly your actions to protect Long Chen that have provoked the Southern Zan region's experts. You've provoked everyone's anger, which is the only reason why they're attacking you," replied Shen Baijin coldly. The Pill Fairy was startled as a powerful attack landed on the Day-Night Furnace. It was a woman holding a divine sword. "Han Feifei, wake up." The attacker was Han Feifei, but she didn't react to the Pill Fairy's words. She continued attacking the Day-Night Furnace with her divine item. It wasn't just Han Feifei. The other Empyreans were also crazily attacking with their divine items. Facing so many attacks, the Pill Fairy finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just as the Pill Fairy was starting to panic, hesitating over whether or not she should strike back, a blazing flame sphere shot down from the sky, exploding over the battlefield. It was like a star had exploded, and a wave of fire devoured this world. Those Southern Zan region experts had no time to dodge. They were all devoured by the flames. Shen Baijin was completely shocked. She looked up to see Long Chen in the sky, surrounded by divine light. "No, that's not Long Chen. It's his Yuan spirit." Shen Baijin grew even more shocked. In the distance, Long Chen's true body was still fighting Di Xin in his heavy water domain. This figure had to be Long Chen's Yuan spirit. It had left his main body to fight alone. His Yuan spirit was looking down on the ground that had been completely destroyed by his starfall. Those Southern Zan region experts were annihilated. Only the Empyreans with divine items protecting them managed to live. Those who survived felt like they had been startled awake out of a dream. They were shocked and infuriated. They had gone from a dream to a nightmare. "What's going on?" roared an Empyrean. Just at that moment, more zither music rang out, this time sounding like the wails of departed spirits demanding vengeance. Resentment filled the air. Those Empyreans let out pained roars, and their eyes turned scarlet once more. Their faces twisted into vicious expressions. "Shen Baijin, you really are vicious. How dare you use the ghost-controlling devil music against them? Have you gone mad?" shouted the Pill Fairy from the distance as she recognized this music. Although the Pill Fairy had never heard the true ghost-controlling devil music, she recognized it from how Shen Baijin had gathered all the souls of the experts that had just died, using their leftover resentment and hatred to force the surviving Empyreans into listening to her orders. Shen Baijin ignored the Pill Fairy. Her expression was absolutely vicious. She had reached the end of the line and now staked everything on this last gamble. Her mission was to kill Long Chen. That was the only way she would be able to become the successor of the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Once he was slain, as long as she pushed all the responsibility onto Long Chen, no one would dare to offend the elusive Music Immortal Palace, one of the protectors of the continent, for a dead person. However, the precondition for that was Long Chen's death. Otherwise, even if she escaped, there would be nowhere for her on the Martial Heaven continent. Shen Baijin was gloomy. She had never dreamed that her meticulous plan would fail. Long Chen's Yuan spirit had actually come to fight alone. Originally, she had thought that as long as she killed Meng Qi and the others, that would rattle his heart and allow her to join hands with Di Xin to kill him. However, she hadn't expected the Pill Fairy to rush over in time. Like this, Long Chen's fatal weak point was covered up. He no longer had to have any misgivings and began showing his hidden trump cards. The thing that shocked Shen Baijin the most was that the aura of Long Chen's Yuan spirit was even more terrifying than the aura of his true body. "Kill him," Shen Baijin shouted at the Empyreans, and they immediately charged at Long Chen's Yuan spirit. A golden flame dragon and a 5-colored lightning dragon shot out of Long Chen's arms, intertwining and charging through the midst of the Empyreans. The two dragons devoured the Empyreans and then exploded, filling the world with lightning and fire. The world turned dark and countless cracks appeared in space as if this world would break apart. Those Empyreans were instantly slain by the powerful lightning and flame. Not one managed to escape, not even a single Yuan spirit. Although the double dragon destruction's power had greatly increased after Lei Long had absorbed his lightning tribulation, its power wasn't actually enough to instantly kill dozens of Empyreans. It was simply that these Empyreans had their minds controlled by Shen Baijian's zither music. Their movements were naturally simpler than usual. They only knew how to kill, not to defend or run. Shen Baijian was finally a bit afraid. Just as she was about to use the 7-string C-suppressing zither to run, Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of her. Do you really think I didn't know that Ziyan held back last time? She held back, and I held back as well. Maybe you don't believe me, so I'll let you see my true trump card. Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and a bolt of white lightning shot out at Shen Baijian. When that white bolt of lightning appeared, the entire world dimmed. A destructive aura that could cause gods to shudder filled the air. Shen Baijian was filled with terror toward this bolt of lightning. She found that she couldn't move. Even the 7-string C-suppressing zither was shuddering. Shen Baijian instinctively blocked the white lightning with the 7-string C-suppressing zither. As a result, it was sent flying by the white lightning. Half of Shen Baijian's body exploded, and she used her last shred of energy to run. However, just at that moment, a hand caught her throat. Long Chen, don't kill me. I can be your slave, I can let you put a slave mark on me. Long Chen didn't give her any chance to keep going. He pointed a finger, and Shen Baijian's head exploded. However, at that moment, a sharp dagger stabbed toward Long Chen's head as quick as lightning. This was the counterattack of Shen Baijian's Yuan spirit just as her physical body exploded. That dagger contained all the power of her Yuan spirit. As long as it stabbed Long Chen's head, his Yuan spirit would definitely die. The death of a Yuan spirit was fatal. This happened suddenly, so suddenly that before Long Chen could even react, the dagger stabbed Long Chen's head. Shen Baijian barely had a chance to smile before her expression froze. She found that her dagger was like wood trying to stab into iron. It wasn't able to injure Long Chen in the slightest. She was dumbfounded. She had never heard of anyone whose Yuan spirit could be condensed to the point that it could ignore attacks like this. Long Chen, if you kill me, the deaths of all the experts of the southern Zan region will be placed on you. However, if you don't kill me, I'll tell everyone what happened and make you innocent. Shen Baijian was truly a ruthless character to still be able to calm down at such a time. I've never managed to be innocent in this world, nor do I care about my innocence. Sorry, your conditions don't interest me. Go regret in hell. Long Chen pointed at Shen Baijian's Yuan spirit. No. Shen Baijian's voice before death was full of unwillingness. However, whether or not she was willing, her Yuan spirit shattered and disappeared from this world. Shen Baijian had just been killed when the 7-string C-suppressing zither tore through the void and vanished. It fled. It had just disappeared when Lei Long appeared and angrily wrapped around Long Chen's head. Chapter 1656 Life-Devouring Silverfish. Lei Long, don't make a fuss. Long Chen pulled off Lei Long, not letting it mess around. He knew that Lei Long was angry that he had unleashed the divine lightning in its stomach to send the 7-string C-suppressing zither flying and defeat Shen Baijian. Long Chen might be refreshed at unleashing that trump card, but Lei Long was very dissatisfied. That divine light was his food. Recently, it had become capable of directly absorbing that energy and had been growing stronger day by day. Long Chen had used its food to attack. That aggrieved Lei Long, so it wrapped around Long Chen to express its anger. Alright, I just used a third of it, so you still have plenty of food. I guarantee I won't touch the rest of it, promised Long Chen. Only then did Lei Long stop fussing and return to Long Chen's body. Long Chen's Yuan spirit returned to his main body. However, he didn't merge back with it but instead charged into Di Shin's heavy water domain and launched a punch at him. Di Shin stabbed his water thorn onto Long Chen's fist only to get knocked back, shocked. How can your Yuan spirit be so powerful? Roared Di Shin furiously as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. There were cases of spirit transformation experts sending out their Yuan spirit to fight, but he had never heard of someone's Yuan spirit being able to fight against a divine item barehanded. Normally, Yuan spirits were only able to assist the main body and form some hand seals for magical arts. In truth, the Yuan spirit was a final trump card, usually only used when the physical body was destroyed. Even if a yuan spirit was extremely powerful, it was also a fatal weakness. Normally, if a yuan spirit were to launch an attack, it would be very vulnerable to a divine item or a magical art specialized against spiritual bodies. However, Long Chen's yuan spirit could actually fight barehanded against his divine item. Di Xin felt like he was going crazy. The most terrifying thing was that when Long Chen was splitting his attention to control his yuan spirit and main body to fight, his yuan spirit's aura was even the stronger of the two. Di Xin had never fought such an opponent. Don't ask stupid questions. Shen Baijin was a fool who simply thought herself smart. The first time she tried to kill me was in the Skywood Divine Palace. She drew me into a mental realm. I intentionally held back and had Cloud's yuan spirit enter with me to attack her. The information she gave you about me didn't say anything about my yuan spirit, did it? That's because she thought my yuan spirit wasn't anything special and was nothing to be worried about. In truth, I had already started laying the trap down at that time, acting like I couldn't do anything myself when drawn into the 7-string C suppressing zither's mental domain. In truth, I was just waiting for her to draw me into that realm again so I could kill her in one blow when she was overconfident. Unfortunately, things didn't go my way. I waited a long time, but she never drew me in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble and borrow Chu Yao's energy to exhaust Shen Baijin's spiritual strength and her yuan spirit so that she wouldn't have the energy to run. I ended up plotting so much for nothing and even had to use the divine lightning I worked so hard to get. Long Chen shook his head. This was the most depressing thing to him. He had intentionally left himself open several times in hopes of Shen Baijin sneak attacking him that way. With her previous experience, she would definitely be overconfident in her mental realm. Long Chen thought he had a high chance of killing her in one shot in there. Regretfully, that plan didn't work out, and he had been forced to use up a portion of his divine lightning, making Lei Long grumble. Long Chen truly detested Shen Baijin. However, he was also afraid of this crazy woman who would use any means necessary to kill him. She was like a wild dog, impossible to defend against. Being targeted by such a woman had made it so he couldn't rest easy, which was why he had chosen to kill her first. The pill fairy stood on top of the day-night furnace in the distance, listening to Long Chen talk. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Long Chen wasn't as impetuous as he appeared. His plotting was also frighteningly deep. Shen Baijin had schemed so deeply, setting up multiple plans with multiple layers, but had still died to Long Chen's scheming. That gave her a chill. What profound scheming. That way, you can push all the responsibility onto Shen Baijin, said Di Xin. He was surprisingly calm. That's where you're wrong. I disdain to have to explain myself, and I never push away my responsibility. My motto has always been that if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others do offend me, I'll endure a bit, and if they offend me again, I'll pull them out by the roots. So when you're rude to me, mock me, turn your nose up at me, I can't be bothered to deal with you. But when you raise your blade against me, that's not offending me, that's trying to kill me, so you become my real enemies. I'm never lenient toward my enemies, said Long Chen coldly. Right now, the Jade Lake sacred land had been turned into ruins, and of the tens of thousands of people that had entered, only the Pill Fairy, Tang Wan Chu Yao, Meng Qi, Cloud, Lu Ruyan, Long Chen, and Di Xin remained. His voice echoed over the ruins. Ha ha ha. Di Xin suddenly raised his head and laughed. Long Chen, I admit you're very powerful. You and Shen Baijin are both very crafty. I admit I'm not on the same level as you when it comes to scheming. However, if you really think that you're in control now, you're gravely mistaken. In front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Now you're using my line, said Long Chen indifferently. That line did often come from his mouth. Now that it came from Di Xin's, it sounded strange to him. Di Xin's lips curled. Long Chen, I really hate you. I hate you for the way you speak. I hate you for having so many women that like you. I hate you for thinking yourself infallible. I really want you dead. You hate me so much. Well, I only hate you for one thing. I hate you for being an arrogant idiot with an unchanging poser act. People like you think that as soon as you're born, you're a supreme existence that others must revere and worship. If someone doesn't worship you, it's disrespectful and blasphemy, so it depends on your mood whether to torment them or even take their lives. As for this unchanging poser act with absolutely no skill, that's even more detestable. I feel like it should be you who dies instead, said Long Chen tranquilly. He had seen many people from the eastern wasteland to the central plains that were just like this. He didn't know where these people's superiority complex came from. Were their parents and elders all fools to raise such arrogant people? They were like pigs. So what if you raised them up to be bigger? Was it so they could cook them into a delicious meal eventually? He really couldn't figure out the point of these people. Did being a poser all day show their brilliance? Are you jealous? Ha ha ha. Di Xin laughed delightedly. The strong are respected, while the weak can only be slaves to the strong. That's the only way for them to survive. What's wrong with that? I, Di Xin, have an illustrious status, as well as an exceptional talent. As for my looks, I'm miles ahead of you. What qualifications do you have to compare to me? You could kill Shen Baijin because you have information that can be used against her, but do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, let alone you and your wives, even your sect and families will be eradicated to the last. Do you dare? Long Chen looked at Di Xin with a hint of hesitation. In truth, I can't confirm if I dare to or not. How about you show me your neck and let's test that theory right now? You. Di Xin almost choked. He roared, do you think I'm as stupid as you? I'm telling you, you don't have the power to kill me. In fact, you'll all die here at my hands. The only reason I'm telling you this much is so that you'll understand just how foolish you are. Di Xin suddenly formed a hand seal. His heavy water domain began to boil as a huge mass of figures appeared. Those figures were silver fish. Each of them was fist-sized, but their head took up 2/3 of their body. Their mouths were lined with sharp teeth. There were tens of thousands of these strange fish. They rapidly swam forward like a bolt of silver lightning at Long Chen. Long Chen's true body slashed its saber. However, his power was impacted by the heavy water domain, and his saber image only caused a metallic ringing sound when it struck the silver fish. They were completely unharmed. One of them shot toward him and immediately bit down on his arm. Long Chen felt a burst of pain. His skin was as tough as an ancestral item but was still penetrated by these teeth. His arm began to bleed. Ha ha ha, these are life-devouring silverfish. They're a mutant species whose bodies are stronger than metal. Furthermore, they are immune to lightning, so don't even think of using your thunder force against them. They eat precious ores to grow, making their teeth even sharper than ancestral items. These life-devouring silverfish are something my family raised off the embryo of a dead life-devouring silverfish. They spent endless time and money on them. Including now, I've only used them 3 times. The 2 previous times were when I encountered enemies even stronger than you, but they were still devoured by the life-devouring silverfish. As for you, you'll be the 3rd. I want to personally see you be torn apart along with your Yuan spirit, ha ha ha. Magical water devours the heavens. Di Xin laughed and his manifestation vanished. His heavy water domain was enveloped by 7 consecutive waves of divine light. He was clearly concentrating all his power on strengthening the binding of the heavy water domain so that Long Chen couldn't escape. Idiot, if it weren't for Shen Baijin, you'd have long since died. Long Chen was indifferent to Di Xin's actions. He was also indifferent to these life-devouring silverfish. His Yuan spirit merged back with his true body. He waved his hand, and a black sphere of water appeared in his head. Terrifying nether chi spread. Chapter 1657 Di Xin's 9-line soul calming jade. The black globe of water wasn't particularly large. It was only 3 meters wide. However, it was pitch black and filled with an aura of death. Long Chen let out a quiet order, and the black globe exploded. In that instant, Long Chen covered himself in black soil. It was like a ball of ink had exploded. Di Xin's heavy water domain was completely contaminated. An insignificant trick. My water is no ordinary water, but what? Di Xin was in the midst of mocking Long Chen's actions when his expression completely changed. He was shocked to find that his heavy water domain was unable to block the contamination of the black water. The life-devouring silverfish immediately rotted on contact with the slightest bit of the black water. They turned into black liquid. Meng Qi and the others were only able to see a black ball explode in the middle of the heavy water domain and rapidly spread. Bastard, what is this? Roared Di Xin. His Yuan spirit appeared, hastily forming hand seals. Thanks to Di Xin's efforts, the black water was quickly isolated into an area several miles wide. At the same time, he ordered the surviving life-devouring silverfish to leave that region. They were incredibly precious mutated beasts, but they had almost been wiped out just now in the blink of an eye. His family had spent endless effort to raise them. Within his water domain, their killing power was even more terrifying than a divine item. Di Xin had used them to kill 2 experts who had been even stronger than him. However, just now, his carelessness had cost him over half of them. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost bled. "Iya, not bad, you have some skills. Here, have some more. Work hard, I look favorably upon you." Long Chen's body that was encased in the black soil armor charged out of the black water. He waved his hand, and another globe of water exploded. This one was 10 times greater than the last one. It spread quickly, overtaking the surviving life-devouring silverfish. Long Chen. PFFT. Seeing those life-devouring silverfish that his family had spent dozens of generations to raise all being annihilated, Di Xin coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces." Although his family still had some young life-devouring silverfish, it took a huge amount of resources for them to fully mature, as well as a lot of time. He had essentially lost this family trump card for decades or even centuries. Di Xin's whole body was shuddering, and a miniature version of him appeared outside his head. That was his Yuan spirit. It rapidly formed hand seals along with him, and his manifestation grew in power. However, halfway through his seals, his expression suddenly changed. How? How is this possible? Di Xin let out a wild roar. He now noticed that at some point, his hands had started turning black. It was like there was ink flowing in his blood. The Pill Fairy, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan all looked at him in shock. Di Xin's whole body was turning black now. Upon looking at the black water that Long Chen had unleashed, it was clearly related. However, Di Xin hadn't touched the black water. How had it spread to his body? Long Chen's black water is really terrifying. It was able to affect Di Xin's Yuan spirit through his soul and then spread its poison into his body, exclaimed Meng Qi. Her soul arts allowed her to discover some clues. This heavy water domain was composed of Di Xin's core energy and core water. It was deeply connected to his soul. The black water was actually able to transmit its toxicity through the water to Di Xin's body without him even realizing it. Amongst everyone here, Long Chen was the calmest. Everything was within his expectations. What kind of joke was that? This black water was the death spirit water from the netherworld. It could annihilate anything. Even Long Chen didn't dare to touch it. He had to use the primal chaos space's black soil in order to block the black water, or it would kill him as well. As soon as Long Chen had learned that Di Xin was a water attribute expert, he had stopped caring about him as a threat. His entire plan's focus had been to make sure he could kill Shen Baijin. He knew that the death spirit water was Di Xin's bane. Seeing the terrified Di Xin who was rapidly turning black, Long Chen gravely said, "Sir, your complexion is turning dark and gloomy. That's not a good omen. Perhaps you're about to meet a violent death. It would be better for you to die at my hands so you can escape that miserable fate." Di Xin let out a roar, and his heavy water domain exploded. The black water sprayed in every direction, including toward Meng Qi and the others. Chu Yao formed hand seals, and layers of wooden walls appeared, forming a giant umbrella to block the black water. Her wooden stakes melted like snow being rained upon. They rapidly corroded and fell to the ground. Meng Qi and the others were shocked. This black water was too terrifying, wasn't it? It had been diluted by the heavy water domain but still possessed such power. "Oh, not bad, you cut off your heavy water domain so that the death aura couldn't continue infecting you. But without your heavy water domain, how will you fight against me?" Long Chen shot after Di Xin with Evilmoon in hand. "Long Chen, you bastard, I'll make you pay the price for your audacity," roared Di Xin. His heavy water was extremely precious. He had spent years to completely transform it to this level. Each drop was branded with his spiritual mark, which was what allowed him to perfectly control it. However, now, he had been forced to sever his connection to it. He had lost his life-devouring silverfish and his heavy water domain. Those were what he relied on the most. He was now like a tiger that had lost its fangs and claws. Seeing Long Chen's saber coming, Di Xin suddenly took out a jade plate that had 9 divine marks on it. It was a 9-line soul-calming jade. It was also violet, however, its violet color wasn't as deep as Long Chen's jade. When Long Chen saw that, his pupils shrank. Perhaps he would be able to find a clue about his origins from Di Xin. Di Xin crushed the 9-line soul-calming jade. Divine light exploded from it, enveloping him inside it. Long Chen's saber slashed onto the light and was unable to go any further. He was knocked back, so the 9-line soul-calming jade is to be used like this. Although Long Chen's blood was flipping inside him from the impact, he was staring intently. The light had formed a huge ball protecting Di Xin. Who dares to harm my, Di Long's, descendant? Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. A runic hand reached out to grab a tottering Di Xin into the void. After pulling Di Xin away, the hand reappeared, this time slamming toward Long Chen. A majestic aura crashed down on Long Chen. The ground around him crumbled even before it landed. Long Chen did his best to unleash a powerful saber image at the hand. However, his attack shattered on contact without slowing it down in the slightest. Golden light exploded as the Daynite furnace shot over, smashing into the hand. The Daynite furnace was sent flying into the distance, and it left behind an endless ditch on the Jade Lake sacred land. Long Chen, watch out! It's a nether passage expert, shouted the Pill Fairy. HMPH, Pill Valley's little girl. If it weren't for my slight relationship with your father, your current offense would be worth me killing you. A voice rang out from the void, shaking their eardrums. The hand that had brushed off the Daynite furnace once more shot toward Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan rushed over. Stop, don't come, it'll kill you as well, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen was finally experiencing the terror of a nether passage expert. In front of this kind of absolute power, Meng Qi and the others would just be sending themselves to their deaths. However, Meng Qi and the others didn't seem to hear, and they rushed over regardless, unleashing all their power to help Long Chen receive the attack of this nether passage expert. From Meng Qi and Chu Yao's eyes, Long Chen saw that they had made their determination to go through life and death with him. Long Chen took a deep breath. A thick tarp appeared in his hand. Within that tarp was a black nail. Fuck, if you want to kill me, then have a taste of the nail of the gates of hell. Long Chen threw caution to the wind. At this time, even if Evilmoon were to use its power, it wouldn't be able to block a nether passage expert considering Long Chen's power. He could only place his hopes on the nail. Just as Long Chen was about to shoot the nail out, a figure appeared in front of them. Long Chen felt space twist, and he appeared 1,000 miles away. Wan Long Chen hadn't expected Tang Wan to awaken at this time. She had used some kind of unknown magical art to practically teleport them away. The huge hand crashed down on the ground, and the ground exploded. In that instant, a golden light flew out of the ground and smashed into the hole in space in the air. The nether passage expert let out a startled cry as his hand was blown to bits by the golden light. The hole in space closed as if it had never existed. Is this Earth inheritance? Chu Yao looked at a strange golden light still floating in the air. Chapter 1658 The Essence of Earth. There was a golden triangular object about 30 meters long. It looked like a dark gold piece of iron, and shocking fluctuations were coming from it. It was what had broken Di Long's hand and the spatial formation, forcing him away. This strange object was floating in the air, waves of divine pressure coming from it. It was like the world was trembling because of its existence. The world's innate elemental structure is based on earth, water, fire, and air, with earth coming first. It is the first element used to stabilize the world. It should be the core of the Jade Lake sacred land, said Chu Yao. None of us are earth elemental cultivators. We probably won't be able to take it, said Tang Wan. The current Tang Wan had absorbed the wind essence. Although she hadn't fully refined it yet, she had comprehended the essence of it. That was the comprehension the Jade Lake Venerate had had toward wind energy. It had greatly benefited Tang Wan. Her inheritance was something countless people would go crazy for. Otherwise, Tang Wan wouldn't have been able to use wind energy in that crisis just now to escape the lock of the huge hand and bring everyone away. I might be able to try it with the Daynite furnace. The Pill Fairy walked forward. She sent the Daynite furnace floating over to the object. However, when the Daynite furnace was a few miles away, it suddenly fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground. What? Long Chen and the others were shocked. It was like an invisible hand was pressing the Daynite furnace into the ground. This earth essence has a terrifying gravitational field around it. My power is too low to get the Daynite furnace close to it, said the Pill Fairy. Gravitational field? They were shocked. This strange object actually possessed such a terrifying gravitational field that not even the Pill Fairy's Daynite furnace could approach it. Yes, it's too powerful. I can't sense any resistance or malice coming from it, but I still can't get close, said the Pill Fairy. Chu Yao nodded. That proves it has to be the core of the Jade Lake sacred land, the essence of Earth. It's the Earth inheritance of the Jade Lake Venerate. Based on what she left behind, the person to receive her inheritance must have an affinity with it. There's no way for someone to snatch it through power. That person has to have the right elemental runes with it, but we. Chu Yao's meaning was clear. They had no earth elemental expert here and could not connect to this earth essence. Even if there was an earth cultivator here, it would have to be someone with high enough talent to receive it. I'll try it. Lu Ruyan refused to accept it like this. In her undying willow true body, she sent out countless branches at the earth essence. Those branches exploded while they were still a long way from the earth essence. She raged, how can this be? Earth births wood, there's no clash between our elements, but it won't even let me get close. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Cloud, Lu Ruyan, and the Pill Fairy were all unable to find a solution. They looked from the earth essence to Long Chen. None of them had any ideas. Tang Wan suddenly pointed a finger. A thin wind blade silently shot out at the earth essence. When Tang Wan unleashed an attack, Long Chen and the others were completely shocked. Tang Wan wind energy was completely different from before. Before, when Tang Wan wanted to use her wind energy, it would cause spatial fluctuations. However, now she was able to unleash this thin wind blade without causing any disturbance in the air around her. This thin little blade gave Long Chen a dangerous feeling. Perhaps even his body wouldn't be able to block this wind blade. Shockingly, Tang Wan attack wasn't blocked at all. It struck the earth essence just like that and exploded. However, the earth essence wasn't affected. Tang Wan attack didn't shake at all. It didn't even leave behind a mark. Physical attacks are useless, and magical arts can strike it but can't cause any damage. It seems we really can't do anything to this earth essence. Tang Wan shook her head. Now they all saw how powerful this earth essence was. Even a Nether Passage expert's attack was broken by it, and the spatial channel had been sealed shut. Perhaps this earth essence was a protective measure the Jade Lake Venerate had left behind. This Jade Lake sacred land was left behind to those with destiny with its inheritances, which was why Life Star experts and above were not allowed to enter. The arrival of a Nether Passage expert's attack had broken its rules, causing the earth essence to appear and force the intruder away. That showed the crux of the problem. Even a Nether Passage expert was helpless to do anything to it. As for the Pill Fairy, due to the limitations of her cultivation base, she was unable to use the Daynite Furnace to strike it. No one else had any other ideas. The women all looked toward Long Chen. Long Chen seemed very relaxed. I never believed in fate or affinity, because fate has no affinity with me. However, I'm rather good at snatching things. Long Chen extended his hands. A lightning chain and flame chain shot out of his hands, wrapping around the earth essence. As expected, the earth essence didn't react. It allowed itself to be bound. Seeing that, Long Chen sighed with relief and said, "Ladies, help me out. I need to borrow your spiritual yuan since my own is running out." Long Chen's divine ring once more appeared. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, and Cloud pressed their hands on Long Chen's back at the same time. As for the Pill Fairy, she hesitated before also reaching out a hand, slowly sending her spiritual yuan into Long Chen's body. With the spiritual yuan of the six of them pouring into his body, Long Chen activated the 5-star battle armor. The ground beneath him crumbled as he pulled on the earth essence with all his power. How heavy! Long Chen was shocked. This earth essence was like a star. Even with all his power, he was only able to move it ever so slightly. As it moved, the ground beneath Long Chen exploded. Long Chen's expression didn't change. The earth essence was so heavy that the earth couldn't bear it. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan unleashed her true body. Her roots sank deep into the ground, and she formed a platform for Long Chen so that he could use his power more effectively. "Thank you." Long Chen was delighted by Lu Ruyan's help. He continued pulling, but the earth essence was too heavy, and its progress was very slow. The earth essence fundamentally wasn't supposed to be taken like this. Taking away this earth essence was equivalent to forcibly taking away the core of this world. It was a destructive power. As the earth essence approached, Meng Qi and the others turned a bit pale. The energy exhaustion of Long Chen's 5-star battle armor was absolutely terrifying. Their spiritual yuan was running out. "Everyone, endure it, just a bit more." Seeing the earth essence coming over more and more, Long Chen shouted out. He was covered in sweat, his arms trembling from the exertion. However, he still persevered. When the earth essence was just 300 meters away from him, he smiled. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. Long Chen roared, pulling the earth essence toward that black hole. When the black hole devoured the earth essence, Long Chen felt like the world was spinning around him. He fell down. Meng Qi and the others were also exhausted. Long Chen had sucked their spiritual yuan dry. However, coincidentally, the direction Long Chen fell was toward the Pill Fairy's embrace. The Pill Fairy immediately reddened and tried to push Long Chen toward Tang Wan. However, she was too exhausted. She could barely lift a finger. For a moment, the atmosphere was very awkward. The Pill Fairy was completely red, not daring to make a sound. She could only allow Long Chen to rest in her embrace. A feeling she had never felt before filled her heart. She felt her body softening and her heartbeat quickened. Her face was as red as an apple. Long Chen's head was resting on her chest. That position was too awkward. She did her best to control her breathing and heartbeat, but with her spiritual yuan and physical energy exhausted, she couldn't move. Worst of all, Long Chen's ear was against her chest. He could clearly hear her heartbeat. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to drip blood. "Big sister, why is your face so red? Are you injured?" asked Cloud worriedly. It's nothing. I'm just tired." "Long Chen, can you roll over? You're crushing me," said the Pill Fairy. "Sorry." Long Chen did his best to lift himself from the Pill Fairy's embrace. However, he had used up too much energy, and his arms only got him halfway before he fell back down in her embrace. The Pill Fairy let out a startled cry. Meng Qi and the others had a faint smile as they looked at Long Chen dubiously. "I swear I didn't do it on purpose." Even Long Chen blushed slightly at their staring and hastily testified to his innocence. In the end, it was Cloud who was the most innocent. As a Zon beast, she recovered her physical energy quickly and pulled him up, relieving the Pill Fairy of her awkward position. The Pill Fairy eventually recovered enough to sit up. They all began to rapidly recover their energy. Chapter 1659 Leaving the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Long Chen recovered while examining the strange earth essence floating within his primal chaos space. It actually didn't fall to the ground. It simply floated there as if it couldn't merge with the ground. When he had sucked it into the primal chaos space, he had clearly felt a terrifying burst of power about to erupt from it, and it had been about to flee. However, just the slightest shaking from the primal chaos space caused it to turn still. The earth essence was now dull, like an ordinary piece of earth. Even its divine pressure had disappeared. Long Chen was thankful for the primal chaos bead, otherwise, this priceless treasure would have been impossible to snatch. However, not just anything could be sucked into the primal chaos space. For example, the black illusion dragon flame. He hadn't dared to pull it into the primal chaos space for fear that it would destroy all his medicinal fields. The reason why he dared to do so with the earth essence was because it wasn't as berserk and explosive as the black illusion dragon flame. However, he hadn't expected the earth essence to attempt to flee. Fortunately, it had been suppressed by the primal chaos bead. As Long Chen could only control the slightest bit of the primal chaos space, he was unable to force it to listen to his orders. Hence, there were many things that he could only test bit by bit. After 2 hours, they had recovered a portion of their energy and slowly stood. Tang Wan'er had made great contributions when it came to taking the earth essence this time. Only she had had full spiritual yuan at the time, otherwise, without enough spiritual yuan, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to draw it into the primal chaos space. "Long San, let's split our gains." The Pill Fairy's blush faded as if nothing had happened. "Our gains?" asked Long Chen. "The black illusion dragon flame is currently completely suppressed, and it has been refined into flame essence. However, it's too berserk, and after being suppressed, seeing that it had no hope, it actually exploded of its own volition. The energy it felt behind was refined into 2 portions, a berserk energy and an illusory energy." The Pill Fairy took out the Day-Night Furnace. Its runes revolved, and it turned transparent, allowing them to see what was inside. There were 2 spheres, each with one kind of rune around it. Those runes were the same runes as the ones in the black illusion dragon flame's eyes. Its eyes had represented its 2 different kinds of power, the softer illusory power and its fierce berserk power. Clearly, the Pill Fairy was letting Long Chen choose between these 2 kinds of power. "Then I won't be courteous." Long Chen delightedly waved his hand, and a golden flame dragon flew into the Day-Night Furnace, swallowing the globe of berserk energy in one gulp. "Long San." The Pill Fairy couldn't help being a bit guilty. The reason the black illusion dragon flame was ranked above the heaven incinerating flame wasn't just because its destructive power was greater than it, but because it possessed a strange kind of power. Its illusory energy was priceless to alchemists. This illusory power had its own special name, the Black Illusion Spirit Flame. It was the flame alchemists longed for the most. However, the Black Illusion Dragon Flame's berserk power was merged with its illusory power. To separate them required a great deal of time. Hence, the Pill Fairy had actually been quite lucky that this Black Illusion Dragon Flame had been too berserk and detonated itself upon seeing that it couldn't escape. To increase the power of its detonation, it had expelled all its gentler, more spiritual illusory power, and instead concentrated all its berserk power. That explosion had caused the Pill Fairy to receive a heavy injury at the time. Fortunately, the day-night furnace was extremely powerful, or even another divine item would have exploded from that. Due to this explosion, there was no need for them to separate the illusory power from the berserk power. In fact, it was even purer, as no matter what a person did, some of that berserk energy would remain in the illusory aspect, but here, the Black Illusion Dragon Flame had done it all on its own. The two types of energy were as pure as possible. The Pill Fairy naturally wanted the illusory aspect, but in truth, it had been mostly thanks to Long Chen that they had managed to obtain the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. If it hadn't been for him, she'd have long since given up on it. So, while she naturally wanted this Black Illusion Spirit Flame, she couldn't say it directly. That was why she gave the initiative to Long Chen. She was already prepared for Long Chen to take the Black Illusion Spirit Flame, because she knew that he was also an alchemist, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Black Illusion Spirit Flame posed a fatal attraction to alchemists. No alchemist could resist its lure. So the Pill Fairy's heart was conflicted. However, Long Chen had taken the berserk energy without hesitation. That berserk flame had no use to alchemists. Hence, the Pill Fairy was both grateful and ashamed. She opened her mouth to speak, but she found that she had no reasons. Hehe, I have two reasons, one real and one false. According to a normal person, I should say that I adore beautiful women and only the Black Illusion Spirit Flame is fit for your immortal grace. To be able to see you soar to the peak of the Pill Dao would be my life's greatest fortune. Long Chen's mischievous smile completely ruined the effect of his words. The Pill Fairy reddened, not expecting him to say such words in front of Meng Qi and the others. Of course, that's all nonsense. That idiot Di Xin is the only one who would use such words to trick women. The truth is simply that this berserk flame is what I need the most. Even if you wanted it, I would have to fight to get it back because it's very important to me, said Long Chen matter-of-factly. These were honest words. The Black Illusion Spirit Flame might be the #1 divine flame for alchemists. It could merge with the Pill Flame and support the alchemist, and that might allow them to refine a legendary peerless grade pill. Medicinal pills were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and peerless grade. Top grade pills were already extremely rare existences in this world. As for peerless grade medicinal pills, they were restricted to just legends. No one had ever seen one. If the Pill Fairy had the Black Illusion Spirit Flame, she might just become the first person to refine a peerless grade pill since the Dark Era. However, all of that was just nonsense to Long Chen. He was surrounded by powerful enemies and could barely protect his own life, so how could he have any interest in pursuing the Pill Dao? The berserk aspect of the Black Illusion Dragon Flame was precisely what he needed. It was pure brute power. Once Huo Long refined it, its power would probably defy the heavens. Furthermore, once Huo Long devoured its energy, it would still retain the power of the Heaven Incinerating Flame. As Long Chen could refine pills with the Heaven Incinerating Flame and fight with the Black Dragon Illusion Flame, he naturally didn't care about some illusory flame. Alright, since we both contributed equally, we'll split it equally. It's very fair, said Long Chen. The Pill Fairy was extremely grateful. From start to finish, she felt that Long Chen was simply saying this for her benefit. Anyone who was an alchemist wouldn't be able to resist the Black Illusion Spirit Flame's charm. In her eyes, Long Chen's explanation was only to make her feel better about herself. For him to even go that far for her, she felt even more grateful, as well as a bit lost. The Pill Fairy put away the day-night furnace. After that, they rested for a full day, using their heavenly Dao manifestation to recover quickly. Long Chen only recovered to 50% in that time, showing that compared to Empyreans, his recovery speed was still lacking. However, 50% was enough. They began flying toward where they had entered from. Like ascending mortals, they flew toward the moon, up ahead. From up in the sky, they overlooked the mass of ruins. The scene when they had first entered had been completely wrecked. The women looked at Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan laughed. Wherever Long Chen went, destruction followed. It had been like this for so many years. Even this beautiful sacred land had been turned to ruins. The southern Zan region's experts had been completely annihilated. Only Di Xin had fled, or more accurately been saved. However, considering the ill omens Long Chen had read in his future, it was unknown if he lived or not. They entered the water and rapidly swam up. Once they were out, furious roars rang out. They were surrounded by golden tree demons. All open a path. Tang Wan walked to the front and slowly formed hand seals in front of her. Long Chen suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in space. As Tang Wan advanced, any tree demons within 100,000 meters exploded. It was like countless invisible blades were following Tang Wan, forming a domain that sliced the tree demons to dust. Golden specks rained down. This is the pinnacle of wind, embryonic spatial blades, exclaimed the pill fairy with shock. Long Chen and the others were also shocked, as well as delighted. Unexpectedly, Tang Wan was able to use her wind inheritance so quickly. They followed Tang Wan. The golden tree demons crazily attacked, but they all exploded when they stepped into her domain. The ground turned golden. Tang Wan directly killed her way all the way to the exit. You've come out. Hurry and run through the secret transportation formation. Something major has happened. One of the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples was there waiting for them. Chapter 1660. The Southern Zan region explodes. I should be the one asking you. Just now, practically all the leaders of the top sects in the Southern Zan region rushed over to the Skywood Divine Palace. They looked like they wanted to destroy the Skywood Divine Palace right there and then. Even the Southern Zan region's Ancient Family Alliance's branch master came, as well as the Martial Heaven Alliance's branch master. All those large figures that haven't appeared in so many years have come. The palace master immediately sensed something was wrong and secretly told me to wait here for you so that you could run through the transportation formation. Why is it only just the few of you? Where are the others? Asked the elder. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the pill fairy instantly understood that once those disciples had been annihilated, their corresponding soul jade tablets had shattered, startling their sects. Most sects would keep soul jade tablets of their core disciples. Using one drop of essence blood as a spiritual mark, it would shatter when that person died. The sects used this method to keep track of their disciples' life and death. Could it be? Seeing Chu Yao and the others' expressions, the elder was alarmed. She thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Elder Luo, activate the transportation formation. Let's go, said Chu Yao. Clearly, the palace master had guessed what had happened and wanted to send Long Chen away secretly. Long Chen had annihilated the southern Zan region's experts. That had included Han Feifei, Wang Shan, as well as countless famous heavenly geniuses. This was a major affair. If Long Chen walked out through the front gate, he would probably be torn to pieces by those ancient monsters. Good, don't move. I'll activate the transportation jade talisman. It'll bring you outside the Skywood Divine Palace through the formation. The elder nodded, seeming to understand something. She took out a jade talisman. No need, I'll go through the main gates. Long Chen stopped the elder from crushing the talisman. Long Chen, exclaimed Chu Yao, I might not look for trouble, but I'm not afraid of one. Since I dared to do what I did, I dare to bear the responsibility for my actions. I won't let someone else take the blame. It hasn't happened in the past, and it won't happen in the future. Long Chen shook his head and walked through the huge gate of light. That was the entrance they had used to enter here. Long Chen vanished from their sight when he walked through. Elder Luo was stunned. She had never expected Long Chen to be so crazy as to not even listen to the palace master's arrangements. Let's go. Don't you know Long Chen's temperament? Other than when we ask him to show tolerance, when has he ever conceded to anyone? Meng Qi seemed to have predicted this result and pulled Chu Yao through the gate with her. Tang Wan, Lu Ruyan, and Cloud followed suit. The pill fairy watched as they vanished. She stood there quietly. Pill fairy, you. Elder Luo was still dumbfounded. The palace master had sent her to bring Long Chen and the others away secretly. However, before she could even understand what was happening, the only one left in front of her was the pill fairy. I'll have to trouble Elder Luo to send me away. Too much enmity and grievance exist between us to be together. Maybe in the next life. The pill fairy's eyes were filled with sadness. Space twisted, and Long Chen appeared in a plaza. As soon as he appeared, he saw a group of people overflowing with killing intent. The Skywood Divine Palace's master had been trying to placate these experts when Long Chen and the others appeared. Her calm expression stiffened. These people were the top figures of the southern Zan region. They had come to the Skywood Divine Palace for one purpose: to find out how their disciples had died inside. However, when they had arrived, they were shocked to find others just like them charging over. When asked, they found that their talented disciples had also died in the Skywood Divine Palace. It had to be known that the Jade Lake pageant was not something with a high mortality rate. Their disciples mostly depended on luck and destiny to find suitable treasures inside the Jade Lake sacred land. There were no death traps. Some disciples had died there before. Since there were many cases of people killing others for treasures, a few disciples dying was normal. They had to have died to other people. So these sect leaders had come to investigate who had slain their disciples, only to find that over 80% of the southern Zan region's top sect leaders had come. In other words, their disciples had also died. Furthermore, even the southern Zan region's ancient family alliance and martial heaven alliance's branch masters had come. Even the ruler of the Earth Spirit City, the Wang family's master, had come. That person was the father of Wang Shan and Wang Hai. Han Feifei, Wang Shan, Wang Hai, and dozens of other Empyreans had all died in the Jade Lake sacred land. This time, all the southern Zan region's experts charged out, demanding that the Skywood Divine Palace's master gave them an explanation. The palace master had no idea what had happened. The Jade Lake sacred land was a minor world isolated from them. Even she had no way to see what was happening inside. However, as soon as she had seen this many experts arrive, she had felt that something was wrong. The first thing she had thought of was Long Chen. There was no death trap in the Jade Lake sacred land. Even if there was, it wasn't one that would annihilate everyone. That made her heart clench. Thinking of how Long Chen had slaughtered practically all the eastern Zan region's heavenly geniuses in the Battle of the Grand Han, she guessed it had something to do with him. Thinking of that, she had immediately felt a chill. In order to placate these experts, she could only say that an accident must have occurred in the Jade Lake sacred land and that she would immediately investigate. So she had sent a soul transformation elder inside to wait for Long Chen and the others. Furthermore, she had also started gathering all the elite disciples within the soul transformation realm. She had intentionally stalled for time in hopes that the elder would be able to find Long Chen in time. But as a result, Long Chen suddenly appeared right in front of her. The thing she had been most worried about had really occurred. Long Chen's arrival raised quite a few startled cries. Many recognized the famous demon king of the eastern Zan region. "Long Chen, why are you here?" demanded a white-robed elder. Her hair was white, and his eyes were like golden lanterns, giving off sharp light. This elder was the ancient family alliance's southern branch master. He was also Han Feifei's grandfather, Han Wanchang. Beside Han Wanchang was a short but exceptionally bulky middle-aged man. He was Wang Shan and Wang Hai's father, the ruler of the Earth Spirit City, Wang Haishan. That Wang Haishan had cared deeply about his sons, so he had split his name and bestowed one part to each of them, calling them Wang Hai and Wang Shan. However, now that they had been annihilated, he felt like he was going insane. "Why can't I be here? Is this your home?" demanded Long Chen. Long Chen was well aware of why these people had come. However, he didn't want to run. That would not be in accordance with the 9-star hegemon body art's will. He couldn't retreat. "Speak. How did my sons Wang Shan and Wang Hai die?" shouted Wang Haishan, glaring at Long Chen. He had already made up his mind that Long Chen was the killer. "Wang Hai was slain by Wang Shan. Many people here can testify to it," said the palace master. Just now, she had received a spiritual transmission from Meng Qi about what had happened. She had never expected so many twists and turns to occur in the Jade Lake sacred land. Furthermore, the 4 great inheritances of earth, water, fire, and wind had all appeared. However, no matter what, those people had died at Long Chen's hands. These sect leaders were all overflowing with rage, and any explanation would be useless to them. Once they learned that Long Chen had killed them, they would definitely tear Long Chen to pieces. "Long Chen, don't admit that you killed them. Just say something happened in the Jade Lake sacred land. I'll help mediate the rest so that you can leave safely," messaged the palace master to Long Chen. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I can handle this matter," replied Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the palace master was helping him out, but he disdained lying. That was also not in accordance with the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. Then who killed Wang Shan? Roared Wang Haishan. By the time all the sect leaders had rushed over, the disciples that had failed the trials had been amusing themselves in the Skywood Divine Palace for a few days and told them what they knew. So those disciples could truly testify about Wang Hai's death. I did. Long Chen pointed to himself calmly. When Long Chen admitted that he had killed Wang Shan, an uproar erupted. So he really had been killed by Long Chen. Wang Haishan let out a furious roar and a punch at Long Chen. Divine runes surged out along the ground as he sucked away all the earth energy within thousands of miles. Wang Haishan was at the peak of the Life Star realm. This punch contained all his power. It practically wrote out death for Long Chen. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him. He raised a palm, catching Wang Haishan's punch. After a powerful chi wave exploded, people were shocked to find that Wang Haishan's incredibly powerful punch was unable to rattle Long Chen in the slightest. Do you want to hear why I killed Wang Shan? Asked Long Chen. I don't care what your reason was. You killed my beloved son, so I'll kill your whole family. Wang Haishan let out a furious roar, and a dark yellow rune appeared on his forehead. A ray of light suddenly shot out of the ground at Long Chen's back. Even as he faced attacks from the front and back, Long Chen's expression was calm. He nodded. That was just the answer I was looking for. Thank you, I'm very satisfied. Suddenly, 5 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Ignoring the attack behind him, his leg struck like lightning at Wang Haishan's crotch. Chapter 1661 Tang Wan fights. Long Chen's foot struck like lightning, viciously striking Wang Haishan's crotch and causing him to fly back with a miserable wail. Wang Haishan had underestimated Long Chen too much. He thought that when he used his full power, Long Chen wouldn't be able to receive a single one of his attacks. However, with the 5-star battle armor, Long Chen was so strong that Wang Haishan, a peak Life Star expert, was unable to shake him in the slightest. Instead, his one attack caused Wang Haishan's lower body to explode. As raging winds roared around him, Long Chen sneered, "Since you don't want to hear my explanation, I don't need to bother wasting the effort. I'll tell you all right now, all your southern Zan region's experts were slain by me, Long Chen. If you want revenge, then come. It's the same thing, fight or fuck off." Long Chen knew that this kind of blood debt could not be resolved by reason. Explaining had no meaning, as no one would care. However, he wasn't unreasonable. If they wanted him to explain, he would. It was just that since they didn't, he wouldn't have to waste the time. He didn't care either way. If no one would listen to his explanation, then they couldn't blame him when he killed them. Anyone who wanted his life would have to be prepared to risk their own. A random attack from Long Chen had destroyed the lower body of one of the rulers of the southern Zan region, startling the other experts from this region. However, their fury was further provoked when they heard that Long Chen had slain their disciples. "Bastard, hand back the life of my granddaughter." The ancient family alliance's branch master, Han Wanchang, roared furiously and slashed a sword at Long Chen. When that sword slashed through the air, heaven and earth quivered. Long Chen snorted and suddenly thunderforce circulated around him. Lightning wings appeared on his back. He shot toward the clouds like a great pung. "If you want to kill me, then come with me. Don't stain the pure land of the Skywood Divine Palace with your dirty blood." Long Chen rushed off in an instant. He didn't want to destroy the Skywood Divine Palace. As for Han Wanchang, he was shocked. He had clearly used his aura to lock Long Chen down when attacking. However, his lock had been absolutely useless. Long Chen had ignored it and left as soon as he had wanted to. That shocked Han Wanchang, as well as infuriated him. Long Chen didn't place him in his eyes. That was an insult. "Brat, where do you think you're running?" Han Wanchang charged after him. The other southern Zan region experts also followed. "Master, Chu Yao suddenly walked over to the palace master. She knelt on the ground, ashamed. "Good child, you can go. As master and apprentice, I respect your decision. No matter what happens, you will always be my apprentice. Even if you are no longer a disciple of the Skywood Divine Palace, you will still be my apprentice." The palace master lifted Chu Yao and gently rubbed her cheek with a loving smile. She knew that Chu Yao was about to leave. Although she had been prepared, she couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. Chu Yao was her most outstanding apprentice, and she viewed Chu Yao as her own child. Now, Long Chen had become enemies with the entire southern Zan region, and Chu Yao had to stand by him. Since that was the case, she could only leave the Skywood Divine Palace. Otherwise, the Skywood Divine Palace would have to face everyone's aggression. With Chu Yao's kind nature, she definitely wouldn't want to implicate her master or her sect. The palace master truly understood Chu Yao well. She knew exactly what Chu Yao was thinking, and she comforted her by saying that even if Chu Yao left the Skywood Divine Palace, she would forever be her apprentice. "Thank you, master." Chu Yao once more knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the palace master 3 times. This was a form of goodbye. In all her years at the Skywood Divine Palace, the palace master had treated her like her own child, even sacrificing her longevity and beauty to rebuild Chu Yao's foundation and talent. Chu Yao didn't know how she was ever supposed to repay her master for her kindness. Tears of shame dripped down her face. "Good child, you can go. Even if you leave the Skywood Divine Palace, I will always be your master. As your master, my greatest hope is to see my apprentice's accomplishments surpass my own. That would be my greatest glory. Nothing else is worth bothering about. I trust you will definitely become stronger than me, and I trust that day won't be too far in the future. I'll eagerly await that day," said the palace master softly as she helped wipe away Chu Yao's tears. Chu Yao nodded. Clenching her teeth, she flew away with Meng Qi and Tang Wan. "Using my status as master of the Skywood Divine Palace, I announce that starting from today, Chu Yao is no longer a disciple of the Skywood Divine Palace. Her actions have nothing to do with my Skywood Divine Palace." The palace master's voice rang out through the sky. Although she had been prepared, Chu Yao still felt like a blade was slicing her heart. "Don't feel bad. She only announced that you are no longer a disciple of the Skywood Divine Palace. She didn't say you are no longer her apprentice," comforted Meng Qi softly. The Skywood Divine Palace had no other choice. When Chu Yao had first come here to cultivate, she had said that she wouldn't be able to stay forever. She cultivated solely for Long Chen. Chu Yao had now formally left the Skywood Divine Palace. Hence, the palace master had no choice but to take away her status as a disciple. However, Chu Yao would always be the apprentice she was proudest of. Suddenly, they felt the world shake. Divine light erupted like an exploding sun. Long Chen had left the Skywood Divine Palace's territory, and no longer had any misgivings. Evilmoon had suddenly appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed it at Han Wanchang. The collision of 2 divine items caused a huge explosion that pulled open the curtains to this battle. "Long Chen, I will definitely get vengeance for my granddaughter today." Han Wanchang roared and once more attacked with his sword. His aura was vast like a sea and heavy as a mountain. He was actually a half-step nether passage expert. Just half-step nether passage. With how arrogant Han Feifei was, I thought you would already be at the nether passage realm. I wonder, how is it that people like you with garbage combat power can still be so arrogant toward other people? Long Chen met Han Wanchang's attack with his saber. The immense power shook the land, shocking the others. Long Chen was actually so powerful that he could fight evenly against a half-step nether passage expert. He was a monster. A golden spear shot through the air, joining the fray. "Long Chen, return my sons to me." The wielder of this spear was the one Long Chen had just sent flying, Wang Haishan. He had fully recovered and charged back. However, just at that moment, a lithe figure appeared before him. Space twisted strangely, and an invisible blade blocked his path. It sent him flying with a powerful explosive sound. Tang Wan had appeared before him, her white dress fluttering around her. Looking at these experts from the southern Zan region, she announced, "The reason why Long Chen killed your experts was because those people were controlled by Shen Baijian's zither music and were trying to kill him. He acted in self-defense and had no choice but to kill them. This matter, bullshit. We refuse to believe it. You're all just as bad as each other. Who would listen to your nonsense story?" Wang Haishan's rage was further provoked upon being blocked by Tang Wan, and he charged forward once more, his manifestation appearing behind him. "Since you don't want to believe it, then you can die." Tang Wan frowned as she was also enraged. Now she knew why Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain himself. Explaining had no use against these people. They wouldn't listen no matter what. Tang Wan's own manifestation appeared. Within that endless primal chaos was a full moon. Although it was still indistinct, that moon had already formed. When Tang Wan's manifestation appeared, for a single moment, it felt like time was standing still. Tang Wan's invisible blade slashed down. What shocked everyone was that despite Tang Wan'er being miles away from Wang Haishan, and despite there being no sword image or divine runes, this simple slash caused Wang Haishan to suddenly smash his spear forward with a horrified expression. Wang Haishan's spear smashed into the air. An invisible existence sent him flying. As he flew back, blood streamed out of a large cut on his chest. Even the soft armor he wore had been cut through. Startled cries rang out from the southern Zan region's experts. What kind of magical art was this? An invisible, silent attack that came from miles away. I didn't want to kill you, but you are forcing me. Tang Wan'er stood in the sky, looking down on these experts. This was her warning. Everyone, don't be afraid. This kind of magical art is completely heretical. We have to attack together to get vengeance for our disciples. A white-haired elder roared and took out a shield. Light blossomed from the shield, protecting him as he took the lead to charge toward Tang Wan'er. Following his actions, other experts roared as well. Their favorite disciples had been slain, so they had to get vengeance. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Cloud were about to join the battle when their attention was suddenly drawn to a gloomy Tang Wan'er. She slowly pressed her palms against each other. When she pulled them apart, a sphere appeared between her hands. Chapter 1662 Terrifying Expert. That sphere slowly grew as Tang Wan'er spread her hands. It was translucent and sparkling like a crystal, however, when it appeared, time seemed to stand still. Silence drummed in people's ears, and all those experts quivered. They smelled death from that sphere. There were millions of almost imperceptibly tiny runes dancing within that sphere. They were simply swimming around naturally, yet everyone sensed a fatal danger from them. What kind of magical art is that? The southern Zan region's experts were horrified. They were large powerhouses who were dominating the southern Zan region, and they had lived for countless years. But even they had never seen such a terrifying and bizarre magical art. Wind Spirit Moonslash. Tang Wan'er's hands suddenly began to shine as she unleashed her sphere. Rumbling filled the air, breaking the silence. Space and time were torn to shreds, and the world was thrown into chaos. Within the Skywood Divine Palace, the Palace Master and the Elders were watching with shock. How could a soul transformation disciple unleash such a terrifying attack? The Great Era has really arrived. Even the Jade Lake Venerate's 4 great inheritances have been fully inherited after countless years of people only being able to comprehend portions of them. For Tang Wan'er to be able to unleash her wind attribute divine arts just after obtaining her inheritance, she must have mastered part of it. We can finally see the slightest tip of the ancient Jade Lake Venerate's power. The Palace Master sighed emotionally. But Tang Wan'er's magical art doesn't seem like it's using wind energy. The fluctuations are wrong, said one elder. There is a common saying that wind cultivators must cause a huge gale that shakes the land to display their power, but that's just a common saying. Tang Wan'er's magical art has reached the peak of wind, and it returned to a calm state until she unleashed it. This attack is terrifying, said the Palace Master. At this time, Tang Wan'er's attack had reached the southern Zan region's experts. The white-haired elder carrying the divine shield was struck first. The sphere exploded. A vast energy exploded like a volcano. The previously calm sphere had exploded. Millions of tiny wind blades shot out furiously in every direction. The white-haired elder's shield instantly exploded, and the wind blades devoured him, turning him into bloody mist. Even his Yuan spirit was annihilated. She can destroy divine items. The other experts were horrified. They immediately turned around and ran. However, their speed couldn't match the wind blades. They could only unleash their strongest attacks as they fled. Those with divine items were lucky. They only coughed up blood as they were sent flying. However, those who had charged forward to the front without divine items weren't so fortunate. Their bodies were cut through by the wind blades. The unluckiest ones were pierced through the head and died. Tang Wan'er's destructive power was heaven-shaking, and it shocked everyone. If it hadn't been for the white-haired elder's divine shield blocking a portion of the power, it was unknown how many of them would have survived. However, hundreds of Life Star experts were heavily injured, and dozens were killed with this one attack. The survivors looked up in horror at the icy-faced fairy floating in the air. Even Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan were shocked. Tang Wan'er was no longer the old Tang Wan'er. In her current state, she was truly terrifying. She had killed a sect leader who held a divine item, even destroying that divine item. Facing tens of thousands of Life Star experts, Tang Wan'er was completely domineering, like an icy battle goddess. No one dared to take another step forward. On this side, Tang Wan had intimidated all the southern Zan region's experts to the point that none dared to approach again. On the other side, Long Chen was fighting evenly against the half-step netherpassage Han Wancheng. What the southern Zan region's experts couldn't accept was that Long Chen was like a ferocious tiger, and he was the one on the offense, forcing Han Wancheng to retreat time and time again. With his divine ring spinning and 5 stars revolving in his eyes, he leapt forward again, slashing Evilmoon down heavily. Long Chen attacked 3 times, each time stronger than the last. On the third one, Han Wancheng coughed up blood and miserably flew back. He lost. Seeing Han Wancheng fly back, the southern Zan region's experts felt their hearts turn cold. That was a half-step netherpassage expert. He was the one with the highest cultivation base amongst all of them, as well as the strongest. Since he had been forced back by a soul transformation disciple, they couldn't accept it. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. He coldly looked at the shocked and infuriated Han Wancheng. You're only half-step netherpassage, but your arrogance surpasses a netherpassage expert. Is this the tradition of your Han family? Do you have no ability other than bullying others? As expected, the young learned from the old. Back then, Han Feifei had been the same, charging forward tyrannically through a crowd. When someone didn't get out of the way fast enough, her people whipped them. Long Chen looked down on people like her the most. They had superiority complexes that had them always crush others to express their own greatness. Han Wancheng had never expected Long Chen to be so powerful. Even though he had used all his power and magical arts, he was being beaten by Long Chen. What infuriated him the most was that Long Chen didn't compete with him in magical arts. Long Chen was like a scoundrel randomly hacking people with his saber. He didn't give Han Wancheng any opportunity to unleash his ultimate attacks. Regretfully, Han Wancheng was not an Empyrean who could have his Yuan spirit form hand seals for him. That would greatly shorten the amount of time required to cast his magical arts. Suddenly, Han Wancheng's expression changed. He took out a dragon-shaped jade plate from his robes, his anger transforming into joy. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, your death has come. Han Wancheng laughed brazenly as he crushed the jade plate. A pillar of light descended from the sky, and a figure slowly condensed. When the palace master saw that dragon-shaped jade plate, her expression changed. However, she had had no time to warn Chu Yao. A figure slowly appeared within the pillar of light. It was a square-faced dignified middle-aged man in yellow robes and a violet gold crown. He was large and muscular. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and blood-colored runes flowed within his pupils. It was like his sight could pierce a person's soul. When he appeared, the hair all around Long Chen's body stood on end. He already knew who this person was. Without saying a word, the middle-aged man moved through the air, leaving countless afterimages. He appeared in front of Long Chen without anyone seeing how he had moved. Split the heavens 6. Long Chen, who had already started accumulating energy, slashed his saber. HMPH. The middle-aged man snorted and raised a hand to block Long Chen's saber. He broke Long Chen's attack easily with just his palm, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man's body shook ever so slightly from Long Chen's attack, and he was a bit surprised. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. He took another step forward, and the world suddenly lost all its color, leaving behind only white and black. There were no other colors other than black and white. When that happened, all the experts turned pale with terror. Life and death energy. This is a netherpassage expert. Only a netherpassage expert can control this kind of energy. An almighty netherpassage expert actually came to handle Long Chen personally. The experts were all struck dumb. They had never imagined that a netherpassage expert would lower his own status and dignity to attack Long Chen. It had to be known that Long Chen was only a soul transformation disciple. For a netherpassage expert to attack him was elevating Long Chen's status and turning themselves into a laughingstock. The middle-aged man hadn't said a word. When he summoned his life and death domain, everyone felt that only 2 types of energy existed in this world now. One was life, and one was death. Both those energies were under the control of this middle-aged man. Within this domain, he was a god. He decided who lived and who died. There was no way any of them could resist. Long Chen was completely locked down by this life and death energy. He felt like an invisible hand was gripping his throat, and he couldn't even move or resist. Resisting meant death. Space was frozen. Time was still. That middle-aged man coldly walked over to Long Chen, his right hand reaching for Long Chen's neck. Suddenly, Space shook, and an invisible and silent attack came from behind the middle-aged man. It was Tang Wan-er's sneak attack. The middle-aged man didn't even turn around. His left hand reached back, and the wind from the pointing of his finger broke Tang Wan-er's attack. However, just as he crushed Tang Wan-er's attack, the immobile Long Chen suddenly moved. Long Chen's large hand slapped the middle-aged man's face. That clear sound resounded throughout the battlefield. Chapter 1663 Nether Passage Verses. Nether Passage. It happened too suddenly, so suddenly that everyone was dazed. It felt like time was moving slow as they witnessed one of the most shocking sights of their lives. Long Chen's palm slapped across the middle-aged man's face, and that dignified man was forced back several steps by the immense power. As for Long Chen, he used that force to retreat. Just as they separated, a powerful bolt of sword chi slashed through the space where the middle-aged man had just been. It was like a celestial blade, a blade of the starry sky. This attack had been to prevent the middle-aged man's attack. However, it was one step too late, as the middle-aged man had already been slapped back. Long Chen retreated a dozen steps, each of his steps causing the ground to crumble beneath him. Although he was the one who had slapped the middle-aged man, the resulting backlash was still difficult for him to bear. His left hand concealed a nail, which he silently put away. That was what he had originally prepared before he had sensed the sword chi. A life and death domain might be able to restrict everyone else, but it wasn't able to restrict him. He didn't know if it was because he had entered purgatory, but this kind of life and death energy couldn't bind him. Before, just to prepare himself, Long Chen had asked the old patriarch, a nether passage expert, to use his life and death domain against him. At that time, Long Chen hadn't been able to move a finger. However, it was different this time. He didn't know why, but this life and death energy wasn't able to bind him in his place. Therefore, Long Chen had acted like he was completely bound, just waiting for the middle-aged man to approach carelessly. The middle-aged man was truly terrifying. Long Chen had prepared the nail from the gates of hell, however, just as he had been about to use it, he had changed ideas and switched to the slap that he was most proficient in. Long Chen stabilized himself and looked up to see a woman standing in the air. Her sword was still shining with divine light. That attack had come from her. "Greetings, Alliance Head." Long Chen smiled when he saw that woman and respectfully bowed. She was the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Ku Jianying. She had attacked to force back the middle-aged man and save Long Chen. However, Ku Jianying's current expression was very strange. She had been planning to save Long Chen, but Long Chen's slap was outside her expectations. Die. That middle-aged man's dignified face immediately became filled with killing intent, and he pointed a finger. A black and white spear shot out of it, prying apart the void. It was as if all the cosmos's energy was concentrated within this spear, and the laws of life and death revolved around it. This middle-aged man was finally infuriated. "Alliance Head, someone is trying to kill your disciple. You must stand up for your disciple." Long Chen immediately dodged behind Ku Jianying. He knew that this middle-aged man had gone completely crazy. His current cultivation base was too low to block a nether passage expert's attack. Ku Jianying was startled but also found it funny that Long Chen was such a madman. This slap might just shake the Martial Heaven continent. However, at the moment, she had no choice but to focus her attention on the middle-aged man. She also attacked, slashing her sword that also had white and black energy intertwining over it. The attacks of two nether passage experts collided. The explosion of life and death energy caused a huge ripple to spread. Long Chen felt a slight pain in his soul, but it quickly went away. However, in the distance, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others all let out a pained groan and fell from the sky. Their Yuan spirits were in intense pain like they were being torn apart. The other experts were no better off, and they all fell from the sky as well, holding their heads and wailing. Their Yuan spirits had been severely injured. A clash of life and death energy causes shockwaves that are very damaging to Yuan spirits. Fortunately, their Yuan spirits are strong enough. Ordinary soul transformation experts would have been killed, said the palace master. She and the other elders of the Skywood Divine Palace were watching from a distance. "Palace master, those two are?" asked a young elder. She didn't recognize those two and was very curious. "They're both figures that can shake heaven and earth, people with the greatest authority in this world. One is the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Ku Jianying. As for the other, he's the head of the Ancient Family Alliance, Di Long." This will be troublesome. I didn't expect the Jade Lake pageant to disturb two extraordinary existences like them. I don't know how this matter can be settled. If the two of them were to really start fighting, the entire martial heaven continent might become covered in a rain of blood, said the palace master worriedly. Ah, then you mean Long Chen has just slapped the head of the ancient family alliance? Exclaimed the young elder before covering her mouth. The palace master sighed inside. Although she had long since heard that Long Chen dared to do anything, and his ability in causing trouble was unmatched beneath the heavens, an existence that was constantly imitated but never surpassed, she had never expected Long Chen to accomplish a feat never before achieved in all of history. Hu Jianying, I must kill him. If you block me, then from now on, your martial heaven alliance will be enemies with my ancient family alliance. Di Long coldly looked at Ku Jianying. He clasped his arms behind him like a dignified emperor. His voice was like a drum resounding through the air, causing people's ears to shake. It contained unquestionable confidence. From the moment Ku Jianying had seen Long Chen slap Di Long, she had sighed inside. She was currently thinking of how to resolve this enmity. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance was allied with the Ancient Family Alliance. She didn't want to make matters worse. However, Di Long's tone was clearly a kind of order. That provoked her anger as well. She was the leader of the righteous path. Who dared to threaten her? Long Chen is my disciple. No matter what mistake he made, I, Ku Jianying, will help him bear it. If he was really wicked beyond redemption and a disgrace, I would clean up my own door without you interfering. However, if you had someone intentionally provoke and set him up, then you should know my temper. No matter who I should go against, I will get justice for my disciples. Although the time she had known Long Chen was short, Ku Jianying had lived for many years and had seen all sorts of people. She had immediately seen that although Long Chen still possessed the carelessness and temper of youth, he was not an untrustworthy person. It was the opposite. He was someone very worthy of her trust and confidence. Di Long's expression immediately sank. Ku Jianying's attitude was clearly one of not giving a single inch. Reporting to the alliance head, Long Chen viciously slaughtered all the attending disciples of the southern Zan region in the Jade Lake sacred land. You have to get justice for us. An elder walked over, quivering. He was the southern branch master of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His descendants had also died in the Jade Lake sacred land. Is this true? Ku Jianying was startled. Long Chen has already personally admitted to it. How could it be false? Sneered Han Wanchang. Long Chen, is it true? Ku Jianying barked at Long Chen. Well, I suppose. It's possible. That it's likely. Maybe. True. Long Chen didn't know how to reply. Ku Jianying was enraged. Let me first declare that they wanted to kill me, and I had no choice but to fight back. It was well within the bounds of self-defense. Long Chen hastily expressed his innocence. Tell us clearly. With no evil smile, raged Ku Jianying. Only now did Long Chen narrate everything that had happened in the Jade Lake sacred land, including the trap that Di Xin and Shen Baijin had laid for him right from the start. When Long Chen had still managed to fight back, Shen Baijin had used devil music to control the southern Zan region's experts to attack the Pill Fairy, Tang Wan and the others. In the end, they had all died to his star fall. What nonsense. We only have your word and one side of the story. Who could believe such a thing? Roared an expert. It's because you wouldn't believe me that I didn't say anything. However, since the alliance head ordered me, I had no choice. Long Chen shrugged indifferently. You shameless bastard. You killed so many people and still want to act innocent. You're the most shameless bastard in this world. The elusive Music Immortal Palace is one of the protectors of the continent. They have a mission to protect the Martial Heaven continent, so how could they be so sinister? You definitely tried to kill someone for their treasures and then silenced others by killing them. Long Chen, how sinister. If you don't die, the heavens won't be able to rest. We refuse to believe Long Chen's one-sided story. Furthermore, even if they were controlled, how could you kill the innocents? They had lost their minds, but you still killed them. How vicious is your heart? Are you even human? The southern Zan region's experts' roars surged out in waves, each louder than the last. Are you joking? They wanted to kill us. How did we become the vicious ones for killing them? You must have a mental illness. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. Slut, shut your mouth. We have to kill Long Chen as vengeance for those departed souls. Otherwise, they'll never be able to rest in peace. Long Chen must die. Lu Ruyan's words provoked those experts' fury even further. I just knew that talking reasonably had no use. That's why I couldn't even be bothered to try. As I said before, either fight or fuck off. Long Chen then turned to Ku Jianying. Alliance head, now you know what happened. I don't like causing trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. No matter who tries to kill me, I will fight back with my full power. Right now, as long as you can stall that fellow for 1 incense stick's worth of time, I will make sure these noisy people never open their mouths again. Alliance head, just give me the order. Hearing that, those cursing experts immediately shut their mouths. It felt like a blade was pressed against their throats. Everyone was deathly silent. Chapter 1664. There's no cure. How could they not be afraid? They were already intimidated by Tang Wan-er's previous attack. When Di Long came, that powerful support made them start shouting for their deaths. However, once Long Chen said this, they all turned green. If Ku Jianying tied down Di Long, then with how tough Long Chen and the others were, who could stop them? Han Wancheng wasn't even able to stop Long Chen, while Tang Wan-er was even more terrifying. Then there was Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Cloud, and Lu Ruyan who hadn't attacked yet. Who knew how powerful their trump cards were? If they started fighting, then their numbers wouldn't save these people. It would probably be a complete collapse on their part. The people who had been cursing the loudest were all mute. If a fight really started, they were afraid of being the first ones targeted by Long Chen and the others. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for them then. What an arrogant tone. You should be fortunate you've been in the Eastern Zon region all this time. If you came to the Central Zon region, you'd have long since lost your life to that arrogance. Shouted Di Long. That really is true. The Central Zon region has so many impressively shameless people. Why, even a Grand Nether Passage expert personally came to attack me, a little soul transformation disciple. Dying from shame would have been quite normal. I really admire experts who condense all their life's cultivation base into thickening their skin. Just now, my hand even hurt having slapped such thick skin. Admirable, really admirable, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen looked coldly at Di Long. Even after considering what he had done in the Jade Lake Sacred Land, for a Nether Passage expert to actually chase him across regions was far too shameless. The power of Long Chen's words was not one whit lower than the power of his slap. Di Long was shaking with rage. Di Shin's 9-line soul calming jade was a life-protecting talisman with Di Long's spiritual mark, allowing Di Long to open a spatial channel through it to launch an attack through space and annihilate Di Shin's enemies. However, Di Long had been too careless in the Jade Lake Sacred Land. He hadn't activated his life and death energy to seal space, allowing Tang Wan-er to save them. His attack also roused the core of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, and that core had launched an attack to destroy the spatial channel he had created. Fortunately, the southern branch master of the ancient family alliance, Han Wancheng, had a jade plate that Di Long could use to give him direct orders. He had charged his way over here to kill Long Chen immediately, but regretfully, Ku Jianying had also come. The fact that he hadn't managed to subdue Long Chen and had instead been slapped in the face was the greatest humiliation of Di Long's life. He, a Grand Nether Passage expert, had attacked a soul transformation disciple. That in itself was already extremely humiliating. The slap was even worse. Now, these words were like another slap in his face. Even with Di Long's calm, veins bulged on his forehead. Long Chen, don't say random things, shouted Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying was actually very apprehensive toward Di Long. Unless she had no choice, she would rather not become hostile with him. Di Long, this is a misunderstanding. I understand Long Chen's character, and he has always disdained to lie. I trust what he's saying. Furthermore, that girl from Pill Valley can also testify to it. If Long Chen was lying, he'd quickly be exposed, so he has no reason to lie. Although it might have been a bit vicious to kill those experts, have you considered what you would do if you had been in his place? He and his wife's lives were in danger. If you were in his place, would you just let them die in front of you, or would you protect them? Don't tell me that he could have switched to a different method to have his cake and eat it too. In that kind of critical moment, protecting his own side is an instinct, and that's not wrong. The wrong doesn't lie with Long Chen, but with Shen Baijin and Di Shin. Di Long, someone with such a respected status like you wouldn't refuse to admit to this, right? Ku Jianying turned to Di Long. Di Long's expression was gloomy. He had looked over what had happened before coming here. This matter truly had Shen Baijin and Di Shin to blame. They were the pens who had taken the initiative to provoke Long Chen. With his status, he couldn't just lie bald-faced. However, to have him admit that this matter was Di Xin's fault was definitely impossible. If he admitted to that, his previous attack against Long Chen would become the conduct of a despicable, petty little person. I'm still not clear on the whole sequence of events. Di Xin has fallen unconscious, and I came over this time mostly to ask Long Chen for the antidote. Long Chen, if you hand over the antidote and my son survives, there will still be room for discussion. If my son dies, then no matter what your reason is, don't even think about getting away alive. Shouted Di Long while pointing at Long Chen. The antidote. Hu Jianying and the others were startled. What antidote? Long Chen had merely said that he had injured Di Xin and made him flee. He hadn't said anything about poison. In the face of Di Long's threat, Long Chen suddenly laughed. What a great, unreasonable excuse. Yes, it's truly domineering enough. Then I'll tell you, this thing has no cure. Your son's life and death will just depend on how many sins he has committed in this life. Other than that, don't point your finger at me, as that's very rude. Don't think of me as just some insignificant soul transformation rookie. If you provoke me, you'll find your nest burned to the ground. Long Chen was really angry now. He had been stifling his anger ever since this old bastard had almost killed him, and now this old bastard was threatening him again. What made him lose his temper was Di Long saying, no matter your reason. In other words, even if Di Xin was the one in the wrong, he would kill Long Chen. In what world was that reasonable? Long Chen was completely infuriated. If Di Long said anything more, he decided that he would have his next tribulation in the headquarters of the ancient family alliance. Brat, your arrogance is soaring. Di Long laughed furiously. In all his life, this was his first time hearing someone say such a thing to him, and it was someone he could kill with the wave of a hand at that. Long Chen, don't mess around. What poison is affecting Di Xin? If you have the antidote, hand it over. This isn't the time to be messing around, ordered Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying knew Di Xin's name. He was the most spoiled of Di Long's sons. That wasn't just because of his talent, but because Di Xin's mother was an extremely large figure in her own right. Even Di Long had to concede to her somewhat. Although Long Chen had slain the southern Zan region's top disciples, the fault stemmed from the elusive music immortal palace, and it would be carried by them. That way, Long Chen's responsibility for this matter would shrink. However, if Di Xin died, this matter would grow even bigger to the point that even Ku Jianying was apprehensive of the consequences. That was why she wanted Long Chen to hand over the antidote. After all, he was an alchemist, and refining some poison pills wasn't difficult for him. Alliance head, there really is no antidote, as that thing wasn't brewed by me. It is something I obtained in a strange place. Even I don't know its origins, answered Long Chen respectfully. After all, Ku Jianying was the old man's close friend. Long Chen viewed her as an aunt. If he dared to be rude to her, the old man would come flying back from the Nether Passage realm and give him a spanking. Furthermore, Ku Jianying viewed Long Chen as family. Long Chen was fearless toward other experts, but he had to be respectful in this kind of relationship. Nonsense. That thing contains boundless death chi that even invades a person's yuan spirit. How could you possibly not know what it is? If you didn't know, you'd have long since been poisoned to death. Roared Di Long furiously. He was extremely anxious. Although he had invited expert healers, he hadn't received any news about their results. They had most likely yet to find a way to control the poison. If Di Long had wanted Long Chen dead from the start, Long Chen would have long since died. What he wanted was to capture Long Chen and force him to hand over the antidote. That was what resulted in Di Long being slapped. But now wasn't the time to quibble about that. Getting the antidote was a more pressing matter. Ku Jianying was also anxious now. This was no joking matter. But looking at Long Chen's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. She couldn't help but ask, where did you get it then? It's this. Long Chen took out a jade bottle and handed it to Ku Jianying. When Ku Jianying opened the bottle, her expression completely changed. This is. She recognized this. When she had gone into the netherworld, she had used a spiritual seal to preserve her memories before the gates of hell. Although she hadn't crossed the Black Lake, she had seen the black waterfall in the whirlpool, and she still remembered the death chi that came from it. Seeing this death spirit water, she was filled with disbelief. Well, what is it? Demanded Di Long. Ku Jianying handed the bottle to Di Long. Although Ku Jianying knew what it was, she didn't press Long Chen for answers. She didn't even use a spiritual message as she was afraid of Di Long sensing it. What is this? How can it have such a dense death aura? This kind of sinister thing is something only the corrupt path could have. Speak, are you colluding with the corrupt path? Di Long saw a dozen drops of the death spirit water inside the bottle. Even he sensed danger from it. It was no wonder Di Xin hadn't been able to block it. Can you think before speaking? Is your head only there to eat crap? Even if I wanted to collude with the corrupt path, would they collude with me? Sneered Long Chen. His huge, irreconcilable enmity with the corrupt path was well known. The corrupt path wished to kill him in the most painful way possible. Him colluding with them was a huge joke. Although Tang Wan'er knew that now definitely wasn't the time to laugh, a chuckle still managed to escape from her lips. Meng Qi and Chu Yao were bitterly enduring. Lu Ruyan's expression was as icy as ever, while Cloud was too pure to understand what was happening. Long Chen, don't be rude. Hu Jianying also wanted to laugh. This little brat's cursing skill was quite amazing, however, she managed to endure it. Perhaps my Skywood Divine Palace can help with this matter. In the midst of this extremely awkward atmosphere, the Palace Master slowly entered the conversation. Chapter 1665 Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree. The Palace Master of the Skywood Divine Palace walked over and bowed slightly toward Ku Jianying and Di Long. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base, status, or seniority, she was not on the same level as them, so she had to greet them as a junior. Palace Master, you have a way. Wonderful. Ku Jianying was delighted. As long as Di Xin didn't die, things would be easy to handle. I'll have to thank you for this. If you can really guarantee that my son will be fine, I, Di Long, will owe you a favor. Di Long's expression also softened. The Palace Master shook her head slightly. She received the jade bottle from Di Long and sniffed it lightly. This is no evil water. It is something condensed by death energy. Rather than saying it is poison, it would be better to call it a manifestation of Allah. Long Chen is correct. There is no way to resolve this kind of energy. My Skywood Divine Palace has a Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree that I can lend to you. With its life energy, it can dilute this death energy. However, I would estimate that even the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree would only be able to suppress it, actually expelling it would be very difficult. Nevertheless, I'm confident that as long as it can be suppressed, you have your own way to expel it, correct? Yes, as long as it can be suppressed, everything will be easier to handle, said Di Long hastily. A translucent sphere appeared in the Palace Master's hand. What startled Long Chen was that this little sphere contained a giant space. Within it was a tree. That tree was extremely strange. It was clearly a heaven-soaring tree with only 3 branches, each with only 1 leaf. It was like a sapling that had just sprouted. Although it was encased in its own mysterious barrier, Long Chen could still sense endless life energy coming from it. Just breathing it in relaxed one's whole body. This was definitely a treasure. This is the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree. These trees have gone extinct on the Martial Heaven continent, and only my Skywood Divine Palace has 3 of them left. Today, I will lend you one so that young Master Di Xin can be cured earlier. Let us exchange hostility for friendship. The reason the Palace Master was lending Di Long the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree was twofold. One reason was because this matter had occurred in the Skywood Divine Palace, and as the host, she couldn't stay out of it. The other reason was because she truly did not want to see the Martial Heaven Alliance start fighting the Ancient Family Alliance. If these 2 large forces started a fight, rivers of blood would flow. No one would be able to suppress the corrupt path. The Martial Heaven continent had entered the Great Era, and heavenly geniuses were springing up like young bamboo after rain. Powerful existences were rising all at the same time. There was the corrupt path right in front of them, while there were also neutral forces like the ancient races, Zon beasts, Bloodkill Hall, and more. They were like tigers lying in wait. The righteous path had internal troubles and plenty of external ones as well. Many thanks for your assistance. Once my son is healed, I will definitely come personally to thank you. Di Long received the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree. He was about to leave. Hold it, said Ku Jianying. What, could it be that you wish to exchange a few pointers against me? Seeing Ku Jianying block him, Di Long's suppressed rage flared once more. There's no need for that. You are just a clone and don't have the qualifications to challenge me, said Ku Jianying coldly. I'm simply asking how you plan on handling this matter. That elusive music Immortal Palace's Shen Baijin was so malicious. Although Long Chen killed her already, This huge calamity the southern Zan region went through was all caused by the elusive music immortal palace. Are you not planning on demanding an explanation from them? The matter of the Jade Lake sacred land was too huge. The responsibility would have to be borne by someone. Otherwise, if things were simply left like this, it would make her, the Alliance head, appear useless. This matter was caused by Long Chen, so the responsibility should be borne by the Martial Heaven Alliance. It has nothing to do with my ancient family alliance. We are only victims, sneered Di Long. Hu Jianying's meaning was clear. The two of them should go find the elusive music immortal palace for an explanation. It was their disciple that had caused this, so they had to accept the responsibility. Whether it was compensation or just an apology, they had to follow through. However, the elusive music immortal palace's foundation was frightening, and they were also one of the protectors of the Martial Heaven continent. Even Ku Jianying didn't want to offend them, so she wanted to pull Di Long in. However, Di Long actually refused, pushing the responsibility onto Ku Jianying, even saying that she was at fault. How could she possibly accept that while he acted like the victim? Bullshit, we're the victims. Don't tell me that if Long Chen and Di Xin's positions were reversed, you would say Di Xin was at fault for striking back at Long Chen. How did it become our responsibility? Raged Ku Jianying. Di Long indifferently said, as far as I'm concerned, this whole disaster originated from Long Chen. Shen Baijian's love for him turned into hatred. As for what Long Chen did to Shen Baijian, who knows? How he played with her emotions is impossible to know. Shen Baijian is one of the elusive music immortal palace's top 2 disciples, so she's definitely no fool. For her to do something so crazy, can you say for sure it's unrelated to Long Chen? Who would believe that? Long Chen didn't properly handle his own relationships, implicating everyone else. Even if he had to act out of self-defense to kill those people, he also has unavoidable responsibility for their deaths. As for my ancient family alliance and the other sects, they're the real victims. You and the elusive music immortal palace are the ones who have to take responsibility for this matter. I have no time to waste talking to you. If my son is healed, then I'll leave this be, but if anything happens to him, you should just wait to endure my rage. Di Long became covered in divine runes. Space twisted around him as he vanished from everyone's sight. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Di Long left, leaving all the responsibility on Ku Jianying, making her break out cursing. The southern Zan region's experts didn't dare to make a sound. They were all old foxes and saw that this was a competition of power between two huge hegemons. They knew that with Ku Jianying present, killing Long Chen as vengeance for their disciples was an impossibility. The ones to blame were clear. The majority of the blame fell to the elusive music immortal palace. As for Long Chen, he had a bit of the blame, but it was very small. Just that little bit wasn't enough for them to demand his death. These experts were infuriated. Their disciples were all killed, but they didn't know who they were supposed to find for vengeance. Di Long had left. Even without Ku Jianying present, they wouldn't dare to try and kill Long Chen. That was purely courting death. They all looked at each other. In the end, they silently left. Staying here was meaningless, as it would only make them lose more face. Alliance head, the southern branch master of the Martial Heaven Alliance came forward respectfully. You can go, I'll handle this. Ku Jianying flapped her hand. In the end, all those experts left, leaving behind only Ku Jianying, the Skywood Divine Palace's master, as well as Long Chen and the others. Ku Jianying's expression was frighteningly dark. She slowly turned to look at Long Chen, who immediately felt a chill and put on a hasty smile. Alliance head, hello. After several months, you've grown even more beautiful, Aya. Long Chen was in the midst of carefully sucking up when Ku Jianying's hand reached out like lightning, grabbing his ear and twisting. Ow, it hurts. Alliance head, it hurts. Alliance head, I was wrong. Long Chen didn't know what Ku Jianying was doing, but it felt like a needle was stabbing his ear. Little brat, you don't feel shame crying it hurts. I'm the one with the headache. Ku Jianying ignored Long Chen's pleas for mercy. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others couldn't help but find it funny upon seeing Long Chen in such a miserable plight for the first time. Alliance head, my wives are right there. They'll get jealous of your unsuitable actions. Cried Long Chen. Bullshit, I'm old enough to be your great-grandaunt. Furthermore, just based on my relationship with your old man, you'd have to call me auntie. What would they get jealous of? Raged Ku Jianying. Aunt, do your best. We definitely won't get jealous. It just so happens we want to learn your great techniques. Please, go ahead and show them all so we can learn. Tang Wan immediately walked forward with an excited smile. Wan, I have always loved you so much, but you. Long Chen didn't even know how he was supposed to express his indignation and grief. HMPH, who asked you to be so fickle-hearted? Tang Wan sniffed and turned her nose up at him. Seeing the usually threatening Long Chen like a little cat in Ku Jianying's hand, Meng Qi and the others heartlessly laughed. Senior Ku, why don't you come and have a seat in the Skywood Divine Palace? Said the palace master. No, I have a crapload of things to handle, and this little brat just gave me even more things to do. Fuck, I'm pissed. Ku Jianying twisted her hand harder, making Long Chen shout louder. Ku Jianying was truly powerful, but it actually wasn't enough to make Long Chen so miserable. However, Long Chen knew that since Ku Jianying was helping him handle this matter, it would be best to let her vent. If he didn't act pitiable, who knew whether she would switch to an even worse punishment? Ku Jianying had the same temper as the old man. If he acted too manly now, he didn't know whether his butt would be turning a bright shade of red in a bit or not. A man who knew how to bend flexibly was a proper man. The palace master nodded and walked over to Chu Yao. She tidied Chu Yao's hair a bit and gently said, "You're a kind child. To tell the truth, I am really unwilling to let you enter a world filled with blood. Master, good child, the baby bird grows each day in the nest so that it can one day soar through the sky. This day will come sooner or later. It was my fault for saying these things that shouldn't be said. Take care of yourself. Although you aren't a disciple of the Skywood Divine Palace anymore, I will forever be your master. If you are tired one day, come and find me." Although the palace master did her best to control herself, her eyes reddened. After saying that, she turned and left. Looking at her back, Chu Yao's tears streamed down her face. Meng Qi and Tang Wan could only comfort her. "Let's find somewhere quiet so I can properly put you in your place." Ku Jianying finally released Long Chen, but her expression was still very fierce. Chapter 1666 The Eastern Zan Region's Crisis. They left the Skywood Divine Palace and flew on a flying boat for an hour before stopping in a secluded mountain range. "Brat, where did you get that black water?" Ku Jianying looked at Long Chen. She had been really shocked. She almost didn't believe it. Tang Wan and the others were also curious. They had seen how terrifying that black water was, and Chu Yao especially had felt great fear for it. That was an instinctive repulsion. They all looked at Long Chen intently, wanting to know. "In truth, you know what it is." "Your guess is correct," said Long Chen. "Then you mean? Don't tell me that." Ku Jianying immediately thought of a possibility. However, that was even harder to believe. "Hee, the old man brought me in for a stroll. You know that hard-working men like us have to help each other." Ku Jianying cursed, "That old bastard, he brought a little bastard like you in. Do you both want to lose your lives?" Although Long Chen was alive and well, she still felt it was crazy that Long Chen had entered the netherworld with the old man. What pissed her off the most was that, disregarding Long Chen who was still young, the old man had actually agreed to do something so foolish. "Long Chen, what are you talking about?" asked Meng Qi. "Can I tell the truth?" Long Chen looked at Ku Jianying. "They are the people closest to you. Whether you say it or not, they are affected by your karma. Why would your guts only shrink now?" snorted Ku Jianying irritably. Long Chen laughed mischievously and explained how he had gone into the netherworld with the old man. However, he didn't dare to mention anything about purgatory. Of course, he also didn't mention xianxia to avoid Tang Wan beating him out of jealousy. Long Chen didn't say how much death spirit water he had. He only said that he had used it against Di Xin. In any case, Long Chen didn't care about Di Xin. With the death spirit water, Long Chen could easily play him to death, so Long Chen had already removed Di Xin from the list of people he had to kill. "You are both crazy." Ku Jianying shook her head. She could only give this appropriate evaluation. "Alliance head, do you really not remember anything about things past the gates of hell?" asked Meng Qi. Ku Jianying shook her head. "No, not even a trace. Although I properly segmented my memories and sealed them using a secret art, the majority of them were still fully erased. I have shown you what I managed to retain, which is what happened before the gates of hell. Perhaps this is just a kind of law that cannot be stopped. However, even when it comes to things outside the gates of hell, if there's no need to, it would be best if you didn't spread it." Even that has karmic implications. They all nodded. This was a kind of law above the heavenly Taos, a law related to the riddles of life and death. They had to be respectful of it. Alliance head, did you come specifically to save me? Probed Long Chen. TCH, I'm not a god. How could I know you would provoke such a calamity? As soon as this was mentioned, Ku Jianying's fire was stoked. Alliance head, calm down. You don't want to get an ulcer. Meng Qi and Chu Yao hastily tried to calm her down. Seeing them hold Ku Jianying back, Long Chen felt grateful. This was what a family should do. You little brat, you really piss me off this time. The matter of the Eastern Zon region isn't even fully settled yet, but you already caused such a thing in the Southern Zon region. Will you die if you don't cause any trouble? Ku Jianying glared at Long Chen. But this wasn't my fault. If it was the old man or even you in my place, you would have annihilated those sect leaders who came at the end, right? So I've already done well. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Although he wasn't sure about Ku Jianying, he knew that if it was the old man, he would have immediately exploded when the explanation didn't work and killed all those people. Brat, do you think I'm so unreasonable? Raged Ku Jianying. Long Chen looked at Ku Jianying without saying anything. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others also looked at her oddly. Clearly, when Ku Jianying's fury was provoked, she wasn't that reasonable. Only, when she saw those odd expressions did Ku Jianying's expression soften. I received notice from the Devil Abyss that the barrier between worlds is continuing to weaken. The channel in the Devil Abyss is slowly opening. When the time comes, all 5 regions in the Central Plains will face an attack at the same time. As long as there are defenders, this isn't particularly difficult to deal with. However, the Eastern Zon region's experts have practically been annihilated by you. Just what is the Eastern Zon region supposed to bring out to defend with? Furthermore, all the Eastern Zon region's sects are heavily injured, and when I went to alert them that they were to gather their forces to face the devil race, they said they had no one available and capable of fighting a battle on that level. They even said since the Dragonblood Legion thought itself unrivaled, I should just send the Dragonblood Legion and that would be enough. Fuck, not only are the Martial Heaven Alliance's direct subordinates acting like this, but even the Ancient Family Alliance is making excuses. I went to the Xuantian Dao sect to find you, but Li Tianxuan said you came to the Jade Lake pageant. I had a bad feeling as soon as I heard that and rushed over just in time. But now you've really done it. Not only does this problem exist in the Eastern Zon region, but even the Southern Zon region is gravely wounded. Little brat, even conners don't con people like this. Ku Jianying had a belly full of fire but was helpless about it. She could only blame her own unfortunate fate. How did she end up with such a troublesome subordinate? Not only were the Southern Zon region's elites annihilated, but Long Chen had also slapped Di Long in the face. Right now, Di Long had no time to bother with Long Chen as he was in a rush to save his son, but once he had time, he would definitely come back. After all, he was a Nether Passage expert and the leader of the Ancient Family Alliance. Having been slapped, if he didn't kill Long Chen, he would never be able to leave his room with his head raised again. Thinking of that, Ku Jianying had an urge to die. One hole had yet to be filled before Long Chen gave her a new one. I won't accept responsibility for what happened in the Southern Zon region. That's Shen Baijian's problem, so you should leave it to the elusive Music Immortal Palace. As for the Eastern Zon region, can I ask one question? If I can handle the invading devil race on my own, all the rewards for doing so will be mine, correct? As soon as Long Chen mentioned rewards, his eyes began to shine. He currently needed a great deal of money to reconstruct the Xuantian Dao sect. Seeing that unscrupulous expression, with his eyes practically shining like spirit crystals, Ku Jianying snorted, if you could handle the devil race on your own, then all the Eastern Zon region's rewards would go to you. But you don't have that ability. Really, even if I'm not enough, I still have my Dragonblood Legion. We can definitely overcome any adversaries. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. You're thinking too simply. The Martial Heaven continent might have entered a great era, but this is a chain reaction. The devil race's side is also entering their great era. While our side gains experts in droves, their side is also growing in power. The devil race must be giving rise to powerful geniuses. Furthermore, this eruption of the Devil Abyss will be unprecedented. You know about your Xuantian Dao sect's Devil Abyss, correct? That's just one channel given to your Xuantian Dao sect to defend. All the large sects have their own branch that they are protecting. Tens of thousands of sects are working together, spreading out the devil race and blocking them. However, there will be no way to control the upcoming eruption. You'll have to go down the main channel to fight. If the devil race's army manages to charge out of the channel, Life Star experts will be able to kill them, and there are also formations present to stop them. However, only soul transformation experts and below can enter the channel. 10,000 of your Dragonblood warriors is just a drop in the bucket compared to the endless devil race army. You have no idea how terrifying they are. The reason these sects are refusing to help definitely has the shadow of Pill Valley behind it. They are choosing to watch by the sidelines so they can laugh while the devil army charges past you in the main channel, and now you actually say such a thing. Tell me, are you asking for a beating? Alliance head, I don't know what that devil race army is, but the main point is money. As long as there's money, you can rest assured that I can handle the Eastern Zon region's side. I guarantee to handle it perfectly, said Long Chen confidently. Really? Hu Jianying was a bit surprised to see him so confident. She was no longer so sullen. How could I dare to lie to you? Hee. However, as family, you should know how to repay me for handling the entire Eastern Zon region. Little brat, who's your family? However, if you really can handle it alone, then I guarantee to give you a reward based on how many devil creatures you kill, promised Ku Jianying. Good, then just watch. I'll handle this so perfectly that… about that, I am a bit tight on cash recently. Can you give me a tiny advance on that reward? Long Chen bashfully smiled and extended a hand. Scram, you haven't even done anything, and you want a reward. As if. Ku Jianying slapped Long Chen's hand away, causing Meng Qi and the others to laugh. Alright, you should return to the Eastern Zon region and prepare yourselves for the eruption of the Devil Abyss. I'm going to take a trip to the elusive Music Immortal Palace. I'll have to ask what exactly they were doing. When she mentioned the elusive Music Immortal Palace, Ku Jianying's expression sank again. Chapter 1667 Sudden Danger. Ku Jianying left. Matters like defending against the invasion of the devil race were the responsibility of the Martial Heaven Alliance. This was the convention followed for countless years. However, now there were problems. That was due to the fracturing between the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Ancient Family Alliance. The main cause of this fracture was Long Chen. Last time, the two sides had started becoming unhappy after the dragon slaughtering convention. Back then, due to Pill Valley pulling the strings behind the scenes, although the two didn't start a fight, the crack between them had been formed. As for this time, even two huge hegemons like Di Long and Ku Jianying had gone face to face. The Ancient Family Alliance might stop supporting the Martial Heaven continent because of it. This was all caused by Shen Baijin. Ku Jianying definitely had to go to have a conversation with the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Once Ku Jianying left, Long Chen obediently used a flying boat to travel toward the Eastern Zon region. However, there was now one person missing. Lu Ruyan had returned to Chu Yao's spiritual space. It was unknown if it was because she didn't like looking at Long Chen that she left. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Cloud were all talking and laughing. Cloud was holding Long Chen's arm. Cloud had just learned how to transform and was still learning how the human race conversed. Sometimes, she would suddenly say something bizarre that made them laugh. Cloud would often blush and try to listen more. Long Chen, I've obtained the Wind Inheritance. My future accomplishments will have no limit, so you should treat me a bit better in the future so that I look after you. Tang Wan suddenly patted Long Chen on the shoulder in a carefree manner, looking like she was no longer the old Tang Wan. Tang Wan had clearly lost her old suppressed resentment and gained confidence as well as optimism. This was the result of her power shooting up. Is that so? Since a heroine has opened her chest to me, I won't be courteous. Long Chen laughed mischievously and hugged Tang Wan. What are you doing? Cried Tang Wan. I'm expressing how people should speak from the heart, laughed Long Chen. Then, you're touching my heart. Hurry up and let go. Although she had done similar intimate acts with Long Chen, those were in private and certainly not in broad daylight with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Cloud watching. Her whole body felt soft as she didn't know how to resist. The previously intimidating bad wolf had now become a cute little rabbit. Tang Wan was as red as an apple as she fled. Chu Yao and Meng Qi were also red. They cursed Long Chen for being a rogue and doing something so immoral. Long Chen laughed, very pleased with himself. He had finally gotten some revenge. When Ku Jianying had been punishing him, Tang Wan had looked so pleased. Now he finally took back the advantage. He found that when it came to women, as long as he was shameless enough, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Long Chen, don't mess around. Cloud is still a child, and it's broad daylight, scolded Meng Qi. Broad daylight, Meng Qi, are you telling me it's alright at night? Long Chen laughed wickedly. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er all turned red upon seeing his perverted expression. Long Chen, you scoundrel. How can you be so shameless? The three of them raised their fists at the same time and gave Long Chen a flurry of punches. Long Chen laughed, completely pleased with himself. How is this shameless? Look at the nice mountains and water, the white clouds in the sky. With such beautiful women beside me, isn't it very natural to start fantasizing? Laughed Long Chen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Tang Wan'er immediately turned hostile and glared at him. Little brat, as expected, you're thinking about other women. What are you talking about? Asked a startled Long Chen. You think you can trick me? You clearly like that Han Feifei. Could it be you like her so much that even though she's already dead, you're still thinking about her? Speak, why do you want to fantasize about her? Tang Wan'er grabbed Long Chen fiercely. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He had just randomly said something, and Tang Wan'er had ended up connecting that to Han Feifei. Where did that come from? Meng Qi and Chu Yao laughed. They knew Tang Wan'er was intentionally finding trouble for Long Chen. After laughing, Tang Wan'er suddenly asked, Long Chen, you said that you have a method to upgrade our Yuan spirits. Is that true or not? We also want a powerful Yuan spirit like yours. When Long Chen's Yuan spirit was mentioned, they all looked at him enviously. That was their first time seeing Long Chen's Yuan spirit come out and fight. He had actually gone against a divine item barehanded. Hee, let me show you something. Long Chen closed the windows of the flying boat and took out a large stone. When they saw that stone, Meng Qi was the first to let out a startled cry. Her soul energy was the strongest, so she could directly sense the vast spiritual strength within this blood-colored crystal. That spiritual strength was boundless like a sea, and its purity had reached a kind of pinnacle. Even her own spiritual strength was starting to surge just from being this close to it. Her soul energy was already starting to show signs of rising without even trying to absorb it. What? What is this? Meng Qi was startled and delighted. The spiritual strength within this stone could actually be absorbed without any resistance. This was huge to Meng Qi. It had to be known that a person's spiritual strength normally had to be upgraded passively. It was mainly based on one's natural talent. Hard work had a limit when it came to spiritual strength. Natural treasures that could increase a person's spiritual strength this much were incredibly rare. The exceptions were things from the corrupt path, which were made by extracting other people's souls. However, absorbing those also resulted in absorbing a terrifying amount of resentment. As your soul energy increased, you would also become bloodthirsty and crazy. So upgrading one's spiritual strength was far too difficult. Spiritual strength was the main foundation for nourishing the Yuan spirit. Someone with weak spiritual strength couldn't possibly have a powerful Yuan spirit. After all, the size of the water decided how large a fish could be raised. There was no such thing as a whale raised in a washbowl. This is a blood soul stone. I got it from the netherworld. Long Chen had kept this information back from Ku Jianying. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but that sometimes when he was about to say certain things, he would feel a vague unease. He guessed that it might involve some kind of karma. However, he didn't feel a similar kind of danger when it came to Meng Qi and the others, so he told the truth. The spiritual strength inside is as vast as a sea. It will allow us to increase our spiritual strength by a whole level. That will make our attacks even sharper, said Tang Wan'er excitedly. If it was just a matter of increasing spiritual strength, I wouldn't have taken the risk to get it. This blood soul stone is the only treasure that can allow someone to recondense their Yuan spirit. The energy inside it is split between blood and soul. However, after being cleansed and purified, these two kinds of energy can be directly absorbed without the slightest flaws. As long as you have enough spiritual Yuan, by absorbing these two kinds of energy, you can recondense your essence, qi, and soul to upgrade your Yuan spirit. It can be said that this blood soul stone is a heaven-defying treasure, said Long Chen. For this blood soul stone, Long Chen had almost lost his life. The information about it was something xianxia had taught him. Her Aldeval star field produced this thing, so she had plenty of experience with it. Recondense our Yuan spirit, then can our Yuan spirits become as powerful as yours? asked Tang Wan. I don't know. It will be based on each person's limit, said Long Chen truthfully. Back when Xie Qianxin had been present, he had asked that very question, and her reply was that recondensing the Yuan spirit the second time would make it reach its strongest possible state. However, putting it another way, it meant that it would allow the Yuan spirit to grow to its limit. A tree might grow to 300 meters, but a sunflower couldn't possibly reach the same height no matter how many times you tried planting it. So since each person's innate talent was different, it would be based on their potential. Well, when I condensed my Yuan spirit, I had 8,700,000 primordial runes. Doesn't that mean my limit won't be much higher? Tang Wan couldn't help being disappointed. 8,700,000 was a shocking number, but beside Tang Wan was Chu Yao, who possessed an even stronger soul and had condensed 19 million runes. As for Meng Qi, she was even more terrifying, having condensed 47 million runes. Amongst the three of them, Tang Wan's soul was the weakest. Not only that, but her cultivation base, combat power, and Yuan spirit had been the weakest amongst them, making her feel inferior. That was why Meng Qi had called Long Chen over to make sure that Tang Wan could obtain the wind inheritance no matter what. Otherwise, it might have formed a heart devil in her. However, although she had obtained the wind inheritance, having such a weak Yuan spirit still displeased Tang Wan. Meng Qi sensed that and changed the subject. Long Chen, how many primordial runes did you have when you condensed your Yuan spirit? Me, I'm embarrassed to say. Tell us, we aren't afraid of receiving an impact. Meng Qi winked, her meaning clear. Having all three of them receive an impact was much better than just Tang Wan feeling inferior. Well, the main thing was that they were truly curious about how many runes Long Chen had condensed. Long Chen gave Meng Qi a thumbs up inside. My Yuan spirit didn't have that many primordial runes. It's actually a bit embarrassing to say it. Back then, I wasn't too confident and only randomly condensed it. Now I regret it. I should have tried to condense more, sighed Long Chen regretfully. You didn't use your full power at that time. Are you a fool? How could you get sloppy when it came to something as major as condensing a Yuan spirit? Demanded Tang Wan. Meaning Qi smiled slightly. She understood Long Chen far too well, and as expected, Long Chen shrugged and helplessly said, back then, I felt that 1,080,000,000 primordial runes were enough, so I stopped trying. 1,080,000,000. Although Meng Qi was prepared, even she was stunned by this number. Tang Wan was stunned, and she suddenly beat Long Chen. You bastard, you're toying with me. They were in the midst of laughing when the flying boat shook. They had entered the ancient battlefield. The spatial fluctuations were growing. Long Chen, what is it? Meng Qi suddenly noticed that Long Chen's gaze had sharpened. That light was a bit frightening. Someone's waiting for us. Long Chen stopped the flying boat and flew out. Toward the surrounding chaotic space, he shouted, Di Long, I didn't think you were so enthusiastic to send yourself straight to me. Chapter 1668 Conning a nether passage expert to death. Meng Qi and the others were startled. They hastily looked around. However, all they saw was the chaotic space. It was impossible to see anything. This place was the ancient battlefield. The surroundings were always like this. They didn't sense anything strange. Haha, little bastard, you're quite vigilant. Di Long's voice rang out. Space twisted, and Di Long appeared in front of the flying boat. Meng Qi and the others' expressions changed. They hadn't expected Di Long to be waiting for them here. Ku Jianying had told them to be careful before leaving. They shouldn't think that just because they were powerful, they could challenge nether passage experts. The true nether passage realm was far stronger than half-step nether passage. There was an uncrossable divide between the two. Even if Long Chen could defeat the half-step nether passage Han Wancheng, he would still die to Di Long. He probably wouldn't even be able to receive a single blow. However, who would have thought that Di Long would appear in their path right after Ku Jianying left? They instantly fell into a definite death situation. Old bastard, you're also not bad. You actually pushed all the responsibility onto senior Ku Jianying so that she would be forced to go to the elusive Music Immortal Palace. As for us, we have to hurry back to the Eastern Zon region to handle the eruption of the Devil Abyss. I suppose you've already entrusted someone with sending the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree back, while your disappearance was just to fool us, correct? Said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen didn't find it too curious to find Di Long blocking their path. He had slapped Di Long in the face. With the Heavenly Spirit Divine Tree, De Long didn't have any more misgivings. As long as he was given an opportunity, he would definitely make sure that Long Chen vanished from this world. Being smart is useless. Today, you'll definitely die. De Long took a single step before slamming a palm at Long Chen. Black and white ripples spread from him as this space was filled with life and death energy. It was like in that instance, the life and death of everything in this domain was under his control. De Long still had one arm behind his back. His attack looked effortless, however, there was a terrifying power condensed within his palm. Even a clone dares to be so arrogant. Long Chen summoned his divine ring and battle armor. He slashed Evilmoon at De Long. Split the heavens 6. This is a good move, but sadly the user is too weak. De Long disdainfully smiled. His movements didn't change at all, and he blocked Long Chen's attack with a simple palm strike. Long Chen felt like his saber had landed on a star. His arms shook, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. HMPH, ignorant brat, the power Nether Passage experts can control is no longer just energy, but law. With your pitiful power, how can you block me? Foolish to the peak. Although that was what came out of his mouth, De Long was actually a bit surprised. His palm should have blown Long Chen to pieces, leaving behind only his Yuan spirit. The power of Long Chen's physical body was something De Long had never witnessed before. De Long's body shook. The world turned dark and then suddenly turned bright. De Long appeared right in front of Long Chen, seeming like the ruler of this world. His palm was unavoidable. Space had been fully compressed. His life and death domain was at full power, locking Long Chen down. Long Chen wildly vomited blood, and Evilmoon went flying out of his grip. He was finally experiencing the terror of Nether Passage experts. Hu Jianying was correct. They truly weren't something he could currently fight against. You're the one who's foolish to the peak. Have a taste of my fist. Long Chen's eyes turned red as he unleashed all his power into a punch. Insignificant. De Long looked at Long Chen's deathbed struggle with disdain. There was an uncrossable gap between them. No matter how Long Chen struggled, it was useless. Long Chen's fist met De Long's palm. As a result, Long Chen's arm deformed, breaking into an unknown number of segments. He wildly coughed up blood and was smashed into the ground. De Long was about to say something after sending Long Chen flying when his expression completely changed. A burst of pain came from his palm, and he saw a black nail in it now. Ha 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 ha. De Long, how's the taste of this nail? Half of Long Chen's bones were broken, but he still laughed wildly. He had intentionally looked like he had gone insane to bait De Long into attacking. The nail had been hidden in his hand, and he had unleashed it the instant he had met De Long's palm. De Long was a Nether Passage expert, and this was his life and death domain. Everything here was under his control, and none of Long Chen's actions could escape his senses. However, this nail didn't give off any fluctuations. De Long hadn't sensed it and had been struck. De Long was shocked. His blood turned black in the blink of an eye. He was also shocked to find that he couldn't move. His entire body was rigid. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others were also stunned. They saw De Long's entire body turning black. He was emitting a strong air of death, and all his vitality was fading. What is this? De Long was infuriated. He had seen many things in his life, but he had never seen such a terrifying concealed weapon. His jaw suddenly cracked and fell from his head. It landed on the ground, transforming into black dust. Idiot, do you think I'd tell you? Sneered Long Chen, but in truth, he was also shocked. He had known that this nail from the gates of hell should be terrifying. After all, when he had accidentally cut just the outer layer of his skin, to the point that he didn't even bleed, his finger had immediately turned pitch black. If it hadn't been for Evilmoon cutting off his finger, the consequences would have been too terrible to imagine. He hadn't expected that even a Nether Passage expert would be helpless against it. He had thought that it would simply cause De Long some trouble and give Long Chen a chance to run. However, even a Nether Passage was unable to move once pierced by this nail. In just a breath, De Long's body became covered in cracks, and his body fell to the ground piece by piece, transforming into black dust. How? How is this possible? Roared De Long. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't even move as his body shattered. His Yuan spirit couldn't escape either. His eyes gradually turned black like coal. With a bang, De Long's body exploded, transforming into dust. Chu Yao hastily summoned a wooden shield to protect everyone. However, this action was superfluous. The resulting dust of De Long's body had no killing power. It was like ordinary dust. Damn, if I had known the nail is so amazing, I would have thought of a way to take down the entire door. Seeing Di Long actually be killed by this one move, Long Chen couldn't help but slap his own leg regretfully. If he had thousands of these nails, wouldn't he be unrivaled in the martial heaven continent? Just at this moment, Evilmoon's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. What kind of joke is that? Just taking a single nail almost cost you your life. You've already forgotten your lesson from that time. Furthermore, the nail might be powerful, but it requires an idiot of an enemy for it to be effective. He was careless, which is the only reason you managed to hit him with the nail. If he hadn't been so arrogant, you would have never been able to land the nail on his body. If the nail doesn't land, it's meaningless. Plus, that was just his clone, not his true body. Both his power and sense of danger were lacking compared to his true body. If it was his true body here, then no matter how well you schemed, he would have sensed the danger and you wouldn't have been able to strike him. In the end, this thing is an external object. You should consider how to raise your own power instead. It has already been so long, but your cultivation base hasn't advanced at all. Just what year are you planning on advancing to Life Star? Evilmoon's voice grew increasingly frustrated. As long as Long Chen's cultivation base didn't reach the Life Star realm, he wouldn't be able to undo its seal. That was what it wanted most of all. Aren't I busy? Fine, I know. When I get back, I'll immediately refine some pills to cultivate. Long Chen truly felt that he should increase his power. His cultivation speed was too slow. They returned to the flying boat and continued onward through the ancient battlefield. When Meng Qi asked about the origin of the nail, she couldn't help sweating when she heard the story. She looked at Long Chen like he was a monster. To take a nail from the gates of hell, that was definitely not something a sane person would do. Only Long Chen would do something like that. They carefully advanced as the space around them was shuddering more intensely. They could vaguely hear terrifying roars and feel the intense battle of countless years ago. There were innumerable fallen spirits here. Even Long Chen felt a chill. There were many records about this battlefield, all saying different things. The ancient races, righteous path, Zong beasts, and even the corrupt path had historical records of their ancestors participating in this ancient battle, but those records didn't match. This battlefield was sealed, with only one path through it. No one dared to actually enter the battlefield. The ancient battlefield had always been a mysterious existence. Just as Long Chen was controlling the flying boat to carefully advance, the channel ahead exploded, and a huge skeleton blocked their path. It was like a giant mountain floating in the sky, covering the sun. Chapter 1669 Furious Di Long. A huge skeleton appeared in the sky, emitting a tyrannical pressure that caused Long Chen and the others to jump in shock. They hastily brought the flying boat to a stop. This was the only path through the ancient battlefield. There was no other way. If they strayed from this path, they would become lost within the immense battlefield and never find their way out. Rumor was that the ancient battlefield was the result of peerless experts fighting at such a high level that they shattered the laws of the martial heaven continent. As a result, the fighting wills from that battle persisted all the way to the present, as not even the laws of time could wipe them out. Sometimes, some strange scenes would appear within the channel, but it was forbidden to touch them. Under ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't affect people that much. The huge skeleton suddenly let out a bestial roar. Spatial fluctuations exploded out of it, sending the flying boat flipping back. Long Chen hastily controlled the flying boat to retreat. He did his best to make it retreat along their original path. Isn't it said that all the ancient battlefield's lifeforms died in battle? How can there still be one alive? Did it revive itself? Cried Tang Wan. The skeleton was huge and looked similar to an earth dragon. However, its neck was very short, making the proportions wrong. Furthermore, it had 6 feet. It was unknown what kind of life form it was. It didn't revive, nor is it alive. This isn't even a real body. Although its body died, its will was not erased, said Long Chen gravely. This was an extremely shocking ability. It was clearly an incorporeal will that had condensed a body. That killing intent was not wiped out even after countless years. Just how terrifying was that? Following the giant skeleton's roar, more figures appeared. Flying birds, walking beasts, lifeforms with 2 wings on their backs, giants 300 meters tall. One of those giants punched the skeleton, blowing it apart. However, the giant was then attacked from behind by a winged creature. Its head was cut off by a sword. Each of their attacks was simple and direct. One punch shook the heavens, while one sword fractured space. The laws of heaven and earth were all destroyed over and over. They fought fiercely for a moment before the scene grew chaotic. Space twisted, and they vanished from sight. How powerful! Even after so many years, their battle will still remains. A portion of their battle can even affect our generation. This is a kind of eternal power. Chu Yao was still filled with shock. If they said that what they had just seen was all an illusion, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. The terrifying battle had ended up breaking free of the restrictions of space and time to affect them in the current era. However, they also couldn't say that what they had seen was necessarily real. Whatever it was, it had vanished in just a moment. Just what happened in the ancient era, we still don't know, but it's fine. We'll reach that height sooner or later, and at that time, all those secrets will no longer be secrets. Long Chen clenched his fist. That scene just now was truly stunning. Although it had only appeared for a moment, it had made Long Chen feel incredibly minute. In that intense battle, each blow had destroyed the laws of heaven and earth, and Long Chen had felt himself to be an ant without the slightest ability to resist. That had stimulated his determination to get stronger faster. Once he returned, he definitely couldn't continue tarrying. He had to hurry up and increase his cultivation base. Long Chen then sent the flying boat forward carefully. They didn't encounter more strange sights on their way. Once they were out of the ancient battlefield, they sped up, flying for the eastern Zon region. In a certain underground room in the central Zon region, a roar rang out, filled with rage and beast-like brutality. Long Chen, you dared to destroy my clone. This person was Di Long. However, it wasn't his clone, but his true body. Di Long's expression was twisted, and killing intent raged in his eyes. He was clenching his fists so tightly that they creaked. Di Long pushed open a stone door. When he walked out, two elders looked at him in surprise. Alliance head, why have you come out of seclusion so quickly? Di Long's true body had entered seclusion not too long ago. The one in charge of urgent matters had been his clone, and his true body was not to be disturbed by anyone. These two elders were half-step nether passage experts. They were guarding this room to prevent anyone from disturbing Di Long. How is Di Shen? Di Long didn't reply, instead asking a question. The heavenly spirit divine tree is currently absorbing young master Di Shen's death chi. Although he hasn't woken yet, the death chi has essentially been suppressed. Furthermore, we've already had someone from Heavenly Fate Island read young master Di Long's fate. He has escaped danger this time, answered one of the elders. That elder was curious. With Di Long's clone outside, all this information should have been known to him. After all, his true body's soul was linked to his clone's soul. Why did he need to ask? He didn't know that Di Long's clone had been destroyed by Long Chen. Although Di Long had immediately severed his connection to his clone when he was stabbed by the nail, he had been infected by a portion of its death energy. Hence, Di Long currently felt a needle-like pain in his head. Part of that pain was due to the nail, while another reason was the destruction of his clone. He had lost part of his soul with it. In this kind of situation, Di Long couldn't possibly cultivate properly. The destruction of his clone infuriated Di Long. He had never expected a soul transformation disciple to have the means to destroy his clone. He had taken a huge loss this time. Transmit my orders. The Ancient Family Alliance is officially breaking off relations with the Martial Heaven Alliance. We are no longer allied, and both sides will mind their own businesses. Announced Di Long. The two elders were shocked. Alliance head. That's not a good idea. We work together with the Martial Heaven Alliance to fight the corrupt path. If we break off ties, the corrupt path will immediately target us. The Ancient Family Alliance might be said to be on equal standing with the Martial Heaven Alliance, but in terms of combat power, it didn't even have a third of the power of the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance was the sum of all the sects in the 5 great regions. Its total power was unimaginable. Compared to it, the Ancient Family Alliance was clearly weaker. If they were to split off, the corrupt path would become the Ancient Family Alliance's greatest threat. The two elders didn't understand Di Long's command, especially since the Devil Abyss was about to erupt. If the Ancient Family Alliance broke off ties with the Martial Heaven Alliance at such a critical time, they would appear despicable. If the Martial Heaven Alliance wasn't able to stop the Devil race's invasion at that time, the Devil creatures would slaughter countless innocent people on the continent. Wouldn't the Ancient Family Alliance become a sinner in the eyes of the rest of the world? It's all the Martial Heaven Alliance's fault. Hu Jianying is harboring Long Chen, destroying the unity of the continent. Leaving behind the bad apples in the righteous path is already a grave mistake. I won't allow my ancient family alliance to be ruined because of those bad apples, so it can't be called despicable. The wrong ones are Ku Jianying and Long Chen, not me. If Ku Jianying admits her mistake and kills Long Chen, we can still be allies and fight against the Devil Abyss together. Otherwise, she can only take responsibility for her own actions. Remember, people won't criticize us, but the Martial Heaven alliances Ku Jianying and Long Chen. In any case, it isn't your job to care about those things. Just do what I say. I want to see how tough Ku Jianying really is, snorted Di Long. The two of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned and left. They had just left when space twisted slightly, and a woman appearing to be in her 30s appeared. She possessed an inherent air of nobility. I want to see Long Chen's head within 7 days. I won't allow anyone to harm Xin. That Long Chen must die, said the woman gloomily. This woman was Di Xin's mother. Oh, your clone is gone, could it be? Perhaps others might not be able to sense the change in Di Long, but she was Di Long's wife, someone who had engaged in both spiritual and physical dual cultivation with him. She immediately sensed the change in his spiritual fluctuations. I was careless. That brat took out a special divine item to destroy my clone, answered Di Long. Di Xin's mother looked at the unsightly Di Long and suddenly laughed. Di Long, ah, Di Long. You really are blind. How did I end up falling for such a useless coward? That dreg of the Mo family is running around digging up graves in the western Zan region, and even though you sent so many people to hunt him down, he's still living happily. Now your clone was not only slapped by Long Chen but even destroyed. If news of this spreads, will you still have the face to live? If I were you, I'd just kill myself. How can someone like you be the alliance head? Shut up. Do you think I wanted this to happen? That brat of the Mo family refuses to show himself. He's too slippery. What can I possibly do against him? As for Long Chen, if it weren't for your precious son being duped by that slut Shen Baijin and being used, he would still be fine. It's all because you pampered him so much that he couldn't even see through such a simple trap. Now that I'm forced to stand up for him, how are you making it all my fault? Does your brain have a problem? Roared Di Long like an angry lion. His constrained emotions were finally erupting. It's all because you're useless. What qualifications do you have to randomly shout? If you could kill Long Chen with a wave of your hand, wouldn't things have been settled? Other than that, don't forget your status. If it weren't for my family's support, do you think your Di family would have been able to snatch the alliance head position from the Mo family? Keep dreaming. Everything you have was bestowed to you by my family, so it would be best if you remember that. Without my family's support, you are nothing. Di Long, if you don't kill Long Chen, I'll tell my family just how useless you are as alliance head. If I really feel like it, I might even suggest they support someone else, sneered Di Xin's mother before leaving. Di Long's entire body quivered as he looked in her direction. He smashed a fake mountain in front of his private room to pieces out of rage. Chapter 1670 Preliminary Scale. Boss, you're finally back. Boss, you really are awesome. You even managed to handle those bastards in the southern Zan region. Long Chen had just arrived at the gate when he saw the entire Dragonblood Legion waiting to greet him. Guo Ran was waving his hand, and his feet were dancing. How did you know? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, how did we know? The alliance head sent a message over. Apparently, the Zan master got a tongue lashing. Something about how the Xuantian Dao sect had always followed the norm until he took over. He clearly corrupted you, laughed Ji Yu Yang. Ah, the alliance head wrongly accused the Zan master. I was corrupt from birth, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit bad for the Zan master. Thinking of Ku Jianying's fiery temper, the Zan master had probably been cursed without daring to make a sound. After all, Ku Jianying's seniority was far above him. You brat. As long as you know that, it's fine. You caused so much trouble outside and ended up bringing it to me. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out, causing everyone to jump. Li Tianxuan also appeared at the gate. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen had only been gone for a few days, but he had completely wrecked the southern Zan region. Li Tianxuan was fully convinced of Long Chen's ability to cause trouble. He was truly worthy of being a legendary existence. Hehe. Aren't we one family? I cause trouble, you handle it. What perfect cooperation, said Long Chen. HMPH. Come in and have a look. The Xuantian Dao sect's construction is almost complete. Li Tianxuan beckoned for them to come. Once beyond the gates, they let out startled cries. On the outside, the Xuantian Dao sect looked the same as ever, with tall mountains and flowing water. However, once they were in, they were immediately stunned by the mountains that pierced high into the clouds. Only now did they realize that there was a spatial formation covering this entire space. What they had seen outside was multiplied dozens of times. Stone steps coiled around the mountains, and those mountains all had special formations covering them, making them give off a heavy and majestic feeling. The dense spiritual qi struck Long Chen and the others as soon as they entered. The clouds and mist curling around the mountains made it seem like a wonderland. Those clouds weren't actually clouds, but the result of spiritual qi that had reached an extreme density. There were 81 main mountains, all the same size and arranged in a special formation that covered the entire Xuantian Dao sect. Each mountain had some busy workers doing things like arranging the formation's divine runes. They still weren't done with the construction. Heavens, this is so shocking. Tang Waner covered her mouth. It had just been a few months, but she no longer recognized the Xuantian Dao sect. It really is shocking. Even though I watch it rise day by day, I still feel shocked. Yu Zifeng nodded. This was everyone else's feeling as well. They had personally seen countless craftsmen working day and night. As they advanced, Long Chen suddenly looked at the staircase below them and said, "Zan Master, isn't there supposed to be a formation supporting the staircase from below?" "Where's the formation?" "Cough, we'll discuss it later," said Li Tianxuan awkwardly. Long Chen immediately realized that they had run out of money again. It seemed the difference between their initial estimate and the real cost was quite great. Continuous palaces appeared in the main area. At the core was a soaring tower and the largest building in the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Tower. This giant reconstruction of the Xuantian Dao sect was all linked together by a formation below, which made the Xuantian Dao sect one giant entity. There were countless formations drawing energy from heaven and earth, providing it to the Xuantian Tower. The Xuantian Tower could use that energy to nourish itself, as well as use it for offense and defense. This was a terrifying construction, one that was most definitely unmatched within the martial heaven continent. Li Tianxuan brought Long Chen to various areas. He showed Long Chen the alchemy hall, the 10,000 treasure pavilion, the cultivation rooms, the battle arenas, the Xuantian Tower, and hundreds of other areas. Meng Qi and the others were stunned by everything they saw. The Xuantian Dao sect had completely transformed. As for Long Chen, he didn't feel that much. This was all based on the diagrams that he had given Li Tianxuan, so he had been prepared. There were quite a few disciples along their path, and they said hello to Long Chen. They were very respectful to Li Tianxuan, but to Long Chen, they were filled with wild worship. This was the charisma of an expert that won over both men and women. After a stroll through most of the Xuantian Dao sect, Meng Qi and the others were bedazzled, and they wanted to explore some smaller areas. As for Long Chen, he went with Li Tianxuan to the Xuantian Tower. At the peak of the Xuantian Tower was the old patriarch. He was waiting for them with a smile. However, when he looked at Long Chen, that smile became a bit odd. It almost looked like a crying smile. "Disciple greets the patriarch." Long Chen bowed respectfully. "All right, there's no need to be so courteous to family. It's been hard on you this time." The patriarch had no idea what to say, so he simply followed common courtesy. "It wasn't hard at all," said Long Chen politely. "How could it not have been hard? You killed so many people. You must be tired," said Li Tianxuan grumpily. He reached out to grab the teapot on the table. Long Chen immediately grabbed it first and poured tea for the three of them. He smiled. "You also know that sometimes there's nothing that can be done. If I didn't kill others, they would have killed me. I'm quite afraid of death, so I could only kill them." Long Chen knew that Li Tianxuan was irritated and sullen at having been scolded by Ku Jianying over his matter. Hence, Long Chen could only put on a smile. "I understand you better than anyone. If you were to passively kill people, then it would have been fine. After all, it was for self-protection, and it wouldn't be all your fault. But you shouldn't have slapped Di Long. You really are too brazen. That is even graver than killing all the southern Zan region's disciples. If Di Long doesn't avenge that slap, how is he supposed to face the rest of the martial heaven continent?" Li Tianxuan shook his head. When he had heard that Long Chen had slain all the elite disciples of the southern Zan region, Li Tianxuan hadn't been that surprised. After all, Long Chen was a heaven defier and rejected by this world. Other heavenly geniuses wouldn't like him and would want to find trouble with him. Long Chen definitely wouldn't go easy on those people. However, when he heard that Long Chen had slapped Di Long in the face, even Li Tianxuan had become dumbfounded. To slap the face of the leader of the ancient family alliance, that was really heaven-defying. Well, actually, the slap isn't that big of a deal anymore, sighed Long Chen. Little fellow, don't tell me you did something worse. Li Tianxuan immediately felt a chill. It's not that bad. That Di Long is simply incurable. Despite being the leader of the ancient family alliance, he actually lowered himself to try and kill me on my way back here. I had no choice, so I used a nail that I brought back from the netherworld to hold him back. Originally, I thought that it could heavily injure him and win me a chance to escape, but who would have thought? Either the nail was too amazing or Di Long was too weak, but his clone was killed by the nail, so that really can't be blamed on me. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch gasped. You killed Di Long's clone. I didn't kill him, it was just his fate. It has nothing to do with me, said Long Chen. When Li Tianxuan asked about the nail, Long Chen hesitated but still ended up telling them that it was something he had taken from the gates of hell. Long Chen felt that since Ku Jianying could retain her memories from before the gates of hell, the matters outside the gates of hell shouldn't be too forbidden. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch were speechless. Long Chen's guts were too big. He actually dared to take a nail from the gates of hell. That wasn't something a normal person would do. However, when they heard of the nail's origin, they could understand how someone as powerful as Di Long had still lost a clone to it. After all, it was something from the netherworld. Don't spread word about this matter. I trust Di Long also won't say anything about it. After all, this is extremely embarrassing for him. Let's just all keep this to ourselves. However, this will probably make things harder on Senior Ku, sighed Li Tianxuan. He understood the rules of the cultivation world far better than Long Chen. He knew that Ku Jianying was about to run into trouble. Long Chen didn't hear Li Tianxuan's meaning behind his final sentence. He said, Zan Master, have we run out of money again? Yes, I have no choice but to accept that this formation diagram is truly terrifying. The cost is just as terrifying as its power. If you didn't guarantee that there was no problem with that Sha Chen, I'd suspect he was intentionally trying to con us. We've already spent so much money on just building this preliminary form. There are still many formations that need to be built, and many other areas that need more money. Each time we restart building, our initial budget gets thrown out. Based on our current money, it seems we'll only be able to finish half. Li Tianxuan felt a headache as soon as this was brought up. The further the construction went, the greater the cost. This is no problem. I've already reached an agreement with the Alliance head. For the Devil Abyss's eruption, the Xuantian Dao sect will handle the entire Eastern Zan region's side. Then all the Eastern Zan region's reward will go to us, said Long Chen. Are you really confident in that? The great era has come. The Devil Abyss is going to erupt at an unprecedented scale, warned Li Tianxuan. Don't worry about it. This time, I'm more confident than any other time. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. He truly was full of confidence this time. This was the moment to collectively increase the Dragonblood Legion's power. Chapter 1671 Eliminating Spies. Once Long Chen returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, the disciples blazed with passion. The news that Long Chen had crushed all the experts of the southern Zan region had already spread throughout the sect. Once Long Chen returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain, he saw Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingshan, and Su Mo. The Xuantian Dao sect's karmic luck had grown explosively, and they had undergone a divine baptism, allowing them to become Empyreans. They and the newly joined Empyreans were at the bottom of Crouching Dragon Mountain to greet Long Chen. As for rank 9 Celestials and below, they felt too inferior to even come and greet him. They were in the midst of hesitating over whether or not they should thicken their faces and come anyway when Long Chen had Guo Ran gather all the core disciples at the Soul Transformation Realm to celebrate. Those disciples went wild with joy. When Long Chen saw over 100,000 Soul Transformation disciples gather at Crouching Dragon Mountain, he jumped in shock. During the time that he had been gone, the Xuantian Dao sect had gained another large batch of disciples. One reason was because many people worshipped him. He was the #1 person of the Eastern Zan region's junior generation. No one else could cover up his light. To be in the same sect as him was a kind of glory in itself. Another reason was because of the massive scale of the Xuantian Dao sect's reconstruction. It was truly shocking, and to be able to join such a powerful sect would definitely give them limitless prospects. Even people from other regions were attracted by the Xuantian Dao sect's fame. Many people had only seen images of Long Chen fighting. Now that they saw him in person, they were impassioned. When Long Chen saw so many fiery gazes looking at him, his own emotions stirred. He saw the purest emotion in those eyes as well as the staunchest confidence. They worshipped him. People worshipped the strong, or perhaps what they worshipped was unrivaled power. Only by following such an expert could they also grow stronger. Anyone exceptionally powerful would definitely have geniuses following them. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were also impassioned. The reason they could follow Long Chen was mostly thanks to luck. The Dragonblood warriors who had joined him at the Xuantian Dao sect were the weakest disciples who had been abandoned by the others. Long Chen had felt pity for them, and he had helped them at a critical moment, saving their lives and allowing them to reach their current height. The Xuantian Dao sect was filled with heavenly geniuses, but none of them could join the Dragonblood Legion. The original members were filled with pride and gratitude. Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Xuantian Dao sect. This is our home. Those who sincerely join the Xuantian Dao sect are my brothers and sisters, and I will fight for all of you. Long Chen was also a bit emotional as he faced these passionate feelings. Those disciples, passion only grew as he spoke. They all knew about his history. He had risen from a small nation in the secular world of the Eastern Wasteland. Although he had been surrounded by enemies, not one of them could say that he didn't care about his people. Even his enemies had to admit he was a hot-blooded man. These disciples felt their own blood heating up just by hearing him speak. If you can raise your blades for me, I can also fight for you. I would sacrifice my life for my brothers and sisters. However, I won't allow anyone to betray me. I know many of you have come with your own intentions. As for who you are, I won't say anything directly. Now, the impassioned crowd grew cold. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, who would dare? Just point them out, and we'll tear them to pieces, shouted a disciple. Yes, we won't allow traitors amongst us. Those people are the worst. These disciples' confidence in Long Chen had reached a fanatical level. It was practically at the level where they would believe anything that came out of his mouth. Perhaps that was the blindness of worship. It caused people to lose their own ability to think as they stubbornly believed what they believed. Quite a few people's expressions changed slightly. They saw Long Chen's sharp eyes seeming to see everything in their heads. Long Chen waved his hand, making the angry people calm down. He said, due to my special cultivation technique, I am very perceptive toward other people's hearts. I can sense whether a person has good or bad intentions toward me. Because of that, I can fully trust the brothers of my Dragonblood Legion, and they can trust me. We don't have the slightest suspicions toward each other. The people with ulterior motives, have you ever seen any other group of over 10,000 people that would entrust their lives to each other without the slightest hesitation? I believe that you haven't. You haven't seen such a thing, nor have you ever heard of such a thing. If a single person amongst those 10,000 people was disloyal, it would completely fracture the entire group. However, there is no such person in my Dragonblood Legion. I will brag a bit and say that in this entire world, only I have the ability to form such a group. For those who joined the Xuantian Dao sect for your own purposes, I can ignore what you've done. In fact, I won't even expose you today. I will give you an opportunity. I know you were probably incited to do so by a loved one, or perhaps you want to sell information for money, or perhaps you want to instigate trouble to prevent the Xuantian Dao sect's growth. The reason isn't important. The important thing is that I'm giving you a chance. I don't care what sect sent you here as a spy, or whatever goal you have. As long as you can sincerely devote yourself to my Xuantian Dao sect today, then you will be one of my Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. No matter who is forcing you, my Xuantian Dao sect and I, Long Chen, will stand up for you. Long Chen's voice caused quite a few conflicted expressions to appear amongst the crowd. One disciple walked forward and said, Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I've let you down. I am a spy sent from the Harmonic Phoenix Gate. The gate master had me stay here to provide him with information. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a black mark appeared on that disciple's forehead. It rapidly spread, covering his body like a spiderweb. It's a death contract. A woman cried out in shock as she recognized this curse. This kind of curse would make a person essentially a slave. If they went against orders, the curse would activate, taking their life. It was an incredibly sinister technique. That disciple clearly hadn't taken it willingly. Now that he went against it, he had signed his own death penalty. People were impressed by his bravery, as well as infuriated by what he had gone through. Long Chen pointed a finger at that person. The black mark that had been rapidly spreading reversed. Black qi surged out of it toward Long Chen's finger, and Long Chen's arm began to turn black. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't. That disciple immediately cried out, wanting to pull away. However, Long Chen's finger had a powerful suction force that prevented him from doing so. All the disciples' hearts were pounding wildly. Long Chen was using himself to take the curse. That was because this kind of curse was extremely difficult to deal with. It could not be expelled because if it was forcibly expelled, it would kill that disciple along with it. Long Chen smiled. Since you could brave death and show your true feelings, how could I let you die? Don't worry, this little curse can't do anything to me. The black mark on the disciple quickly vanished. Long Chen raised his hand, and his spiritual strength surged. Black qi was leaping chaotically around his hand. Meng qi, help me out. Meng qi nodded and formed a few hand seals. A spiritual rune appeared between her hands and fell on Long Chen's black palm. That rune landed on the black qi, and a scene actually appeared within it. It revealed a skinny elder forming hand seals with a shocked expression. Gate Master. That disciple immediately recognized the elder. Someone despicable enough to curse his own disciple can be called a Gate Master. Looks like you need to be smelted down and reforged anew. Get going. Long Chen looked at the bitterly struggling elder within the black qi. Long Chen's Yuan spirit appeared and pointed a finger. A ray of divine light shot into the black qi. That elder let out a single cry before his head exploded. His Yuan spirit died. This kind of contract was double-sided. Although one person was the victim and the other was in control, there was still a spiritual connection between them. Although Long Chen's spiritual strength was great, he wasn't skilled in soul arts. Meng Qi was the one capable of using the connection formed by the curse to form a bridge back to the elder. That elder wasn't even able to break the connection once she used it. Long Chen didn't give him any chance and killed him while he could only watch. Once that elder was killed, the black qi scattered. Lightning runes appeared on Long Chen's arm, and his originally black arm instantly returned to its normal color. Long Chen patted the disciple's shoulder. Congratulations. Starting now, you are a disciple of my Xuantian Dao sect. As long as you are loyal to the Xuantian Dao sect, we will not let you down. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. That disciple knelt as thanks. In the future, he would no longer be a chess piece. However, Long Chen held him up, gravely saying, men shouldn't kneel so easily. Amongst brothers, this kind of etiquette is an insult. That disciple couldn't speak through his tears. There was no way for him to express his gratitude. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I was also forced. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I also have that on my body. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please save me. Seeing that person being saved, over 1,000 disciples immediately began to cry out for Long Chen's help, causing the others to jump in shock. There are actually this many. Chapter 1672 Strange Shadow. The entire crowd became chaotic with quite a few disciples shouting. Those disciples were forced to come to the Xuantian Dao sect, and they had spent every day worried about being found, as well as the condemnation of their own conscience. That wasn't a good feeling, especially when they came across the warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. They could sense the Dragonblood warriors' absolute trust in each other, and that made them feel even worse inside. They wished they could join the Xuantian Dao sect sincerely, but they couldn't. They also couldn't expose their identities, because while only some had spiritual contracts, another portion without the contracts might be heirs to other large sects. Because they were worthy of trust, they had been tossed into the Xuantian Dao sect without a spiritual contract. However, people had a selfish side, and who didn't want to be free? Who didn't want to always get stronger? No one was willing to carry the title of a treacherous spy. That was a stain to any expert. Long Chen had given them a chance to wipe away this stain, and they naturally wouldn't let such a chance pass. After today, they would be true disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. It was like being reborn. Divine light from the Xuantian Tower enveloped Crouching Dragon Mountain. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out. Don't panic. With the Xuantian Tower's protection, no one can harm you here. Those who have spiritual marks or contracts can come to the Xuantian Tower to be cleansed. As long as you have a sincere heart and are determined to fight for the righteous path to protect the martial heaven continent's peace and prosperity, Then no matter which sect sent you here or what ulterior goals you had before, the Xuantian Dao sect is willing to forgive and forget. With even Li Tianxuan and the Xuantian Tower expressing their attitudes, those worried disciples began to weep tears of emotion. This chance to wipe away their sins was something probably only the Xuantian Dao sect could give them. Disciples that had been hesitating also came forward now. A huge weight was lifted off their shoulders. It felt like they had been reborn. Over 1,000 disciples went to the Xuantian Tower, with half having spiritual contracts. Those without spiritual contracts began to apologize to the surrounding disciples. Those disciples were at first indignant, but they quickly accepted their apologies. After all, not everyone was free. There were countless reasons they did what they did. The disciples who did have spiritual contracts in particular must have had tough lives. Although they were talented enough, they had still been forced to accept such a spiritual contract. They had basically been chess pieces. Those disciples weren't blamed by others but were softly comforted. Long Chen, your cultivation technique is so amazing. It can actually distinguish who's harboring secret motives. Tang Wan'er softly whispered to Long Chen while holding his hand. She had a worshipful expression now. The current Long Chen truly appeared wise. It was like he was all-knowing, and his words were powerful and resonating. Ha, what's so amazing about it? Do you think everything someone else says is trustworthy? I was just lying, whispered Long Chen. Fortunately, things were chaotic enough that only Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and a few others could hear them. They were all dumbfounded. It's not like I'm a god. How can I tell who's a good person and who's a bad person just like that? The only thing I can sense is someone's hostility when they want to kill me. That's something even you can sense. Since they just came to gather information and didn't have any obvious hostility toward me, how could I possibly tell who they were? This was just bait, said Long Chen mischievously. Long Chen, you're evil. Meng Qi covered her mouth and laughed. Even they had been tricked. They really had thought that his cultivation technique could tell who was good and who was bad. Then boss, how did you know there would be this many spies? Ji Yuyong rubbed his head. Fool, this is just an unwritten rule. What sect doesn't have other people's eyes inside it? We have recruited so many disciples, so there should be spies among them. Ignoring everyone else, just look at our own Zan master. He has such an understanding of the major powers of the continent. Where do you think that information comes from? They finally understood. No wonder he said it was an unwritten rule, so everyone did this. It's impossible to get rid of all the spies. However, if we can clean up a portion of them, then that's good. Most likely, the rest are loyal to death to others. It's basically impossible to get them to expose themselves, said Long Chen. Then what do we do about them? Asked Guo Ran. What do we do? Why do we have to do anything? With the Zan Master's intelligence, he'll find out who they are sooner or later. And he definitely won't expose them. He'll leave them so he can mislead them and send out fake news. Using other people's chess pieces, when it comes to this, the Zan Master's the real evil one. I'm just a novice in comparison, laughed Long Chen. You're both evil. Fortunately, we're on the same side, said Tang Wan'er gladly. She found that other than cultivation, she didn't know anything. Long Chen and the Zan Master's scheming was so deep that they could kill their enemies without needing to personally fight. Once we tidy up some of them, the rest will easily expose themselves on the battlefield. For example, if a dog's fur glowed, it would be easier to see ticks. I've now made their fur glow, making it a bit easier for the Zan Master to find the parasites. If we don't know who they are, it will be difficult for everyone to fight with their full power. Well, there's no need to talk too much about it. Today's a good day, so let's properly celebrate with food and drink. We should boost our morale before the devil abyss erupts. I have to make sure we leave the Xuantian Dao sect with a powerful army protecting it, said Long Chen. Long Chen, you mean? Meng Qi and the others were startled. Pretty much. Our enemies are only growing stronger. The Xuantian Dao sect has helped us out immensely and is our home. However, we are like baby birds that will need to leave the nest one day to survive on our own. If we grow dependent on this nest, we'll likely implicate the Xuantian Dao sect one day. But before we leave, we have to leave behind a legend, a kind of will, a kind of feeling, a kind of energy, something that makes people say that in this world, there is a supreme kind of conviction, and its name is the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen's eye sparkled with a determined light. No matter how much time passed, no matter what era passed, the Dragonblood Legion's trust in each other would never grow outdated. It would forever be passed down amongst people. There would be a new faith, called the Legend of the Dragonblood. Boss, you really are amazing at duping people. I have an urge to find a battlefield right now and kill until rivers of blood flow, said Ji Yuyong excitedly. Long Chen rolled his eyes. Ji Yuyong was never good with words. He had grown such a bright head for nothing. Everyone celebrated in Crouching Dragon Mountain for a day. Huge waves stirred in the Xuantian Dao sect due to Long Chen's return this time. That was because of Guo Ran's loud mouth. Originally, only a selected few plus the Dragonblood Legion had known what had happened during the Jade Lake pageant, but Guo Ran just couldn't hold back his gabbing. He directly narrated how Long Chen had shown his might in the southern Zan region. On his own, he had slaughtered all the southern Zan region's elite disciples. Not only that, but he had dominated their senior experts as well. That was a supreme glory. Long Chen, what is it? Are you not happy? Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er were hiding in a corner, quietly watching Guo Ran continue bragging. Tang Wan'er had spoken up upon seeing Long Chen's expression. It's nothing. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was a bit forced. Long Chen, it wasn't your fault. The martial path is full of struggles. There's no person who's innocent, and there's no such thing as subduing enemies with unrivaled kindness. If you want to live, you have to be vicious. You had no other choice in that situation. Meng Qi held Long Chen's hand. She knew Long Chen was still brooding over that matter. However, in that critical moment, he really hadn't had any choice. If there was someone to be blamed, it would have to be Shen Baijin. If Long Chen hadn't been that vicious, Meng Qi and the others would have been in danger. Those people had been controlled by Shen Baijin. Long Chen had known that and had still killed them. There was no way to say whether his actions were right or wrong, but he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable inside. Seeing people celebrating this matter was what made him feel bad. Was the existence known as glory really so amazing? If killing wasn't to protect, then what was the point of getting stronger? In that instant, Long Chen suddenly felt a bit lonely. I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a bit tired. These merciless heavenly Daos are always forcing me to be a killer, and I can't stop it. I feel like my fate is being played by a bored heavens. The feeling of being a dancing monkey is irritating. Long Chen looked up at the sky with a touch of fury in his eyes. It was Shen Baijin who had been so sinister and sly that she had arranged traps for Long Chen, which made it so he lost no matter what choice he made. The heavens were the same. Ever since he had stepped onto his cultivation path, he had felt like he was a chess piece. His path forward looked like it had many forks, many choices. But no matter what choice he made, he ran into incomparable difficulties. Long Chen, we'll worry about you like this. Chu Yao hugged his arm, leaning against his shoulder. They all knew that although Long Chen had slain Shen Baijin's sinister scheme had left behind a seed in Long Chen's heart. That was a dangerous seed. They didn't know if it would affect Long Chen. No one else could talk him around. Whether or not he could resolve this knot in his heart would be up to himself. I'm fine. I was just feeling a bit emotional. Starting tomorrow, the Dragonblood Legion has to go into collective seclusion to increase our power. Long Chen took a deep breath and expelled those thoughts. He had no time to consider those things. As long as he could protect those he wanted to protect, so what if he had to become a fiend? When that thought appeared in his mind, a strange shadow appeared on the Divine Gate star. However, it only appeared for an instant before vanishing as if nothing happened, leaving no one the wiser. Chapter 1673 Making a Demonstration. The next day, Crouching Dragon Mountain was completely sealed off. It had its own special formation that, when activated, isolated it from the rest of the world. Unless someone used the Xuantian Tower, no one could enter or disturb them. Long Chen had gathered the entire Dragonblood Legion. After a night of rest, he was much more refreshed. This time, I obtained quite a few good things in a mysterious place. It will take you some time to digest them all. Long Chen took out a Blood Essence Stone and a Blood Soul Stone. The terrifying blood chi and spiritual strength that came out of them caused people to jump in shock. This is a Blood Essence Stone and a Blood Soul Stone. They can completely transform your bodies and souls, tempering them so that your yuan spirits grow stronger and your bodies become more terrifying than magical beasts. Based on my tests, using the Blood Essence Stone's energy to temper the body will have amazing effects, but the pain involved isn't something a normal person can endure. That's why I will first give everyone a demonstration. Long Chen transformed into a ray of light that shot through the Dragonblood Legion, dragging out a quivering Guo Ran who had been hiding in the back like a chicken. "Boss, I don't need that power. I'm just a forger. Don't waste the resources on me, give my place to Ji Yuyong. Don't worry, there's enough energy for everyone. Guo Ran, remember, what supports your showing off is always bitter training. The suffering you go through today will become your bragging tomorrow. You'll thank me in the future." After saying that, he didn't give Guo Ran any chance to beg for mercy. He clapped a hand on Guo Ran's back, and Thunder Force immediately paralyzed Guo Ran. His arms stretched out involuntarily like a wooden puppet, and he received the Blood Essence Stone. "Everyone, pay attention. Use your soul to guide one drop of blood out of the center of your palm and brand it with your spiritual mark. Remember, you must only use one drop, no more. Use that drop to form a bridge with the Blood Essence Stone and slowly draw in its energy." Long Chen used Guo Ran as a demonstration as he pulled out a drop of Guo Ran's blood from his palm. Guo Ran's spiritual mark was placed on it, and then it slowly pressed against the Blood Essence Stone. The instant Guo Ran's palm touched the Blood Essence Stone, his sleeve exploded, and his skin split apart. Even the skin on his face split open, shocking everyone. The Blood Essence Stone was like a volcano, while Guo Ran was a tiny little opening for it to erupt out of. Only a trace of its energy flowed out, but that little trace was enough to destroy mountains. If Long Chen wasn't supporting him, Guo Ran's current body would have already exploded. Guttural sounds were coming from Guo Ran's mouth, but he couldn't open his mouth, nor could he speak clearly. "Don't talk. If you open your mouth, all your energy will try to rush there and your body will explode. Even the Patriarch wouldn't be able to save you then. Either you endure, or you die." Long Chen knew that Guo Ran wanted to beg for mercy, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance. Guo Ran was currently an Empyrean. His talent had been upgraded to be very amazing with limitless potential. However, Guo Ran was too lazy. Even with such amazing talent and potential, he wasted it. Without forcing him, he wouldn't cultivate. "Everyone, watch carefully." Only once Long Chen said this did everyone recover from their shock and carefully examine Guo Ran. Guo Ran was covered in blood and looked like a mess. It was a frightening scene, but they then saw an even more shocking thing. Guo Ran's blood was constantly surging, with faint bubbles appearing in it. Guo Ran had fainted from the pain, but with Long Chen's spiritual strength surging through him, Long Chen forced Guo Ran's mind to still be wide awake. He had to make Guo Ran remember this process. Only then could Guo Ran have complete control of his body. The price of Guo Ran's laziness had to be repaid. Guo Ran had a feeling like death would be better than living now. It was a frighteningly painful torture. Long Chen pointed at Guo Ran's injuries. The blood there was becoming thicker, and it was an extremely strange sight. "This is the blood essence energy of the Blood Essence Stone. It has a strange ability. It can stimulate and refine your blood, expelling its impurities. It can also excavate the potential of your spirit blood. This process is very painful, but you have to endure. You can't faint. During this process, your nerves will form their own kind of memory, allowing you to control the power of bloodline better in the future." "Boss, Guo Ran is frothing at the mouth," exclaimed a Dragonblood warrior. "It's fine, he'll get used to it quickly." Long Chen looked at Guo Ran firmly. This was just an instinctual reaction and nothing major. He had long since told Guo Ran that there were no shortcuts to cultivation. If he was lazy now, it would be a debt he had to repay in the future. This debt was something that he would have to pay as long as he didn't die. However, Guo Ran refused to believe him and always tried to think of some way to escape during his tribulations. With Long Chen keeping an eye on him, Guo Ran hadn't had any chance to be lazy, but in the last tribulation, Long Chen hadn't been present. This little fellow had definitely played dead at that time, or there wouldn't be so many impurities in his spirit blood. It also wouldn't be so painful for him now. Boss Guo Ran's blood is starting to glow. After an incense stick's worth of time, Guo Ran's blood stopped flowing out. His blood vessels had already recovered, and what flowed inside them was now a richer red that had some faint luster to it. It was dazzling, and it emitted its own bursts of power. "This is the power of spirit blood. I thought only the most ancient bloodlines can have such power," exclaimed a Dragonblood warrior. Everyone had spirit blood and their own bloodline pressure. However, for most people, they were so weak that they might as well not exist. There were very few people capable of using their bloodline pressure to suppress other people's auras. Only people from extremely ancient and powerful inheritances could possess such power. Such figures were rare. Most geniuses used the pressure of their manifestations to suppress their opponents. By the soul transformation realm, there was practically no one who would use such a bloodline pressure. It was different from the pressure of the heavenly Taos. The pressure of a bloodline was even more direct and tyrannical. If the pressure was strong enough, then without even needing to do anything, you could cause your opponent's blood to explode inside them. After a while, Guo Ran's injuries fully healed. Guo Ran's body was now releasing a terrifying bloodline power that made everyone else's hearts shake. However, he was still twitching and frothing at the mouth. His eyes had rolled into the back of his head. It looked like he was having a seizure. Long Chen released Guo Ran, allowing him to collapse on the ground. Ji Yuyong apologetically said, "Boss, it was my mistake. Last time, I got soft-hearted and let Guo Ran be lazy. Last time, they had undergone their collective tribulation in the spirit world. Ji Yuyong had controlled the tempo of the lightning. However, Guo Ran's ability at acting dead was extremely skillful, and Ji Yuyong had thought that Guo Ran had really reached his limit, so Ji Yuyong had let him faint. If Guo Ran had endured longer during that tribulation, it wouldn't have been so painful on him today. It's all this little fellow's own fault. Toss him to the side. His debt can only be paid by himself. No one else can help him." Long Chen shook his head. A few Dragonblood warriors carried Guo Ran to the side. Even at this time, he couldn't be allowed to faint, or it would leave behind a flaw. Just as they were carrying Guo Ran away, he suddenly let out a furious roar. He grabbed one of them and slammed him onto the ground. That Dragonblood warrior was taken by surprise and was knocked out. "Fuck, Boss Guo Ran, have you gone insane?" The other Dragonblood warriors cried out in shock. Guo Ran's eyes were now scarlet like a rampaging beast. One of the Dragonblood warriors grabbed onto Guo Ran from behind, holding him tight. But he never expected Guo Ran to have so much power that Guo Ran easily broke his arms and knocked him flying. Guo Ran's power was overflowing. "Some of you, go test him out. Guo Ran has gone crazy from the pain. Check how much his power has grown." Long Chen was very calm. He was just a bit surprised that even Guo Ran, who had always possessed the weakest physical body, could instantly become this powerful. It had to be known that without his armor, Guo Ran was the weakest existence within the entire Dragonblood Legion. Any random Dragonblood warrior could crush him. However, now even a dozen Dragonblood warriors couldn't knock him down. Those Dragonblood warriors were using their physical strength to try and hold him down, but Guo Ran's power was like a magical beast's. His power had multiplied dozens of times. He was like a madman, randomly kicking and punching. He even bit one of the Dragonblood warriors on the butt, causing him to cry out in pain. This kind of crazy state was temporary and merely a result of the immense pain that he had been in. Long Chen knew that Guo Ran would be fine once he had a chance to release his energy. However, it seemed the Dragonblood warriors holding him down would have to become victims. They were all shouting for help. Dozens of them formed a human pyramid crushing Guo Ran beneath them. Even then, they were unable to suppress him, so more piled on him. Eventually, Guo Ran was unable to struggle and passed out. "Brother, your butt has suffered. But this sacrifice was worth it for Boss Guo Ran." One of the squad leaders patted the poor Dragonblood warrior who had been bitten. Long Chen laughed. "You should thank your luck that you weren't lying on your back. Otherwise." Hee. That Dragonblood warrior instantly shivered when he thought of that possibility. "Alright, so now you know the effect and how to use the Blood Essence Stone. Now, Meng Qi will teach you how to use the Blood Soul Stone. Pay attention. The Devil Abyss is about to erupt, so our time is limited. We have to do everything we can to get stronger," said Long Chen gravely. Chapter 1674 Arrogant Guo Ran. Ji Yu Yang's arms deformed and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he smashed into the ground. "No, I'm done. Guo Ran, this isn't exchanging pointers. You just wanted to torment me." Ji Yu Yang put away his manifestation, and the runes around his body dimmed. Blood still dripped out of his mouth. Ji Yu Yang, now you can't torment me. Guo Ran, I'm finally a real badass, ha ha ha. Guo Ran was covered in golden armor. He was standing in the air, waving two sabers. Long Chen, Guo Ran, and Ji Yu Yang had found a private place for Guo Ran to test his new power. He had naturally chosen Ji Yu Yang as an opponent. After the baptism of the Blood Essence Stone, Guo Ran was finally capable of unleashing the power an Empyrean should have. Then when he added on his armor, his power rose to a monstrous level. Ji Yuyong had used his full strength but hadn't been able to receive even 3 of Guo Ran's attacks. A typical case of a brat who forgets the pain after the scar fades. If it weren't for boss, I could definitely still crush you, said Ji Yuyong irritably. Before, even if Guo Ran's killing power had been above Ji Yuyong, in a 1-against-1 fight, since Ji Yuyong knew Guo Ran's tricks, he would still be able to beat Guo Ran in his armor. However, now Guo Ran's power had grown explosively, and Ji Yuyong was instantly beaten. Seeing Guo Ran's petty and pleased appearance, Ji Yuyong was naturally irritated. Haha, that's because boss is wise and knew I lacked the daring of a brave fighter. My gratitude toward boss overflows like a torrential river, like the endless stars in the sky. Guo Ran landed and removed his armor, smiling. His goosebump-raising flattery streamed out of his mouth. You don't need to be too thankful to me. The blood essence stone was just one part. When you absorb the blood soul stone, I'll make sure to help you out just like last time. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. That expression seemed to say, I look favorably upon you. Boss, I'm just a forger. I don't need that much soul energy. I feel like I already have enough. Guo Ran began to back up, but Long Chen grabbed him. Just look at how cowardly you are. What are you afraid of? The blood soul stone will allow you to recondense your Yuan spirit, and it will feel like you're advancing to spirit transformation again. I was just scaring you a bit. Anyway, getting back to business, can you turn this thing into a weapon? Long Chen took out a strange triangular blade. What? What is this? Guo Ran jumped in shock. The ice-cold feeling from this blade almost froze his soul. This blade was something Long Chen had obtained in purgatory. It was the weapon of the Skinners. However, for some reason, after he brought it back, he found that their power had sharply dropped. They didn't have the same effect as in purgatory. He could touch it as much as he pleased without feeling the pain from back then. However, even if he could touch them, if it was stabbed into someone's body, then even if they were an Empyrean, they would stiffen. The strange energy within it caused incomparable pain and would make people lose their ability to react temporarily. Unfortunately, this triangular blade was too strange and almost looked like a carpenter's tool. The handle was a circular arc with 2 hooks. Let alone using this in battle, just holding it wrong would injure the user. This strange weapon could only be used by the Skinners with their strange arms. That was why Long Chen wanted to see if Guo Ran could change it a bit. I can try. Guo Ran's eyes immediately began to blaze with a fiery light. He summoned his forging table and activated the smelting tool. However, curiously, the triangular blade didn't change color no matter how he roasted it. Even after an hour, it was still ice cold. The 3 of them were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of material was this? After 6 hours, the triangular blade finally reddened from the heat. However, at the same time, strange black marks appeared on it. Guo Ran carefully placed it on his forging table and tried to see if he could change its shape. His hammer smashed down and sparks flew. The blade instantly exploded into sharp fragments that shot out in every direction. Those sharp fragments instantly pierced Long Chen, Guo Ran, and Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyong let out a howl. The pain in his body was intense, but it was the pain in his soul that was unbearable. It was like countless needles were stabbing it. There was no way to express it with words. That pain was enough to kill someone. Long Chen also felt the pain, and his veins bulged as he forcibly resisted it. He formed a few hand seals, and those fragments were forced out of his body. He then slapped Guo Ran in the back. Guo Ran's body shook as those fragments were forced out of his body. As the closest one, he had been struck by the most. He had lost consciousness from the pain. Only once he forced the fragments out of Guo Ran did Long Chen go to help Ji Yuyong. It was a whole hour before Guo Ran woke up. Boss, I almost died there. What the hell is this thing? Guo Ran was still shivering. Once those fragments had stabbed his body, he had been frozen, unable to move. He had felt like millions of blades were cutting his body and soul. That profound feeling of helplessness was truly horrifying. How could I know? The things found in the netherworld aren't even written in books. Fuck, it really is painful, said Long Chen hatefully. That feeling just now was truly terrible. No wonder the Skinners, victims would scream like that. This thing's too dangerous, and it also targets a person's will. Without strong enough willpower, a person would immediately submit to the pain and be unable to resist. Even now, Ji Yuyong was still pale. but it had to be said that his willpower was far stronger than Guo Ran's. Even without Long Chen's help, Ji Yuyong had been able to force out the fragments. "Boss, my parents taught me not to play with dangerous things. I feel like we should just give up on it." Guo Ran had almost died, so he immediately turned coward, not daring to touch it again. "Do you not feel like you're stupid right now? What are you so afraid of? Where's your armor?" demanded Long Chen. "Oh, right." Guo Ran clapped his leg. He summoned his armor. This way, he wouldn't be injured at all by the blades. Suddenly, Ji Yuyong picked up a 2-inch fragment and stabbed his own palm. "Ji Yuyong, you're crazy. Even if you can't beat me, you don't have to kill yourself," exclaimed Guo Ran. Ji Yuyong slowly took out the fragment. "Just one piece isn't that intense. I can endure it. We should distribute these fragments to the Dragonblood warriors. They can use the pain to temper their will and reaction speed. It'll be useful in future battles." Long Chen nodded. That was a good idea. If a person's soul could resist this level of pain, then any attacks involving a spiritual aspect would be less effective on them. This was a good way to raise their resistance towards soul cultivators. If they could become completely immune to this kind of spiritual pain, it would be very difficult for anyone to affect their souls. Back then, the reason Shen Baijin could control so many people at once was because those so-called heavenly geniuses didn't have very great willpower. Just as Ji Yuyong and Long Chen were discussing the details of this plan, Guo Ran's hammer smashed onto those fragments, causing them to explode again. Ji Yuyong and Long Chen both cursed. This little brat was safe and now didn't care about them. They both dodged, but while Long Chen was fast enough, Ji Yuyong was a hair slower and stabbed in the leg. "Boss Ji Yuyong, this is a kind of tempering. I know you can handle it." Guo Ran was sorry, but he shamelessly made his tone one of encouragement. "Guo Ran, put down your hammer. Can you make this into a weapon or not?" asked Long Chen. "I don't think I can. This thing is completely immune to my forging arts. No matter how I try it, it explodes. However, when it comes to conning others with it, it should be useful. I'll make them all explode and then add them to my bombs. Hehe, that power should definitely be good. I can even add some of those pieces to my armor." Guo Ran laughed excitedly. "All right then, I'll leave these to you." Long Chen took out 6,000 of the 8,000 triangular blades and chains that he had in the primal chaos space, giving them to Guo Ran. "Boss, you have so many. Then I'll have to properly plan on what to do with them." Guo Ran was both excited and startled to see so many of them. He loved strange oddities. "These things aren't too important. Let me show you a diagram first. Remember, the space inside has to be extremely great, and the interior must be made of jade or ceramic." Long Chen took out a diagram he had come up with. Guo Ran looked at it for a long time. He curiously said, "Boss, why does this thing look so familiar? It looks like a spray bottle." "That's right, it's a spray bottle. I just changed its form a bit. You don't need to care about it for now. Just build it according to my specifications. Remember, make sure there's enough space inside and enough spraying power," said Long Chen. "Alright, that's not difficult. I can make it very quickly. As for these treasures, are they really all mine to play with?" Guo Ran pointed to the blades and chains. "Take them as your weapons. As long as you leave a few for Ji Yuyang's plan to temper the Dragonblood warriors' souls and willpower, the rest are yours." Long Chen waved his hand, letting Guo Ran get to work. He also had Ji Yuyong take charge of the Blood Soul Stones and Blood Essence Stones. After arranging that, Long Chen went into an underground cultivation room. He wanted to see how Li Qi and Songming Yuan were doing with absorbing the Earth Essence. Chapter 1675. Are there really gods? Crouching Dragon Mountain was a giant existence, but its interior was hollow and filled with special formations. The cultivation rooms built especially for the Dragonblood Legion were located inside. They were all built using the best possible standards. It could be said that Li Tianxuan had spent a great deal of money and effort on the Dragonblood Legion. Just the resources that had gone into Crouching Dragon Mountain were practically equal to what he had spent on every other disciple in the sect. Li Tianxuan did this to help Long Chen. Long Chen was doing his best to gather money to reconstruct the Xuantian Dao sect, so Li Tianxuan had to arrange the best for the Dragonblood Legion so Long Chen didn't have to worry about things back home. This was also why Li Tianxuan had the Dragonblood Legion be an independent entity. He kept Crouching Dragon Mountain secluded and didn't let disciples look around inside. Even if they knew how good things were inside, they would only feel envy or admiration, but Li Tianxuan's main goal was to maintain a sense of mystery. This was more favorable to Long Chen. A sect needed an idol-like figure to lead its people. That person not only needed to have immense combat power, but also great intelligence and a certain charisma that others couldn't resist. Long Chen checked off all those requirements, but he didn't like that feeling of being above others and being worshipped. Idols required a sense of mystery around them and needed to distance themselves from their worshippers. However, Long Chen didn't like to do that, so it was up to Li Tianxuan to think of ways to create that feeling. Sometimes, it was just like this. Perhaps a person wouldn't be particularly strong, but by standing at a higher spot, others could only look up to them and naturally feel a sense of worship. This was also why the position of emperor always surpassed the ministers. It was a mental suggestion. Li Tianxuan's skill in controlling other people's hearts had easily achieved the pinnacle. That was why when Long Chen invited the other disciples to come to Crouching Dragon Mountain, they already felt that it was an immense honor. However, Li Tianxuan definitely wouldn't allow those disciples to see the cultivation regions the Dragonblood Legion used. He gave those disciples more room to imagine the possibility. That was beneficial to the Dragonblood Legion's mystique. At the core of Crouching Dragon Mountain was a huge space. This was the most lavish cultivation room in the Xuantian Dao sect. There were over 100 spirit-gathering formations, as well as others. Even Li Tianxuan's own seclusion room wasn't so extravagant. This cultivation room had been specially built for Long Chen. Li Tianxuan knew that Long Chen needed to both cultivate and refine pills, so this room was very large enough for Long Chen to mess around in. It was currently occupied by Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. The earth essence was hanging up in the sky, divine light shining around it. Ripples were spreading out of it. When Long Chen arrived, he jumped in shock at the scene he saw. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were encased in a thick layer of dirt. They were like earthen statues, and they didn't have the slightest air of life. It was like they had already died. They've entered a quasi-death state. But while their bodies seem dead, their souls are growing increasingly powerful. This earth essence really is worthy of being the head of the 4 major essences in the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Fortunately, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan are absorbing it together, or if it was just one of them, the amount of energy would probably make them explode, explained Meng Qi. Meng Qi was guarding this place to prevent any accidents from occurring during this process. Once those two come out, their combat power will probably even surpass mine. Long Chen nodded. The earth essence had been so powerful that it had destroyed Di Long's attack. If the two of them could fully absorb its energy, they would definitely be reborn. If they joined hands, they could probably defeat the entire Dragonblood Legion, with even Long Chen having to avoid them somewhat. You really do need to focus on upgrading yourself. Ever since the battle in the Grand Han, your cultivation base hasn't grown at all. Don't waste any more time. Don't slow down your own cultivation because of us. Meng Qi reached out and helped tidy Long Chen's robes. Her voice contained a slightly scolding tone. Long Chen's current cultivation base was too low. His combat power had also not advanced very much. It was all because he was spending so much time on the Dragonblood Legion. Hehe, time spent honing a blade isn't a waste. As long as you all get stronger, I won't even need to personally do anything. I'll just shout, "Guo Ran, bite him," and everything will be handled, laughed Long Chen. Meng Qi immediately laughed, but she rebuked, "Don't be so mean to Guo Ran. The whole biting someone's butt last time has become a sore point for him. Even now, he's embarrassed whenever it's mentioned. So that little fellow also knows how to be embarrassed. That doesn't sound like his style. It seems he needs to keep thickening his skin. In the future, we'll just directly shout, 'Everyone retreat and close the gates.' Release Guo Ran. HMPH, I'm being serious. It's not good to be so mean to Guo Ran." Long Chen pulled Meng Qi out of the cultivation room. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had already entered a stable state and didn't need anyone looking after them. As they walked, he said, "You don't understand that little fellow. Once he gets arrogant, his ego will get completely inflated. That's why occasionally giving him a blow is a must. Otherwise, no place in the martial heaven continent would be able to accept him. But you know, after this, he will probably make a name for himself on the continent. I have to work hard too, or he might place his sights on me and want to beat me like he did Ji Yuyong." Long Chen couldn't help feeling emotional. Guo Ran's current physical body was only on the level of an ordinary Empyrean. It wasn't particularly outstanding, but when he wore his armor, his power was horrifying. Even Long Chen, if he didn't rely on a divine item, would only barely be able to suppress him with his full power. However, that was excluding that little fellow's sinister moves. Having given him so many of those blades and chains, it was unknown what kind of evil moves he would come up with. Long Chen no longer had any assurance of being able to put Guo Ran in his place. Although Guo Ran was his loyal follower and definitely wouldn't betray him, having to watch him show off all day was definitely unbearable. So he had to suppress him a bit while he could. Speaking of which, Zifeng said that he doesn't want the Blood Essence Stone or the Blood Soul Stone. He refused no matter how I advised him. Do you want to talk to him? Asked Meng Qi. Everyone was currently undergoing the baptism of the Blood Essence Stone and then using the Blood Soul Stone to condense their Yuan spirit a second time. Yu Zifeng had refused both those opportunities. No need. Zifeng walks a different path from us. Helping him would be harming him. He knows his own path much better than us, so there's no need for us to worry about him. But his physical body and spiritual strength are both lacking. Although his attacks are sharp, he has essentially zero defensive power. Only knowing how to attack and not defend is a fatal weakness. Long Chen smiled. That's why I said you don't know his path. Have you heard this saying in the secular world? The sword is a simple tool, with a 3-foot blade, half a foot hilt, and a sheath that covers its entire edge. Why is that way? I actually don't know. When the sword is in motion, it represents its killing power. At that time, it has no need for defense. Its edge is something no one can block. Only when it is still can it be attacked. That's the most dangerous time for it, which is why it has its sheath. Yu Zifeng is a sharp blade. He knows his strongest point is his offense, so he has abandoned his defense, making his offense unstoppable. As for defense, he has no need of it, because I, you, and every last Dragonblood warrior can be his sheath. Why would he need to waste his time on that? Explained Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded. Yu Zifeng had sacrificed his defensive power to make his offensive power incomparably sharp. Within the same realm, all his enemies were killed with essentially one attack. In the Dragonblood Legion, he was second only to Long Chen in terms of offensive power. However, raising his soul and physical strength is only beneficial. He could focus that power on his offense as well, couldn't he? Asked Meng Qi. It's because Yu Zifeng is a sword cultivator. In his heart, there is only the sword, nothing else. That is his firm and fanatical conviction. He feels that as long as he comprehends the sword Tao, he can one day arrive above the heavenly Taos. In fact, I feel like he has achieved some kind of enlightenment, or his conviction wouldn't be so strong. What kind of enlightenment? I'm not sure, but I would guess it has something to do with the legendary sword god. Yu Zifeng had finally returned from the heavenly sword gate, but his temperament had completely changed. There was a firm conviction in his eyes now that no one could shake. Perhaps Yu Zifeng should now be called a sword fool, a sword fanatic. Are there really gods in this world? Asked Meng Qi. Perhaps there are, perhaps there aren't. Perhaps the term god is just a name. I once asked the same question of Senior Yun Shang. At that time, Senior Yun Shang only smiled faintly and didn't reply. However, I saw a touch of disdain in his smile or perhaps a kind of contempt. In any case, it doesn't seem like he has a high opinion of them. Long Chen sighed. Back then, he had managed to speak to one of the sovereigns that had once shaken the continent. However, Sovereign Yun Shang hadn't given him any useful information. Don't bother Zifeng. No matter what happens, he's our trustworthy brother. He wants to walk the path of offense. In that case, we'll protect his path. Using offense as defense is also a kind of unstoppable Tao. Zifeng will become our Dragonblood Legion's strongest sword warrior. Long Chen smiled. Guo Ran's so happy that he's forgotten his name, while Ji Yu Yong is using the Blood Essence Stone to temper his body. He focuses on his bloodline and physical strength in the first place, so he'll become a real monster after this tempering. There's no need to say anything about Li Qi and Songming Yuan, who are also going to be monsters after absorbing the Earth Essence. Everyone's getting stronger, but you're still where you started. Aren't you afraid of getting thrown behind? I should warn you that Wan is quickly merging with the wind energy and rapidly improving each day. Be careful of her bullying you like you bullied her before. I definitely won't be helping you at that time, warned Meng Qi. Everyone's strength is my strength. Their improvement is my improvement. My greatest dream is to have a bunch of unstoppable fighters. By then, if someone gets cocky in front of me, I won't even have to do anything. I can just point and have them beaten to the point where their mothers wouldn't recognize them, laughed Long Chen. Seeing Meng Qi glaring at him, he hastily added, it was a joke. Everyone's getting stronger, so I also have to go into seclusion. Furthermore, I have a very brazen idea. I'll give you all a pleasant surprise when the time comes. Chapter 1676 Celestial Lightning Body Blink. Long Chen had a truly brazen thought. When he had subdued the black illusion dragon flame, he had thought of a certain diagram. That was a diagram he had almost forgotten about. Back in the eastern wasteland, he had entered the immemorial path and obtained the diagram. He had asked the eastern wasteland bell, but it had refused to tell him too many details, saying that his cultivation base was too low. It merely said it was a kind of essence of one of the four major elements. Afterward, the eastern wasteland bell had repaid Long Chen for his help and disappeared. The matter of the diagram was left forgotten and unsettled. However, when he had worked together with the Pill Fairy to subdue the black illusion dragon flame, he happened to glimpse a diagram on the ceiling of the underground palace. That diagram was somewhat similar to the diagram from the immemorial path. Regretfully, he hadn't had time to record it at that time. Shen Baijin had come, and then the palace had exploded. However, it had served as a reminder. He was now a soul transformation expert and no longer the same rookie as back then. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell refused to tell him, he could try to see if he could understand it himself. Long Chen found himself a private room. However, before entering seclusion, he moved the divine lightning he had swallowed during his tribulation into the primal chaos space. Lei Long had never managed to fully refine this divine lightning. However, after being suppressed for so long, the destructive will of the divine lightning had been erased, leaving behind its pure energy for Lei Long to absorb. Once the lightning was moved, his stomach was free to digest an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. Huo Long was busy refining the black illusion dragon flame's berserk energy, but Long Chen asked it to first help him refine some soul transformation pills. To raise his cultivation base, he would need a huge amount of medicinal pills. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the jade tablet he had obtained in the Jade Lake sacred land around the time he had killed Wang Shan. He had yet to investigate it. Celestial lightning body blink, it's actually a lightning attribute movement art. Long Chen was stunned. What was recorded in the Jade Tablet was an extremely ancient lightning movement art. By summoning the power of heavenly lightning to form a lightning domain, you could freely blink anywhere inside with just a thought. There were basically no spatial or temporal limits. Damn, I've actually obtained a similar movement art as the human-shaped lightning right before the Devil Abyss erupts. Back when the Xuantian Dao sect's infernal Devil Abyss had erupted, Long Chen had summoned his heavenly tribulation to block the tide. In the end, there was a certain human-shaped lightning that had appeared. Its speed had been incredible, and it was only thanks to a reminder from Li Tianxuan that he had managed to defeat it. This movement art recorded in the Jade Tablet might be a different method, but it had the same result. By filling the space around him with thunder force, he would arrange spiritual runes that could each be used as a tiny lightning transportation formation. In truth, this kind of ability wasn't speed-based. It depended on using a kind of spatial law. Previously, in order to raise his speed to its peak, he had come up with his own technique and called it the lightning flash step. He filled a space with thunder force, however, his technique relied on creating spatial faults and then charging through those openings to appear in a corresponding exit within a 3,000-meter area. Back in the Grand Han, he had used the lightning flash step to kill Sha Guangyan and Yi Qingquang. However, not only was the lightning flash step's range limited, but when he encountered true experts who were unleashing all their power would compact space and make any spatial faults he made unstable, so he couldn't use it. On the other hand, the celestial lightning body blink formed a network of spatial channels with lightning runes. It was like a giant web with runic nodes that he could freely move through. Seeing this technique, he finally understood why that human-shaped lightning had been so difficult to deal with. The wisdom of the ancients truly isn't something I can compare to. I didn't even think of such a method. I'm so stupid. Long Chen was filled with admiration and shame. He had racked his brain before, but had never thought of using lightning runes to form spatial channels to increase his speed. This celestial lightning body blink was like a light in the dark. It was like he was seeing a whole new sky. It was extremely enlightening to him. I really struck gold this time. That bastard Wang Shan, I suppose he did at least one good thing before dying. Long Chen couldn't help sighing emotionally. If it hadn't been for Wang Shan, he wouldn't have obtained this jade tablet. When it came to killing someone innocent to take their treasure, he really couldn't do it. The more he studied this technique, the greater his admiration for the creator grew. At the same time, he realized that creating any masterful magical art required being skilled in many different areas. This celestial lightning body blink, at the very least, involved changes in thunder force, cooperation with spiritual strength, comprehension of spatial magical arts, and the principles of establishing a formation. A magical art that had truly reached the pinnacle required endless revision, effort, and great intelligence. The celestial lightning body blink could only be used by lightning cultivators, and any other lightning cultivator would require a long time to train in it. However, Long Chen instantly mastered it due to his previous research into the lightning flash step. There were definite similarities between them, allowing him to learn it easier. Furthermore, his spiritual strength was so vast that he didn't need to slowly and carefully steady each part of it for fear of his spiritual strength running out midway and having the magical art explode in his face like others. There was also one other aspect that made it so easy to learn, and that was that his thunder force came from Lei Long. Lei Long could help him control his thunder force. In truth, it would be Lei Long creating the lightning formation, and he just had to know how to use it. It could not be simpler for him. Long Chen handed the celestial lightning body blink to Lei Long and had it go study it. When the time came, he would just have to have his spiritual strength coordinate with it. This kind of lazy method was something that would make other lightning cultivators die of envy. It was practically as easy as eating a meal for Long Chen. After tossing the celestial lightning body blink to Lei Long, Long Chen took out that strange rune from the immemorial path. It was a strange octagonal diagram. 8 lines merged together in the center to form a central circle. There were also other thin lines coming out of the exterior and spinning around it, like waves of divine light. Before, Long Chen couldn't understand anything about it. However, now he felt his aura gathering just by looking at it. It's too bad my cultivation base was too low to understand this rune's meaning when I saw it back then. Now, just looking at this recording of it, it's much harder to understand its essence, sighed Long Chen. A ball of fire appeared in Long Chen's hand. Flame runes condensed together as Long Chen tried to imitate the design of the diagram. When it was done, he suddenly felt an invisible energy concentrating at the center. It was like streams of power were gathering together. The flame rune in his hand exploded, and its immense power made his hand shake. This is... Long Chen was startled. He had just used the slightest trace of flame energy, but its explosive power had been so immense. The Eastern Wasteland Bell said that it was the will of one of the 4 major elements. It seems it's the fire element. Fire. Fire can burn down the heavens and the earth. It is berserk and merciless. Energy gathers within and then explodes outward. When condensed, it can refine the sky and the land. When scattered, it can destroy stars. Between the two is a cycle of energy. Gather energy to one point, and when the energy reaches its peak, release it in an instant to exterminate all life. Long Chen seemed to be sleep-talking as he faced this enlightenment. The flame rune once again condensed in his hand, but this time he was prepared and examined it closely. He found that when this rune was condensed, it formed a strange cycle. Without him needing to do anything, it seemed to possess its own life, absorbing energy from the air. 8 streams of energy gathered toward the central point. There were several bright spots at the center like the pistils of a flower, absorbing that energy. A portion of the energy then flowed down and out toward the edges once more, as if this one rune was its own flame world, a cycle of energy in constant motion. The first time he had summoned it, his energy hadn't been stable enough, causing it to lose its balance and explode. This time, he found the trick and maintained its stability. He carefully observed its motion. So, as soon as its form is born, it will naturally absorb flame energy to strengthen itself. Just what level of magical art is this? Or is it even a magical art? Long Chen suddenly found that even without him pouring in any energy, the rune simply floated in the sky and continued to grow larger and stronger. It was no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Bell had only told him that it represented one of the 4 major elements. Without a high enough realm, there was simply no way a person could understand it. Even Long Chen could only tell that the things he was saying were true. He didn't know the why or the how of it. Even at the soul transformation realm, with his immense control over other magical arts, he couldn't fully comprehend this rune. It seems to just be a profound law, not a magical art. However, it's even more precious than 100 or even 1,000 magical arts. As long as I can understand it, I will know how to circulate my flame energy in the best possible manner. Long Chen smiled. So this rune was even better than a magical art. If a magical art was like a precious medicinal ingredient, then this divine rune was the fertile soil from which amazing medicines could be grown. If he properly used this soil, it would benefit him endlessly. I should try to see if I can make my own magical art. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He carefully examined the flame rune in his hand. Looking at the way it circulated, he poured in 8 streams of flame energy. The rune instantly transformed, taking on the shape of an 8-petaled lotus flower. However, as soon as this lotus flower appeared, it exploded. Long Chen's smile grew brighter. No, I was wrong. Perhaps this rune is the embryonic form of a magical art. Maybe, I really can make a magical art that belongs solely to myself with it. Long Chen took a deep breath and concentrated. He began experimenting with the divine rune, testing what shape he could turn it into. Chapter 1677 World Annihilation Flame Lotus, Heavenly Manifestation. Long Chen didn't view himself as particularly talented or as someone possessing the immense intellect of the ancient creators of magical arts. Those experts had been truly peerless when it came to intelligence, and they had come up with amazing techniques. Those who could create amazing magical arts were capable of founding their own sects and inheritances. However, in the long river of history, countless heavenly geniuses soared like shooting stars, but then also fell like shooting stars. The absolute majority of the supreme sects from those times had vanished after the Dark Era. No more sects on their level ever rose. That was due to the decline of this era. By this point, the current generation had been severed from the inheritances of the Immortal Era. It was impossible for someone to create similar magical arts on the same level. Long Chen knew that this was very difficult, and his chances were slim, but he still wanted to see if he could do it. After all, as long as he constantly consumed the pills that Huo Long refined for him, he was still steadily increasing his cultivation base. He could focus on other things while digesting those pills since he had the divine ability that Evilmoon had given him for his stomach. As he absorbed the medicinal pills, he also experimented with creating his own magical art based on the principles of the divine rune. His unwavering perseverance resulted in a notebook filled with notes after 3 days. The flame sphere in Long Chen's hand exploded again. Long Chen wrote down, failure number 798. Reason for failure, unable to stabilize the core. After writing down this line, he sat on his butt. Although he had prepared himself from the start, failing so many times dispirited him. It really isn't a normal level of difficulty. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Before this, he had thought of countless possibilities for his magical art. However, after failing time and time again, the space for his imagination shrank. When he failed the last time, it was a big blow to him. Long Chen sighed. Maybe I'm aiming too high. Perhaps I should take things step by step. Originally, Long Chen had felt that using the divine rune's principles to blaze an alternate path would be possible. However, when he tried to summon a flame domain similar to the celestial lightning body Blink, he found he was completely unable to stabilize the core of it. He was unable to summon a true domain. Although he had created a few simple magical arts, those were practically garbage. If he used them in combat, his enemies would laugh at him. Whatever, I should try building naturally on the divine rune instead. Long Chen took a deep breath. He spent an hour to make sure his heart was as calm as possible before he once more summoned the divine rune. This divine rune was like fertile soil. As long as he had a suitable seed, it would easily grow. Having this divine rune saved him a great deal of effort when it came to creating his own magical art. Despite that, it was still incredibly difficult. This divine rune was like the foundation of a skyscraper. Although the foundation was amazing, building a skyscraper was still very difficult. The most difficult thing was that if his building didn't match the foundation in the end, it would immediately explode. With the divine rune as the foundation, his greatest advantage was that his magical art wouldn't crumble in the middle of it. Success or failure would only be shown when it was fully built. However, where there were advantages, there were also disadvantages. If he didn't have this foundation, he would know if he failed right at the start. He could immediately give up and start again, which would save him time. Explosive sounds rang out in the room along with Long Chen's cursing. After failing another 100 times, even Long Chen was going crazy. There were some magical arts that he felt should definitely work in theory, but when they finally reached the final point, the divine rune formed a rejection toward them and collapsed. I refuse to believe this crap. I can definitely find an equilibrium. Long Chen's stubborn character flared. For now, he gave up on this kind of testing. Based on his understanding of the divine rune, he began to test how to stabilize the core of the magical art while still allowing all the divine rune's power to circulate throughout the magical art evenly. He wanted to make the divine rune and the magical art one entity that could not be separated and would not have any expulsion toward each other. Long Chen wrote down 19 plans at once. This time, he confidently started his experiments. The result, all 19 failed. Long Chen destroyed a stone stool in rage. He felt like he was going crazy. In theory, it clearly worked, but when he actually tried it, it refused to balance itself. It was like after creating a water channel, a hole would suddenly appear when he poured water into it, and then the whole thing would explode. What infuriated Long Chen the most was that he wasn't even able to find the holes. Long Chen lay on the ground, looking at the roof of the room. There were dozens of pearls embedded into the ceiling, forming a lotus flower pattern. Their light was warm and comforting. Long Chen suddenly sat up and raised a hand. The flame rune reappeared in his hand, and a lotus flower grew out of it. It had 8 petals, each with a straight vein leading to the center. At the center was the core of the divine rune in the form of stamens. Looking at the flame lotus, his eyes began to shine. He increased its power. The entire room exploded, and Long Chen hacked up blood. His arm had been turned to pulp. This room had been built according to the standards of Life-Star experts, but even it was unable to endure the force of the explosion. Long Chen ignored his injuries. His arm instantly recovered, and he summoned the flame rune again. The flame lotus was reborn. A halo of fire appeared around the edge of the lotus, protecting it. As Long Chen circulated the divine rune, the fire halo began to spin faster and faster. As it spun, the petals grew brighter, and the flower stamens had small whirlpools appear within them. The fire halo absorbed energy from the divine rune, sending it to the petals, which sent it to the stamens. The whirlpools inside the stamens then sent the energy to the divine rune below, forming an endless cycle. The flame lotus bloomed with light. Ha ha ha, finally, success. Long Chen roared with laughter. Just now, he had grasped a spark of inspiration that allowed him to succeed with just one more failure. I'll call you the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. Long Chen was incredibly excited. This was a magical art unique to him. He had finally succeeded. Just as he shouted the name of the World Annihilation Flame Lotus, the eastern Zan region as a whole shook. 7 colored clouds filled the sky, dyeing the world in all its colors. Countless experts looked up in a panic. Everyone went out to take a look. Some people thought that the end of the world had come. Don't panic. These 7 colored clouds are an auspicious sign. It's a good thing, shouted some experts to relax others. The entire eastern Zan region was thrown into chaos. No one had ever seen such a manifestation. They activated photographic jades, but they were shocked to find that their photographic jades were unable to see the 7 colored clouds. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, all the disciples were looking up in shock. The world had transformed into the colors of the rainbow. This kind of phenomenon was shocking. Everyone, don't panic. Based on the records, there are 3 conditions that can bring about the appearance of 7 colored clouds. The first is that our world's chi flow has reached a pinnacle, and so the heavens bestow an auspicious sign. The second is that a priceless treasure has appeared, one overflowing with karmic luck that brings about the appearance of 7 colored clouds. The third isn't too possible. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out in the sky, allaying people's fears. What is the third possibility? Disciple wishes to know. An Empyrean bowed respectfully. The third possibility is that someone managed to create a magical art capable of shaking heaven and earth. When that expert bestows a name to that magical art, if it obtains the recognition of heaven and earth, 7 colored clouds will appear as a confirmation of its existence and name. However, after the Dark Era, with the inheritance of the Immortal Era essentially severed, creating a magical art that can match the perfect divine arts of the Immortal Era is essentially impossible. So everyone should simply wait calmly. We'll wait for news from the other regions to see if this auspicious sign descended there as well, said Li Tianxuan. However, Li Tianxuan had just said this when the clouds suddenly scattered. The world returned to its normal appearance. Li Tianxuan was stunned. You hit your own face by saying this. You just said that the third possibility wasn't very likely, but the clouds already vanished. If the continent had truly been restored to its peak or a priceless treasure had appeared, the auspicious clouds wouldn't have appeared for such a short time, said the old patriarch who was facing Li Tianxuan in the Xuantian tower. Li Tianxuan reddened slightly. Suddenly, Li Tianxuan looked at a jade plate on his waist. The western, southern, northern, and central regions didn't have the 7-colored clouds appear. Only the eastern Zan region had this manifestation. Did some peerless expert in the eastern Zan region really give birth to such a shocking technique? You don't need to be curious. This peerless expert is from our Xuantian Dao sect. Just at this moment, the Xuantian tower's voice rang out, stunning Li Tianxuan and the patriarch. Long Chen, exclaimed Li Tianxuan and the patriarch. Yes, he just created a technique. Its power is definitely amazing. However, according to reason, it shouldn't have reached the level of gaining heaven and earth's approval. I don't know why it managed to summon the 7-colored clouds. The Xuantian tower's voice contained confusion as well. So it was him. Then there will be a good show to watch. A magical art created by Long Chen that was capable of forcing heaven and earth of giving it their approval. I look forward to seeing it. Li Tianxuan's eyes began to shine, and he looked in the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Being able to bear witness to the rise of a heaven defier was also a kind of unrivaled honor. Chapter 1678 Working hard at excavating. Looking at the flame lotus in his hand, Long Chen was so emotional that he almost cried. He really had succeeded. This world annihilation flame lotus was probably even a bit stronger than Starfall. It absolutely delighted him. Right now, he had only created the embryonic form of the world annihilation flame lotus. It would only continue to get stronger, and it would be easier to develop it. What Long Chen wanted to do was merge Starfall into the world annihilation flame lotus. There were 8 petals. He wanted to see if he could condense 8 Starfalls on the petals. As for the stamens in the center, for now he didn't dare to touch them. Those stamens were the core of this magical art. If he merged Starfall with it, it would definitely have immense power. However, the core was the bridge connecting the energy. If there was a problem there, it would cause the entire thing to explode. Furthermore, there were 108 of those stamens, all connected. In other words, if he wanted to add Starfall there, he would have to condense 108 Starfalls to maintain the equilibrium. What kind of joke was that? If any of those 108 Starfalls exploded, Long Chen would be deader than dead. With his previous experience, Long Chen no longer dared to keep experimenting inside. He left the room and reappeared above ground. He found that Crouching Dragon Mountain was silent, and everyone was in their own private cultivation rooms. Regretfully, the Blood Essence Stone and Blood Soul Stone were useless on him, or he'd also used them to get stronger. He stealthily left Crouching Dragon Mountain. Saying goodbye to one of the guards, he left the Xuantian Dao sect. The current Xuantian Dao sect was no longer the old Xuantian Dao sect. If he wanted to leave, he had to use one of the 4 gates. The rest of it was covered in a barrier that didn't allow people to come or go. If someone tried to force their way in, it would activate the killing formation. The formation was connected to the Xuantian Tower, so its power was enough to instantly kill a Life Star expert holding a quasi-divine item. The Xuantian Dao sect was now like one solid iron piece. Outsiders couldn't possibly sneak their way in. As for the spies inside, if Li Tianxuan didn't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to bring out any useful information either. Upon leaving the Xuantian Dao sect, Long Chen found a desolate place far away. He began to test his world annihilation flame lotus while consuming pills like his life depended on it. As Long Chen was experimenting with the world annihilation flame lotus, powerful undercurrents were surging within the continent. The atmosphere was growing tense and strange. First of all, Long Chen had gone to the Jade Lake Sacred Land and annihilated the southern Zan region's elite disciples. That had included tens of thousands of experts and dozens of Empyreans. The name of the eastern Zan region's demon king shook the continent once more. However, this time, countless voices rang out from the other regions. Those voices were of condemnation. Their goal was to force the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Ku Jianying, to stop protecting Long Chen. It was because Ku Jianying was protecting Long Chen that he could so fearlessly and recklessly kill others. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance testified that Long Chen was a victim, that this was all Shen Baijian's trap, that Long Chen had been forced to act in self-defense, that didn't quell their rage. In their view, Long Chen had massacred tens of thousands to save 5 women. What was so valuable about their lives that other people's lives were nothing? Just as those voices of condemnation were like an unceasing tide, news came from the elusive music immortal palace. They refused to admit that Shen Baijin had set a trap to frame Long Chen. Instead, the palace master herself said that this was a matter between a young man and woman, a result of falling out of love and into hatred. Just look at Long Chen's wild character and how many women he had beside him. If it hadn't been Long Chen who had taken the initiative to provoke or tease Shen Baijin, there was no way Shen Baijin would have gone so crazy as to do something so wrong. That was why the palace master said that while she admitted that Shen Baijin had been in the wrong, not all the wrong lay with the elusive music immortal palace. At the very least, Long Chen and Shen Baijin should share the responsibility equally. The palace master even went further, saying that since Shen Baijin had made a mistake resulting in harming the southern Zan region, the elusive music immortal palace would block the Devil Abyss's eruption in the southern Zan region, even if they had to fight to their last disciple. The elusive music immortal palace's actions were greatly supported by the rest of the continent. People loudly shouted, "Look, the elusive music immortal palace has accepted their responsibility. Shen Baijin is already dead. Then shouldn't Long Chen be killed as well as an apology to all those fallen disciples?" Ku Jianying had been furious when she went to the elusive music immortal palace, but she left even more infuriated. She hadn't expected the elusive music immortal palace to be so shameless as to split their responsibility with Long Chen equally. However, what infuriated her the most was the sudden announcement of the Ancient Family Alliance. They said they were no longer allied with the Martial Heaven Alliance, and they would no longer interfere in the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. The reason they gave was that as long as the Demon King Long Chen didn't die, they would never be able to work together with the Martial Heaven Alliance since they couldn't accept being allied with someone who would stab their ally in the back. On the third day after the Ancient Family Alliance announced they were breaking ties with the Martial Heaven continent, there were quite a few righteous sects who faced a bloodbath from the corrupt path. Some sects were directly destroyed. The righteous path's sects were thrown into chaos. They presented a joint petition, begging Ku Jianying to kill the black sheep Long Chen to quell everyone's anger and save the continent's peace and lives. Instead of placing this debt on the corrupt path, they placed it on Long Chen. As long as Long Chen wasn't here, these things wouldn't have happened. Some had already forgotten just how many of the righteous path sects had been massacred even before Long Chen was born. At the same time, Pill Valley, the ancient races, Zan beasts, and even the Bloodkill Hall came out in support of the Ancient Family Alliance's actions. They pointed everyone's anger at Ku Jianying and Long Chen. Some people even began to wildly fabricate false information, saying that Shen Baijin and Long Chen had long since known each other and that their relationship was complicated. It was Long Chen who had thrown Shen Baijin's heart into chaos, causing her to act so crazy. As people used their imagination to come up with the best stories to stoke people's rage, Shen Baijin actually transformed into the victim, while Long Chen became an irredeemable devil. Under this much pressure, anyone else would have caved, but Ku Jianying stubbornly resisted. She even announced that Long Chen hadn't done anything wrong, and that if anyone dared to touch him, she would personally take their head. As the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, she was resolute and upright in character. She didn't surrender to pressure. It was because of this character that she had been elected as the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. With Ku Jianying stubbornly protecting Long Chen but all the various large powers adding more pressure, the sects belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance began to sway. Some of them began considering whether they should elect a new leader. The Eastern Zan region and Southern Zan region's experts were especially tempted to elect a new leader. Their hatred for Long Chen was especially deep. However, even in those regions, those sects were but a fraction of the total. Even in the Southern Zan region, they didn't number a quarter of all the sects. Ku Jianying had led the Martial Heaven Alliance for so many years. She had always been fair and just and had countless supporters. Before taking her post, she had been exceptionally amazing in the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths. After taking her post, she led the righteous path to strike back, destroying countless strongholds of the corrupt path and forcing them to hide in their minor worlds. The young people had already forgotten about these things, but the older generation still remembered her heroism. Ku Jianying's heroism had moved an entire generation of people. She had her own worshippers, and those people were either the leaders of their own sects or top elders with the greatest authority in their sects. So even as the pressure grew, these people didn't sway. In the northern, western, and central Zan regions, the shouting was the most intense, but they were actually the most stable. It was only the people of the Ancient Family Alliance who were shouting for her replacement. However, just that was unable to shake Ku Jianying's position. Bang! The ground split open, and a cloaked man popped out. He had a 5-colored bow on his back and an iron pick resting on his shoulder. He was covered in dust and emitting an air of death. He was like a zombie who had crawled out of a tomb. As for the place he had just popped out of, it was actually a giant tomb that had already collapsed. As for the man, he was patting the dust off his body as if he had just finished a day of hard work. He had a relaxed smile. Mo Nian, you're completely intolerable. Why are you constantly digging up tombs? Are you not afraid of facing divine retribution? There were thousands of experts surrounding the tomb. The one shouting was a life-star expert. This tomb clearly belonged to his family. The man lifted back his hood, revealing a portion of his face. It was a handsome face that still had a bit of baby fat. On its own, it was a nice and friendly face, but when that mischievous glint in his eyes was added, he no longer seemed like such a good person. This person was Mo Nian. Even after so many years, he didn't look like he had changed much. It was just his eyes that looked a bit wiser. His aura was very strange though. It was constantly fluctuating, not letting people obtain an exact grasp of his current cultivation base. Divine retribution. Back when you betrayed my Mo family, you should have faced divine retribution, but aren't you still living happily? Mo Nian took out a washbasin and washed the dust off his face just like that. He switched into a new cloak, completely relaxed. It was like he felt that tearing down their ancestral tomb was helping them tear down the old to make room for the new. It was like he was saying there was no need to thank him. Alright, I still have more to do, so I'll get going. Mo Nian put away the washbasin. Bastard, you think you can leave just like that? Roared a young expert. He blocked Mo Nian's path. Why wouldn't I? Are you asking me to stay for dinner? Asked Mo Nian indifferently. Bastard. That young expert raised his spear, and his manifestation appeared behind him. Powerful pressure crashed down. He was actually a powerful Empyrean. Forget it. Life is so beautiful, why throw it away so easily? Ah, I really am too kind compared to Long Chen. Mo Nian shook his head. He ignored those people and walked away slowly. As for that young man, in the end, he didn't dare to attack. He just glared silently as Mo Nian left. Long Chen, just what are you planning? However, I have to thank you for relieving quite a bit of pressure on me. After a bit more excavating, I'll go find you. Mo Nian smiled. Pulling down his hood, he faded into the distance with his iron pick. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.